Chapter 1. The Unspoken Secret. Master, I bear the latest intelligence. The divine warrior of the great Xia, Qin Yishuan, has mobilized the martial artists of the realm to pursue a man who dared to gaze upon her form and insult her honor. In the first manner, Su Fan reclined in a rocking chair, sipping soda as he listened to the report from his elderly servant, Su Gue. Who would dare to steal a glance at Qin Yishuan's figure? Su Fan inquired with curiosity. Is he one of her personal guards? Not at all. He is merely a man who crossed paths with her on the border and has been peering for 7 days and nights. Su Fan murmured softly. This woman is truly excessive. She has sustained grave injuries. How can she heal without loosening her garments? What a cruel twist of fate. Doing a good deed has turned into a sin. That man ought to tread carefully. Su Gue glanced at Su Fan cautiously. There are millions of martial artists in the great Xia, all of whom are fans of Qin Yishuan. Once he is found, he may very well be torn to shreds. Before long, Su Gue returned once more. Master, the first Manor's acquisition of the largest media platform in country A, T Special, has sparked protests from 100,000 citizens demanding the cancellation of the agreement. The largest media platform in country A cannot even suppress such news. Dismiss all the executives of T Special. Master, the national football team sponsored by the First Manor has secured the championship in this World Cup. Quite commendable, though the foreign aid is excessive. The sport of football should truly be nurtured from a young age. A quarter of an hour later, Su Gue returned again to Su Fan. Feeling disgruntled, remarked, Would you prefer to fish here while I gather intelligence? Master, this time it is indeed crucial intelligence. Su Gue insisted. The Wang family of Yan City has issued an ultimatum. The 3-year marriage contract has reached its term. If the second young master of the Su family does not make an appearance within 3 days, they will withdraw from the engagement. Such delightful news? Su Fan exclaimed with joy. Was it not the Wang family that sought to ally with the Su family? How is it now that they wish to break the engagement? Have you forgotten, second young master? Su Gue whispered. In the past 2 years, the First Manor's First Bank and First Commerce have surreptitiously supported the Wang family, elevating them to the ranks of Yan City's elite. In contrast, the Su family has been in decline, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Su Fan nodded in understanding. The Su family, fearing that the second young master might usurp the family fortune, has cast him out, believing that with the eldest young master present, the Su family would surely prosper. Su Fan, the second young master of the prestigious Su family in Yan City, possessed extraordinary talent and had built a vast enterprise for his family. Regrettably, the eldest young master, envious of his abilities, persuaded the family head to bestow upon him a sum of 100 million and cast him out to forge his own path. Thus, Su Fan left home and established the First Manor. In 3 years, it has evolved into a colossal conglomerate spanning multiple industries, with assets exceeding trillions. Meanwhile, the Su family has continued its downward spiral, now drowning in debt. Dismissing Su Gue did not ruffle Su Fan's composure. He continued to fish undisturbed. The Wang family's engagement was but a fleeting thought, scarcely occupying his mind. After a while, Su Gue called softly from across the fish pond, Master, master, speak. Su Fan, irate, hurled his fishing rod into the water. What benefit have the fish in this pond bestowed upon you to warrant such incessant disturbance? A visitor has arrived, seeking our assistance at first intelligence for a matter of importance. Su Gui's expression was peculiar. Must I be informed about such trivialities? She wishes for us to locate her fiancé within 3 days. Ah. Su Fan gazed at Su Gue in astonishment, and Su Gue nodded. Indeed, it is she, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Wang Xueyan is presently awaiting a response outside the estate. Su Fan fell into contemplation. He had scarcely crossed paths with Wang Xueyan. He was hardly the striking figure that would remain etched in anyone's memory. Given the current influence of the Wang family, there is utterly no reason for them to linger on a discarded son of the Su family. You should accept her commission, Su Fan concluded after much deliberation. However, I require a most significant secret of hers, one that she cannot divulge to Othurse's remuneration for assisting her with this inquiry. Perhaps this secret was the very reason Wang Xueyan sought him out. Su Gue hurried away, only to return post-haste. Leaning close to Su Fan's ear, he whispered, The secret of the eldest daughter has already been revealed to me. Su Fan regarded Su Gue with curiosity. She revealed that she has been deflowered by the second young master of the Su family and vows to marry no one else for life. Su Fan trembled, utterly astounded. Do you comprehend what it means to speak such blatant falsehoods? Are you aware of what it means to utter lies without flinching? This is a secret. You see, I cannot ascertain its truth, Su Gue replied. I must confront her. Su Fan sprang to his feet, eager to rush out, but Su Gue hastily interjected. The eldest daughter of the Wang family has already departed, confident that our first estate will honor its word and not deceive her. But she has deceived me. Such matters are known only to those involved. She may believe that the estate master cannot uncover the truth. Su Gue reminded him. At our first estate, we have never reneged on our promises. Very well, since I have been cornered in this manner, I shall meet this eldest daughter of the Wang family, whom I have supposedly defiled. Upon landing at Yanshi Airport, Su Fan, dressed as a wandering minstrel and carrying a small suitcase, exited the terminal. In the distance, a military aircraft staircase descended, revealing a tall, captivating woman radiating a unique charm. Her gaze swept over Su Fan's retreating figure, suddenly filled with confusion. Why did that silhouette seem so familiar? Yet, when she attempted to look closer, the figure had vanished without a trace. Perhaps I was mistaken? The woman confidently hopped into a Mustang armored vehicle parked by the runway and sped away. Before Su Fan could enter the lobby of the Wang Group building, he was intercepted by two formidable security guards. Who are you? Whom do you seek? Do you have an appointment? One guard scrutinized Su Fan warily, reaching for his baton. I am here to meet the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She requested my presence, Su Fan replied. Wang Xueyan. The guard regarded Su Fan with disdain, a mocking smile curling his lips. You ought to look in the mirror. What merit do you have to meet Wang Xueyan? Your refusal to allow me entry is truly fortuitous, Su Fan exclaimed with delight. He turned his back, producing his phone to take a selfie with the two guards, capturing evidence so that when Wang Xueyan holds me accountable, I cannot be deemed unfaithful to my word. Stop right there. Hand over your phone. Two security guards rushed over and seized Su Fan. Delete the photos. You've captured our Wang Group's commercial secrets. Be cautious, or we will take legal action against you. What do you two know about commercial secrets? A tall, well-dressed young man strolled past. As he passed by Su Fan, he suddenly halted and approached him with fervor. My God! Upon recognizing Su Fan's familiar face, the young man burst into laughter. Su Fan, second young master of the Su family? What on earth happened to you? Zhao Yaozu? Su Fan surveyed the young man. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to come out only at night? Things have changed. Zhao Yaozu sighed. The Wang family has acquired the land of our nightclub, and now we work for them. The young lady dictates my schedule. I must comply with her orders. Then you carry on. I shall take my leave. Don't go. Are you on your way to see Xueyan? Zhao Yaozu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Perfect. I am too. Let us go see her together. I'm not. You absolutely must see her. With such a captivating appearance, how can you deny Xueyan a glimpse of you? Xueyan, I bring you a delightful surprise, Zhao Yaozu announced as he entered the president's office. Mr. Zhao, I don't believe we are so familiar. Wang Xueyan lifted her gaze and spotted Su Fan standing before her. Su Fan. She sprang to her feet and rushed him. Heaven has eyes, I have finally found you. You must come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. What? Zhao Yaozu exclaimed in shock. Xueyan, are you out of your mind? If you are in such a hurry to marry, I am 1,000 times better than he is. My family matters are none of your concern, Mr. Zhao, Wang Xueyan replied coldly, casting a frosty glance at him. By the way, I am here to reclaim the land of your nightclub to construct an office building. You need to relocate as soon as possible. Turning to Su Fan, Wang Xueyan beamed with a sweet smile. Darling, it is wonderful to have you back. True love can indeed move mountains. It is as if the matchmaker has brought you back to my side. Chapter 2. Dealing with villains Xueyan, you cannot act in such a manner. Zhao Yaozu lamented, wishing he could slap himself. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have insisted on bringing Su Fan to meet Wang Xueyan. It would have been far better for him to quietly slip away, disappearing into the crowd, than to face the current predicament. Please leave. I do not have the time to converse with you today. Wang Xueyan shooed Zhao Yaozu away as one would a bothersome fly. Come, let us go and register our marriage. Wang Xueyan linked her arm with Su Fan's. Su Fan struggled. Why the rush? Shouldn't we discuss such matters carefully? Wang Xueyan exclaimed. How can we not be in a hurry? Haven't we been engaged for 3 years? If we were to marry sooner, we might have already had 2 children by now. 3 years and 2 children. Tears flowing before words are spoken. A chill ran down Su Fan's spine. With no reasonable excuse to decline, he reluctantly conceded, At present, I have been cast out by the Su family to start my own venture, and you can surely guess how that is going. Wang Xueyan declared with unwavering conviction. I do not seek wealth from my partner. Should you wish to pursue business, whether by starting your own or assisting me in managing my company, I will support you. Such matters should be discussed with both families, shouldn't they? We ought to sit down and plan properly. After considerable thought, Su Fan finally devised a rationale. Wang Xueyan looked at him in astonishment. What family do you speak of? You have been expelled from the Su family. How could they possibly assist you in planning a wedding? Do not evade this any longer. If you do, you shall be deemed a cad. Wang Xueyan grasped Su Fan and dragged him away. As he held the vibrant red marriage certificate, Su Fan fell into deep contemplation. What am I even doing back in Yanshi? How did I become a married man without any preparation? In the Su family's grand residence, Su Tian glared at Su Fan. His face ashen. Do you still have the audacity to return? Did we not agree that from the moment you left the Su family, you would have no ties to it? Your words bear no weight. The Su family shall not grant you a single penny. The head of the Su family, Su Quan, rose from his seat and turned to Wang Xueyan with an awkward smile. Miss Wang, you have come to annul the engagement with Su Fan, haven't you? Now that you have found him, I shall return the marriage certificate to you. The 100 million dowry and the 2 commercial plots given to your family should also be returned, correct? Uncle, you are entirely mistaken. Wang Xueyan produced the vibrant red marriage certificate. Su Fan and I are already married. We are here merely to inform you that the dowry cannot be returned. Su Quan's face darkened. That is unacceptable. I do not agree. There exists a marriage certificate, a dowry, and all necessary witnesses. Wang Xueyan asserted. The 3-year term has not yet expired. Our marriage is legally protected, and no one has the right to terminate it. She linked her arm with Su Fan's. Very well. We shall take our leave. We will send out invitations for our wedding ceremony. Su Tian glared at Su Fan. You ill-fated star. Why did you not perish outside? Why do you return now? Su Fan now understood everything. Father, brother, so you wish to profit from this annulment. He sighed in relief, patting his chest. Thankfully, I returned just in time. Witnessing your losses brings me greater joy than earning for myself. Su Fan, what attitude is this? Su Quan glared at Su Fan, reminding him, Do not forget, I am your father. Su Fan retrieved a yellowed contract and replied, Father, have you forgotten? When you expelled me from the Su family, you severed our ties. From that moment on, my life and death are no longer your concern. Uncle, my husband will establish his own household, and you will have no say over him, Wang Xueyan asserted as she pulled Su Fan away. Watching their retreating figures, Su Tian angrily shattered a teacup, exclaiming, Damn it! He is the bane of our Su family. Su Quan sighed, shaking his head. One miscalculation leads to total defeat. How wonderful it would have been if you had allowed a marriage with Wang Xueyan, but you looked down upon the Wang family, claiming they were unworthy of you. Su Tian scoffed. This matter cannot be left unresolved. The second son, that rustic duck, still dreams of soaring to great heights. I shall ensure he does not have it easy. The residence of the Wang family was a lavish mansion, tenfold more opulent than that of the Su family. Wang Xueyan led Su Fan into the grand hall, where Wang Xueyan, the head of the Wang family, stood in astonishment. Xueyan, you found Su Fan? Excellent. Quickly take him to the Su family and annul the marriage. But the 3-year term has not yet expired, and Su Fan has not violated the contract, Wang Xueyan replied. Upon his return, he took me to obtain a marriage certificate. She produced the certificate, stating, Su Fan and I are now married. We are a family. Wang Xueyan slammed his hand on the table in anger. Were you coerced? Look at his character. How could he possibly deserve a daughter of such distinction as you? Regardless, Su Fan has returned, and I must honor my commitment, Wang Xueyan firmly declared. As a prominent family, we cannot speak carelessly. But this will lead to ruin, Wang Xueyan exclaimed, striking his knee. You know the power of the Jin family. Crushing us would be as easy as squashing an ant. Then there is no choice. The Jin family cannot accuse me of bigamy, Wang Xueyan insisted, pulling Su Fan away. If they're dissatisfied, let them confront the Su family. Wang Xueyan brought Su Fan to her residence, a warm and tranquil boudoir, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Sitting at the table, Su Fan inquired, Xun, now that we have the marriage certificate, it is time for you to tell me the truth, is it not? The Jin family has set their sights on our Wang family's assets and wishes for me to marry into them. Wang Xueyan blinked her eyes. I am the only daughter of the Wang family. If I marry into the Jin family, our family will surely be swallowed whole by them. That may not be entirely bad, Su Fan mused. Wealth is ever-flowing. At least the Jin family could protect the Wang family. A match with a young master from the Jin family would indeed be fitting for you. The Jin family wants me to marry Jin Wang. Wang Xueyan exclaimed angrily. Do you know Jin Wang? That man in his 40s with some mobility issues? Yes. He is not of the direct lineage, but rather a distant branch of the Jin family? Indeed. That is rather insulting, Su Fan nodded. It seems the Jin family is not merely seeking a marriage alliance. They aim to annex the Wang family entirely. Wang Xueyan resolutely stated, I will never marry Jin Wang. Our Wang family is not a small and insignificant house to be easily manipulated. But the Jin family is formidable, Su Fan cautioned. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? The Jin family is a super elite family in Yin City. Their influence is deeply intertwined, controlling numerous industries. Their clan members occupy many significant positions. They are a malignant tumor thriving in this society. To seek revenge, one must approach the Su family. Wang Xueyan blinked. The Su family is bound to fulfill the marriage contract. What can I do? Chapter 3. We must not lose face. Su Fan fell into deep contemplation. Wang Xueyan hastily interjected. Su Fan, you cannot blame me for this. It's merely your misfortune for being engaged to me. Originally, I had no issues. But you insisted on bringing me back to face doom. Now that the marriage is established and cannot be revoked, we might as well endure it together. Since you are now my husband, I shall certainly treat you well. May I stay with you tonight? A rosy hue graced Wang Xueyan's cheeks, enhancing her remarkable beauty. We have yet to hold the wedding. It might not be appropriate for you to stay here, she shyly remarked. Once we officially celebrate our union, we shall live together, and I will fulfill my duties as a wife in any manner you desire. With that, she planted a kiss on Su Fan's cheek as a reward. Su Fan inquired, where shall I reside? I cannot return to the Su family. Perhaps I shall sleep on the floor in your room? Wang Xueyan leaped up, producing a key. No need for that. I will arrange for the finest accommodation for you. I have a luxurious villa at Meijing Manor. You may stay there for now. A Porsche rolled into the discreetly opulent community. Wang Xueyan guided Su Fan into the villa, showing him around and advising him not to wander aimlessly before departing. Su Fan stood in the small courtyard, admiring the scenery, when he noticed a Mustang parked in the opposite space. Ah, it appears there are military residents here, he mused. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. At the steps of the adjacent villa stood an athletic and statuesque woman, her eyes fixed intently upon him. As he turned to leave, she called out, Stop right there. 7 or 8 agile figures emerged, encircling Su Fan. The woman parted the crowd and approached him, commanding her bodyguards to withdraw. Who would have thought that the man sought by the entire world resides right next door? The beauty smirked. Who was the woman driving the sports car earlier? She is my wife, Su Fan replied. You already have a wife? A peculiar expression crossed the woman's face. Are you trying to deceive me? Su Fan retrieved his marriage certificate from his pocket and presented it to her. Look, this is my marriage certificate. Are you out of your mind? Why would you carry your marriage certificate with you at all times? The woman tossed the certificate back at Su Fan. We do not know each other. What do you want from me? Feeling guilty, Su Fan said, If you wish to repay me, then my answer is that it is unnecessary. A doctor's compassion extends even to a small dog. I could never stand by and watch someone in distress. The beauty tapped Su Fan's nose playfully. You have guts. To compare me, Qin Xuan, to a small dog makes you the bravest man in the world. Su Fan looked at Qin Yishuan and gestured toward the house. You wouldn't harbor any ill intentions and eliminate me, would you? If there's nothing else. Watching Su Fan's retreating figure, Qin Yishuan revealed a slight smirk. I will not let you off so easily. Having touched and seen, you cannot escape responsibility that easily. In the dead of night, several shadowy figures suddenly appeared on the rooftop of Su Fan's villa. They pried open the skylight and descended into the living room via ropes. One of them brandished a weapon, scanning the area before bursting into Su Fan's bedroom. The infrared sight fell upon the large bed, yet it was empty. Before he could react, a hand reached from behind and swiftly snapped his neck. At the entrance to the dining room, a toothpick flew through the air, piercing one man's throat. In the living room, a powerful fist shattered another man's heart. In less than 3 minutes, an elite special operations team had been entirely annihilated. The following morning, in Qin Yishuan's backyard garden, the bodies of 7 fully armed Special Forces soldiers lay in neat rows. The guards stood in a line, their faces filled with shame, wishing they could bury their heads in their trousers. Qin Yishuan scrutinized the scene, her brows furrowed. This was a national special operations team, undoubtedly sent to assassinate me. Rising to her feet, she remarked, when I was surveying the terrain along the border, it was their accomplices who attacked me. Qin Yishuan's aide, Yu Jie, inquired with confusion, who is helping us? Without our awareness, he has already eliminated the entire assault team. Qin Yishuan turned a glance at Su Fan's villa. The villa was eerily quiet, more silent than a grave. A cunning character indeed. Just as Qin Yishuan was about to speak, a piercing roar of engines pierced the air. Several off-road vehicles surged down the driveway and halted before the villa. A dozen men clad in black suits leapt from their vehicles, wielding machetes and clubs as they stormed into Qin Yishuan's villa. Su Fan, you little dog, come out. The leading man sneered. Let me break your legs so you can crawl out of Yin City. What nonsense is this? Qin Yishuan frowned and waved her hand. The humiliated guards finally found an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. They charged into the villa like a whirlwind, reducing the group of men to mere pulp. At noon, Wang Xueyan called. She informed Su Fan that her father wanted her to bring Su Fan back home that evening for a family gathering, where he would introduce Su Fan as his son-in-law to the relatives. Make sure to dress nicely. Those relatives can be quite snobbish, she advised before hanging up. Su Fan dialed the number and issued a few instructions. Regardless of the Wang family's intentions, Wang Xueyan was already his wife, and he was determined to uphold his dignity in this situation. 2 hours later, a golden Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt in front of the villa. Tian Yun, the wealthiest real estate mogul in Yin City, personally carried a suit and knocked on Su Fan's door. 2 years prior, Tian Jun's company had faced a crisis due to industry pressure, with a severed capital chain threatening bankruptcy. It was Su Fan who invested billions and provided numerous valuable commercial properties for Tian Jun to manage, enabling the Tian family to turn the tide and ascend to the top of Yin City's real estate market. Master, I did not expect you to come in person to Yin City. Upon seeing Su Fan, Tian Jun bowed deeply and reported, as per your request, I have prepared a modest gift, which I will deliver to the Wang family this evening. Let us keep it understated. Just maintain a semblance of decorum, Su Fan instructed, allowing Tian Jun to leave. Although the host expressed such sentiments, we must not lose face, murmured Tian Jun as he rose to leave. At 6 p.m, Wang Xueyan arrived at the villa. Hearing her entrance, Su Fan concealed himself in the cloakroom, saying, "Don't rush me. I'm changing." Half an hour later, Wang Xueyan shouted toward the cloakroom, "Are you almost ready? If you dawdle any longer, the gathering will be over." Reluctantly, Su Fan stepped out of the cloakroom, making a dazzling appearance. "I found a scoundrel who prepared a set of understated formal wear for me," Su Fan said bashfully. "I never expected this rogue to deliver such a stunning blow." Wang Xueyan rushed before Su Fan, her eyes wide in astonishment at his luxurious ensemble. Limited edition belt, diamond brooch, and a jeweled bow tie. Even the buttons of his shirt were crafted from pure gold. Suppressing her urge to laugh, she comforted him, though it may be a bit extravagant. It also signifies the importance you place on this occasion. You have a point, Su Fan reflected, a smile breaking across his face. a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more pleased she became. Surely, seeing my earnestness would endear me to her. Chapter 4. A modest gift in the Wang family's back hall. Laughter and merriment filled the air. The relatives were seated at 2 tables, engaging in cheerful banter. While Wang Xueyan and his wife Lin Fan sat at the edge of the table, their expressions as grim as stone sculptures. Head of the family. The mystery must be unveiled now, right? Indeed, has Xueyan caught herself a golden son-in-law? What is the family background of her suitor? Surely it must be leagues above that of the impoverished Su family. Wang Xueyan entered the back hall with Su Fan. Wow, which young prodigy is this? He truly looks impressive. Everyone gaped at Su Fan, awed by his radiant appearance. Allow me to introduce my husband, Su Fan. Wang Xueyan beamed. The second young master of the Su family. We were betrothed 3 years ago. The second young master of the Su family? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Isn't that the fallen Su family, the one that was expelled 3 years ago? Someone questioned incredulously. Indeed, it is he. Suddenly, the hall erupted in chaos. How is this possible? Wasn't he the engagement annulled? How could a cast-off from the Su family be worthy of our Wang family's daughter? Lin Fan couldn't contain her outrage, slamming the table. Just because a wild chicken dons beautiful feathers, does it become a phoenix? This is truly embarrassing. Wang Xueyan remained calm, leading Su Fan to their seats at the table. Regardless of whether the Su family is in decline, an engagement must be honored. Our Wang family's achievements today are built on our own merits, not the charity of others. Wang Xueyan restrained the furious Lin Fan, sighing, this is the situation. Su Fan is the man Xueyan has chosen. Since she is willing, we should offer them our blessings. As Wang Xueyan spoke, silence fell over the crowd. The lavish banquet commenced, and the guests resumed their jovial conversations, no longer preoccupied with Su Fan's identity. After all, this was Wang Xueyan's family matter, and they were merely spectators. Suddenly, a commotion arose as a group of people stormed into the courtyard. Leading them was a lean man in his 40s. He was clad in a resplendent golden suit, leaning on a cane, swaying flamboyantly with each step, presenting a comical sight. The uninvited guest was none other than Jin Wang of the Jin family. Following him were 8 well-dressed attendants, each bearing a tray draped in crimson cloth. My esteemed father-in-law, and all esteemed guests, I am delighted to see you all. Upon entering the grand hall, Jin Wang, with an air of arrogance, waved to everyone, exclaiming, "What perfect timing for you all to witness this moment." He turned, raising his hand. "This is the betrothal gift I have brought for the eldest daughter, 888, 888. A number chosen for good fortune." Jin Wang scanned the hall and soon spotted Wang Xueyan seated at a table. "Esteemed father-in-law, shall we finalize the engagement between me and the eldest daughter today? Xueyan, you remain as stunningly beautiful as ever." Jin Wang laughed heartily. "Once we are wed, I shall cherish you in the palm of my hand." Is one hand sufficient to hold such a heavy eldest daughter? Su Fan muttered under his breath. Despite the tense atmosphere, Wang Xueyan felt an urge to laugh. Su Fan's tongue was truly sharp. Jin Wang, with keen ears, darkened his expression and glared at Su Fan. "Who do you think you are? Why are you standing so close to my fiancée? Step aside." Wang Xueyan rose. Forcing a smile, "Master Jin, the situation is as follows. Our Xueyan was betrothed to the second young master of the Su family, Su Fan, 3 years ago. I am aware of this. Did we not discuss annulling the engagement?" Wang Xueyan replied helplessly. "Initially, we thought it was resolved, but suddenly, the second young master of the Su family returned. The Su family insists on honoring the engagement, leaving us no choice. I sincerely apologize, Master Jin. How dare the Su family compete with us for a bride?" Jin Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are they courting death?" Wang Xueyan stood, stating, "An engagement made with someone cannot simply be annulled. This is Su Fan, the second young master of the Su family. We have already obtained our marriage certificate. Only the wedding ceremony remains. Here is the certificate." Su Fan produced the bright red marriage certificate, waving it towards Jin Wang. "Jin Wang de Wang Kun, you wretched fool, daring to snatch a woman from me. Esteemed father-in-law, you must take action. I have brought the betrothal gift. In the Jin family, We never allow for retreat. Such a paltry offering, and you dare to call it a betrothal gift? Su Fan muttered again. Jin Wang fixed his gaze upon Su Fan, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Su Fan, I know who you are. The Su family has fallen into disrepair, and you have been cast out. You are but a remnant of a once great family, a mere waste. If you find my gift lacking, let me see yours. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out from outside the Wang family gate. Jin Zhuang, representing young Master Su Fan, presents an extraordinary betrothal gift for the Wang family's eldest daughter, Xueyan. Accompanied by the announcement, the sound of traditional instruments filled the air. A joyous melody resonated at the entrance of the Wang family estate. Jin Zhuang. Everyone present stood in astonishment. Jin Zhuang, the premier bespoke gift brand in Yin City. Their meticulously crafted sets of gifts are of unparalleled quality. The top choice for affluent families in Yin City to exchange presents. Even the most basic set of gift from Jin Zhuang is valued at over 10 million. The most exquisite and customized congratulatory gifts have surpassed a staggering value of 80 million. A spirited drummer, filled with enthusiasm, swayed into the royal courtyard. Behind them, a procession clad in ceremonial attire carried an array of wooden boxes and gift packages, along with enormous redwood trays, stretching as far as the eye could see. A splendid redwood auspicious screen was brought in by 4 burly men, who carefully placed the ornate screen in the grand hall. 99 gold ingots and 99 silver ingots symbolized longevity, alongside 2 massive redwood chests delivered into the hall. The monetary gifts totaled 8,888,888, along with a set of jade combs, jade rulers, and a cosmetic gift box. The flowing stream of betrothal gifts soon filled the entire hall. Jin Wang, accompanied by his subordinates, stood at the center of the hall, his eyes wide with disbelief as he absorbed the surreal scene around him, as if he were trapped in a dream. May Master Su Fan and Miss Xueyan enjoy a lifetime of happiness. The betrothal procession bowed in unison to the crowd gathered in the hall before retreating. It was utterly astonishing. Wang Xueyan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if she were lost in a dream. Even as a daughter of a prominent family, she could hardly withstand the overwhelming impact of such grand betrothal gifts. Why go to such lengths? Is Tianjun trying to provoke me? So Fanpander silently. Yet, upon witnessing the excited expression on Wang Xueyan's face, he suddenly felt that this event had been rather successful. You Su Fan. Jin Wang's expression twisted with rage as he bellowed. Your Su family is finished. I will ensure you learned the consequences of slapping the Jin family in the face. He held the Su family accountable for this debacle. Jin Wang glared at Wang Xueyan, and your Wang family will also taste the bitterness of defeat. You will soon find yourselves in dire straits. At that time, I will make you kneel and beg for my forgiveness. With that, Jin Wang stormed away. Despite the opulent betrothal gifts filling the room, the Wang family felt no joy. The Jin family was a formidable force in Yin City, known for their ruthless and vindictive nature. To provoke them meant hardship for the Wang family. Chapter 5. I offer you shares as relatives departed. Only Wang Xueyan and his wife, along with Wang Xueyan and Su Fan, remained at the table, exchanging glances of disbelief. Lin Fan pointed an accusatory finger at Su Fan, berating him. You are more of a hindrance than a help. What good does all this do? In the end, it is the Wang family that will foot the bill. You can't earn money, but you sure know how to make a grand spectacle. Su Fan attempted to explain himself, but Wang Xueyan interjected, it was my decision for him to do this. Even if we plead, the Jin family will not spare us. It is better to make a commotion and let the world see the true face of the Jin family. Lin Fan stood to leave. I need to check my own finances. These items may serve a purpose. They can elevate the atmosphere at my funeral. Wang Xueyan drove Su Fan home. He asked, why did you feel the need to take on this burden? It was clearly my friend's incompetence that led to this mess. Wang Xueyan gazed at Su Fan, her eyes softening. I am happy because you care so much for me. However, I cannot allow you to shoulder such a significant debt. I will cover it from the Wang Group's public funds. After dropping Su Fan off at the entrance of the community, Wang Xueyan departed. Su Fan returned to his villa, noticing a figure pacing restlessly in front of the entrance, much like an ant on a hot skillet. Zhao Xiao. Su Fan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhao Yaozu. How did you know I lived here? Zhao Yaozu rushed over, gripping Su Fan's sleeve tightly. Since yesterday, the news of your marriage to Miss Wang has spread like wildfire throughout the business community. Everything about you is no longer a secret. I only returned yesterday. How could the news disseminate so swiftly? Su Fan questioned in confusion. Zhao Yaozu followed him into the villa's hall, explaining, I merely mentioned it casually. And before I knew it, the news took flight. Su Fan, expressing his dissatisfaction, remarked, I knew you were up to no good. What do you want from me? Suddenly, Zhao Yaozu fell to his knees with a thud, crying out loudly, Fan Xiao, you must save me. If the Wang family reclaims the land, our Zhao family will be finished. You, as Miss Wang's confidant, are my only hope. It doesn't matter if you shut down the nightclub. Your family could venture into other businesses. If the doors close, over 200 ladies employed at the nightclub will be left jobless. Who knows how many families will be affected? Zhao Yaozu implored. You, Fan Xiao, are a benevolent soul and wouldn't stand idly by while such a tragedy unfolds. Zhao Yaozu rose, retrieving a document from his bag. Fan Xiao, if you help me resolve this matter, the Zhao family will grant you 15% of the nightclub's shares. The agreement is already prepared. It only awaits your signature. Su Fan took the document, perusing it with a look of astonishment. Zhao Xiao, you truly are a business prodigy. So meticulous and decisive in your dealings. I cannot afford to choose the wrong path, lest I find myself in dire straits. Zhao Yaozu looked at Su Fan eagerly. Fan Xiao, do you agree? Su Fan signed the agreement, saying, given your fervent enthusiasm, I shall assist you this once. Just remember to conduct legitimate business and avoid causing trouble that might implicate me as a shareholder. The following morning, Su Fan appeared once more at the entrance of Wang's tower. 2 security guards stood at attention, reverently saluting Su Fan as he entered the lobby. Upon seeing him, Wang Xueyan approached with delight. Su Fan, what brings you here? If you find yourself with idle time, why not join the group and assist me? Su Fan waved his hand in refusal. I am not one for work. If I were to join the group, I would undoubtedly become a burden to you. Which company does not have its share of idle personnel? Wang Xueyan suddenly realized, covering her mouth in surprise. That is not what I meant. Come and be my executive vice president. You may not handle the specifics, but you would have a say in all matters. Su Fan pondered for a moment. I happen to have a matter at hand. The Zhao family's nightclub is located on Entertainment Street, surrounded by entertainment ventures. Establishing an office there seems rather pointless. Wang Xueyan chuckled. That was merely a casual remark to intimidate Zhao Yaozu. In truth, I had no intention of reclaiming the land. I was prepared to allow them to continue their operations. Su Fan nodded. Ah, then there is no issue. Zhao Yaozu offered me 15% of the nightclub shares, urging me to persuade you not to reclaim that plot of land. Wang Xueyan expressed her discontent. What do you need such shares for? In such a place, it is all too easy to be led astray. I do not wish for others to know that my husband spends his days immersed in the nightlife. I merely hold a stake. I do not partake in the management and will not linger there. After a brief conversation, Su Fan ceased to disturb Wang Xueyan in her work. Upon descending the stairs, Zhao Yaozu hurriedly approached from a distance, inquiring anxiously, how did it go? Of course. It's all settled, Su Fan replied with a nod. You can return to work. The nightclub will not be demolished. Zhao Yaozu, filled with elation, gave a thumbs up to Su Fan, exclaiming, You truly are remarkable. He pulled Su Fan into a corner and whispered conspiratorially, Let me tell you. I overheard some information at the nightclub yesterday that pertains to you. What is it? The third son of the Jin family, Jin Quangtian, is planning to take action against you. Zhao Yaozu said in a hushed tone. He claims you have insulted Jin Wang, thereby slapping the Jin family in the face. Jin Quangtian is not to be trifled with. He is ruthless. Do not fall victim to him. Zhao Yaozu swiftly departed. Su Fan located the Mercedes-Benz business car that Wang Xueyan had provided him and had just settled into the vehicle when a call came through. It was Su Gue on the line. Master, the people from the Four Seas Dragon Palace have approached our first martial arts school, seeking to entrust us with a task. Of course, we must refuse. The Four Seas Dragon Palace is formidable. They are not to be trifled with, and their intentions are likely nefarious. Do you wish to hear what task they want to assign? Absolutely not. We must avoid any possibility of leaking information. Su Fan instructed, once they leave, have a first intelligence investigate to ascertain their intentions. The Four Seas Dragon Palace is a powerful organization within the martial world. The four Dragon Kings under Dragon God are all formidable masters, with influence extending throughout Great Xia and even beyond its borders. They utilize unscrupulous means and are merciless in their dealings. Their sudden approach to the first martial arts school for a task certainly bodes ill. After ending the call, Su Fan drove home. No sooner had he entered his residence than a cacophony erupted outside. A convoy had halted before Su Fan's villa, and a throng of fierce thugs disembarked, charging toward the villa. What sort of trouble had Su Fan attracted to warrant such a relentless stream of ruffians? From the adjacent villa, Qin Yishuan peered out the window, frowning. Yu Jie, assist him in resolving this matter. 10 seconds later, Yu Jie burst forth with a group of followers from the neighboring villa, positioning themselves in front of the thugs. Hearing the commotion, Su Fan opened the door to witness a striking young woman clad in black ankle-high boots and fitted trousers, her white shirt contrasting sharply, standing defiantly against the onslaught of thugs. Lady, step aside. The leader of the thugs sneered at Su Fan, who stood at the entrance. You cowardly rodent. Do you expect a frail woman to shoulder your burdens? Su Fan retorted, what of being a woman? The Great Xia's war goddess, Qin Yishuan, is a woman. Is she not? The thug leader erupted in laughter. What were goddess? Merely a title with no substance. If she stood before me, I would fight her for 300 rounds. With your might, it would take less than 100 rounds before she begs for mercy. Those behind him erupted in crude laughter. The audacity of these wretches ignited fury in Yu Jie and her companions, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Qin Yishuan is their supreme idol, their most revered warrior. How could they allow such despicable individuals to insult her? Before the laughter had subsided, Yu Jie had already leaped into the air, her foot landing squarely on the grotesque face of the ruffian leader, who was cackling maniacally. Chapter 6. The wretched trash the ruffian leader could only bellow threats, but in truth, he was nothing but a worthless pawn. As Yu Jie's foot came down, brilliant crimson spurted from his face, and a sickening crack echoed from his neck as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The other lackeys, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were swiftly overwhelmed by Yu Jie's subordinates, who rendered them unrecognizable within a mere minute. What a pitiful bunch of rabble! Su Fan exclaimed, while Yu Jie cast him a cold glance. Relying on a woman for protection. What kind of man are you? Did I summon you here? Su Fan chuckled. I intended to praise you, but it seems you have repaid kindness with ingratitude. How shameless. Yu Jie turned to command her subordinates. Clear away this trash. Do not allow them to obstruct the environment here. As her subordinates busied themselves with the task, Su Fan's phone vibrated. Master, I have some intel. Came Yang's voice over the line. The East Sea Dragon King from the Four Seas Dragon Palace has arranged a meeting tonight with members of the National Intelligence Organization at the Zhao Family's nightclub. Yu Yong, the head of intelligence, had once been the leader of the International Underground Intelligence Organization, Wind and Thunder. 2 years prior, he had been relentlessly pursued by elite agents from dozens of countries. Su Fan had orchestrated a scheme that led to Yu Yong's disappearance in a devastating explosion in the capital's heart, in the confidential archives of all nations. The leader of the Wind and Thunder organization was declared utterly annihilated. The First Estate gained an inconspicuous yet formidable king of intelligence. The Zhao family nightclub? That is my territory, Su Fan remarked with a grin. Tonight, I shall pay them a visit to uncover the nature of their conspiracy. Qin Yishuan leapt over from the adjacent villa, perching herself on the railing in front of Su Fan, her long legs swinging playfully. Where are you going tonight? Were you eavesdropping on my call? You spoke so loudly that even the deaf could hear. I am heading to the nightclub, Su Fan replied. I was attacked today and need to investigate the background of this incident. Master, the background has already been clarified, Yu Jie interjected. These scoundrels were sent by Jin Jiaxiao, Jin Quangtian, to teach you a lesson and force you to break off your engagement with the young lady of the Wang family. A sly smile crept across Qin Yishuan's lips. You've provoked the Jin family? Jin Kefu, the backbone of the Jin family, is the vice commander of the Great Xia army, second only to me in strength. This time, you are doomed. Su Fan regarded Qin Yishuan with dissatisfaction. Your image has crumbled. You are no longer the embodiment of justice in my eyes, but rather a villain who condones the misdeeds of her subordinates. Qin Yishuan shot him a sidelong glance. It is not as you imagine. My joy stems from the fact that the Jin family has tightly intertwined our fates once more. What do you mean? I suspect there is a traitor within the Great Xia army, someone of significant importance close to me, Qin Yishuan stated. Otherwise, the enemy would not have been able to track my movements at the border, nor would they know that I reside here. Do you suspect Jin Kefu? Qin Yishuan replied cautiously. Jin Kefu has support behind him. Without concrete evidence, I cannot move against him. My subordinates are under his close watch. I cannot afford to alert him. Thus, I must rely entirely on you. Once again, you require my assistance. Will you repay my kindness with betrayal, leading the world to hunt me down? Qin Yishuan remarked, am I merely serving you for nothing? Even if you uncover the truth, it will still be I who confronts Jin Kefu. He is perpetually surrounded by his 200 iron-blooded guards. Do you possess the capability to eliminate him? Agreed. Su Fan extended his hand, and they exchanged 3 firm hand claps before they touched fists. Qin Yishuan, her eyes glinting with mischief, declared, then I too shall visit the nightclub tonight, accompanying you to gather intelligence. No, the women at the nightclub possess a unique allure that is entirely incongruous with yours. Fear not, I have a flirtatious side as well. As night enveloped the sky, Su Fan donned a casual suit and stepped outside. Qin Yishuan trailed behind, her black high heels echoing sharply against the pavement. She wore a high-slit black sequin dance dress, showcasing her long legs. Her face was adorned with heavy makeup, and her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled atop her head, exuding a potent scent of perfume. Su Fan chuckled inwardly while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Those who fail to adapt to the times will inevitably be taught a lesson by life. The lesson Qin Yishuan would learn tonight would be profoundly impactful. The two entered Su Fan's Mercedes-Benz business car. Yu Jie, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards disguised as young men, followed in 2 SUVs. The entertainment street was ablaze with lights and thrumming with life. Su Fan wrapped his arm around Qin Yishuan's slender waist and strode into the Zhao family's nightclub. The dashing young master stood amidst ladies even more beautiful than stars, who engaged in elegant banter within the hall. The beauties glided gracefully, searching for tonight's prey. Upon their entrance, Su Fan and Qin Yishuan immediately captured the attention of many. The ladies giggled behind their hands at Qin Yishuan, mocking the presence of what they perceived to be an unsophisticated country bumpkin. Cursed be my superficiality. Qin Yishuan's expression soured, and she whispered in Su Fan's ear, in comparison to these women, I feel like a na-ve country hen. As long as we remain unembarrassed, it is they who will feel the discomfort. Su Fan, linking arms with Qin Yishuan, strode confidently deeper into the hall. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of a slap resonating from the corridor behind them. A man's panicked voice followed. Jin Sanshao, you have truly misunderstood. The Su family would never dare oppose the Jin family. A mysterious smile crept across Su Fan's face. How familiar that voice sounded. It belonged to his elder brother, Su Tian, the eldest son of the Su family. Su Fan tugged Qin Yishuan into the corridor, and indeed, they found Su Tian clutching one side of his face, desperately trying to reason with a haughty young man who towered above him, berating him as though he were a wayward child. What rubbish! You impoverished family dare compete with the Jin family for women. You have 24 hours to compel Su Fan to withdraw his engagement with the Wang family. Otherwise, I will ensure your family's obliteration. Third young master, it is not that we seek trouble. It is that Su Fan, that scoundrel, refuses to obey. As Su Tian protested his innocence, a righteous voice suddenly rang out. Elder brother, do not fear him. In this world, justice prevails. The Su family conducts its affairs with integrity. Su Tian was taken aback, his entire body trembling with shock. Su Fan, you wretched being, are you intent on utterly ruining the Su family? Are you Su Fan? Jin Quangtian sneered, regarding Su Fan with disdain. You live off others. And you dare to feast from a bowl of the Jin family? Do you even know how to spell death? You robbed my wife. Yet you could at least do it with some decorum. Su Fan responded with a cold smile. Did you send Jin Wang to pursue my wife? Do you harbor disdain for the Wang family, the Su family, or perhaps even your own Jin family? The Wang family is but a mere morsel in the Jin family's feast. Jin Quantian's gaze fell upon Qin Yishuan, who was linked arm in arm with Su Fan. Observing her extraordinary presence, he suddenly erupted with laughter. So you're a lunatic, mentally impaired, coming to such an upscale nightclub, and you dare to bring commoner. The bodyguards trailing Jin San Shao and the wealthy patrons supporting him erupted into uproarious laughter. Standing behind Su Fan, Yu Jia's face turned a shade of iron. These scoundrels, these parasites, dared to insult the revered war goddess of Daxia. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, she seized a trash bin from the hallway, pushed through the crowd, and forcefully hurled it at Jin San Shao's face. Trash, perish! Yu Jia delivered a swift kick to Jin San Shao's groin. Chapter 7. They can perish. Jin San Shao's expression contorted in pain as he bent over, clutching himself. His bodyguard were still in shock when Yu Jia's accomplices surged forward, fists raining down like meteors. The corridor descended into chaos, a scene of utter turmoil. In the nightclub's grand hall, Zhao Yaozu, accompanied by a throng of security personnel, rushed toward the corridor. They plunged into the fray, shoving the combatants apart. What's going on here? Zhao Yaozu clasped his hands together toward both sides. For the sake of brotherhood, can we not set aside our grievances? Jin San Shao, suffering from the assault, could barely stand. You two scoundrels from the Su family, the next time we meet will be your demise. He pointed a trembling finger at the Su brothers, who were helped away by their lackeys, exiting the battlefield first. With the protagonist gone, the crowd dispersed. Zhao Yaozu caught hold of Su Fan and dragged him into a nearby, private room. Fan Shao, what is this performance? If you wish to revel, come to me for arrangements. Why engage in a brawl with Jin Quantian? Even if you damage a flower or a blade of grass, it's a loss for us. He glanced at Qin Yishuan, disdain evident in his voice. Are you parading around with such a striking woman in the nightclub to ensure others remember you? If this reaches the ears of a young lady from the Wang family, she will have my head. A server entered, presenting a glass of red wine to Su Fan before departing. As he sipped the wine, Su Fan glanced at the small note beneath the glass. Zhao to Shao. These friends are investigators probing the espionage case, Su Fan elaborated. Your nightclub is implicated in compromising national security, facing a grave crisis. Although I'm also a stakeholder here, as a key witness, I shall not face repercussions. Yu Jia produced an identification document, waving it before Zhao Yaozu. This truly is a calamity from the heavens. Zhao Yaozu's complexion turned pale as he stammered, We are all law-abiding citizens, at worst merely morally compromised. However, policing moral conduct is not the duty of individuals like you. Yu Jia replied coldly, Take us to the monitoring room. We must investigate the situation in each private room. Zhao Yaozu shook his head vigorously. I cannot comply. Our nightclub places great emphasis on guest privacy and would never secretly monitor others. Su Fan interjected. Zhao Yaozu, do you not know how to spell death? Fang Shao, you're going to get me killed. Zhao Yaozu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, follow me. They traversed the security corridor and boarded a sealed private elevator. Following Zhao Yaozu, they arrived at the monitoring room situated on the top floor of the nightclub. The vast surveillance screen displayed the activities of nearly 100 private rooms, all meticulously monitored by high-definition cameras. Disturbing scenes unfolded in several rooms, causing Qin Yishuan and Yu Jia's faces to flush with embarrassment. Why is this room empty? Su Fan quickly checked and pointed to a vacant chamber. This room was marked on the intelligence memo, yet it currently harbored no occupants. Wait, I will play the footage for you. Zhao Yaozu skillfully operated the surveillance equipment, and soon the screen revealed a video of two individuals in conversation. As she gazed at the figures on the screen, a cold glint flickered in Qin Yishuan's eyes. An old acquaintance, the director of the External Operations Department of the National Intelligence Agency, Reagan. Reagan's voice resonated through the device. This is 100 million. It is a deposit for your Sihai long gone. The other middle-aged man was none other than the leader of the 4 Dragon Kings of Sihai Longgong, the East Sea Dragon King. He tucked away the check handed to him by Reagan, stating, "This task is challenging. Qin Xuan is not easily eliminated. You must grant us ample time to prepare." Understood. Our assassination attempts have already failed twice. Qin Xuan will undoubtedly be extremely vigilant. You must also exercise caution. We have a plan to use a knife to kill, intending to draw a powerful force into the fray, but they have yet to take the bait. We are currently executing our secondary plan. The conversation between the two men nearly frightened Zhao Yaozu to death. His eyes darted nervously to the ceiling, wishing fervently to be deaf. The commotion outside, filled with brawls, alerted the two men. After a few more words, Reagan and the East Sea Dragon King hurriedly departed. Yujia slammed her fist on the table. Damn it, we were just a moment too late, allowing those 2 scoundrels to escape. It matters not. We have gleaned what we needed to know. Qin Xuan turned to leave. Su Fan, do not retire early. I wish to speak with you. Upon returning to the villa, Su Fan sat in the living room. After finishing a phone call, Qin Xuan entered his home dressed in a white shirt and jeans, her face free of makeup. She carried a rustic jar and settled down at the table. Is this 50-year-old vintage from the ancient winery by the Qishui River? Su Fan sniffed the aroma. Are you intending to intoxicate me and then take advantage of me? Even if I were to take advantage of you, it would be a matter of tit for tat. Qin Xuan uncorked the jar and poured the fragrant liquor into the goblet. A man must drink this, otherwise he is no better than a girl. The two clinked their glasses and drank it down in one gulp. Initially, it was believed that only the Jin family was causing trouble. Little did they know. The Four Seas Dragon Palace had recklessly emerged to court disaster. Qin Xuan declared, "You must unearth their den. I shall eradicate them completely." "Certainly, I am at your service." Su Fan readily agreed. "I have long held a disdain for the Four Seas Dragon Palace. My friends will arrive shortly. We shall confer together." Footsteps echoed at the entrance as Yu Yong entered with Tan Hua, approaching Su Fan. Tan Hua, the head of the First Martial Arts Academy, was the foremost disciple of the Kunlun sect's master. He had been framed, stripped of his martial prowess, and left to wander the world. It was Su Fan who had saved his life, vanquishing the Kunlun disciples who pursued him and restoring his abilities. Tan Hua had defected from Kunlun to establish the First Martial Arts Academy, leading the strongest forces under the First Estate. "Fan Xiao, we have a guest," Yu Yong remarked. Casting a peculiar glance at Qin Xuan, he discreetly stepped back, merging into the shadows behind Tan Hua. "Fan Xiao, shall we return later?" Tan Hua said, slightly bowing towards Su Fan, his marble-like resolute face betraying no emotion. Although Qin Xuan sat there, Tan Hua seemed oblivious to her presence. "The head of the First Martial Arts Academy, Tan Hua?" Qin Xuan gasped, rising to her feet and staring at Su Fan. "You summoned someone from the First Estate for assistance?" She pointed at Yu Yong, who was hiding behind Tan Hua. "Come fort, with your furtive demeanor. Are you perhaps the enigmatic leader of the First Intelligence? No wonder you have access to such formidable information. Su Fan, you possess extraordinary connections. The Four Seas Dragon Palace collaborates with national intelligence to attempt to assassinate our great Xia's goddess of war, Qin Xuan." Su Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Yong. They also spoke of employing a scheme to draw a certain powerful force into this chaotic fray. The only entity that the Four Seas Dragon Palace perceives as powerful is your estate. Thus, I have invited you here to discuss matters. Yu Yong quickly comprehended the situation. The Four Seas Dragon Palace had approached the First Martial Arts Academy to subcontract the assassination of Qin Xuan, intending to ensnare them. Should they succeed in slaying the beloved idol Qin Xuan, the First Estate would be left without a trace. The Four Seas Dragon Palace was utterly despicable. Tan Hua addressed Su Fan, saying, "Fan Xiao, I believe the Four Seas Dragon Palace deserves annihilation." Chapter 8. The dandy, the task of killing should be left to the general, as she is the true victim, Su Fan stated. You are to handle the intelligence. Uncover the lair of the Four Seas Dragon Palace, and I shall hand it over to the general for resolution. A faint sound emanated from Tan Hua's Bluetooth headset. He looked at Su Fan and said, "Fan Xiao, The brothers on Perimeter Watch report that a master has infiltrated the community, targeting this villa. Su Fan glanced at Qin Yishuan. Could it be that the villains have mistaken their assassination target? Qin Yishuan sneered. I will protect you. Besides, with Tanhua, the first martial arts academy here, what is there to fear? Su Fan waved his hand, urging them to retreat and observe the identity of the newcomers. Tanhua and Yu Yong silently stepped into the corridor behind the living room. 2 minutes later, the faint sound of footsteps echoed. Several formidable figures swiftly pushed open the door and entered the living room, encircling Su Fan and Qin Yishuan. A tall youth, exuding an intimidating aura, looked at Qin Yishuan with a faint smile, saying, Commander, I never expected to see you so easily. Qin Yishuan glanced back at the corridor and then at Su Fan, questioning, am I blind? Or is this an illusion? Su Fan blinked and replied, What's the matter? Do you know this gentleman assassin? If I am not mistaken, you're Tanhua from the First Martial Academy. Qin Yishuan inquired. I have no enmity with the First Estate, and the First Martial Academy is a legitimate faction in the martial world. Why would you come to assassinate me? Tanhua smiled. In this world, there are no simple right or wrong, only perpetual interests. We are merely a blade, wielded by whoever offers the highest price. Qin Yishuan cautioned, if you kill me, the First Martial Academy will perish, as will the First Estate. My influence is sufficient to turn you to dust. Who would believe that we from the First Estate are responsible? Without evidence, how can you frame us? Tanhua drew a chilling short sword, stating, Commander, if you wish for a swift death, do not resist. A gleam of cold light darted toward Qin Yishuan's throat, leaving no room for retreat. With a sharp sound, Qin Yishuan drew a dagger from her waist, blocking Tanhua's short sword. The tremendous force shattered the chair beneath her, forcing her back into the corridor. Tanhua relentlessly pursued, brandishing his short sword in a lethal chase. The four assassins trailing behind exchanged sinister smiles with Su Fan, displaying unprofessionalism. At such a critical moment, they still had the audacity to grin. Su Fan offered a reminder, his fingers flicking as 4 toothpicks shot forth, piercing the throats of the 4 men. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the corridor. How could it be you? A sharp flash of sword light cut through the air, and Tanhua staggered out, clutching his throat. Run back and report. This is a trap. Just as he managed to shout, he beheld his 4 companions collapsing to the ground, clutching their throats, lifeless and unblinking. You are the worst of them all. He gazed at Su Fan in horror, his throat making strangled sounds as his teeth chattered, unable to utter a word. Fool! Incapable of handling matters. Your swordsmanship is pathetic, worthless. Tanhua stepped forward, brandishing a broken sword resembling a piece of black iron, approaching the false Tanhua. He ripped off the mask from the false Tanhua's face, revealing a despairing young visage. Lin Pahai, second son of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Yu Yong introduced. In truth, he possesses some strength, ranked 18th on the Four Seas Dragon Palace combat leaderboard. The First Estate is indeed tyrannical. A flicker of regret crossed Lin Pahai's eyes as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Fan sighed in relief, saying, Fortunately, I had a friend from the First Estate come today for discussions. Otherwise, an innocent person would have been wronged. In such a situation, even a fool would deduce that it was the First Estate who, for money, sought to assassinate the commander. Qin Yishuan scoffed. They will undoubtedly leave you alive to proclaim that the First Manor is responsible for my assassination. Thus, you are the safest among us. Sufanadith. I was wondering why they kept grinning at me instead of attacking. Let us depart. Fan Xiao, Yu Yong suggested. We will relay any intelligence to you at the earliest opportunity. Tanhua nodded at Su Fan and, together with Yu Yong, exited the room. Su Fan remarked, Hurry and have someone clear away this trash. There seems to be an abundance of refuse lately, which has kept Yu Jie quite busy. As Qin Yishuan reached the doorway and called out, Yu Jie hurried over with her subordinates, swiftly removing the bodies of Lin Pohei and his 4 henchmen. The Dragon King of Donghai would never rest easy now that his son was dead. Qin Yishuan said gravely, I shall arrange for someone to protect you discreetly. After all, it would be inconvenient for you to act while pretending to be harmless. What nonsense is this? Why would I pretend to be harmless? It's utterly absurd. The sound of a car screeching to a halt echoed from outside. Accompanied by the click of high heels, a beautiful woman strode into the living room. "Oh, Xueyan?" Su Fan exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here at such a late hour? How could I possibly rest easy when chaos reigns?" Wang Xueyan shot back, glancing at Qin Yishuan, who was clad in white and devoid of makeup. "Just moments ago, you were brawling with a sultry beauty at the nightclub, and now you're cavorting with a demure damsel. Your nightlife is quite extravagant." "Feeling guilty," Su Fan replied. "I assure you, that is all hearsay. Some people thrive on chaos." Wang Xueyan retrieved her phone and displayed a page before Su Fan. "Still denying it? The situation has devolved into utter mayhem, and you persist in your deceit. You may relish brawling with the Jean family, but what of the woman draped over your arm? What a taste you have! And this pure maiden. You're playing both sides. You're quite the libertine. Is that an entertainment gossip forum?" Su Fan observed the video of himself at the brawl, noticing that the comments had exceeded 8,000, all rife with rumors about the participants in the fray. The Jean and Su families clash over the Wang family's eldest daughter. The Su family's outcast clandestinely meets a mysterious woman. Inheritance disputes among the nobility. Who will emerge victorious and claim the fair maiden? Su Fan grumbled. Why are they so fervently discussing matters that do not concern them? Isn't this a violation of privacy? I knew it. Associating with Zhao Yaozu can only lead to trouble. Wang Xueyan debuted, King Sufan. Even if you were battling in the gold mines, it was for the Wang family. Late at night, inviting a girl to drink with you. Do you plan to explain this to your wife? Su Fan introduced, "This lady is our neighbor, residing next door. She is an official seeking my assistance regarding a spy case. In fact, the alluring woman at the nightclub was merely the demure lady before you in disguise." "What? How can that be?" Wang Xueyan compared the Qin Yishuan in the video with the one before her, finally realizing they were indeed the same person. Qin Yishuan produced an identification booklet from her back pocket, waving it in front of Wang Xueyan. "Miss Wang, Su Fan speaks the truth. Please do not misunderstand. This matter has caused trouble for Su Fan, and should any serious consequences arise, I shall bear the burden for him." Wang Xueyan, her eyes glinting with intent, grasped Su Fan's arm. "It's all right. Let us clarify the situation and dispel any misunderstandings. There will be no repercussions. By the way, my husband's cooperation in this case makes him a nameless hero. Dear, it's quite late, and I have some matters to discuss with you. Perhaps it would be best to ask this young lady to excuse us." Chapter 9. This man is quite dangerous. Qin Yishuan bid farewell to Su Fan with a casual wave and departed. Wang Xueyan settled at the table, her concern palpable. "I truly worry about you. Wine and temptation are inseparable. Spending the night drinking with a beautiful woman. Might there be other developments?" Su Fan swore, "Absolutely not. Besides, there are many residents in the adjacent rooms. A woman staying at my place must be mindful of her reputation. I hope you remain a man of integrity." Wang Xueyan said, her gaze fixed worriedly on Su Fan. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. "How about I stay here tonight?" "That would be wonderful," Su Fan thought, hesitating for a long while before finally saying, "But perhaps it's best not to. This is a place under the watchful eyes of criminals, and I fear for your safety here. Once the wrongdoers are dealt with, I shall personally come to escort you here." Just be a good person. I don't want to spend my days fretting over you." Wang Xueyan stood to leave. "You must come to the company to see me tomorrow morning. I have something to discuss." The following morning in Wang Xueyan's office, she looked at Su Fan and declared, "I've made a decision. Starting today, you will join the company. Idleness will only lead you down a path of decline. But I lack any skills and would merely be an eyesore here," Su Fan replied. "Once you truly understand my essence, you may find yourself disappointed and wish to cast me aside." Wang Xueyan smiled. "That is impossible. I am quite traditional and would not abandon someone simply because another man appears more capable." Outside the corridor, the sound of high heels echoed, and a strikingly alluring woman sauntered in, greeting Wang Xueyan. Wang Xueyan smiled. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Su Fan. From today onwards, he will serve as the executive vice president of our Wang Group. Please cooperate with his work." "Ah, so you are the second young master of the Su family." The captivating beauty gasped, covering her mouth in surprise as she scrutinized Su Fan. "So this is how you look." This ostentatious woman likely harbored ill intentions. seemingly expressing genuine emotion while subtly belittling the man who depends on others. Su Fan, cunning and astute, recognized that no one could perform theatrics before him without evading his keen perception. He looked at the enchanting woman and smiled. "My dear, what do you think I ought to look like?" "Nothing at all." The beauty quickly adjusted her expression. "Mr. Su, I am Linning, the director responsible for significant projects in the group. Welcome to Wang Group. I shall ensure to collaborate closely with you." She extended her delicate, fair hand, gently shaking Su Fan's in greeting. "Linning, Su Fan is my representative and will only report to me," Wang Xueyan remarked. "Whatever tasks he assigns you, follow his instructions diligently, but do not become overly attached to him. You should show concern for his daily life, ensuring he does not trouble other young ladies in the company." Linning, suddenly enlightened, replied, "Understood. However, my responsibility lies solely in serving him within the company. Matters beyond work are not my concern." Wang Xueyan chuckled. "How naive of you. The personal aspects are my domain. Now, escort Mr. Su to his office and assist him in organizing everything." Wang Xueyan's audacity seemed rather audacious. Could it be that she intended to use Linning as a pawn to test me? Seated in the spacious office, having successfully dispatched the overly enthusiastic Linning, Su Gui's phone rang, cutting through the stillness. "Master, we have encountered an issue with the Wang Group." Su Gui's voice echoed through the line. "The first bank has reported unusual capital flows within the Wang Group. Furthermore, it seems someone is clandestinely orchestrating a massive credit guarantee, not less than 1 billion. With the Wang Group's total assets barely reaching 20 billion and its liquid funds under 3 billion, offering a 1 billion credit guarantee essentially jeopardized one's entire fortune." Su Fan pondered, who could possibly merit such devotion from Wang Xueyan? Was there an underhanded scheme aimed at bringing the Wang Group to ruin? "Do you know where I am?" Su Fan inquired over the phone. "I am currently at the Wang Group, serving as the executive vice president." "Oh, I see. The master is personally overseeing matters." Su Gui exhaled in relief. "That reassures me. I will ensure that the first bank monitors this situation closely and strives to uncover the truth behind it. I will also inform the first commercial bank to be prepared to take over swiftly should any issues arise with the Wang Group." After enjoying lunch with Wang Xueyan, Su Fan returned to his office for a brief respite. Just as he was lost in slumber, Linning arrived to rouse him for a meeting. In the conference room, Linning presented a plethora of materials, methodically reporting to Wang Xueyan. Su Fan sat attentively beside them, though his eyelids gradually succumbed to heaviness. Wang Xueyan playfully tapped him with a rolled-up paper. "What were you up to last night? You look utterly exhausted. Pay attention. I intend to groom you as my successor." The notion startled Su Fan. "You are already considering a successor at such a young age?" Wang Xueyan blushed and smiled. "Can I continue forever? Once we marry, shouldn't we consider having children to carry on the legacy? Surely, you wouldn't want me to bear a child while managing business affairs." "Ah, then I must study diligently," Su Fan exclaimed, finally wide awake and invigorated for the meeting. Wang Xueyan was fully attuned to the content of Lin Ying's report. This meeting primarily served as Lin Ying's introduction of the company's operational status to Su Fan. The Wang Group's ventures encompassed real estate, commercial buildings, food production bases, and transportation, all of which represented substantial assets and projects. It was no wonder the Jin family harbored a relentless desire for the Wang family's wealth, practically yearning to swallow them whole. As the presentation concluded, Su Fan noted the absence of any mention regarding the credit guarantee. He turned to Lin Ying and inquired, "Lin, given our substantial assets, might we consider engaging in projects that present both high risks and rewards? For instance, acting as a guarantor for high-risk projects?" Lin Ying's face turned pale as she cast a dubious glance at Su Fan, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, that is absolutely impermissible. President Wang's business policy is grounded in prudence." She had issued a stern order, forbidding any guarantee projects exceeding 100 million. Wang Xueyan chuckled, "Darling, engaging in finance can be perilous. I wish for the company to develop steadily and grow incrementally, rather than risk it through financial maneuvers. Linning, you must ensure strict oversight here," Su Fan cautioned. Do not recklessly put the company at risk, and certainly do not engage in any credit guarantees behind our backs. Lin Ying's expression darkened. Resembling a thief caught in the act, she forced a smile and replied, "How could that be? Absolutely impossible. Mr. Su, rest assured, the company's regulations are stringent. I lack the audacity to act recklessly behind President Wang's back." Later that evening, Lin Ying, flustered, drove away from the company, nearly colliding with a stone pillar at the entrance. She drove in circles, confirming that no one was following her. Only then did she arrive at an upscale community, hastily entering a standalone villa. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than Jean Quotian swept her into the bedroom. After more than an hour of tumult, they finally settled down to discuss matters at hand. Lin Ying, anxious, confessed, "Third young master, I sense something ominous. That wretched Su Fan has been appointed as the executive vice president of the Wang Group today. I feel he might be aware of something, as he keeps bringing up the issue of credit guarantees." Jean Quotian scoffed, "Impossible. That credit guarantee is the final dagger that will slay the Wang Group. Apart from you and me, no one else knows of this matter. We must swiftly eliminate Su Fan. I perceive him as a threat who could jeopardize our plans." Jean Quotian continued, "Very well. Does he not have a penchant for trifling with promiscuous women? You should personally handle him. Set a trap for him, allowing Wang Xueyan to witness Su Fan attempting to violate you." Chapter 10. I do not wish for you to be harmed, third young master. Your words wound me deeply. Lin Ying's expression darkened. What do you mean by saying he enjoys consorting with loose women and that I should take care of him myself? Are you implying that I am also a loose woman? I have compromised myself for you, playing the role of an undercover agent, feigning a cheerful demeanor to curry favor, only to receive such an assessment from you. Jean Sanshao chuckled. "You are misinterpreting my intent. What I mean is that your charm is boundless, and you can certainly handle Su Fan, that lecher. However, do not allow him to succeed. The thought of my woman being sullied by that creature drives me to madness." Lin Ying, aware of Jean Quotian's unscrupulous nature, replied helplessly, "So what exactly should we do? I can assist you in the charade, but the script must be crafted by you. A person like Su Fan can be easily dealt with just a little cunning." Jean Quotian's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I will call Zhao Yaozu and arrange a meeting with Su Fan. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will first arrange for a honey trap to entertain him." Lin Ying coldly remarked, "Is my role merely to play the part of that honey trap?" Without considering Lin Ying's feelings, Jean Quotian continued, "I will install cameras in the private room beforehand to capture Su Fan's disgraceful antics and subsequently upload them online, thereby ruining him completely. And what about me? Will I not also be dragged down with him? Are you unaware of the existence of something called a mosaic? Fear not. Once I take over the Wang family's company, I shall appoint you as the president. Is this price worth your performance?" Lin Ying transformed her anger into delight. "Third young master, remember the words you spoke today? However, how can I catch Wang Xueyan in the act? That would facilitate the expulsion of Su Fan from the company. I will find someone to set the stage, compelling Wang Xueyan to confront him directly." Jean Quotian suggested, "Seek out that video online to discern Su Fan's tastes and dress according to that woman's style. Ensure that Su Fan does not recognize you. When Wang Xueyan enters, feign coercion by Su Fan, prompting her to advocate on your behalf. Have I not interacted with Su Fan before? Is it not likely he might recognize me? With modern makeup techniques, women can appear strikingly similar." Jean Quotian asserted confidently. "In such circumstances, under that lighting, the probability of Su Fan recognizing you is nearly non-existent. Moreover, who would suspect a high-ranking executive like you would masquerade as a courtesan?" Meanwhile, Su Fan, under Wang Xueyan's control, was dozing in the office when a call from Zhao Yaozu interrupted him. Upon answering, Zhao Yaozu's voice came through. "Young Master Fan, I sense a troubling matter at hand, uncertain whether it heralds fortune or misfortune." Bored and restless, Su Fan perked up. "The significance of trouble is irrelevant. What matters is whether it is amusing. Jean Quotian has sought my assistance in arranging a meeting with you to resolve all grievances." Jean Quotian, has he lost his mind? Su Fan pondered. If he wishes to resolve grievances, he need not trouble the Wang family. Do I dare confront the Jean family? Yet, he has reached out to me. and I cannot refuse. Our Zhao family conducts business openly, and the Jin families might could easily crush me 1,000 times over. Su Fan inquired with curiosity. So, do you wish for me to meet him or to decline? How would I know? I am merely a humble intermediary. Su Fan replied solemnly. Young Master Zhao, I forgot to mention, Miss Wang is quite displeased with you, believing you lured me to your nightclub, which led to the altercation with Jin Quetian. She has insisted several times that I relinquish your shares and sever all ties with you. No, Zhao Yaozu cried out. Without you, how shall I survive? It appears Miss Wang is intent on targeting me. If you do not speak on my behalf, I am doomed. I wish to advocate for you, provided I can ensure my own survival. Su Fan queried. So, do you think I should meet with Jin Quetian? Zhao Yaozu's voice trembled. Perhaps it is best not to. I have observed through surveillance that Jin Quetian's associates are secretly installing cameras in the reserved private room. Su Fan grasped the entirety of the situation. So, Jin Quetian intends to set a trap for me. Young Master Zhao, if I decline to meet him, would that not incite Jin Quetian's resentment towards you? By assisting me, you would become his adversary, Zhao Yaozu exclaimed. Yet I cannot idly watch you march to your demise. Your death would signify my own. Su Fan contemplated. Young Master Zhao, what do you perceive as Jin Quetian's scheme? You are seasoned in this industry. Surely you have speculated on his intentions. Zhao Yaozu replied without hesitation. Generally speaking, it involves secretly recording your compromising materials and then using them to blackmail you. In a nightclub, it undoubtedly pertains to matters concerning women. Suddenly, he erupted in anger. That scoundrel Jin Quangtian intends to drag me down with him. If anything were to happen to you under my watch, Miss Wang would certainly not spare me. He lamented. Look, we have become like grasshoppers on the same string, needing to confront that rascal Jin Quangtian together. Su Fan, with a bold demeanor, declared, I cannot allow Jin Quangtian to harbor resentment against you. I must venture into the trap he has set for me. However, you must assist me from behind the scenes and ensure I navigate this ordeal safely. Fan, you're truly a good brother. Zhao Yaozu exclaimed with excitement. Whatever you desire. I will unconditionally support your efforts. As long as I am not directly clashing with Jin Quangtian, I am willing to do anything. Su Fan suggested. Perhaps we can utilize this situation to alter Xueyan's preconceived notions about you. If she seeks your assistance tonight, bring her to your surveillance room so she can monitor my every move in the private room. Zhao Yaozu suddenly understood. I see now. You want Miss Wang to clearly see Jin Quangtian's true nature. Just remember to shield those chaotic elements of yours to avoid tainting Xueyan's perception. Su Fan warned. If she witnesses the depravity of your nightclub, she might very well compel you to beg on the streets. Zhao Yaozu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It truly feels like walking a tightrope. Rest assured, brother, tonight we will collaborate seamlessly, exposing both Jin Quangtian's treachery and your unwavering resolve to Miss Wang. Later that evening, Su Fan arrived at Wang Xueyan's office. Xueyan, tonight Jin Quangtian has summoned me to negotiate at Zhao Yaozu's nightclub, claiming he wishes to settle all grievances. Wang Xueyan abruptly raised her head. You must not go. Jin Quangtian is a despicable and shameless individual. He has certainly devised a conspiracy to harm you. Su Fan replied. I wish to ascertain what schemes Jin Quangtian has in store. If we shy away from a challenge posed by the enemy, his future tactics will only become more ruthless. But I do not want you to be harmed. Xueyan exclaimed. Su Fan reassured her, do not worry. Zhao Yaozu is my ally. He will protect me and ensure nothing happens to me in his nightclub. What good is Zhao Yaozu? Wang Xueyan retorted angrily. He is in cahoots with Jin Quangtian. Otherwise, why would Jin Quangtian choose to meet you there? Su Fan proposed, I have a plan to guarantee my safety tonight. You should go find Zhao Yaozu and keep an eye on him to assist me. He is most fearful of you. With you present, he will behave like a lamb. That is indeed a clever plan, Wang Xueyan courageously asserted. Together as husband and wife, we can defeat the villain Jin Quangtian. Chapter 11. You were dismissed at 9 o'clock that evening. Su Fan strode confidently through the entrance of the nightclub. Wang Xueyan's car was parked in the small alley behind the establishment, and Zhao Yaozu, with a bow, welcomed Wang Xueyan into the nightclub, leading her through a secret passage to the surveillance room on the rooftop. Upon her first arrival at such a place, Wang Xueyan gazed in astonishment at the large screen on the wall and inquired, Zhao Yaozu, how could you be so despicable as to monitor every movement in each private room? This is merely a special security measure. Generally, I do not engage in monitoring unless a significant situation arises. For instance, tonight, as Jin Quangtian is set to negotiate with Fan Xiao, I must ensure his safety, Zhao Yaozu replied. After all, Fan Xiao is my dear brother and a crucial shareholder of our nightclub. If anything were to happen to him under my watch, I would have no way to explain it to you, Miss Wang. Humph. Wang Xueyan sneered, taking her seat in the central monitoring position. Zhao Yaozu, bustling about like an assistant, projected the footage from one of the private rooms onto the large screen. In the clear video, Su Fan was seen entering the room and settling onto the central sofa. A waiter brought a bottle of fine liquor and placed it on the coffee table before Su Fan. He poured himself a glass and took a few tasteless sips. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and a stunning beauty clad in a form-fitting black sequined dress sauntered in, gracefully approaching Su Fan. Ah! A look of surprise crossed Su Fan's face. Miss, who are you? Have you entered the wrong room? I have matters to discuss with my friend, who will be arriving shortly. Please leave. Is it Fan Xiao? The alluring beauty's heavily made-up face broke into a flirtatious smile. Her voice was husky, imbued with feminine charm and seduction. Jin San Xiao sent me. He will be arriving a bit late and asked me to keep you company in the meantime. As she spoke, the beauty moved closer to Su Fan. Hold on, Su Fan exclaimed, raising his hand to halt her approach. Jin San Xiao sent you? Did he inform you that I have a preference for women of your temperament? Everyone knows Fan Xiao's tastes. The beauty smiled. Fan Xiao's videos have trended online. It's impossible not to know. Indeed, his notoriety knows no bounds. Su Fan replied helplessly. I prefer women who can dance passionately. It has nothing to do with temperament. The woman I seek is the best at hot dancing. Can you dance? If not, you may leave. What? Hot dancing? Linning gritted her teeth and laughed. Who can't dance? But in a setting like this, what is the point of dancing? Jin San Xiao assured me that I could fulfill any of Fan Xiao's requests. Whatever they may be, you should cherish this opportunity. Unmoved by her insinuations, Su Fan stated, I require you to dance for me right now. If you refuse, you may leave. He then opened his phone and played an intense dance track. All right, if you wish to see, I shall dance. Linning replied through gritted teeth, beginning to twist and turn before Su Fan. What on earth is happening? At a distant monitoring station, Jin Quangtian stared in disbelief at Linning dancing wildly in the private room. This is not the time for foolishness. What is she doing? If this gets online, even a dog wouldn't look at it. Beside Jin Quangtian, Jin Wang bowed and scraped like a servant, saying, San Xiao, that rascal Su Fan is a lunatic. The things he does cannot even be considered human. Immediately call Wang Xueyan and instruct her to come and catch the adulterers. Jin Quangtian exclaimed in anger. Even if we cannot completely ruin Su Fan's reputation, having Wang Xueyan expel him from the Wang family would not be a futile effort. A call from an unfamiliar number rang on Wang Xueyan's phone. Once connected, a voice on the other end, deliberately lowered, said, Miss Wang, your husband is at the Zhao family's nightclub with a woman. You should hurry over to catch him in the act. Their private room number is. The call ended, and Wang Xueyan stared at the screen, displaying a seductive woman dancing, along with Su Fan, who was enjoying the performance. Bewildered, she murmured, Is this it? Su Fan hasn't done anything. What am I supposed to catch him in? This is truly crude, Zhao Yaozu fumed. Some people are simply fools, even when committing wrongdoings. They do so in a chaotic and unmethodical manner. Fortunately, Miss, you witnessed the truth. Otherwise, even with 1,000 explanations, Su Fan could not clarify himself. But they haven't done anything. I am well acquainted with such tricks. By the time you burst into the room, that woman will surely leap on his Su Fan, shouting that he has assaulted her. How despicable. Wang Xueyan shot Zhao Yaozu a fierce glare and rushed out of the monitoring room. Miss Wang, please don't hold it against me. I am merely an interpreter, Zhao Yaozu called out, quickly following her. Inside the private room, the music blared passionately. Lin Ying danced so fervently that her legs threatened to cramp. Yet Su Fan remained engrossed, even grinning foolishly, just as Lin Ying appeared ready to explode. A series of loud knocks echoed from the door. Lin Ying, elated, suddenly dashed towards Su Fan, tackling him onto the sofa, when Wang Xueyan burst through the door. What she beheld was Su Fan reclining on the sofa, entangled with a woman whose dress was half torn. The woman was desperately struggling, crying out, "No, no." Wang Xueyan rushed over, separating Su Fan from the woman. The woman sobbed, looking at Wang Xueyan, pleading, "President Wang, you must stand up for me. It was he who summoned me here and coerced me. As a weak woman, how could I contend with a powerful man like him?" "What?" Wang Xueyan gasped in astonishment. She scrutinized Lin Ying closely, and after a long moment, she exclaimed, "Lin Ying, how could it be you?" "Lin Ying?" Su Fan scrambled off the sofa, rushing to Lin Ying for a closer look. "Lin Ying, Director Lin, what are you doing dressed like that, embracing me in the private room? What are your intentions?" "It is you who seeks to take advantage of me," Lin Ying shouted. "President Wang, you know very well who I am. I always behave myself and would never intentionally seduce Su Fan. He forced me into this. Do not speak. I need a moment to think." Wang Xueyan sat on the nearby sofa, holding her forehead. "This is truly perplexing. How could it be you?" Zhao Yaozu rushed into the private room, feigning ignorance, and asked in surprise, "What is happening here? Su Fan, what are you doing with this woman?" "President Wang, what are you doing here as well? Wasn't it Jean Quangtian who asked you to bring me here?" Su Fan exclaimed, "You must testify for me. Otherwise, you will be in cahoots with Jean Quangtian. It is indeed my invitation, yet it does not grant you the liberty to cavort with women here." Zhao Yaozu feigned innocence and remarked, "Fan Shao, can't you find a woman of higher caliber? Each time, you choose these lowly women, which utterly diminishes the prestige of our nightclub." "Zhao Yaozu, get out!" Wang Xueyan bellowed, causing Zhao Yaozu to flee in disgrace. Lin Ying stood up and approached Wang Xueyan, her demeanor calm, while Lin Ying's heart raced, sensing impending calamity. "Was it Su Fan who summoned you?" Wang Xueyan inquired with a stoic expression. "Indeed, it was him." Lin Ying gritted her teeth. "And he directed you to dress like a harlot?" Wang Xueyan pressed. "Did you heed his words?" "No. I was merely out with friends and came over without time to change my attire," Lin Ying explained. "Your dancing was rather commendable," Wang Xueyan remarked. "Huh?" Lin Ying's head snapped up, horrified at Wang Xueyan's implication. "Are you an informant for Jean Quangtian within the Wang group?" Lin Ying trembled with fear. "President Wang, please listen. I have no ties with Jean Quangtian. I don't even know him." A sneer of disdain crossed Wang Xueyan's face. "So Su Fan invites you for a casual rendezvous before negotiating with his adversary, and you arrived without hesitation? Are you foolish? Or do you presume I am as dim-witted as you?" A sharp slap resounded across Lin Ying's face. "I trusted you deeply, granting you immense power, treating you as a sister. Depart. Lin Ying, you are dismissed. Effective immediately, you are forbidden from setting foot in the Wang group again." Chapter 12. A dependable man without allowing Lin Ying to utter another word. Wang Xueyan approached Su Fan, linking her arm with his. "Darling, I know you possess a kind heart. Your kindness blinds you to the malice of others. However, I shall protect you and believe in you unconditionally." "Thank you, Xueyan. I intended to negotiate with Jean Quangtian to reach a resolution. I do not wish for you to remain ensnared in the schemes of others. That sort of person, like Jean Quangtian, would never engage in genuine negotiation. Every action they take is calculated to undermine and ensnare you. Zhao Yaozu is no better. We shall settle accounts with him later." Wang Xueyan and Su Fan walked away together. Lin Ying, in frustration, hurled her wig to the ground and slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly defeated. After a night of fervent dancing for Su Fan, all her efforts culminated in a complete and utter loss. Su Fan was truly despicable. Now, with Wang Xueyan expelling her from the Wang group, all her dedication and promising prospects had disintegrated into mere illusions. Jean Quangtian entered and sat beside Lin Ying. She weakly inquired, "Third young master, what shall we do next?" "The Wang family will eventually become my feast," Jean Quangtian replied with a fierce expression. "Since the mask has been removed, let us not be courteous, Tomorrow, you shall short the 10 billion credit guarantee project and ensnare the Wang family. The following afternoon, Wang Xueyan was still tidying up the mess Linning left behind when her phone rang incessantly with calls from the bank. What 10 billion guarantee? Why have our bank accounts been frozen? Wang Xueyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Our Wang Group has never engaged in such immense investments. Mr. Wang, the welfare home chain project you previously guaranteed has now been proven to be a complete scam. On the phone, the bank's investment manager spoke urgently. The latest investigation reveals that the national consortium responsible for this project is nothing more than a shell company. They left behind a pile of worthless plots, the total value of which does not exceed 100 million. The 1 billion that our bank allocated to their account has been transferred abroad, and all their office staff have vanished, presumably absconding with the funds. What welfare home project? I know nothing about it. Wang Xueyan's heart sank. Was this matter handled by Linning? Yes, she came with your authorization letter to sign the guarantee agreement. How could you be unaware of this? After hanging up, Wang Xueyan attempted to call Lin Ying's mobile number, only to find it has been disconnected. Damn it! A look of despair washed over Wang Xueyan's face. Lin Ying had disappeared, and a 1 billion guarantee project had turned into a worthless debt. The next step would be the bank's liquidation of the Wang Group, if the 1 billion in funds could not be accounted for. The bankruptcy of the Wang Group was imminent. Su Fan hummed a tune as he entered from outside, noticing Wang Xueyan's grim expression, as if she had just endured a beating. What is wrong, Xueyan? Su Fan inquired with concern. We've been sabotaged by the gold mine field. Lin Ying misappropriated 10 billion in trust funds for a non-existent project. Wang Xueyan forced a bitter smile. Now the project has collapsed. Once our group's credit is ruined and our reputation destroyed, we will all be left to fend for ourselves. Don't panic. Let us investigate and clarify all the details first. Su Fan reassured her. There is always a way when the road gets tough. We will surely find a solution. The two of them left the company together to investigate the project's relevant materials at the bank, applying for a payment extension, before heading to inspect the so-called welfare chain project. According to the project plan, the National Operations Team would establish 100 nursing homes, orphanages, and rehabilitation centers in Yin City, forming a health industry chain. The National Investment Group had secured several plots in Yin City as the initial project sites. However, some of these plots were located in dilapidated residential areas, where demolition had not even been completed, while others were situated in urban-rural fringe areas, littered with filth. These plots barely reached a value of 100 million. Under Lin Ying's manipulation, they had deceived the Wang Group into providing a 10 billion credit guarantee using these worthless plots. Standing on a hillside to the left in the muddy ground, a group of pigs were grunting and rooting about. To the right, fish were leaping playfully in a pond. Su Fan observed the fish pond closely. The fish here seemed plentiful. Perhaps we could catch something substantial. Wang Xueyan smacked Su Fan. I'm so anxious that I could jump into the river, and you're still thinking about fishing? Do you have no compassion at all? I just thought it might help you relax. These people dare to use welfare projects as a scam. May they face retribution for their deeds. Su Fan quickly displayed a look of disdain. Xueyan, what do you think we should do now? First, we must secure an investment of 1 billion to remedy this predicament. Wang Xueyan asserted. Given our company's profitability, we could repay this sum within 3 to 5 years, allowing the company to rise from the ashes. Then let us seek the funds, Su Fan reassured her. Your kindness will surely attract those willing to assist us in mending this gap. Upon returning to the office, before they could even settle into their chairs, the manager of the legal department rushed in, visibly distressed. President Wang, the Su family has filed a lawsuit against us. He handed Wang Xueyan a court summons, casting a furtive glance at Su Fan. The Su family claims they have long expelled Su Fan from their fold, thus nullifying the previous engagement. They are suing our company for the return of their betrothal gifts, including 100 million in dowry and 2 plots of land. Shameless. Wang Xueyan fumed, her anger palpable. At that moment, the manager of the public relations department burst into the room. President Wang, we have a crisis. Numerous rumors are circulating online regarding a rupture in our company's financial chain. There is certainly someone orchestrating this malicious campaign. Jean Mingtian, Wang Xueyan slammed her fist on the table, her voice filled with despair. The Jin family's vengeance has arrived. They are determined to ruin what they cannot possess. That is their modus operandi. Xueyan, do not panic. This is not insurmountable. Su Fan comforted her. For instance, regarding the Su family's lawsuit, we can prolong the legal proceedings. If we delay for a year or two, by that time, the Su family may find themselves in bankruptcy. They will then plead for mercy, begging us to grant them a mere pittance, at which point they will withdraw their case. He turned to the legal manager, instructing, entrust this matter to you. Do your utmost to delay them, and take your time. The legal manager glanced at Wang Xueyan. I will proceed as per Mr. Su's instructions. Wang Xueyan added, when faced with challenges, consult Mr. Su frequently. He possesses deep insights regarding the Su family and can offer valuable strategies. With that, the legal manager departed. The online rumors are, in truth, inconsequential, Su Fan remarked to the public relations manager. If rumors could truly cause ruin, then one merely needs a mouth to speak. What need is there for action? We remain steadfast here, and the falsehoods will inevitably unravel. Increase our external communications, focusing solely on positive news while omitting the negative. Do they expect to investigate our company? Understood, Mr. Su. The public relations manager nodded in admiration before exiting. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in securing funds. Su Fan declared with a smile. Once we acquire that 1 billion, all of Jin Mingtian's efforts will be rendered futile. My dear, you possess such admirable composure. Wang Xueyan gazed at Su Fan with admiration, suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. I was a bit flustered earlier, but your words make it seem as though these matters are but a simple dish to be resolved with a mere flick of chopsticks. You truly are a dependable man. Chapter 13. Fan, I have high hopes for you. Wang Xueyan commenced her work as Su Fan retreated to his office and dialed Qianduo's number. Qianduo, a premier financial expert, holds 12 doctoral titles in economics and finance from internationally renowned institutions. He had been wrongfully ensnared by the owner of an online lending company, nearly facing a lifetime of imprisonment. It was Su Fan who apprehended the owner of the online lending company, restoring his innocence. In gratitude, Qianduo joined the First Bank, becoming the proprietor of First Xinzhuang. The vast financial empire under the First Bank places Qianduo's First Xinzhuang as its controlling entity. As the call connected, a respectful voice from Qianduo resonated. Master, what are your commands? You've performed admirably, Su Fan replied with a smile. Are you aware that the Jin family absconded with 10 billion from the Wang family? My wife is nearly terrified. This fund has been under my surveillance, Qianduo stated. Since last night, it has been continuously transferred in and out across several countries, attempting to launder itself. Rest assured, Master, before it enters the bank, I will certainly intercept it and redirect it to our own accounts. I'm currently allowing it to roam freely to gather more information on our adversary's global account details. What do you think is the best way to handle the Wang family's predicament? For matters like this, consult Wu Yi, Qianduo suggested. I specialize in finance. He's more adept in commercial affairs. Wu Yi, the general manager of the First Commercial Bank, was the only elite who proactively sought to ally with Su Fan, rather than merely benefiting from his favors. His admiration for Su Fan was fervent. Working for him was his utmost honor. Under his leadership, the First Bank's enterprises were rapidly expanding, quietly evolving into the largest conglomerate in Great Xia. Upon receiving Su Fan's call, before Su Fan could utter a word, Wu Yi joyfully exclaimed, Master, I bring good news. Our first holding company under the First Bank has been brought under our control. All right, manage these trivial matters yourself. Su Fan said, my wife's group lost 10 billion due to a welfare chain scheme, and she is quite anxious. Minor issue, Wu Yi replied excitedly. Shall I acquire the Master's wife's group and transform it into a subsidiary of the First Bank? Are you out of your mind? Su Fan retorted. If throwing money could resolve this, I would have sought out Qianduo. I ask you how to handle this matter in a way that appears natural and preserves my wife's dignity. Master, Wu Yi pondered for a moment. As the funds increase, I've realized something. With wealth, one can indeed act with impunity. Many issues can simply be resolved with money. Even a piece of excrement can be transformed into a treasure when adorned with gold and jewels. To sum it up, you mean we can rejuvenate this welfare chain project through financial investment? Su Fan contemplated, seek a company to invest several billion. Then collaborate with the Wang Group to jointly operate this welfare chain project. Tianjun's real estate group would be an excellent choice. The welfare industry is an extension of real estate. Wu Yi suggested. To mitigate risks, his group should not have overt collaboration with our first bank. It would be most appropriate for him to step in and clean up the mess. A mere few billion in venture capital from Qianduo will suffice. Damn it. For such a trivial matter, you all make me search high and low. Su Fan was fuming with anger. Am I the boss or merely one of your subordinates? As the organization grew, the issues of evasion and blame shifting had become ingrained. With a sense of resignation, he dialed Tianjun's number and said, "There is something I need you to assist me with." "Certainly, what is it, master?" Tianjun replied. "Please approach Boss Qian and request 30 billion for a welfare industry project in collaboration with my YFS Wang Group. We need to get this project off the ground. Someone has sabotaged it, and my wife has been deceived, leaving her quite upset. I will take care of it immediately." Tianjun assured him, "Rest assured, master. I will collaborate closely with the Wang Group and ensure that Miss Wang remains unaware of your involvement behind the scenes." Once everything was arranged, Su Fan returned to a state of idleness. As he contemplated where to dine that evening, Wang Xueyan suddenly burst in, her face alight with excitement. "Husband, you truly are a prophet. What have I done?" Su Fan asked, astonished. "You just said that my kindness would surely attract help." Wang Xueyan beamed. "I just received a call from a financial investment group that wants to inject 10 billion into our company." "What?" Su Fan was taken aback. "Who would dare encroach on my business and cover my YFS losses? And precisely 10 billion, arriving at such an opportune moment." Seeing Wang Xueyan's joyful demeanor, Su Fan couldn't help but join in her happiness. "This is indeed splendid news. Let us celebrate tonight with a candlelit dinner." "What is there to celebrate? We just lost 10 billion. Wang Xueyan exclaimed in despair. "This money is their investment, and it must be repaid. Moreover, whether we can secure it is another matter entirely. I have to work overtime today to prepare negotiation materials. But Xueyan, I really want to dine with you." And then, "Oh, you're impossible." Wang Xueyan's face flushed with a delicate shade of red. "What time is it? And you're still thinking about such frivolous things. Any ideas you have can wait until this crisis has passed." As she swayed her hips and departed, Su Fan gazed after her graceful silhouette, bemused. What was I thinking? It was just a dinner, followed by seeing her home. The following morning, the investment negotiations unfolded with tension. When Su Fan saw Wang Xueyan again at noon, her expression was less than pleasant. "What's wrong, Xueyan? Is the negotiation not going well?" "They seem to have a rather aggressive stance. Their demands are too harsh." Wang Xueyan replied. "For an investment of 10 billion, they want to acquire 49% of our Group S shares. Our group is valued at over 20 billion. Even 35% would be a significant concession." Su Fan reassured her. "There is no need to rush. Let us take our time. Without them, other potential partners may come forward." "By the way," Wang Xueyan suddenly exclaimed, "they also insisted on your participation in negotiations." Su Fan was astonished. "How can that be? I've only just joined the group. Who knows who I am? It's because you were too high-profile recently, getting into a fight at the nightclub and becoming an internet sensation," Wang Xueyan stated. "This afternoon, you must accompany me to the negotiations. With me there, you have nothing to fear." In the spacious conference room, Wang Xueyan pointed to a remarkably imposing young man across from her and said, "Mr. Su, this is young Master Long from Longyue Group. He is the one who proposed to invest in our Wang Group." "Longyue Group? Is it the one that emerged from the sea?" Su Fan pondered internally as he shook hands with young Master Long. "Why do you hold me in such high regard?" "Young Master Long, I am utterly inexperienced and merely a burden in this negotiation." "Fan, I have great confidence in you," young Master Long replied, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "As long as you are present, our negotiations will proceed smoothly. We will have numerous opportunities for collaboration that will undoubtedly satisfy both parties." Su Fan nodded and took a seat opposite young Master Long. "Since you are so forthright, I shall not be overly courteous. Your proposed equity stake is nothing short of exorbitant. After discussing with Mr. Wang, we can invest 10 billion, but we can only offer you a maximum of 20% equity. Any more, and we would incur significant losses. Both young Master Long and Wang Xueyan were taken aback. Young Master Long stammered, "Fan, this seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? We have conducted thorough investigations into the assets of your Wang Group. Then I shall not trouble you further. Perhaps we can collaborate on another occasion." Su Fan stood up and took Wang Xueyan by the hand, ready to leave. Chapter 14. Can we dance? Su Fan, resolute, led Wang Xueyan to the conference room door. Young Master Long could no longer remain seated. He stood up with a wry smile and called out, "Fan, please wait. Today, I have finally grasped what it means to be unreasonable, what it means to be stubborn like a dead duck, and what it means to bite back. Our strength is evident. We are not afraid of lacking partners for collaboration." Su Fan turned around and said, "Your investigation was superficial. You have not recognized the formidable potential of our Wang Group. Offering you 20% is already a testament to our integrity. Come, let us discuss this further." Young Master Long beckoned Su Fan and Wang Xueyan to return and resume negotiations. Seated once again, Su Fan resembled a formidable deity, exerting a palpable pressure over the room. Wang Xueyan gained confidence, fully aware of young Master Long's limits. In the ensuing negotiations, she relentlessly fought for her interests, ultimately compelling young Master Long to lower his lofty head. Under Su Fan's imposing demeanor, young Master Long reluctantly acquiesced to the conditions proposed by Wang Xueyan, begrudgingly agreeing to invest 10 billion in exchange for 20% equity in the Wang Group. "Fan, you truly are a formidable negotiator," young Master Long remarked, having agreed to sign the cooperation agreement the following day. "Fan, I would like to invite you to join me for a drink tonight. I hope you will honor me with your presence." Su Fan glanced at Wang Xueyan. "However, I had planned to accompany my wife for a candlelight dinner this evening. Mr. Wang, I wish to discuss some details of our collaboration with Fan," young Master Long said to Wang Xueyan with a smile. "Would it be possible for me to borrow him for the evening?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xueyan replied, "Let us prioritize work. My dear, I will personally prepare dinner for you tomorrow." Once they had sent young Master Long off, the two made their way to Wang Xueyan's office. She suddenly embraced Su Fan and planted a firm kiss on his forehead. "Darling, how did you know young Master Long would agree to such stringent terms?" Su Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "Because he sought us out. His eagerness to seek us out undoubtedly implies that he has a request. Therefore, I shall drive a hard bargain and bring him to his knees." "My dear husband, you truly are a commercial genius," Wang Xueyan exclaimed with a smile of bliss. "The pinnacle of commerce lies in understanding the hearts of people, and you have achieved such a remarkable level." As Wang Xueyan prepared to sign the cooperation agreement the next day, Su Fan departed from the company and returned to his villa. Before long, Qin Yishuan entered through the front door and sat across from Su Fan. "What have you been preoccupied with these past few days? Any new intelligence?" "The gold mine scam has cost my wife 10 billion. I have yet to recover from the loss when suddenly Long Xiao from Long Yue Group has approached, wishing to invest 10 billion in my wife's corporation. What a coincidence." Qin Yishuan's eyes darted. "Is the Jin family attempting to deceive us further?" "Long Yue Group," Su Fan reminded. "Their representative is called Long Xiao." "Long, what have you thought of? The Dragon Palace of the Four Seas?" Qin Yishuan's expression turned grave. "This matter is somewhat alarming. If the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas has some tacit understanding with the Jin family, does that imply a connection between the Jin family and the nation? All of this remains conjectural, lacking any tangible evidence." Su Fan remarked, "Tonight, Long Xiao has invited me out for entertainment. Perhaps I might glean some valuable information. I shall accompany you." Su Fan hesitated. If the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas indeed has ties with the Jin family, might they recognize you? If so, we would be in quite a predicament. "I shall disguise myself as I did last time," Qin Yishuan declared confidently. "No one recognized me then. Not even Jin Kefeng sitting across from me could possibly know that I am his employer. Let's agree on this, regardless of what transpires. You must not hold me accountable. I am merely playing my part. Rest assured, it is all for work." Qin Yishuan nodded. Even if I must share a bed with you, I shall not blame you. How naive you are. At 9 o'clock in the evening, at the Dihua Grand Hotel, Su Fan entered a lavish private room on the first floor with Qin Yishuan. Observing a group of young elites and beautiful women engaging in lively conversation, drinking and jesting, the air thick with flirtatious tension. Fan Xiao, I have prepared some delightful ladies for you. Yet you have brought your own companion. Long Xiao laughed heartily, approaching with two stunning women. He scrutinized Qin Yishuan closely. This beauty seems quite familiar. Indeed, she is the one who fought alongside Fan Xiao at the nightclub. A beauty giggled, covering her mouth. That's correct. Long Xiao affectionately took Su Fan's arm and led him to a set of sofas. Fan Xiao is a man of enduring affection. He is a role model for us all. He looked at Su Fan and chuckled. Fan Xiao, I have heard this beauty dances remarkably well. Might we request her to perform a number for our enjoyment? What? A dance? Qin Yishuan, clinging to Su Fan's arm, suddenly stiffened. What nonsense! Su Fan replied sternly. My woman shall dance solely for my eyes. To dance for you all would be a blow to my pride. Fan Xiao, this is somewhat disrespectful. Long Xiao observed, his gaze shifting oddly. Are these women not merely for our entertainment? If I were to have Miss Wang dance for everyone, that would be a breach of decorum on my part. Is it unacceptable for a woman of the night to perform a dance? What could possibly be the issue? Qin Yishuan's fingers pinched sharply at Su Fan's inner arm, nearly drawing tears from him. She twisted her waist, rising to her feet, and snapped her fingers at the server by the bar. In honor of young Master Fan, allow me to demonstrate what true dancing is. As the fierce dance music blared, Qin Yishuan swayed her lustrous black hair, moving wildly before Su Fan, a palpable heat radiating from her. The crowd gathered around, captivated by her sultry performance, their bodies swaying gently to the rhythm, igniting an exuberant atmosphere in the private room. With a graceful leap, Qin Yishuan approached Su Fan, kneeling on one knee, her right hand grasping his chin, her fiery gaze locked onto him. Her body twisted like a serpent before him. Su Fan stood transfixed, his limbs stiff, resembling a mere statue. Leaning close to his ear, Qin Yishuan whispered, "You coward." She then leaped onto him, striking an exceedingly provocative pose to conclude her performance, inciting a wave of enthusiastic applause. Observing Qin Yishuan sliding effortlessly beside Su Fan, Long Xiao remarked with envy, no wonder with such a tantalizing appetizer. The boiled cabbage pales in comparison. Young Master Fan, your taste is unique and enviable. With a radiant lily like Miss Wang and a thorny black rose like this, you are indeed the luckiest man. Long Xiao, admiration cannot be transferred. Su Fan raised his glass, toasting the young masters around him, then clinked glasses with Long Xiao. Cheers. Long Xiao gestured for the crowd to disperse, allowing them to converse undisturbed. You are a clever man, Long Xiao whispered in Su Fan's ear. The Wang Group is being defrauded and is on the brink of bankruptcy. You should understand that my collaboration with the Wang family is not a plea for your assistance, but rather a means to aid you. Su Fan looked at Long Xiao, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I find this situation rather peculiar. I merely teased you, yet you acquiesced to my unreasonable demands. So in truth, you are the one seeking my favor, making you agreeable. You're truly mischievous. Long Xiao responded, at a loss for words. In truth, my collaboration with the Wang family is a fade. My alliance with you is genuine. Consider my partnership with the Wang family as a small gift to you. He gazed earnestly at Su Fan. Young Master Fan, I genuinely have a favor to ask. If you assist me, the benefits you receive will be beyond your imagination. More significant than $1 billion investment. So finding Kuwait, what does money matter? Long Xiao chuckled. A man should indulge in the beauty's embrace and wield power over the world. If you partner with me, I will ensure you rise above, commanding respect and loyalty. At that time, Miss Wang will no longer dare view you as a mere man living off her, but will willingly become your devoted wife. Su Fan maintained a composed demeanor, unfazed. Dreams do not satiate hunger. Let us discuss the particulars of this collaboration. Young Master, do you reside at Meijing Manor? Long Xiao asked. Is there a rather arrogant girl living next door to you? Chapter 15. Help me stage a play. Su Fan, bewildered, replied, What girl? I have no idea. I returned to Yin City less than a week ago and have only spent a few days at the beautiful scenic estate. Still unaware if my neighbors are home. Wang Xueyan nodded. It's all right. Ignorance can be a blessing. In any case, there lives a delightful young lady next door. Since you are her neighbor, I would like to request your assistance. Are you interested in courting this young lady? Su Fan inquired astutely. Is she also adept at dancing? Such matters are best approached personally. Long Xiao. If you wish to utilize my villa, I assure you there would be no issue. Long Xiao replied. She will undoubtedly know of your residence. My moving in may raise her suspicions. Su Fan. What I need you to do is to get as close to her as possible, even if you cannot win her heart as a lover. Strive to be regarded as a brother. Su Fan chuckled wryly. Do you think I am someone who can easily charm a woman? Look at Qin Yishuan beside me. Do you think I could ever attract that girl's affection? Su Fan, I believe you are quite charming, with an endearing innocence about you. Qin Yishuan pondered. However, if you wish to capture a girl's attention, you must shed your passivity and proactively engage her interest. Ah, this sister truly understands. Long Xiao laughed joyfully. Precisely. Su Fan, fret not, for I will strategize from behind the scenes to help you effortlessly win her heart. What exactly are you plotting? Su Fan inquired warily. I'm a man of integrity and would never engage in deceitful schemes. If you intend to use me to deceive others, I shall expose your conspiracy without hesitation. Not at all. I merely wish to befriend that young lady. Long Xiao hastily clarified. By employing you as an intermediary, we can create a buffer that simplifies matters. I can't shake the feeling that you are complicating things. Long Xiao. Finally growing impatient, Long Xiao looked at Su Fan and stated, These are my terms. If you assist me, I shall sign an agreement with Miss Wang tomorrow. Should you refuse, our pact will be nullified. Ah, so it's a threat, Su Fan muttered. Let me make myself clear. I can assist you, but whether I can truly help depends on your capabilities. Just agree, Su Fan. Long Xiao nodded. We are now in this together, and you must keep the details of our arrangement confidential. If you breach this trust, that young lady may very well vanish from your life, never to return. Long Xiao, your true intentions are finally revealed. Su Fan sighed. How can I attract that girl's attention? I have devised a scheme, Long Xiao replied. This young lady is warm-hearted and altruistic. If one day, a blood-curdling scream emanates from your villa, and a few burly men threaten to break your legs, she is certain to come to your aid. It would be best if you genuinely broke Su Fan's legs, Qin Yishuan suggested. Otherwise, the girl might suspect you were deceiving her. Long Xiao's expression turned contemplative. Yet he ultimately shook his head in regret. No, Su Fan's legs cannot be broken. Otherwise, he would have no means to express gratitude to the young lady, nor pursue her further. No one wishes to associate with a man who can no longer walk. He looked at Su Fan and said, Tomorrow morning, we shall sign the cooperation agreement. I will suggest to Lady Wang that you assist me with a few matters. This way, you won't be under her scrutiny and will have the freedom to execute our plans. Well, that's a silver lining, Su Fan replied. However, at this juncture, it seems I might be at a disadvantage in our transaction. Su Fan continued, Perhaps you could concede a bit more. Let the 10 billion investment yield a 15% stake. Are you a demon, Fan Xiao? Long Xiao looked at Su Fan in astonishment. How can you be so stingy? With your acumen in business, I find it hard to believe you could ever incur a loss and wind up with nothing. I must report back to Lady Wang as well. So Fan remarked, If Xueyan asked me what you discussed with Long Xiao last night, shall I tell her that I spent the evening watching a dance performance? If I could secure her some benefits, perhaps she would be pleased enough to forget about interrogating me. You are quite the husband slave, Qin Yishuan scoffed from the side. This is typical of married men. I can certainly understand. Long Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, I agree to your terms. After all, I am not lacking in funds. But Fan Xiao, you must recognize your responsibilities to your family. Should you suddenly pass away, imagine how heartbroken Lady Wang would be. Or, if she were to suddenly depart, knowing the Wang family's disposition, you would receive not a single cent. Having settled the important matters, everyone joyfully indulged in drinks. It was not until 11 in the evening that Su Fan, arm in arm with Qin Yishuan, departed from the Dihua Grand Hotel, and drove home. Su Fan dialed Wang Xueyan's number and inquired, "Xueyan, have you arrived home yet?" "I'm still at the office. Just finished the agreement," Wang Xueyan replied with concern. "What did Long Xiao discuss with you? Did he impose any harsh conditions?" "None at all," Su Fan responded. "Since you're still at the office, it would be prudent to amend the figures in the agreement. I negotiated with Long Xiao for an entire evening, and he has consented to reduce our family share exchange to 15%. What did you say? 10 billion investment for a 15% stake?" Wang Xueyan was bewildered for quite some time before incredulously asking, "Am I dreaming?" "Pinch yourself to see if you are indeed dreaming." Su Fan chuckled. "But let us not dwell on that. Finish revising the agreement quickly and get some rest. We shall discuss this in detail tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Qin Yishuan, who was driving, sneered, "A man's words are but deceitful illusions. I have finally learned my lesson. I shall never again easily trust a man's empty promises. Where can you find someone as naive as me? Those like Long Xiao are the true tricksters. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You actually compelled the war god of the Great Xia to perform a dance for you. If you Jie and the others find out about this, you will be finished. Performing for you isn't a loss. The real issue is that those rascals witnessed it too. Sooner or later, I shall extract the eyes of everyone who saw me dance today. We agreed beforehand that there might be a performance, and you also promised to cooperate with me." Su Fan hastily stated, "Through this dance, I can ascertain that the Four Seas Dragon Palace and the Jin family have already established a close connection." He recounted to Qin Yishuan the incident from the night before last, where Linning performed an alluring dance in a private room, noting that only a select few were privy to this matter. "As soon as Long Xiao spoke today, I realized he was an ally of the Jin family. He learned of your dancing prowess through the lips of Jin Quitian." Qin Yishuan nodded, remarking that the people from the Sea Dragon Palace remain unaware of his nefarious intentions to exploit his status as my neighbor to ensnare me. "Whatever you wish to do next, I shall follow your lead." Su Fan readily proposed, "Should we capture Long Xiao and his associates in one fell swoop? Or should we keep them dangling, extracting further leads from them?" "Of course, we should keep them dangling. I am eager to see you perform and to have you pursue me." The following morning, Long Yu Group and Wang Group signed a cooperation agreement. Within half an hour, this news ascended to the top of the financial news section, dispelling the recently arisen credit crisis of Wang Group completely. At this pivotal moment, the Wang family secured a 10 billion investment, underscoring the steadfastness of their conglomerate, impervious to any upheaval. Just last night, a hard-won 10 billion fund from the Jin family mysteriously vanished moments before its transfer to the bank, stolen by an unknown assailant. Jin Quitian had toiled for a lengthy period, deploying Linning as an undercover agent within Wang Group for over a year, only for the 10 billion he had painstakingly secured to meet such a tragic end. As everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the signing of the agreement, Long Xiao turned to Wang Xueyan with a smile, saying, "President Wang, I have a project that requires a small favor from Fan Xiao. Could you lend him to me for a few days to assist with some tasks?" Su Fan, being a kind-hearted gentleman, was ill-suited for the cutthroat nature of the business world. Wang Xueyan declined, stating, "Long Xiao, perhaps you should seek someone else. My company has numerous matters that require Su Fan's leadership. Without him, my company cannot function properly." Chapter 16. Unmasking the Villain's Scheme. Xueyan. Long Xiao is not seeking me for business purposes. Su Fan leaned closer to Wang Xueyan's ear, whispering a few words. He only needs a brief moment of assistance. It can be resolved quickly. Wang Xueyan regarded Long Xiao with a complex expression before finally conceding. "Very well. Aiding in such matters is indeed a virtuous act. You may assist Long Xiao this once. However, return promptly to work. The company cannot do without you." Long Xiao cast a puzzled glance at Su Fan, smiling as he nodded. "President Wang, rest assured, once Fan Xiao completes his task for me, I will not delay him for a single minute." Everyone engaged in joyful conversation, celebrating their mutually beneficial collaboration. Long Xiao clinked glasses with Su Fan and quietly inquired, "What did you say to President Wang that prompted her to agree so readily to my request?" "That is my secret weapon. Once employed, Xueyan would undoubtedly not refuse my entreaties." Su Fan smiled faintly. However, I cannot divulge it to you, as such a secret should not be shared with just anyone. What if you were to use it to deceive my wife? Fan Xiao, you are truly cunning. Long Xiao thought, itching to pry into Su Fan's mind to uncover his secrets. Yet, he understood that the more he yearned to know, the less Su Fan would be inclined to share. The ritual concluded, and Long Yue Group's billion-dollar investment was transferred to Wang's group's account, marking the completion of the transaction. Su Fan followed young Long downstairs and entered his Lincoln Navigator, departing with the convoy. Fan, we will commence our operation tonight, young Long proclaimed. At 9 o'clock, I will send people into your villa to create a commotion. Your neighbors will undoubtedly be home and will not stand idly by upon hearing the noise. They will come to your rescue. You must send capable individuals, Su Fan cautioned. From what you're implying, my neighbors are formidable experts. I wouldn't want your operatives to be overwhelmed and meet their demise. Rest assured, I will handle this appropriately, young Long replied with a smile. If I cannot manage such a minor task, I would not dare to orchestrate such an extensive plan. Just instruct them to be gentle. I wouldn't want to be harmed. When my neighbors come to my aid, they should feign a retreat quickly. It would be quite the spectacle if they were apprehended, Su Fan remarked. You have considered this quite thoroughly, young Long chuckled. Fear not. Our mission tonight will surely succeed. At 2 in the afternoon, Yu Yong entered the hall of Su Fan's villa. Master, I have gathered all the information you requested, Yu Yong reported. Long Yue Group is an investment consortium established by a mysterious investor, founded only 2 years ago. The backer possesses immense financial strength, spending with abandon. According to my intelligence, Long Yue Group serves as a front for the Four Seas Dragon Palace, functioning as a tool for money laundering. What about young Long's background? His identity remains enigmatic, as he has not previously appeared in the Four Seas Dragon Palace. I suspect he is the heir secretly cultivated by the dragon god, wielding significant power. Such a person has devised this rather rudimentary plan? Su Fan laughed. He intends to enact a scheme to draw me closer to Qin Yishuan, hoping to win her heart. There must be more than meets the eye, Yu Yong asserted. The individuals from the Four Seas Dragon Palace never engage in foolishness. Even if you win Qin Yishuan's affection, what benefit would that provide them? Could it be that they aim to sway her, prompting her to betray the great Xia for her lover? What nonsense! Qin Yishuan is their prime target. Su Fan suddenly lifted his gaze to Yu Yong. Could it be that they're playing a deeper game? Illogical situations often conceal underlying truths, and Yu Yong nodded. When high-caliber individuals devise inferior plans, they're undoubtedly undisclosed ulterior motives. Only a fool would be deceived. Su Fan regarded Yu Yong, his eyes glinting with danger. Surely not, master. Yu Yong gasped, staring at Su Fan. You cannot possibly believe young Long's deceitful words and intend to use your charm to win over Qin Yishuan? Fool, I implore you to reconsider. Su Fan seized a fruit platter from the table and hurled it forcefully at Yu Yong. Yu Yong shielded his head and fled in disarray. What transpired? Qin Yishuan emerged from the corridor behind, startling Su Fan, who jumped in surprise. What are you doing in my home? In order to facilitate our communication, I have dismantled the central wall of the basement in my villa. Qin Yishuan settled beside Su Fan, remarking, the figure that darted away just now appeared quite familiar. It seemed to be the head of intelligence from the first manor. Today has truly been unfortunate, as we have faced repeated setbacks at your hands. I can even foresee that tonight's operation will be equally disastrous. You react so strongly to the removal of a mere wall. Yet when I performed a lively dance for you, you showed no disdain. It appears I have inadvertently placed a leverage in your hands. Sufan Saif, the informant from the first manor, indicated that Long Yue Group serves as the money laundering front for the Four Seas Dragon Palace, and that Long Xiao may be the heir secretly groomed by Long Shun. Confused, Qin Yishuan inquired, the more I ponder, the more unsettling it becomes. Why did he allow you to approach me? What purpose does it serve? What advantage does it bring to the Four Seas Dragon Palace for me to become your woman? Are they intending to use your life as leverage to compel me into their service? It seems I'm the most foolish one here. Su Fan replied. Long Xiao could have simply lured you to my villa and disposed of you without all these unnecessary schemes. Why go through such elaborate designs? Simultaneously, they raised their heads. meeting each other's astonished gaze. It was a straightforward and brutal revelation. Long Xiao intended to assassinate her tonight and frame her for the act. Should I be killed within your villa, you would find yourself facing a dire fate. Curse be it. If I perish, he could easily deal with Wang Xueyan, reclaiming not only the 10 billion investment, but also seizing the Wang Group for himself. To avoid suspicion, the Wang Group would undoubtedly sever ties with you, thereby ensuring his own safety. With leverage in his grasp, Wang Xueyan would be at his mercy. Their conversation flowed, and a despicable conspiracy surfaced. There is no need for further discussion. Those who come tonight to act alongside me will undoubtedly be formidable experts. Su Fan stated. How shall we stage tonight's performance? Should we ensnare them all at once, capturing and eliminating Long Xiao directly, or should we leave a small trail to unveil Long Xiao as true nature? After contemplation, Qin Yishuan responded, the Four Seas Dragon Palace operates covertly, making it difficult for us to apprehend them. Since Long Xiao has revealed himself, it may be wiser to keep him alive for now. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Our thoughts align. Tonight, we must meticulously plan to present them with a splendid performance. You mustn't come. I must ensure your safety. If I do not come, how shall we perform? Let Yu Jie impersonate you. Su Fan suggested. The evening's dim lighting, combined with their anxiousness, will surely lead them to mistake Yu Jie for you. Su Fan continued. I will have the first martial arts hall send 2 individuals to portray your subordinates. If Yu Jie encounters danger, they will rush into her aid. That works. Qin Yishuan considered. If Yu Jie were the bulletproof vest and remains cautious, her life should be spared. Do not forget about me. Sufandimar. I too must don some protection. Since they aim to kill you, they will undoubtedly disregard my life as well. As night fell, a tense atmosphere brewed within the tranquil community. At 9 o'clock, faint footsteps echoed outside Su Fan's villa as 3 figures pushed open the door and entered the living room. You've arrived? Su Fan stood from the sofa and stepped forward, inquiring, has Long Xiao briefed you thoroughly? What are your preparations? 3 formidable middle-aged men, their expressions icy and their gazes laced with derision, abruptly drew sharp machetes from their waists and began to frantically slash at the furniture, decorations, and appliances within the hall. The cacophony of crashing sounds echoed through the open window, piercing the stillness of the night with an ear-splitting resonance. Su Fan stood transfixed, watching the destruction unfold, and shouted, That's enough. She must have heard that, and she might come to help any moment now. One of the assassins, with a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, approached Su Fan and, with lightning speed, swung his machete downward, striking her leg. Su Fan let out a horrifying scream, her body flipping over from the force of the blow, crashing against the corner of the sofa as blood gushed from her wound. You're taking this seriously, Su Fan cried out. Didn't T. Long Xiao make it clear? We are merely acting. Acting needs to be convincing. One of the assassins retorted with a laugh. You extorted 10 billion from Long Xiao, thinking you could merely play a part and get away with it? Meanwhile, in a neighboring villa, Qin Yishuan strained to listen. Yu Jie, it's your turn to take the stage. If you don't hurry, Su Fan will be done for. I really don't want to save him. Yu Jie hesitated. He is both foolish and wicked, and his words are foul. What do you see in him, Bishuai? Why do you care so much? Knowing that I care, you still stand by and do nothing. Qin Yishuan kicked Yu Jie. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go myself. Then I shall go. I cannot let you risk yourself for such garbage. Yu Jie finally strode out, rushing into Su Fan's villa. The 3 assassins approached Su Fan, machetes in hand, ready to inflict further harm. Suddenly, a woman's commanding voice rang out from the entrance. Who are you to commit such violence in broad daylight within a residential area? The trio turned to see a tall, poised woman standing at the villa's entrance, emanating an imposing aura that dominated the scene. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? One assassin's eyes flickered. This person is a fraud. We are here to reclaim our debts. You would do well to leave before you get entangled in his mess. Reclaim debts outside the community. Wait for him to exit, Yu Jie retorted angrily. This is my territory, and I will not allow you to act recklessly. Who do you think you are, to be so bold? One assassin suddenly inquired. Are you Qin Yishuan? Yu Jie was taken aback. How do you know who I am? Before she could finish her sentence, The three assassins whirled around like a tempest, their blades glinting ominously as they struck towards her head. Although Yujia was somewhat prepared, she was still unprepared for the swiftness of their movements. Drawing a long dagger, she parried the first machete, but the other two blades descended with brutal force, slashing her under the ribs and at her waist. With two muffled thuds, Yujia cried out in pain, her steps faltering as she staggered back against the doorframe. The three assassins pursued her relentlessly, intent on finishing the job. At that moment, two figures leaped in from outside, brandishing military daggers, and positioned themselves protectively in front of Yujia, blocking the three assassins from advancing further into the living room. The assassins surged forward like a relentless tide, seeking to breach the two defenders and continue their pursuit of Yujia. However, the two young guards, adorned in their uniforms, exhibited extraordinary prowess. They fought valiantly, managing to withstand the relentless onslaught of three formidable adversaries. From the neighboring villa, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as Qin Yishuan's guard arrived. The three assassins exchanged glances, then leapt simultaneously, shattering a window on the side and vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. The guards swiftly dispersed, tightly encircling both villas. Qin Yishuan emerged from the corridor behind the living room, approaching Yujia with concern. "How are you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Commander," Yujia replied, unbuttoning her outer shirt to reveal a bulletproof vest beneath. Two deep gashes were etched into the vest, mere millimeters away from penetrating it and causing grievous harm. What a terrifying blade! What an astonishing inner strength! Yujia's complexion paled. If I had retreated even slightly slower, I would have been eviscerated. Those damned assassins will not escape my wrath. Just then, a wretched cry from Su Fan pierced the air. "My leg has been severed. I lost so much blood, and you show no concern for me." "Stop feigning," Qin Yishuan retorted, moving to crouch before Su Fan, scrutinizing his bleeding leg. "Why do I smell a foul stench?" Yujia approached coldly, remarking, "Did you soil yourself in fear?" "You're absurd," Su Fan groaned, rising from the ground. His torn trousers revealed a substantial gap, beneath which lay two thick steel plates. Outside the plates, several disheveled blood bags were wrapped, containing fresh pig's blood he had purchased at the market earlier that afternoon, now emitting a peculiar odor. Fortunately, my preparations were thorough. Otherwise, I would have become a one-legged man. These three assassins are no ordinary foes. They must be renowned masters of the underworld. Alas, despite their might, they were utterly outwitted. Sufambo Steve. Only the weak delve into such underhanded tactics. Could you be quiet and focus on the matter at hand? Qin Yishuan interjected. Our counter-espionage plan must continue. What should we do next? Su Fan's eyes darted as he formulated a plan. The villains are undoubtedly monitoring our movements from outside. We need to call for an ambulance immediately. Yujia must be taken to the hospital for her safety, creating the illusion that the commander has been injured. "I want to go," Yujia protested. "I'm not hurt. I must protect the commander." "You think this is merely for your recovery?" Su Fan chuckled. "You will serve as a shield for the commander. If you go to the hospital, the villains will surely attempt to assassinate you, thus alleviating some pressure from the commander." Yujia gazed at Su Fan somewhat begrudgingly. "And you? Aren't you pretending to be injured as well? You should come with me to draw fire." "I must remain here to engage the enemy," Su Fan declared. "Long Xiao has plotted against me, and he shall pay dearly. But fear not. I shall visit you tomorrow, leaning on a crutch, and perhaps this will foster a beautiful relationship between us. Dream on. This is all an act. Yujia, please endure this," Qin Yishuan assured. "I will dispatch personnel to take complete control of the hospital, ensuring your utmost safety. In just a couple of days, you will be able to return, feigning recovery at home. This matter must remain confidential. No one should ever discover the truth." Su Fan advised, aside from the bodyguards present today, everyone else must believe that the one hospitalized is the commander. No one is permitted to approach the ward. Qin Yishuan commanded, not even if Jin cuffing himself comes. Should he be allowed to draw near? The anguished wail of the ambulance siren shattered the tranquility of the neighborhood. A stretcher bore a figure, tightly wrapped, as it was lifted into the ambulance. A convoy of SUVs shielded the ambulance as it surged from the community, heading towards the hospital. Qin Yishuan and Su Fan's villa was besieged by guards, the illumination dim, leaving no one aware of the events transpiring within. In the opulent hall of a vast estate on the outskirts of the city, 3 assassins stood in a row, heads bowed, silent. Seated on the sofa, Long Xiao ended a phone call, a smug smirk gracing his face. He surveyed the 3 assassins, stating, "Tonight's operation can be deemed a success. Even if Qin Yishuan remains alive, her condition is scarcely better than that of the deceased." Chapter 18. He still holds value with the outcome confirmed. The 3 assassins collectively exhaled in relief. Uncertain of Su Fan's current state, whether he was enduring torture or had already perished, Long Xiao then recalled a minor character in this affair. To dare negotiate with me, one must truly be ignorant of the meaning of death. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Wang group for a thorough discussion with Wang Xueyan. I trust she possesses the intelligence to realize that by keeping me satisfied, both she and her family can continue to thrive. In truth, I am not particularly fond of overly assertive women. It is the delicate and submissive ones that captivate my interest. Imagining Wang Xueyan yielding to my every whim, a sinister smile crept across Long Xiao's features. Before attempting to assassinate Qin Yishuan last night, I had inflicted a wound on Su Fan's leg. One of the assassins, seeking to ingratiate himself, remarked, "By all accounts, he is unlikely to retain the use of that leg. Perhaps due to a severed artery, he may have already bled to death." "You struck Su Fan?" Long Xiao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "Who permitted you to do such a thing?" "You fool, you've jeopardized my grand scheme," the assassin, bewildered, retorted. "Was it not said that Su Fan is an inconsequential figure, whose life or death would not be a concern to anyone? I merely wish to teach him a lesson for daring to extort Long Xiao. His injury signifies that he, too, is a victim, not the mastermind behind the assassination." Long Xiao seized an ashtray from the table, violently smashing it against the assassin's face. The more severe his injuries, the more he can evade culpability. The battered assassin, bloodied yet too fearful to wipe his face, stammered, "Perhaps Su Fan has already succumbed to excessive blood loss, making his guilt irrelevant. But the blame against the Wang family remains." Long Xiao's expression turned icy. Wang Xueyan could easily go forth to accuse, seeking justice for Su Fan. "If she reveals our dealings, I shall find myself ensnared in a web of trouble. At that point, Wang Xueyan must also be eliminated." The assassin's face paled in terror. He had not anticipated that in his attempt to appease his master, he had inadvertently created a monumental dilemma. "Get out of my sight at once." 3 assassins fled in a frantic escape. Long Xiao rose, pacing anxiously in the living room, muttering, "Damn it. What was once a favorable situation has now become fraught with uncertainty. All we can do is wait until tomorrow morning and assess the situation then." The following morning, Su Fan appeared pitifully at the villa entrance, supported by crutches. He hobbled unsteadily to the steps, his left leg wrapped in a massive spindle-shaped bandage. The steps, which he could once easily traverse, now seemed more daunting than leaping over a chasm. A rugged vehicle approached, and Qin Yishuan's bodyguard exited to assist Su Fan down the steps, placing him in the back seat before driving away. The vehicle entered a heavily guarded hospital. Halting in front of the inpatient building, Su Fan emerged, clutching an extravagant bouquet of bird-of-paradise flowers, and with the aid of the bodyguard, made his way into the hospital lobby. From a distant high-rise, someone was capturing photographs with a high-definition camera. Within 5 minutes, a picture of Su Fan entering the hospital had already reached Long Xiao's phone. "This bastard truly has a hard life," Long Xiao grimaced, fixated on the flowers in Su Fan's hands. Is he sending flowers to Qin Yishuan? Could it be that her injuries are not as severe as previously thought? I must ascertain her condition immediately. However, even Jean Kufeng, who had come to visit late at night, was turned away. Was it truly necessary to rely on this fool, Su Fan, to glean news of Qin Yishuan? Long Xiao understood that seeking Su Fan's assistance would be 1,000 times more challenging than before. Even if Su Fan were a simpleton, he would surely realize Long Xiao's ill intentions. Regaining Su Fan's trust seemed nearly impossible. "Long Xiao, should we kidnap Wang Xueyan to compel Su Fan into cooperating with us?" proposed a figure standing beside Long Xiao, who was none other than the East Sea Dragon King, one of the 4 great dragon kings of the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. This esteemed figure, known for his unwavering authority, now stood beside Long Xiao with an unexpected deference, resembling a mere subordinate. "No, we cannot gamble with our lives," Long Xiao contemplated. "Su Fan is an exceedingly selfish individual. He would never risk his life for a woman. Such actions would only compel him to betray us." The East Sea Dragon King replied, "However, there is no turning back now. Su Fan will never trust us again. We must act swiftly. If he divulges that those 3 assassins are our men, everything will be lost." Long Xiao sneered. "As long as the price is right, Su Fan will forgive me. This fool is merely biding his time, waiting for me to offer my goodwill. If I fail to recognize the situation or the price I offer does not meet his expectations, he will not hesitate to expose me, casting me into the abyss." "That treacherous scoundrel!" the East Sea Dragon King exclaimed with fury. "We must eliminate him at once to avert future troubles. Su Fan must die, but only after we have extracted every ounce of his value." Long Xiao shook his head. "For now, Su Fan is the only one with direct access to Qin Yishuan. He holds the leverage to negotiate with us. You must undertake a task for me." As the day waned, the picturesque estate regained its tranquility, and the guards in front of the 2 villas withdrew. After nightfall, a sedan came to a halt before Su Fan's door. The Dragon King of the East Sea approached the door, respectfully knocking while carrying a large box in his left hand and a briefcase in his right. Upon hearing a response from Su Fan, he entered and stood before him. "Young Master Fan, I am a subordinate of young Master Long," the Dragon King stated politely. "He heard about your injury and sent me to express his concerns." "How dare he?" Su Fan erupted in fury, pointing at his injured leg. "That wretched scoundrel still has the audacity to send someone to see me." "Young Master, you are being excessive." The Dragon King suddenly bowed his head, concealing the chilling intent to kill that surged within him. Su Fan's words had offended the supreme authority of the 4 Seas Dragon Palace, igniting the Dragon King's wrath. "Excessive, you say?" Su Fan scoffed coldly. "I was simply living in my villa when someone had my leg severed and nearly framed me for murder, and now that same person sends someone to tell me I am being excessive." The Dragon King explained, "This was never young Master Long's intention. It was meant to be a mere act, but the 3 individuals he sent had their own agendas, ultimately leading to young Master Long's downfall." "Do you truly believe that explanation?" Su Fan retorted. "Whether I believe it or not, I do not accept it." The Dragon King continued. "The 3 who erred have already paid the price." He then opened the large box he had brought and presented it to Su Fan. "Young Master, is this sufficient for an apology?" Su Fan glanced into the box, suddenly screaming, "Remove it! Take these things away." Inside lay the severed heads of the 3 assassins from the previous night. "Young Master, Long knows he is in the wrong, but he genuinely wishes for your forgiveness." The Dragon King produced a document from his briefcase and handed it to Su Fan. "This is the authorization for 15 of shares acquired by the Longyue Group from the Wang Group for a sum of 1 billion. Young Master Long has signed the agreement to transfer these shares to you without charge." As Su Fan examined the authorization, his expression shifted dramatically. "This move strikes at my vulnerability. However, these items can easily be reclaimed. All it takes is for me to be eliminated," the Dragon King hastily assured. "That will never happen. Young Master Long is sincere and truly wishes for your forgiveness. Is that so?" Seeing the Dragon King nod, Su Fan handed the authorization back. "Raise this authorization with your left hand and hold the box with your right." Confused yet compelled, the Dragon King instinctively complied. Seizing the moment, Su Fan swiftly took out his phone, snapping several pictures of the Dragon King in his predicament. "Done. I have gathered evidence. If young Master Long attempts to kill me, I will have a friend deliver these photos to the relevant authorities, ensuring he faces the consequences." The Dragon King stood frozen, akin to a statue, utterly taken aback by Su Fan's audacious method of binding his life to young Master Long's fate. 3 severed heads and the share transfer agreement. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce the connections between young Master Long and the assassination plot. "Unless you kill me and dispose of the evidence on my phone," Su Fan taunted, extending his device toward the Dragon King. Chapter 19. I am not the one at a disadvantage. The Dragon King of the EC held the agreement like a fool, clutching a large box. In his mind, he had envisioned ending Su Fan's life 1,000 times over. Yet at this moment, he could only muster an awkward smile. Young Master Fan, what are you saying? You are overthinking it. Dragon Xiao has no intention of harming you. Primarily, having been wronged too often, I cannot help but leave myself an escape route. Su Fan, seizing the opportunity, retrieved his phone and accepted the agreement from the Dragon King's hands. Return and inform Dragon Xiao that I accept his apology this time. However, let me be clear, there must not be a next time. Should such a situation arise again, I will not let it pass as lightly as this. 10 billion and 3 lives. What more do you desire? The Dragon King of the East Sea felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He, a powerful lord, had been humiliated by a mere pup today. Yet, for the sake of the young master's strategic intentions, he endured. In his mind, he had already devised a plan for Su Fan's disposal. Once he had exhausted Su Fan's utility, the Dragon King would ensure he was dismembered into exactly 1,000 pieces. No more, no less. He intended to bring Wang Xueyan to witness Su Fan's tragic demise. Su Fan operated his phone, oblivious to where the photos he had just taken had been uploaded. He glanced at the Dragon King of the East Sea. Do you have any further business? If not, you may take your leave. My leg is inconvenient, so I shan't see you off. Young Master Fan, the Dragon King queried. Dragon Xiao is quite concerned about your neighbor's situation. Is there any possibility of salvaging it? Is she unharmed? My not exposing Dragon Xiao is already my greatest favor. As for her health, I cannot indiscriminately disclose details. All I know is that this incident has been classified as a terrorist attack by foreign hostile elements. Should it come to light that you are colluding with foreign agents, consider the consequences you may face. The Dragon King's face turned pale. He was baffled as to how Qin Yishuan had managed to uncover the truth behind this matter so swiftly. His meeting with Lei Jin was the utmost secret, known to no more than 5 individuals within the Four Seas Dragon Palace. Young Master, you must speak a good word for us. The Dragon King stammered. We are merely honest businessmen, with no ties to any foreign elements whatsoever. Who would heed my words? I might even be suspected of collaborating with you. Su Fan declined, saying, I overheard the investigation report from that subordinate while visiting the hospital. This information carries weight, does it not? It also serves as my way of repaying Dragon Xiao's kindness. In the future, should any matters arise, we will settle them one by one. He shook the agreement on the table, signaling that the transaction had been completed. Should Dragon Xiao seek his assistance again, it would come at a price. He would not be taken for granted again. The Dragon King of the East Sea departed with the box containing the severed head. The sound of the car starting and driving away gradually faded. Qin Yishuan emerged from the hallway and sat beside Su Fan. Look, Dragon Xiao has conveniently provided a piece of evidence, Su Fan said, inviting her to admire the photographs he had captured. The Dragon King of the East Sea was not a stranger to Qin Yishuan at all. As the East Sea Dragon King and Reagan deliberated on how to orchestrate their assassination plot within the confines of a nightclub, Qin Yishuan traversed the corridor, accompanying Su Fan as he engaged in a brawl with Jin Quantian. The audacity of the East Sea Dragon King to confront them personally was almost laughable. Observing his ridiculous demeanor, Qin Yishuan scoffed. To wield the East Sea Dragon King as an ally reveals the true nature of young Master Long's identity. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Such a grand gesture, investing a staggering 10 billion without a flicker of hesitation, speaks volumes of his audacity. However, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Without imparting a genuine lesson, he remains oblivious to the concepts of caution and prudence. Qin Yishuan expressed her astonishment. Your appetite is quite insatiable. Is 10 billion not sufficient? Su Fan responded. To think that the heads of 3 mere assassins could quell my fury is preposterous. What do you propose? He regarded Qin Yishuan. Currently, we have 2 options, one of which pertains to you. Speak, she urged. The first option is for you to eliminate the East Sea Dragon King. The second is for me to enlist the first martial arts school to assist in his demise. You want me to kill the East Sea Dragon King? Qin Yishuan gazed at Su Fan in disbelief. I never anticipated you possessed such audacity. He has already encroached upon my territory, sister, Su Fan exclaimed. If he were to advance just 10 more centimeters, I might as well be rendered a eunuch, and your happiness would be irrevocably lost. Qin Yishuan smiled wryly. Perhaps it is your own happiness that stands to be lost? Reflecting on the situation, she acknowledged. It is indeed infuriating, and your intense reaction is understandable. Su Fan posed a question. Do you believe it would be wiser for me to handle this matter, or for you to hire someone? We still have to contend with the Four Seas Dragon Palace, the Jin family, and the National Intelligence Agency. It is ill-advised for you to reveal yourself prematurely. After contemplation, Su Fan concluded, allow me to take on this villainous task. Let the people from the first martial arts school discreetly eliminate the East Sea Dragon King, leaving no trace that ties us to this incident. Reporting to young Master Long about his encounter with Su Fan, the East Sea Dragon King concealed the fact that he had been coerced into taking photographs, lest he be perceived as a fool. Upon exiting young Master Long's grand hall, a fierce blaze of rage ignited within him. He yearned to unleash his pent-up frustration, compelled to act, or risk an explosive eruption of fury that very night. The East Sea Dragon King, with numerous beautiful concubines at his disposal, found those women in the opulent palace of the Dragon Sea Dragon Palace on a desolate island to be submissive and accommodating. Yet, the allure of easily obtained pleasures often left something to be desired. Surprisingly, his preferred escapades involved venturing to the most disreputable nightclubs and hair salons, seeking out inexpensive women for fleeting enjoyment. Naturally, those women would subsequently be silenced, vanishing without a trace from the earthly realm. For the esteemed East Sea Dragon King, it was imperative that no blemish marred his reputation. Silently departing the estate alone, he parked his vehicle in a secluded alley. Traversing through the narrow passage, he arrived at a familiar illicit karaoke bar. Half an hour later, he emerged with a voluptuous woman by his side, heading towards her temporary abode to change into more suitable attire. The Dragon King of the East Sea discarded a bag, revealing a complete set of black leather attire, jacket, pants, and long boots, accompanied by a whip. My dear, are you planning to indulge in roleplay? The woman purred with a sultry smile. If you're going to play this way, it will certainly cost extra. A thick stack of banknotes was tossed onto the table. Just a moment, she said, turning towards the restroom. After a brief interval filled with the sounds of washing, a woman resembling a masked vigilante, akin to Batman, emerged in the Dragon King's chamber. With a swift crack of the whip, she commanded, turn around and kneel. The Dragon King's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Gradually, he turned and knelt, adopting a posture of disgrace. What a well-behaved child, she chuckled, approaching him from behind. In the next instant, a sharp silver spike pierced the back of the Dragon King's neck, protruding at his throat with a menacing tip. He coughed, struggling to turn and gaze at the woman behind him. Who are you? The master of the first manor, Su Fan, sends his regards. She whispered with a sly laugh, leaning closer. Su Fan? The Dragon King's face contorted in disbelief. How can this be? A mere wretched rat is, in fact, a terrifying dragon. Surprised, aren't you? She cackled. The master specifically instructed me to ensure you learn this before your demise, lest you die a fool. What a despicable scoundrel. A shameless traitor. A bitter expression crossed the Dragon King's face. It is over. The Four Seas Dragon Palace is doomed at his hands. Neither dragon young master nor anyone else stands a chance against him. I loathe myself for not recognizing his vile nature sooner. Just you? She scoffed, swiftly snapping the Dragon King's neck. Chapter 20. The mad dog all fear. The following morning, Dragon young master sat upon the sofa in the living room, his countenance dark and brooding. Throughout the night, he had been plagued by nightmares, sensing some dreadful event unfolding, yet remaining unable to discern it clearly. This feeling of loss of control was deeply unsettling. Glaring at his companions, he inquired, "Where is the Dragon King of the East Sea? Bring him to me. I have matters to discuss." Before his companion could exit the living room, a subordinate burst in, frantic and breathless, exclaiming, "This is bad. This is terrible. What is it?" The young master's heart sank at the sight of his subordinate's frantic demeanor. The television. The subordinate rushed to the coffee table and fumbled to turn on the TV. The screen displayed the street scene near Entertainment Avenue. The city reporter, with a grave expression, spoke rapidly from the street corner. The crime scene is horrifically brutal. It appears the perpetrator was emotionally stable during the act, likely not a first-time offender. This incident is most likely related to a romantic dispute. The victim was found in a temporary rental room frequented by karaoke hostess. Citizens are advised to exercise extreme caution and to remain indoors after 10 o'clock at night. The screen shifted to the studio, where a photograph of the deceased appeared on the right side. The television host continued, "The deceased last night had no identification or personal information on their person. If the citizens possess any relevant information regarding the suspect, please dial the reporting hotline." Long Sha slowly rose, a chill enveloping his entire body. The photograph of the deceased, with closed eyes displayed in the upper right corner of the screen, was none other than the East Sea Dragon King, who had assisted him just yesterday. The East Sea Dragon King had perished under mysterious circumstances. The telephone on the coffee table rang sharply. Grasping the receiver, he connected the call, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. "What has transpired with the East Sea Dragon King?" Long Sha stammered. "The situation remains unclear. He was aiding me last night. I only learned of his demise upon seeing the report." "I will dispatch someone to protect you," the deep voice assured. "The East Sea Dragon King's lineage has dwindled to Lin Ao. I will inform him to take over the family affairs. He will likely come to Yin City shortly to manage the East Sea Dragon King's funeral." "Lin Ao, he is mad," Long Sha exclaimed. "Are we to entrust the East Sea Dragon family to him? Is there no concern he might wreak havoc? Rules are rules. With the East Sea Dragon lineage reduced to him alone, he is the only one qualified to assume control," came the reply from the voice. "He seeks vengeance for his father and brother. Let him take the lead. After all, with 2 of the 3 direct heirs deceased, his unrest may serve as a warning to their enemies." In the depths of a secluded island cave, Lin Ao, fierce as a tiger, tore the messenger in 2 upon receiving the news. "The old man is dead? The second one too?" Lin Ao let out a chilling, bizarre laugh. "Excellent. This provides me the opportunity for revenge, to indulge in ample slaughter." In a grand hall, Lin Ao donned a golden robe as he sat regally upon the central throne. All of the East Sea Dragon King's subordinates, including his wives and concubines, bowed before Lin Ao, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations on the ascension, Dragon King. We pay homage to the Dragon King." Lin Ao's laughter echoed through the hall. "The 4 constant attendants and 12 dragon generals. Accompany me to Yin City. I shall turn it upside down and sever the heads of our enemies." A convoy sped into Long Sha's estate. Lin Ao strode into the hall, a throng of formidable subordinates following closely behind, instantly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Long Sha stood and approached Lin Ao, forcing a smile. "No, I should address you as the East Sea Dragon King. Your Excellency, what brings you uninvited to my abode? Is there not a shred of basic respect remaining? My father is dead, yet yours lives," Lin Ao bellowed. "You have no right to demand respect from me." Standing to the side, an elderly man resembling a butler smiled amiably. "I believe you lack the standing to speak to Long Sha in such a manner." The old man, Lin Ao, suddenly turned to glare at him, momentarily stunned. Upon the old man's chest, he discerned a badge, a golden dragon soaring amidst crimson clouds. "In your father's time, he would have referred to me as elder brother." The old man chuckled eerily. "I'm the old and frail North Sea Dragon King, Ma Sun." Ma Sun, the most enigmatic among the 4 dragon kings, often remained withdrawn, with few knowing his true identity. It was well acknowledged that he was the most trusted by the dragon god, the North Sea Dragon King. Lin Ao's teeth ground together. "Are you attempting to thwart my quest for vengeance?" "Incorrect. We are family and shall assist you in your revenge." Ma Sun's expression turned serious. "However, you must comprehend the hierarchy of respect. We have all once pledged our allegiance to the dragon god, recognizing him as our sovereign. The dragon young master is appointed by the dragon god to oversee significant matters and is, in essence, your half-master. The dragon god has bestowed upon you the throne of the East Sea Dragon King, an act of his benevolence. Should you act contrary to this trust, The other 3 Cs would not hesitate to show you the consequences. We fear that, in such a case, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings may dwindle to 3. Do you think your singular presence represents the will of the other 3 Cs? Ling Ao scoffed. Emerging from the shadows were 2 figures, understated yet formidable. One, a statuesque woman, bore an expression as cold as marble. The other, a burly man, appeared coarse and brutish. Yet his eyes glimmered with a venomous gleam akin to that of serpent. From the West Sea, Feng Shuangfei. From the South Sea, Liu Youjiao. A phoenix from the West Sea and a dragon from the South Sea? Lin Ao was taken aback. Are the dragon palaces of the 3 seas conspiring to bully me? A fatherless child? The 2 standing before him were commanders under the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Kings, their noble status allowing them to act on behalf of their respective rulers. The presence of these 3 beside the dragon young master signified the collective will of the 3 seas. Moreover, the North Sea Dragon King had personally intervened to protect the dragon young master. Lin Ao, as the East Sea Dragon King, you must refrain from impulsive actions. The dragon young master spoke. We all empathize with the unfortunate demise of your elder father and brother. However, we cannot let anger cloud our judgment, leading to even greater losses. How did my brother meet his end? Ling Ao inquired. He ventured to assassinate Qin Yishuan and never returned. It is presumed he fell victim to her treachery. And how did my father die? We are currently investigating this matter. He left in the evening and did not return. Information is tightly controlled at present. Your words are mere nonsense. Lin Ao fumed. After all these days, you have yet to uncover the truth behind my brother's and father's deaths. This matter is none of your concern. Wrongs have a source and debts have a master. I will eliminate Qin Yishuan and uncover the murderer of my father, ensuring they meet a gruesome end. That evening, Su Fan, having finished his bath, entered the living room to find Qin Yishuan seated on the sofa, observing him with a smile. Commander, you're always so elusive, Su Fan remarked, tightening his bathrobe. I shall change into something more formal to receive you. No need to change. After all, you have seen me, and we are even now. Qin Yishuan's eyes darted mischievously. I did not expect your legs to be quite fair. You rogue, Su Fan replied as he sat beside Qin Yishuan. Did you summon me for a reason? It has been rather quiet these past few days. Has the death of the East Sea Dragon King instilled fear in the dragon palaces of the 4 seas? How could that be? This is merely the calm before the storm. At that moment, Su Fan's phone rang. He answered, listened intently, then hung up. The first informant reports that Lin Ao has assumed the throne of the East Sea Dragon King. It is said that Lin Ao is deranged and violent. He has already arrived in Yen City. We must prepare for contingencies. A flurry of footsteps approached as a subordinate rushed to Qin Yishuan's side. Commander, trouble has arisen. Just now, a squad of mysterious assailants launched a surprise attack on the hospital where Yu Jie is located. Their assault was fierce and reckless. We have already lost over 10 brothers, and they have claimed the lives of 7 or 8 skilled fighters. Damn it, Qin Yishuan cursed, just as I mentioned Cao Cao. He appears. It must be Lin Ao who has initiated actions against us. The trio was engaged in conversation when footsteps echoed from the street outside. A group of shadowy figures surged forth from the darkness, targeting the 2 villas. An enemy attack. Qin Yishuan waved her hand, instructing, you go through the basement and prepare the brothers for a counterattack. Her subordinate swiftly darted into the rear corridor. Just as Qin Yishuan attempted to rise, Su Fan suddenly leaped up and embraced her, and they both tumbled onto the sofa. Several men in black burst into the villa. Witnessing a half-clad man on the sofa passionately kissing a woman, their mouths locked together. Hearing the footsteps, the man in the bathrobe released the woman and shouted towards the entrance. Who are you? Why are you trespassing? Cursing, the intruders quickly retreated, realizing they had entered the wrong place. Chapter 21. The deception of justice, how irritating. What nonsense. Su Fan fumed, attempting to rise. But Qin Yishuan flipped over and pinned him down. Did he think he could take advantage and escape? Dream on. Qin Yishuan held him down, declaring, I've longed for revenge. And today, I've finally found the opportunity. The battle cries from next door began to fade. The assailants have been repelled. I was wrong, always trying to outsmart the situation, only to inadvertently lose the most precious thing. Nonsense. You have no idea how pleasurable it was. Even if it was pleasurable, it was a passive pleasure, Su Fan lamented. You must keep this a secret. No one must know I was sullied by you. You shameless individual, she retorted. After a brief cleanup, they began to discuss serious matters. With Lin Ao stirring the pot, the situation had become complicated. Qin Yishuan stated, "We cannot allow him to continue this way. We must find a way to eliminate him." Su Fan pondered, Lin Ao can actually be utilized to our advantage. An uncontrollable blade can wound not only us, but also our enemies. If Long Xiao lets Lin Ao run amok, he must bear the consequences of the injuries he inflicts. You're scheming again. Strategies are innocent. The crux lies in whose mind they originate. A good person's plot is also a righteous one. Su Fan remarked, "By the way, my leg is almost healed. Tomorrow I shall return to work at Wang's group, lest my wife worries and comes to investigate, only to find you here and become jealous. Yu Jie need not remain in the hospital any longer. I shall bring her back tomorrow, and everything will return to normal." Qin Yishuan responded, "I'll leave the matter of Lin Ao to you. I hope you could devise a plan before he eliminates me." The following morning, Su Fan, leaning on a cane, entered Wang's group amidst the astonished gazes of the security personnel and made his way to Wang Xueyan's office. "Su Fan," Wang Xueyan rushed over, exclaiming, "What happened to your leg? Was it that damned Long Xiao who caused you to be injured?" "I cannot completely blame him. It was my own carelessness," Su Fan replied as he sat on the sofa with Wang Xueyan's assistance. "One must not harbor ill intentions. Having just mocked Jin Wang, I find myself in a similar predicament. You are injured, while Jin Wang is disabled. These are not comparable." Wang Xueyan exclaimed anxiously, "Let me see the extent of your wound." "Let's discuss this later," Su Fan replied, feeling embarrassed. "We are in the office, and the wound is situated rather high." Wang Xueyan's face flushed crimson. She glanced towards the door and whispered, "You are my husband. It is only appropriate for you to see everything. What if someone enters and sees us? We would be at a disadvantage." Su Fan retrieved a document from his bag to divert Wang Xueyan's attention. "However, my injury was not in vain. Long Xiao, in a gesture of apology, has unconditionally transferred 15% of the Wang Group's shares to me." "What did you say?" Wang Xueyan took the agreement and examined it closely, her eyes glistening with tears. "Husband, did you risk your life for Long Xiao? Otherwise, why would he grant you such a significant benefit? You must never do this again. I would rather face poverty and exhaustion than see you harmed." "I'm fine." It wasn't too perilous, Su Fan reassured Wang Xueyan, entrusting her with the agreement before he wobbled back to his office. Once seated on the sofa, Su Fan dialed Yu Yang's number. "Master, I have the latest news," Yu Yang's voice came through. "The body of the East Sea Dragon King was stolen from the morgue by Lin Ao and his men just past midnight yesterday. Have you completed the arrangements I requested?" "Everything is in place. Even some minor items have been included among the Dragon King's belongings, which Lin Ao has taken with him. If he is thorough, he will undoubtedly discover certain things that we wish for him to know." Yu Yang praised, "Master, this is the art of winning without fighting. Watching the enemy tear each other apart. Ensure that every step is meticulously arranged. Do not allow Lin Ao to detect any flaws," Su Fan instructed. "Dig up Lin Pahai and his 4 subordinates' bodies and prepare the wounds. When Lin Ao finds Lin Pahai's body, he should immediately associate the wounds with certain facts." Yu Yang's laughter echoed. "Rest assured, Master, this is my forte. Take care of yourself and heal your leg injury quickly. Await the spectacle." After the call ended, Su Fan pondered, "That rascal Yu Yang always seems to speak in riddles, as if mocking my intelligence." In a spacious hall, the body of the East Sea Dragon King lay on one side, while his belongings were displayed on the other. One of the 4 attendants, Lu Feng, a capable middle-aged man, approached with a matchbox and presented it to Lin Ao. "Dragon King, the old Dragon King never smoked. This matchbox is quite peculiar." Lin Ao scrutinized the matchbox. "Chi Mei, what is this place?" "I have already investigated. It is the name of a notorious karaoke bar. located no more than 500 meters from where the old Dragon King was murdered, Lu Feng explained. The fatal wound on the old Dragon King appears to have been inflicted by a slender weapon, akin to an email piercing or a hairpin, indicative of an extraordinary assassin. An assassin? Lin Ao's eyes flickered as a woman's silhouette flashed through his mind. The Dragon King of the East Sea was no weakling. He ranked among the top 10 supermasters of the dragon palaces across the seas, and no ordinary person could match him. However, if he were in the company of insiders and caught off guard, he could very well fall victim to a scheme. Why had his father ventured into the Chime karaoke hall? Lin Ao glanced at Lu Feng and suggested, "Let us visit the Chime karaoke hall tonight to seek out clues." Investigating the Dragon King is different from engaging in battle. It requires discretion, Lu Feng replied, feeling the weight of the task. "I will conduct the investigation myself and ensure we uncover the truth." "Do you think me a fool?" Lin Ao smiled coldly. "Rest assured, I know what to do. I will not act rashly there." Due to the recent homicide, fewer people had ventured out for leisure. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Ao accompanied Lu Feng to the Chime karaoke hall. The once bustling establishment was now eerily quiet, with only a handful of patrons. The two seated themselves at a table, and a server hastily approached from the bar, inquiring about their beverage preferences. "Gentlemen, would you like to request a lady?" The server whispered. "I've worked here for several years and know precisely which ladies are the best and most enticing. If you desire, I can summon them immediately." Lu Feng pulled a thick stack of cash from his pocket and slipped it into the server's. The server was taken aback, quickly stuffing the money into his inner pocket while asking, "What can I assist you with, sir?" "Are you aware that someone was murdered recently?" Lu Feng inquired. "How could I not know?" The server replied with a wry smile. "Our business has plummeted because of it. People are too frightened to go out. They say a murderer is on the loose, targeting the wealthy. Did that person visit here before he was killed?" Lu Feng suddenly asked. The server trembled, his eyes darting away from Lu Feng's gaze. Lu Feng produced another stack of cash and placed it before the server. "Was he one of your victims?" "Sir, one must not speak such things lightly." The server nearly turned to flee, exclaiming, "Look at my Tu Yang of flesh. Do I possess the capability to kill? Then what do you fear? I am merely asking a few questions." Lu Feng sneered. "Answer well, and this money is yours. But if you dare deceive me..." Lin Ao's fingers traced the surface of the table, carving a deep groove into the hardwood. The server gritted his teeth and hastily stuffed the stack of money into his pocket. "Gentlemen, to be honest, I have seen that customer. He sat at this very table and spoke with me." "What did he say?" Lin Ao inquired, fixating his gaze on the server. After a moment of thought, the server responded, "He seemed to be asking whether a young man named Lin Pahai had been here." A tempest surged within Lin Ao's heart. Had his father come here in search of clues about the second son? The server, oblivious to his expression, continued. He was apparently meeting someone to investigate the clues regarding Lin Pahai. At that moment, a phone call came in at the counter. The server behind the counter answered the phone and shouted into the hall. "Who is Mr. Lin from Donghai? You have a call." Chapter 22. The pursuit of a pretty boy leads to a grim fate. Lin Ao rose in silence and approached the counter to take the call. A tense voice emerged from the receiver. "Are you Lin Ao from Donghai? I want to propose a deal." "What kind of deal?" 20 million. "I will tell you where Lin Pahai's body is hidden." The voice on the other end spoke rapidly. "I want cash. You must place the cash at the designated location within half an hour, and I will reveal to you the whereabouts of Lin Pahai's body." 20 million in cash is not something I can arrange that quickly, Lin Ao replied coldly. "Money is not an issue, but I want to meet and discuss this in person." "Impossible." The voice sounded extremely agitated. "Last time I arranged to meet the Dragon King, I nearly met my demise. I won't take that risk again. Do you agree or not? If you refuse, I'll hang up, and you will never know where Lin Pahai's body is." "Calm down." Lin Ao's fingers nearly crushed the receiver as he struggled to contain his fury. "Do you know who killed the Dragon King?" "I don't know her. She's a woman." The voice replied. "Give me an answer now. Do you want to make a deal?" "I will make a deal with you. I will deliver the money within an hour." Lin Ao stated coldly, "I will give you 50 million if you assist me with one more task." "Speak." "I will place a picture among the cash. You need to help me identify whether it was she who killed the Dragon King." Lin Ao continued. "There's a number on the back of the picture. Just call me and say yes or no." After the call ended, Lin Ao left with Lu Feng. Upon exiting the entertainment hall, Lin Ao instructed, "Quickly sketch the appearance of Feng Shuangfei. Let that mysterious person identify her." Dragon King. Lu Feng's face turned pale, almost unable to believe his ears. "You suspect Feng Shuangfei? Who has the capability to kill my father?" Lin Ao replied coldly, "Mason and Feng Shuangfei. Why are they always around young Master Long? With so many skilled individuals gathered, what are their intentions? Our Donghai Dragon Palace is not a lamb to be slaughtered. I, Lin Ao, am not merely a piece of meat on someone else's chopping block." Lu Feng ceased his inquiries and swiftly began to act upon Lin Ao's orders. An hour later, 2 heavy woven bags were unloaded from a vehicle and placed by a deserted road on the outskirts of the city before the driver sped away. 20 minutes later, a black car approached. The driver loaded the woven bags into the vehicle and quickly departed. Lin Ao's phone rang. Upon answering, the voice on the other end said, "Mr. Lin, you are a man of your word. Although the lighting in the entertainment hall was dim and I was quite anxious, I am 70% certain that it is this woman." At midnight, in a desolate cemetery on the outskirts of the city, 5 bodies were neatly arranged to one side. Lu Feng approached and whispered, "Dragon King, the second young master's injury is on the neck, but there's a large, gaping hole deliberately made there, making it impossible to determine what weapon was used. Here lies no silver." Lin Ao's expression was cold, resembling an emotionless Iron Man. "From this moment forth, we have no allies. Everyone is our enemy. The first wretched individual is that woman who took the lives of my father, and the second." Throughout the investigation, Lu Feng's mind was as clear as crystal, completely aligning with Lin Ao's assessment. He cautiously advised, "Dragon King, our adversary is formidable. We cannot recklessly storm in for revenge. That would be tantamount to courting death. We must investigate thoroughly and uncover every detail of Feng Shuangfei's movements." Lin Ao smirked. "Do they take me for a fool? They likely have no inkling that my foolishness is merely a fade for their benefit. This time, I shall observe closely to discern who the true fool really is." At 10 o'clock that night, Feng Shuangfei stealthily departed from Long Xiao's estate, making her way to a nearby intersection to hail a taxi into the city. This time, she had brought along a companion, hidden within a 5-star hotel in Yen City. Due to the nature of her martial arts, Feng Shuangfei could not be away from men. The man accompanying her had been by her side for over 2 months, the longest duration among all her previous partners. Though he possessed meager martial skills and hailed from humble origins, his handsome visage won her affection, rendering him an irreplaceable treasure in her eyes. As she traversed the hotel corridor, thoughts of the forthcoming joyous moments filled Feng Shuangfei with excitement, lowering her guard to its minimum. The location of her concealed companion was known solely to her. Where is the safest hiding place for a drop of water? It is within the vastness of the ocean. In the most bustling and lively areas, she appeared as an inconspicuous, ordinary person. Using her room key, she unlocked the door and slipped into the suite, hearing the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom. "My darling, you're already getting all cleaned up," Feng Shuangfei cooed, casually discarding her clothes onto the floor as she approached the bathroom. No one could have imagined that the cold and icy sea which could possess such a tender side. Upon entering the bathroom, she found her man reclining in the tub, seemingly asleep with his eyes closed. Honestly, sleeping in a bathtub? Feng Shuangfei approached the edge of the tub and pinched his nose. "Wake up, it's time to get to work." Suddenly, a slender and sharp spike silently pierced her back, breaching her heart and protruding from her chest. Blood gushed forth as Feng Shuangfei turned in shock. Upon seeing the familiar figure behind her, her expression slowly froze, and with a thud, she collapsed into the bathtub. "Let us journey into the netherworld together, my pretty boy." Lin Ao withdrew the sharp spike, coldly gazing at the 2 bodies in the tub. "I finally comprehend that no matter how formidable a master, they cannot withstand a treacherous ambush." Utilizing the sound of running water to mask his presence, he seized a moment when Feng Shuangfei's guard was down to land a lethal strike. Such a meticulously crafted scheme was wholly the work of Lin Ao. With his wild and unrestrained demeanor, he executed the act without a flicker of hesitation, perfectly concealing his terrifying assassin nature. Now it is your turn, Lu Youjiao. Lin Ao's figure vanished like a specter. At midnight, outside the hotel, police lights flickered. A black sedan quietly approached, halting behind a delivery truck transporting fresh goods across the street. Lu Youjiao sat in the driver's seat, watching as two stretchers draped in white cloth were carried out from the hotel and loaded into the waiting morgue vehicle. The cursed gaze of Lu Youjiao suddenly contracted. Half an hour prior, he had received the news of Feng Shuangfei's murder in a hotel suite. As a close friend and longtime partner of Feng, Lu Youjiao had come to investigate the circumstances surrounding her demise. He was aware of her peculiar vulnerabilities and had previously advised her to exercise caution and conceal her weaknesses from her adversaries. Regrettably, Feng Shuangfei had disregarded his counsel and ultimately met her end at the hands of a pretty boy. Cursed be it, if I ever catch you. You shall regret your very existence in this world. With emotions in turmoil, Lu Youjiao failed to notice a black freight truck, like a ghost, accelerating recklessly behind him. When he finally heard the roar of the engine and turned in shock, the truck had already collided violently with the rear of his vehicle. The ferocious impact crumpled Lu Youjiao's car almost into a mere sheet of metal. The front of his car was completely embedded in the container truck ahead, rendering the front half utterly wrecked. The formidable and renowned Nanhai Yijiao met such a disgraceful end, vanishing from the world entirely. The truck driver leapt from the driver's seat and swiftly disappeared into the bushes by the roadside. By the time those at the hotel entrance noticed the commotion and came to investigate, Lu Youjiao's sedan had erupted into a dazzling blaze, engulfed in flames. The perpetrator had long since vanished without a trace. Across the street, the optimal parking spot for observing the hotel had been reserved by Lin Ao for Lu Youjiao as subordinates who had come to gather intelligence. Even the news of Feng Shuangfei's death within the hotel had been reported by Lin Ao's arranged contacts. This meticulously orchestrated trap had ensnared two of Lu Youjiao's vital subordinates. In the mansion's grand hall, Lu Youjiao sat on the sofa, trembling like a quail in the wind. He suddenly slammed the ashtray from the coffee table onto the ground, roaring, "Cursed be it, who is behind this treachery?" Chapter 23. I want to hire an assassin, Lu Youjiao. We have encountered a formidable adversary. Mason stood nearby, his expression grim. To eliminate both Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao in one fell swoop speaks volumes of the mastermind's cunning and resolve. It is indeed alarming. What shall we do next? Lu Youjiao inquired, his gaze fixed on Mason. They perished shortly after arriving here. How am I to explain this to the Dragon Kings of Shihai and Nanhai? What's done is done. They cannot be revived, Mason replied calmly. Our foremost priority now is to ensure our own safety and avoid meeting the same fate. Lu Youjiao nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that during this time, that scoundrel Lin Ao's reckless actions provoked a backlash from Qin Yishuan's side? That is not Qin Yishuan style. The war goddess of the Great Xia would never resort to such despicable assassination tactics. Mason shook his head. This is an assault directed at our Xihai Long Palace, not merely against Lin Ao. Should we notify Lin Ao? Lu Youjiao asked. Despite his faults, he remains a crucial member of our Xihai Long Palace. I do not wish for the Lin family men to be wiped out. Mason's eyes flickered as he suddenly queried. Lu Youjiao, how likely do you think it is that Lin Ao would turn against us? He dares. Lu Youjiao's face darkened. He is mad enough to do anything. However, this scoundrel is incapable of such meticulous operations. Certain tasks can indeed be outsourced. Mason, with a significant tone, remarked that Lin Ao is a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment and inflict harm upon us. We shall keep a close watch on him without alerting him and assess the situation further. Long Shao nodded. It would be best if this scoundrel were eliminated by our enemies, sparing us the trouble he might cause. In the Grand Hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace, we deliberated on how to deal with Mason. Lin Ao's expression was chilling. I intend to remove all the thorns surrounding Long Shao, rendering him a solitary commander. Lu Feng suggested, Dragon King. Having dealt with Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao has already stirred the hornet's nest. Mason is not one to be trifled with. Should we not wait a while longer? Lin Ao smirked coldly. We can afford to wait. but we must not wait idly. We may remain inactive, yet we can compel others to act. However, we lack allies. Money can facilitate even the most daunting tasks. Lin Ao stated, I plan to hire an assassin. This approach not only eliminates Mason, but also absolves us of any suspicion. Lu Feng was taken aback. Who could possibly contend with Mason? He ranks among the top 5 super experts in the Four Seas Dragon Palace. Mason may be formidable, but he is not invincible. Lin Ao sneered. Have you forgotten that there exists a powerful force that pays him no heed? Suddenly, Lu Feng exclaimed, I understand. You're referring to the First Manor. The First Martial Arts Academy welcomes business indiscriminately. Lin Ao chuckled coldly. You shall contact the First Martial Arts Academy. I wish to procure Mason's head. Yet the First Martial Arts Academy requires knowledge of the true identity of the client before considering any contracts. What is there to fear? The First Martial Arts Academy possesses a stellar reputation. They will not divulge client information. Lin Ao asserted. My motive for hiring an assassin is to avenge my father and second brother, a justification that leaves no room for criticism. Su Fan, with a leg injury, was granted leave by Wang Xueyan to rest at home. While idly sitting in the hall, Yu Yong and Tanhua entered together. The master, Lin Ao, has set a trap and eliminated Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao, reported Yu Yong. We must re-evaluate Lin Ao. He is not as simple as he appears and possesses the potential of a top-tier assassin. This is surely a headache for Long Shao. Su Fan chuckled. The more formidable the enemy's enemy, the more advantageous it is for us. An interesting development. Tanhua remarked. Lin Ao subordinates have commissioned a task at the First Martial Arts Academy, offering 100 million for Mason's head. Su Fan gasped. He intends to kill the North Sea Dragon King? Lin Ao is indeed talented, understanding the art of using others as a dagger. Not only does he employ the dagger strategy, but he also seeks to divert blame elsewhere. Yu Yong observed, I suspect he aims to pin the deaths of Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao on us as well. This is fortuitous. We can bear the burden for him. Su Fan laughed. However, our First Manor operates on a business basis. Without a client, we shall not work for free. Thus, the blame will ultimately rebound, and the thunder will fall upon Lin Ao. Those who scheme against others shall invariably find themselves ensnared. Let us decisively eliminate the North Sea Dragon King. Su Fan chuckled. I had intended to take down Long Shao's subordinates to repay him for his past grievances against me. To my astonishment, there are indeed individuals willing to pay us for our services, and upon completion, others are willing to take the blame. Is this not akin to a threefold benefit of buy one, get one free with a cash rebate? Yu Yong glanced at Tanhua. Master Tan, the Dragon King of Beihai is no fool. He is exceedingly cunning, and eliminating him will require considerable effort. You devise the plan, and I shall execute it. Tanhua replied bluntly. I am but a swordsman, unversed in the art of deceit. Very well. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. I have visitors arriving shortly, and I must not let them suspect any connection with the First Estate. Having just sent Tanhua and Yu Yong away, Yu Jie stormed in, her anger palpable. She glared at Su Fan and declared, The commander requests your presence at dinner. Is this how you treat your guests? Su Fan retorted, My leg is still injured, making it difficult to walk. Why not have the commander bring the meal here to accompany me? Yu Jie's eyes glinted with a menacing chill as she drew a small dagger and advanced on Su Fan. Come, let me examine your leg injury, and I shall perform a ligation to prevent you from being so troublesome in the future. You barbaric woman, Su Fan exclaimed, fleeing to the basement and then to the adjacent villa of Qin Yishuan. Commander, your subordinate seeks to ruin my future happiness. Is it not your own loose tongue that has caused this? Qin Yishuan chuckled softly. Savor the dishes I have prepared, if they please your palate. Perhaps you could offer me some valuable information in return. Thus, yet another exchange of interests unfolded. Su Fan sat down and began to eat. Many intriguing events have transpired in recent days. Long Shao's men have suffered grievous losses. Where do we leave off? Ah, yes. Allow me to assist you in eliminating Lin Ao. That task is already halfway completed. Lin Ao has dispatched Long Shao subordinates, Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao, and they've begun to turn on one another. I am currently enlisting the aid of the First Martial Arts School to eliminate the Dragon King of Beihai, who is close to Long Xiao. Feng Shuangfei, Liu Jiao, the Dragon King of Beihai? Qin Yishuan gazed at Su Fan in horror, her lips parting alluringly. Damn the Four Seas Dragon Palace. They have sent so many insignificant soldiers here, treating Yin City as their stronghold. You must eliminate them all. Indeed, I am engaged in a fierce battle with them, Su Fan replied. Lin Ao acts as our mole, systematically removing Long Xiao's allies. He is truly a valuable asset. At Long Xiao's estate, Ma Sun ambled through the rear garden with his hands tucked into his sleeves, resembling a frail old man nearing death. One of his subordinates approached him with an update. Dragon King. We have received inquiries from the West Sea and South Sea regarding the deaths of Feng Shuangfei and Liu Jiao. Reinforcements are en route, and once they arrive, there will be another storm. Ma Sen's face contorted with frustration, resembling a withered potato. Damn it, we have yet to retrieve Feng Shuangfei's body, and Liu Jiao is completely mangled. The subordinate added, if they arrive and find we have not even secured the bodies, it is likely to incite a riot. We must recover their remains at once. Ma Sun pondered, time is of the essence. I must trouble Lin Ao with this matter. He has experience from his previous endeavor to retrieve the East Sea Dragon King's body. However, given Lin Ao's character, he may not heed our request. I shall personally seek him out and enlist his assistance. Mason pondered for a moment. I might as well probe into his background to see if there is any connection between him and the death of Feng Shuangfei and Liu Jiao. Chapter 24. You are my great benefactor. In Lin Ao's living room. Do you want me to help you retrieve the corpse? Lin Ao sneered. I personally brought my father's remains back. Whoever's corpse it is, they should retrieve it themselves, relying on their own capabilities. Brother Lin, Mason implored softly, this is not the time for rash words. Do not forget that we still have a dragon god above us. If young Master Long reports you for disobeying orders, I fear the Lin family of the East Sea may face annihilation. Do not blame me for speaking harshly. I am merely considering your well-being. Reflect on it. After a prolonged silence, Lin Ao finally spoke. I cannot act without recompense. You are responsible for uncovering the truth behind the murderers of my father and the second brother, and I demand an explanation. Agreed, Mason replied firmly. Then, Lin Ao declared, tonight, I will go to retrieve the corpse. This task cannot rest solely on my shoulders. You must be responsible for support. If they set a trap for me, the Lin family will truly face extinction. I will personally support you, Mason said without hesitation. I will inform the people of the West Sea and South Sea that it is you, Brother Lin, who has risked your life to assist. They will owe you a debt of gratitude. Su Fan received a call from Wang Xueyan. Once the call connected, Wang Xueyan inquired, Darling, how is your leg injury recovering? It has fully healed. Su Fan replied with joy. I just completed 300 push-ups. Stop joking. Who do you think you are? Wang Xueyan laughed playfully. If there is nothing else, come to the company immediately. There is something of utmost importance for you to attend to. Upon entering Wang Xueyan's office, she rushed over, linking her arm with his and exclaimed, Darling, we have fantastic news. Are you suggesting we have a candlelight dinner tonight? Su Fan teased. Stop joking. Wang Xueyan giggled. In half an hour, Tianjun will personally come over to discuss a major deal with us. I never imagined that the abandoned welfare project in our hands would be revived. The real estate mogul, Tianjun? Su Fan thought to himself, astonished as he asked, what does he want? He wants to collaborate with us to restart the welfare chain project. Wang Xueyan beamed. I truly did not expect that project to catch Tianjun's attention. With his backing, it can indeed be revitalized. Darling, you are truly my great benefactor. Ever since your return, everything has improved. Half an hour later, Tianjun arrived at the Wang Group conference room with an elite team, commencing discussions on a collaborative project. He feigned ignorance of Su Fan, shook his hand, exchanged business cards, and displayed remarkable acting skills. As everyone took their seats, Tianjun smiled and said, President Wang, I understand you possess a formidable welfare chain project that was halted due to funding issues. I am quite interested in this project and wonder if we can collaborate. President Tian, there are indeed concerns regarding this project. Wang Xueyan replied earnestly. You must have heard that it was a failed investment. Fortunately, we managed to cut our losses in time, preventing the group from collapsing. Times have changed. Tian Yun Xiaokut. I had originally conceived the idea of a welfare chain project, but hadn't yet had the opportunity to plan it. It seems that your Wang group has already taken the lead. Since you have a proposal in place, shall we collaborate instead of starting from scratch? Wang Xueyan replied cautiously. This project requires a substantial financial investment and carries significant risks. Money is not a concern. Tianjun laughed. I am prepared to invest 3 billion in collaboration with your Wang group for the welfare chain project. I do not seek a controlling stake. My intention is solely to assist with charitable endeavors. Wang Xueyan was taken aback. 3 billion. Our group can only currently mobilize 1 billion. We focus on tangible entities, not financial ventures. I shall take the 3 billion for a 40% share, Tianjun proposed. The Wang group will invest 1 billion. And with the operational team contributing their expertise, they can hold 60%. What do you say? But this project lacks significant technical content. My goodness. My wife is remarkably practical. Su Fan thought to himself, speechless. He quickly interjected, President Wang, I believe Mr. Tian possesses a keen investment insight. Once the project yields a profit of 10 billion, Mr. Tian will still reap rewards. Mr. Su makes a valid point. Tianjun quickly added, I can see that Mr. Su is quite interested in this project. He has an eye for opportunities. Wang Xueyan's eyes sparkled as a bold idea struck her. She turned to Su Fan with a smile. Mr. Su, if you're interested in this project, I will entrust its operation to you. Once we reach a valuation of 10 billion, I shall gladly hand over the presidency of the Wang Group to you. Ah, Su Fan exclaimed in shock. I know nothing about this. To hand such a significant project over to me, a fool, would surely lead to ruin. Mr. Su, you can do this. I have faith in you. Wang Xueyan looked at Su Fan with deep affection. If you achieve results, I can legitimately transfer the company to you and take a step back to focus on other matters. Tianjun laughed, with Mr. Su at the helm. I have complete confidence in the project's success. If everyone is agreeable, let us sign the cooperation agreement today and commence project operations immediately. Su Fan hesitated, still unsure. Wang Xueyan shyly smiled. If we can finalize the agreement today, let us celebrate with a candlelit dinner tonight. Well, all right. Su Fan yielded to Wang Xueyan's compelling charm. Mr. Tian, after we partner, I will need to rely on your expertise for many aspects. Tianjun chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Mr. Su, as long as you lead, I will handle the rest. That afternoon, the strategic cooperation agreement was signed. The Wang Group and Tianjun's real estate conglomerate jointly established a new company, investing 4 billion to operate the Wang Group's welfare chain project. Su Fan transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan, becoming the president of this new company. Before nightfall, the astute financial news channels had already broken this earth-shattering news, igniting a sensation in the industry. The Wang family's unfinished projects had unexpectedly received Tianjun's venture capital support. With the backing of real estate magnate Tianjun, the Wang Group was poised to ascend to new heights, establishing the Wang family as a prestigious superpower in Yen City. Many remained awake through the night, wondering if the welfare chain project was truly the next trend and a golden goose waiting to be discovered. The red candle flickered as Wang Xueyan, adorned in a fitted qipao, gracefully accentuated her exquisite curves. She glided over to Su Fan, her eyes shyly locking onto his. Darling, has your leg injury truly healed? Whether it has or not, you can ascertain that for yourself. Su Fan responded, lifting Wang Xueyan effortlessly. I shall perform push-ups for you now, a continuous 300. As Su Fan commenced his push-ups, Lin Ao stormed into the dimly lit moor with a cadre of followers, hastily bagging the remains of Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao, before clandestinely retreating into the night. On the outskirts of the city, amidst the desolate wilderness, two convoys converged. Lin Ao transferred the remains of Feng Shuangfei and Lu Youjiao to the subordinates of Ma Sun, then departed swiftly. It appeared Lin Ao was unhindered, yet Ma Sun pondered as the returning convoy abruptly halted. A towering figure obstructed their path. How intriguing. Someone dares to block my way. Ma Sun remarked as he alighted from his vehicle, approaching the figure with a smile. Friend, are you unaware of how to spell death? Chapter 25. Utilizing the useless at the first martial arts hall, Tan Hua, with an air of defiance, drew forth a black iron shard, pointing it diagonally to the ground. On behalf of another, I have come to claim Ma Sen's head. A heaviness fell upon Ma Sen's heart as he retrieved a slender dagger from his sleeve, gripping it tightly. No one noticed the slight tremor in his fingers. Tan Hall Master, might we negotiate? Ma Sun chuckled awkwardly. Regardless of the offer, I will outbid anyone by fivefold for my own life. The first martial arts hall will fulfill its mission. Tan Hua, as unyielding as marble, replied devoid of emotion. Your request is void. In an instant, Ma Sun transformed into a wisp of smoke, darting towards Tan Hua, his dagger aiming for Tan Hua's abdomen. As the head of the first martial arts hall, I shall test your mettle today. In the next moment, time froze. The tip of Tan Hua's sword had already pierced Ma Sen's throat. In a duel of masters, victory was claimed in a single stroke. True to its reputation, the first hall's dagger clattered to the ground, extinguishing the light in Ma Sen's eyes. Young Dragon staggered from a hall, his expression one of wild anguish upon seeing Ma Sen's cold corpse in the courtyard. Like a wounded wolf, he howled at the night sky. In mere days, the elite fighters of the Four Seas Dragon Palace had perished in droves. With a bottle of strong liquor in hand, young Dragon's countenance was that of madness. One subordinate quietly inquired, Young Dragon, shall we muster our forces for a decisive battle against the first hall? The first hall is but a blade. Young Dragon's fingers tightened, crushing the liquor bottle into powder. What I seek is the hand that wields this blade. Ma Sun, Feng Shuangfei, Liu Youjiao, they all fell by Lin Ao's machinations. He grasped his phone, his trembling fingers dialing Long Shun's number. The following morning, young Dragon sat upon the sofa in the parlor, his expression now composed. Before him stood the emissary from the West Sea, sent by the South Sea Dragon Palace, silently awaiting his decision. You shall remain here. Without young Dragon's command, none are permitted to leave the estate. A tall, strategist-like middle-aged man entered, gesturing for everyone to withdraw. Teacher, you have arrived. Long Shao stood and bowed respectfully. I have truly performed abysmally during this period. Zhong, the strategist of the Dragon Palace, had single-handedly raised Long Shao, teaching him the arts of strategy and the principles of human interaction. He was the most esteemed individual for Long Shao, second only to the Dragon God. No one is born a leader. All are forged through gradual experiences. Zhong smiled. You have made no errors in coming to Yin City. It is merely that our adversaries are exceedingly formidable. Qin Yishuan is the divine general of the Great Xia. If she were as fragile as a reed, she could not have attained her current status. Long Shao sighed. However, we have lost far too many men. That scoundrel Lin Ao has betrayed us. I am certain that Feng Shuangfei, Liu Youjiao, and the North Sea Dragon King all perished at his hands. He has become obstinate, believing we are responsible for the deaths of his father and brother. Zhong nodded. Yet, to betray one's own is a grave transgression. The Dragon God's intention is for you to preside over the East Sea Dragon Palace in the future. You will need your own direct influence. Thank you, teacher. Long Shao exclaimed with elation, knowing that Zhong's advocacy had persuaded the Dragon God to reach this crucial decision. The East Sea Dragon Palace is not yours yet. Zhong reminded, you must earn this position for yourself. The Dragon God has sent me to observe silently and assess your capabilities. I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations. How do you plan to deal with Lin Ao? Zhong inquired as he took a seat, smiling. I possess a card that, when played wisely, will yield remarkable results, Long Shao replied. I intend to utilize Lin Ao's strategy of killing with a borrowed knife to turn the tables on him. You mean to use the First Estate? Zhong asked in surprise. Not quite. I know a worthless fellow named Su Fan, who, despite his lack of ability, possesses an extraordinary fortune of 40 billion. Moreover, he is the only one capable of speaking with Qin Yishuan. If I manage this card skillfully, I can leverage Qin Yishuan to eliminate Lin Ao. Zhong nodded in satisfaction. Is this individual reliable? Long Shao chuckled. He is utterly unscrupulous, motivated solely by money. As long as the price is right, he will undoubtedly assist us. As night enveloped the surroundings, a car quietly appeared at Su Fan's villa entrance. Hearing footsteps, Su Fan looked up, astonished to find Long Xiao in his living room. Ah, a rare guest. Su Fan rose, limping toward him. Long Xiao, security has been intensified next door. Attempting to assassinate that individual may prove quite challenging. Don't speak nonsense, Long Xiao exclaimed, taken aback. Do not accuse me. I have never contemplated such an act, nor will I in the future. Then how did your leg become injured? Su Fan scoffed. You have put me in a terrible predicament. Young Lady Wang wishes to share a wedding night with me, and I am left helpless. Furious, Long Xiao felt smoke rising from his ears, yet he forced a smile, saying, Do not be hasty, Fan Xiao. Well-aged wine is more fragrant. You are completely oblivious to my plight. Surrounded by beauties, you indulge at will. I, on the other hand, am left to swallow my own frustration. Shen Fan sat down, fuming. Long Xiao approached Su Fan with a forced smile, saying, I too am a victim, all thanks to those three wretched beings. However, they have faced their retribution, so I suppose I have avenged you. Fan Xiao. Hee hee. Su Fan responded with a sly smile. Long Xiao, how is that brother you sent to deliver a head the other day? Is he doing well? Long Xiao's heart raced. Fan Xiao, why do you ask that? I assumed you would have dealt with him harshly, perhaps even eliminated him. Why the curiosity? He inquired, astonished. I knew he wouldn't dare to inform you, Su Fan replied, pulling out his phone, opening an image, and handing it to Long Xiao. To prevent you from silencing me, I left behind some evidence, just in case. Upon seeing the East Sea Dragon King holding a box with a severed head and a share transfer document, Long Xiao nearly crushed Su Fan's phone in his grip. It turned out this rascal had left him with such a dreadful aftermath. Su Fan, smug, reclaimed his phone. Long Xiao, do I need to elaborate further? If you dare to act against me, it will lead us both to ruin. Fan Xiao, you have gravely misunderstood me, Long Xiao earnestly replied. I swear by the heavens, I have no intention of going against you. I came today to demonstrate my sincerity. Oh, Su Fan asked curiously, what do you wish to present to me? Something good, Long Xiao said, opening his leather bag and retrieving a stack of papers, which he handed to Su Fan. As Su Fan examined the documents, his hands trembled, and he looked up at Long Xiao in shock. What does this mean? I know you have established an investment group to launch a welfare chain project. Long Xiao explained earnestly. Yet, without land, the project cannot commence. I have purchased several commercial plots on your behalf, a gesture to enhance your endeavors. These properties are worth no less than $1 billion. Su Fan shook his head. I cannot afford such land. Long Xiao, please retract this. Seeing Su Fan clutching those land deeds tightly, as if afraid to lose them, Long Xiao sneered inwardly. He chuckled. Fan Xiao, you are mistaken. These lands are a gift from me to you, a token of my goodwill. Just look at the deeds. They are all in your name, Su Fan. Oh dear. How can I accept this? Su Fan carefully placed the deeds into a drawer beneath the coffee table and looked at Long Xiao with a smile. I understand. You would come without a purpose. Long Xiao, if you need my assistance, please speak. Long Xiao felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. He suddenly realized that dealing with someone as genuine as Su Fan was far more enjoyable than with those hypocritical pretenders. Fan Xiao, I have some vital intelligence to share. Long Xiao whispered. If you pass this information to the lady next door, she will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. Chapter 26. You fool me. I fool you, Su Fan regarded Long Xiao, feeling a sense of unease. Have you activated your trickster mode again? Su Fan smiled knowingly. You wish to use me as a pawn. Long Xiao nearly jumped in fright. Fan Xiao, are you a sorcerer? I hadn't even mentioned anything. Yet you've already deduced my intentions. Su Fan laughed. Do not underestimate others' intelligence. You intend to provide me with false information, hoping that Miss Qin, in a fit of rage, will eliminate me. Is this not merely a reprise of your assassination plot from a few days ago? My heavens, you startle me. Long Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It is not at all like that. The information I provide you will not harm you in the slightest. Moreover, this news is precisely what Miss Qin requires. Regardless, I shall not believe a single punctuation mark of your words at this moment. If you doubt my words, you may trust in my land deed. Long Xiao, filled with indignation, forced a smile and continued. Please listen to me. After you have heard me out, you may judge whether I intend to deceive you. If it proves harmful, you are entirely free to refuse my goodwill. Su Fan nodded. However, Let me make it clear beforehand. Should I perceive any deceit on your part, I reserve the right to confiscate your land deed as compensation. That wretched scoundrel ought to be torn to shreds. Long Xiao, incensed, said with a bitter smile, "Listen to me. I have uncovered the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Miss Qin. He seeks to drag me down with him, to bear the consequences and witness my descent into hell. Is that true? Who is he?" Long Xiao spoke in a low, mysterious tone. "They're the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace." Su Fan, bewildered, asked, "East Sea Dragon Palace? What is that? I have never heard of it." "That is of no concern. What matters is that Miss Qin is aware." Long Xiao explained. Although the previous East Sea Dragon King was eliminated by Miss Qin, his son has taken over the East Sea Dragon Palace and has launched a frenzied retaliation. Just a few days ago, the neighboring villa was attacked. You're aware of this, right? The East Sea Dragon King's son is the mastermind behind that. But what purpose does this information serve me? Su Fan retorted. Do you not desire vengeance? Do you not wish for those who wronged you to face their comeuppance? Long Xiao asserted. I have gathered a wealth of information about that individual. Should you present this intelligence to Miss Qin, it would be a significant contribution. Gaining Miss Qin's favor would grant you considerable influence in Yen City. As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of documents from his bag. This contains details regarding the activities of the East Sea Dragon Palace in Yen City. It includes their residences and a comprehensive list of key personnel. But how can I ascertain its authenticity? Perhaps this is yet another of your schemes. Su Fan contemplated. I cannot afford to place myself in jeopardy. I must retain some evidence. Long Xiao abruptly tossed the documents onto the table and swiftly withdrew his hands. You shall not take photos of these documents. Su Fan, do not overstep, lest I turn against you. Su Fan picked up the documents and began to peruse them, exclaiming in astonishment, My goodness, the details are astonishingly thorough. There are even photographs, with each individual's characteristics and abilities clearly described. This is indeed formidable intelligence. If Miss Qin inquires about the source of this information, how shall I explain it to her? Simply state that a mysterious individual stealthily left it in your living room, Long Xiao suggested. Do not fear whether it is genuine intelligence. Miss Qin will ascertain through her investigation. You shall have all the credit without any fault. After much contemplation, Su Fan finally nodded. Long Xiao, you truly engage in selfless acts. Who else but brothers would do so? I shall stand up for you in this matter. Although I am aware that you are exploiting me, it is nonetheless gratifying to recognize my own value. Long Xiao chuckled with delight. This is not exploitation. This is mutual assistance, a win-win for both of us. From now on, we shall conduct our affairs in Yen City, where opportunities for collaboration abound. Long Xiao has discreetly slipped away. Su Fan took a refreshing bath and returned to his chamber for slumber. After midnight, Qin Yishuan, clad in her nightwear, stealthily entered Su Fan's bedroom. Why are you being so furtive, akin to a pair of illicit lovers? Silence. I detest your incessant prattle. You sound like a nagging woman. An hour later, Qin Yishuan stretched languidly. Ah, I have finally tasted the sweetness of happiness. You are the war god of Daxia. Why do you resemble a mournful matron? I am indeed a lamenting matron. Qin Yishuan ensnared Su Fan. Fortunately, the heavens sent you as a remedy, curing my imbalanced condition. Today is indeed a double blessing. Su Fan suddenly burst into laughter. Last night, Long Xiao discreetly visited me, gifting me several plots of commercial land valued at over 1 billion. Qin Yishuan inquired in astonishment. Why? This fortune is entirely due to your influence. Su Fan chuckled. Thus, my healing you has indeed yielded some benefits. Do not impersonate me and tarnish my reputation. Su Fan replied. It was Long Xiao who approached me. I merely passively accepted. He entrusted me with intelligence regarding all personnel and residences of the East Sea Dragon Palace in Yen City. Ah, Qin Yishuan gasped. Sitting up, why did you not mention this sooner? During my healing, how could I discuss such dreary matters? I meant to ask, why did you not seek me out last night? You were bound to come. We could have conversed together. Su Fan explained. Every time I attempt to find you, Yu Jia watches me like a feral dog, and I truly fear she might pounce and bite me. Do not speak ill of Yu Jia. All her actions are for my sake. She is my most loyal subordinate. Qin Yishuan queried. Why would Long Xiao betray the East Sea Dragon Palace? Is he not undermining his own foundation? Disloyal subordinates must be eliminated. Su Fan recounted the tale of Lin Ao hiring First Manor to eliminate the North Sea Dragon King. Now, Lin Ao has become Long Xiao's sworn enemy and must be eradicated. Su Fan stated. Long Xiao wishes to avoid depleting his strength to eliminate Lin Ao. Hence he devised this cunning scheme of using another's hand to strike. Qin Yixuan had not anticipated that so much could transpire in just a few days. She grasped Su Fan's neck. How many more secrets do you conceal from me? Reveal everything at once. I have disclosed everything. I have kept nothing from you. Su Fan coughed. Including the exact amount of bribes I received from Long Xiao, I have made it abundantly clear. What do you propose we do? Since I have accepted his money, you ought to eradicate Lin Ao and his minions. Do not conflate public affairs with personal matters. Qin Yixuan retorted. Your ability to deceive Long Xiao is your own skill. What I should do is unrelated to you, the great deceiver. Su Fan replied. Let us eliminate them. After all, Lin Ao is an enemy to us all. However, we cannot merely follow Long Xiao's every command. You should dispatch individuals to eradicate Lin Ao's subordinates, leaving no one behind. Yet, you must spare Lin Ao's life and ensure he knows that it was Long Xiao who betrayed him. The art of using others to accomplish one's own ends? Qin Yixuan swiftly pondered. Should we allow Lin Ao to continue troubling Long Xiao, preventing him from turning his attention to us? I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Su Fan chuckled. Isn't this merely a conventional tactic? You deceive me, I deceive you. The one with the superior strategy will ultimately emerge victorious. You devise a plan, and I shall execute it. Qin Yixuan remarked. Compared to you treacherous men, I am as innocent as a blank canvas. With a triumphant smile, she added, however, I also possess a formidable side. I can mobilize free labor like you to strategize for me. Free husband? Su Fan nodded. In front of Jia. You wouldn't dare to call me that so affectionately. I fear she might slice me into 18 pieces. I will strangle you, you scoundrel. Chapter 27. Life is a performance. All dependent on acting. Half an hour later, the two, having concluded their skirmish, sat side by side, their heads together, delving into the intelligence provided by Long Xiao regarding the East Sea Dragon Palace. This time, in addition to Lin Ao, the East Sea Dragon Palace had also brought 4 high-ranking attendants and 12 dragon generals, essentially bringing forth a significant portion of their resources. Qin Yixuan's expression turned grave. Such bandits must be utterly eradicated. I cannot allow this group of dangerous individuals to lurk in Yin City, endangering public safety. Long Xiao is indeed ruthless. He has divulged the East Sea Dragon Palace's assets in Yin City to us. Su Fan was astonished. They even marked the 2 underground passages leading out from the East Sea Dragon Palace's stronghold with utmost clarity. At a glance, it seems quite a challenge to let Lin Ao escape. Why not simply eliminate Lin Ao? After all, he is mad. Su Fan chuckled. Precisely because he is insane. We must retain him. Do not underestimate Lin Ao's role. He is not merely a lunatic. His intelligence is quite high, and he is adept at playing the fool. Keeping him around poses a terrifying threat to Long Xiao and his cohorts. He cradled his head, thinking rapidly, and then began whispering animatedly in Qin Yixuan's ear. As dusk fell, an onslaught of armored vehicles unexpectedly approached the vicinity of the East Sea Dragon Palace's stronghold. They completely surrounded the area from all directions, leaving no gap unsealed. Dark-clad special forces swiftly disembarked, led by a formidable captain, racing to their designated defensive positions, the air thick with tension. In the Manor's Hall, alerted by the news, over a dozen leaders affiliated with the East Sea Dragon Palace congregated, awaiting Lin Ao's verdict. Dragon King, it is certain that someone has leaked information. A dragon general shouted. We must unite and charge out with our might. That won't do. If we gather together, we will be easier to annihilate, countered a high-ranking attendant. Let us disperse and break through. Our chances of success will be greater. Lin Ao sat in the central throne, his face ashen and his eyes glinting with cold light. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ao declared, disperse and break through. Those who escape must return to the East Sea Dragon Palace at once and prepare to defend against outside enemies. I shall hold the line, leaving as the last group. Dragon King, you must leave first. Indeed, our lives are of little consequence. The East Sea Dragon Palace cannot afford to lose you. Even if we perish, you can avenge us, Dragon King. My mind is made up. You must leave immediately. Lin Ao issued a command, and his subordinates promptly obeyed. Rushing out of the hall together, observing Lu Feng, who remained silently standing to the side, Lin Ao revealed a satisfied smile. He beckoned Lu Feng to his side and whispered a few instructions. In a dilapidated house outside the base, Lu Feng emerged from a concealed exit, swiftly making his way to the street. A tight encirclement had formed several hundred meters away in the direction of the manor. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Feng quietly concealed himself in a distant corner. On a slope outside the manor, there was a hidden cave entrance. Lin Ao emerged from the darkness, darting through the grass like a rabbit, before leaping onto a large tree and concealing himself within the thick foliage. In the distance, a convoy sped towards them. The formidable military commander Qin Xuan, clad in combat attire and flanked by a dozen fierce subordinates, strode purposefully towards the slope. She retrieved a booklet, glanced around, and proclaimed loudly, "The exit is nearby. Begin the search immediately. We must locate and seal off that escape route. Not a single bandit shall escape." A large contingent of Special Forces soldiers brandished their weapons, scouring the slope. Within 5 minutes, the concealed cave entrance was surrounded by the elite team. "Seal off this area," Qin Yishuan commanded. "Once we find the other escape route, we will initiate our actions. Those who dare resist shall be executed without mercy." Li Yao, hidden in the branches of the tree, clenched his fists, producing a faint crackling sound. His eyes radiated a venomous glint, appearing more fearsome than a wild beast. Armed with a detailed map for the assault on the East China Dragon Palace, Qin Yishuan indicated that someone had thoroughly betrayed them. "Whoever dares to betray me shall only watch as 2 tigers contend. I will administer a little medicine to see if you survive." Like a phantom, he slid down from the tree, vanishing into the night. 15 minutes later, Lin Ao and the escaped Lu Feng regrouped on the outskirts. The special operations against the East China Dragon Palace had simultaneously commenced. Countless Special Forces soldiers scaled the walls and infiltrated the manor, launching indiscriminate attacks on all within. 7 or 8 helicopters approached from afar, hovering above the estate. Brilliant searchlights illuminated the entire manor. Not even a mouse could escape. "Dragon King, we have been betrayed." Lu Feng's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. "I just saw a squad that specifically sealed off the escape route I took. There must be an insider." "Mine was the same," Lin Ao sneered. "I trust you have deduced who has betrayed us." I initially believed they would retain some semblance of face and refrain from complete annihilation, but it appears I was mistaken. Lu Feng nodded. "What shall we do next? Should we immediately return to the East China Dragon Palace to prepare for battle?" "We have other matters to attend to first," Lin Ao stated calmly. "Once our affairs are concluded, you will disguise yourself as me and return to the East China Dragon Palace with my seal to guard our stronghold. I shall remain in Yin City and eliminate them one by one." "Dragon King, we should leave together," Lu Feng urged anxiously. "How can you confront so many alone?" Lin Ao grinned ominously. "They believe I have returned to the East China Dragon Palace and will allow their guard to drop. I conceal myself in the shadows. They shall never unearth me." "Enough chatter. Let us act swiftly." Lin Ao interrupted Lu Feng's counsel and soared into the night. With no other choice, Lu Feng closely trailed behind him, vanishing into the darkness. The Long Shao estate, though heavily fortified, could not deter the prowess of seasoned martial artists well acquainted with the terrain. 2 figures stealthily infiltrated from opposite directions, eluding guards and sentinels as they raced through the estate. They repeatedly cast a handful of powder into the air, and by the time it settled to the ground, their fleeting forms had already disappeared from sight. The 2 converged at the heart of the estate before darting off in different directions, continuing to disperse the ominous powder. As it wafted through the air, it formed 2 intersecting cross-shaped trails, gradually permeating every corner of the estate. Many remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos until they collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. Some of Long Xiao's subordinates, already in slumber, lay in their beds, unaware that they had lost their lives. The Long Xiao estate began to stir uneasily. By the time Long Xiao received news and rushed outside to investigate, Lu Zhong had already arrived, his expression grave. The estate has been attacked. A lethal poison has been scattered in the air. Immediately seal off the estate and search for the assailants. Who dares target us? Long Xiao's countenance darkened. News has just arrived that the East Sea Dragon Palace is under siege by Qin Xuan. Lin Ao is too preoccupied with his escape to pose any threat to us now. The situation remained uncertain. Lu Zhong solemnly remarked, "First, stabilize the estate. Then gather intelligence on the situation there." It was a night of upheaval. The East Sea Dragon Palace in Yin City faced total annihilation. The poisonous mist at Long Xiao's estate claimed the lives of 60 to 70 individuals, including many formidable fighters from the West Sea and South Sea. Long Xiao, overwhelmed, was at a loss as to how to explain this debacle to the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Kings. The reinforcements from the West Sea and South Sea arrived, only to find themselves inexplicably decimated without having accomplished anything. Such an outcome inevitably cast doubt upon Long Xiao's leadership capabilities. This would have dire ramifications for his aspirations to command the Four Seas Dragon Palace in the future. If following him meant death, who would choose him as their future leader? Su Fan sat in the living room, observing Long Xiao's displeasure, and inquired curiously, "What troubles you, Long Xiao? Did you indulge too much last night?" "I am on the brink of despair," Long Xiao replied with a bitter smile. "Su Fan, I hope to receive good news from you." "Alas, I must disappoint you." Su Fan expressed sympathy. "Yesterday, Miss Qin dispatched forces to besiege the East Sea Dragon Palace. What was the outcome? Lin Ao and his subordinate, Lu Feng, could not be found among the casualties." "How could this be?" Long Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. "In the midst of a siege, how could they possibly escape? Were there gaps in the encirclement?" "Long Xiao, you may doubt me," Su Fan replied sternly. "But do you truly believe Miss Qin would make such a fundamental error? It must be a twist of fate. Lin Ao and Lu Feng must have slipped into my estate to poison it, narrowly evading catastrophe." Long Xiao began to grasp the entirety of the situation. "Dragon Lord, you must swiftly devise a plan to capture them." Su Fan placed his hand on his neck, mimicking a slashing motion. "If they remain hidden and launch a covert attack, not only will your subordinates be at risk, but even you may find yourself in peril." Chapter 28. Everyone fears Jean Cuffing. How infuriating. Dragon Lord stormed out, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer in Su Fan's presence. He had an endless array of messes to rectify, and Su Fan's usefulness had been utterly exhausted, rendering him incapable of further assistance. However, he could not harm Su Fan, for the accursed East Sea Dragon King had left behind disgraceful evidence. Should he eliminate Su Fan, there would be no place for him in Yin City. This was a cost too steep for Dragon Lord, who aspired to achieve great things. That wretched individual deserved to cling to life in this world, awaiting those even more despicable to deal with him. Observing the retreating figure, Su Fan mused to himself, noticing that Dragon Lord seemed to tremble in rage. Su Fan dialed Yu Yang's number. "Master, Lin Ao is within my surveillance." Yu Yang's voice responded, "Though he is quite cunning, having changed identities 7 times within the hour. Such skill appears mere amateurish in my eyes. Should you allow him to slip away, you might as well drown yourself in a basin of water." "What is your plan regarding Lin Ao, Master?" Yu Yang inquired. With a smile, Su Fan replied, "I intend to mold Lin Ao into the primary adversary of the Four Seas Dragon Palace, exhausting them to their limits. The specific methods shall adapt according to the unfolding circumstances." Meanwhile, Dragon Lord sat in the living room, listening to his subordinates report the intelligence they had gathered. "Lin Ao has returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace?" Dragon Lord pondered deeply. Given his character, he should remain in Yin City to trouble me. Why would he retreat? And where has his underling, Lu Feng, gone? Is he hiding nearby to gather information? What he needed most now was precise intelligence. Yin City was a chaotic amalgamation of the good and the bad. Even the mighty Dragon Lord felt constrained here, unable to fully exert his power. Finally, He conceived a brilliant plan. Contact the First Manor. I wish to purchase Lin Ao's life, regardless of the cost. This time, Dragon Lord encountered an unexpected obstacle. The First Manor audaciously rejected his commission. Their rationale was that assassination missions aimed at altering the power dynamics of the underworld fell outside their purview. However, the First Manor did leave a glimmer of hope. They were willing to provide intelligence services to assist Dragon Lord in tracking Lin Ao's movements. Once Lin Ao was located, annihilating him would not pose a significant challenge given Dragon Lord's strength. Moreover, they generously provided Dragon Lord with a valuable piece of information. Lin Ao was still lurking in Yen City, while it was Lu Feng, disguised, who had returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace. In the villa, Su Fan smirked as he assigned tasks to Young. Remember to ensure that the intelligence provided to Dragon Lord is always half a beat behind. You must allow him glimpses of Lin Ao, yet never let him catch even a glimpse of Lin Ao's heels. Meanwhile, hiding in Yen City, Lin Ao suddenly found himself enveloped by a terrifying shadow. Surrounded by suspicious figures in his hiding place, he began a desperate flight. Yet, no matter how he disguised himself or employed various cunning tactics, he could not shake off the terrifying pursuer trailing behind him. How on earth did that wretched dragon young master find him? Had the Four Seas Dragon Palace dispatched formidable trackers? His confidence eroded bit by bit, and Lin Ao was almost ready to abandon hope, contemplating a retreat from Yin City to evade further danger. As dusk fell, Lin Ao raced through the darkened streets. With a formidable group of experts sent by the Four Seas Dragon Palace already closing in from a few hundred meters behind, suddenly, he darted into a narrow alley, only to be horrified to discover a black sedan blocking his path at the alley's exit. Cursed be it, he thought, I must fight. Drawing his dagger, he prepared to charge forward when the sedan's door swung open. An emaciated old man emerged from the vehicle, beckoning him. Dragon King, this way. What is happening? Lin Ao dashed out of the alley, but then abruptly froze. Behind the black sedan, he saw a line of intimidating armored vehicles. Dozens of ominous gun barrels were aimed at him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Dragon King, a distinguished individual wishes to see you, the old man remarked with a grin. This is your only chance to survive. Otherwise, within 3 days, you will be reduced to mere fragments by the Four Seas Dragon Palace. With gritted teeth, Lin Ao climbed into the sedan. The convoy sped away, and by the time the Four Seas Dragon Palace personnel arrived in pursuit, the street was devoid of any witnesses. In a grand manner, lights shone brightly. Lin Ao entered the hall and beheld a gaunt man seated at the central position, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. The man appeared as if forged from steel, with eyes that sparkled with dark intensity. Commander, I have brought back the Dragon King of the EC. The emaciated old man reported before quietly withdrawing. Commander? A chill ran down Lin Ao's spine. This man may not possess great martial prowess, but the aura of dread surrounding him made Lin Ao feel as though he had encountered his natural enemy, robbing him of the courage to strike. I am Jin Kufeng, the man stated coldly, fixing his gaze on Lin Ao. The East Sea Dragon Palace is about to change hands. What are your future plans? On what grounds? Lin Ao shouted in anger. My Lin family has remained loyal to the Four Seas Dragon Palace. Do they not fear the ridicule of the world or the disillusionment of their subordinates? If they were afraid, they wouldn't be involved in this, Jin Kufeng scoffed. Your Lin family has become a stumbling block for the Dragon family, and thus, they will be cast aside. You have no opportunities left. You should consider your escape route. Lin Ao's expression shifted as he pondered Jin Kufeng's words. He was acutely aware of who Jin Kufeng was, the fearsome giant, the second in command of the Daxia military, second only to Qin Yishuan, a man who inspired terror among all. While everyone adored Qin Yishuan, their fear of Jin Kufeng surpassed the affection they held for her. After a prolonged silence, Lin Ao finally spoke. Commander, what do you intend to do? Do you seek my head to secure the loyalty of the Four Seas Dragon Palace? The Four Seas Dragon Palace serves me, Jin Kufeng candidly remarked. However, I cannot bear to let such a skilled individual perish. Become my subordinate, abandon the past, and start anew. Lin Ao retorted loudly. To live in a state of compromise is far less desirable than a swift death. Serve me for 3 years, and I shall grant you the opportunity to confront Long Xiao. Jean Kefu declared, should you triumph over him, I will appoint you as the leader of the Four Seas Dragon Palace. His words were akin to an unyielding decree, impervious to alteration. Lin Ao, a man of resolute will, understood that in terms of prowess, he still lagged 100 kilometers behind Jean Kefu. My lord, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, Lin Ao finally stated, kneeling on one knee to offer his allegiance. Even if I were to seize control of the Four Seas Dragon Palace in the future, I would remain a loyal subordinate to you. I will arrange for transformation and fabricate a new identity for you. Jean Kefu responded with satisfaction. You must serve the Jean family for a year. Once the Four Seas Dragon Palace ceases its pursuit of you, you may return to my side. From that moment, Lin Ao would cease to exist in this world, and I would gain another formidable warrior for my ranks. Who is pursuing me? Lin Ao inquired. Has a formidable master emerged from the Four Seas Dragon Palace? Lu Zhong has arrived. The mere mention of his name encapsulated all that was necessary. He was the strategist of the Four Seas Dragon Palace, the intellectual behind the Dragon God, and the mentor of Long Xiao. He was the most potent sage within the palace. Lin Ao silently nodded, acknowledging that defeat at his hands would not be unjust. From henceforth, I shall willingly serve at your command, my lord. You will first proceed to the Jean family to assist those inept juniors with their tasks. I once held great expectations for them, yet they have managed even the simplest matters with utter incompetence. Chapter 29. The unconventional first manner. The elderly steward, standing silently outside the hall, entered without a word. From this day forth, apart from myself, you, and Mr. Ku, no one shall know of your former identity, Jean Kefu stated. Now go. All subsequent matters will be arranged by Mr. Ku. Lin Ao cast a surprised glance at the unassuming steward. To be addressed as Mr. by Jean Kefu indicated that this old fellow was undoubtedly extraordinary. Mr. Ku nodded at Lin Ao and led him away from the hall. Navigating through an intricately complex corridor, Lin Ao followed Mr. Ku to a concealed chamber. Take this pill, and you shall slumber deeply, Mr. Ku instructed. Unjingling awa krison kapsuri. Upon awakening, a new life will unfold before you. Sir, I would like to make a phone call to arrange a few matters. Lin Ao said. Long Xiao will soon launch an attack on the East Sea Dragon Palace. I wish to leave behind a seed so they do not meet a complete demise. Mr. Ku nodded in agreement. Lin Ao dialed Lu Feng's number and issued brief instructions before hanging up and crushing his phone to fragments. He swallowed the pill and lay down as per Mr. Ku's instructions. Moments later, Lin Ao succumbed to a profound slumber. The next day heralded an auspicious occasion. Su Fan donned a sharply tailored suit and, alongside Wang Xueyan and Tian Jun, attended a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony. Countless flashes illuminated the scene as numerous social media influencers commenced live broadcasts. Su Fan's Tongfa group, having just been established, has swiftly become the focal point of public attention. Following a grand ceremony, staff distributed red envelopes and commemorative gifts to the audience. A renowned pop star, hired for a substantial sum, performed energetically on stage, while a youthful and vibrant dance troupe captivated the crowd, eliciting waves of enthusiastic applause. Tian Jun guided Wang Xueyan and Su Fan on a tour of the office building, which serves as a real estate agency under Tian Jun's ownership, now repurposed as the headquarters for Su Fan's new group. All employees from the former company, including those in real estate, were retained, albeit under a new corporate name. With this straightforward transition, Su Fan's company bypassed the initial accumulation phase, immediately acquiring a workforce of over 100 elite employees. Within the building, tall, professional women moved gracefully about while young men in tailored suits diligently attended to their tasks. Wang Xueyan whispered to Su Fan, "The scale of your company surpasses even that of my Wang group. Regardless of its size, it remains our child, and I must address you as mother." She playfully kicked Su Fan, her face betraying a hint of concern. With so many beautiful female employees suddenly joining, I can't help but feel worried. Rest assured, my role is merely nominal. I will not engage with the staff directly, Su Fan reassured her. All specific matters will be managed by the elite team under General Manager Tian. His invitation for me to assume the role of president is merely an act of good fortune. Indeed, President Su will not be overburdened. Tianjun chuckled from the side. We will only report on major matters and seek his signature on critical documents. Other matters will not trouble him. The group entered a spacious conference room to convene the inaugural management meeting. Under Su Fan's leadership, there were 2 vice presidents and 4 directors responsible for specific tasks. All reliable personnel from Tianjun's team. As long as Su Fan maintained a humble presence and refrained from unwarranted directives, the project was bound to succeed. As the president of the group, Su Fan uttered a few inconsequential remarks before concluding his address. He casually tossed a paper bag onto the table, containing the land deeds that Wang Xueyan had gifted him as a bribe. Here are several commercial plots. My friend had no use for them, so he transferred them to me, Su Fan stated. Please send someone to retrieve them for our group's reserve land. The financial director inquired, President Su, how much capital is required for these plots? I can calculate it on my end. Just a token sum of 1 yuan, Su Fan replied. I see it as my modest contribution to the group. 1 yuan, exclaimed the project director, flipping through the deeds and gasping. I recognize these plots. They possess significant commercial potential, valued at over 1 billion. Su Fan smiled. My friend, aware of my philanthropic endeavors, transferred the land at a low price, contributing to the welfare of our great nation. Is it Wang Xiao? Wang Xueyan asked quietly. Su Fan was taken aback. How did you guess? Did he not already contribute 10 billion to you before? Wang Xueyan remarked. In your circle of friends, he is the only one who is so passionately devoted to welfare endeavors while possessing substantial capability. After the meeting concluded, Wang Xueyan and Tianjun went about their own affairs. Su Fan sat in his opulent office located on the top floor of the building when Yu Yong knocked and entered. Master, I have a matter to discuss with you. They both took their seats at the table. Master, Lin Ao has been taken away by the subordinates of Jin Kingfeng, Yu Yong reported. Once he entered Jin Kingfeng's estate, he has not re-emerged, and it is highly probable that he will never return. Jin Kingfeng? Su Fan furrowed his brow. Is he, like those before him, undergoing a transformation to become one of Jin Kingfeng's loyal assassins? Indeed, Yu Yong confirmed, handing over a classified dossier. Here are the profiles of 47 individuals. They were once renowned figures in the underworld. Now, they have assumed new identities and appearances under Jin Kingfeng's control. My informant has infiltrated Jin Kingfeng's inner circle. He paused. Su Fan gestured for him to stop. Do not disclose information that I should not know. The identity of the undercover agent is known only to you. Yu Yong sealed his lips. Su Fan's eyes gleamed. Jin Kingfeng's ambitious designs have been in motion for many years. Had you not joined my first estate, this world would have taken a vastly different shape. Many events in this world conceal turbulent undercurrents beneath a placid surface. For instance, if Yu Yong had not received intelligence regarding the assassination plot against Qin Xuan, Su Fan would not have fortuitously appeared at the border to save her life. Yu Yong smiled faintly. These 47 individuals are Jin Kingfeng's true trump cards. Some still take orders from him, while others have embedded themselves in the underworld, becoming significant power players. Su Fan expressed his astonishment. Do not tell me that the person Jin Kingfeng trusts the most is your brother. Not at all. Yu Yong replied cautiously. The individual Jin Kingfeng relies on most is likely the elusive Master Kuni Zhen, who has been missing for 30 years. There's an old man under Jin Kingfeng's command known as Mr. Ku, who bears a striking resemblance to Kuni Zhen. He is well-versed in medicine and disguise techniques. Apart from Jin Kingfeng, only he knows the intricate details of the 47 individuals. It was through piecing together fragmented information that I was able to confirm their identities. Su Fan nodded. In the next phase, we must regard Jin Kingfeng as our primary adversary. Our first estate stands apart, unrestrained. It has undoubtedly become a source of anxiety for him. A formidable figure like Jin Kingfeng cannot tolerate the existence of such a terrifying entity as the First Estate in his midst. The schemes of the Four Seas Dragon Palace against the First Estate have already sounded the alarm for us. I will keep a vigilant eye on these developments. Yu Yong asserted. At a critical juncture, I will eliminate Jin Kingfeng to eradicate this menace once and for all. Exercise caution, caution, and more caution, Su Fan advised. Jin Kungfeng's potential is unfathomable. He may possess formidable hidden cards. Qin Yishuan has informed me that he has backing. Consider the extent of his power if he has such support. Should we fail to eradicate the evil completely and allow the situation to spiral out of control, the Great Xia will find itself in tumultuous turmoil. Understand. Yu Yong shifted the topic. Lin Ao has suddenly vanished. Master, what do you deduce will transpire next? Su Fan pondered quietly before responding. The Four Seas Dragon Palace has already fallen victim to Jin Kungfeng's machinations. If we do not intervene, they will inevitably become vassals of the Jin family. Chapter 30. The finest work. Regrettably, the master's plan to utilize Lin Ao against Long Xiao has failed. Yu Yong lamented. Jin Kungfeng has eliminated Lin Ao, the disruptor. Now that the Four Seas Dragon Palace is reassembling, they can focus their efforts on Qin Yishuan, as well as our first manor. Su Fan chuckled. You should provide Long Xiao with a piece of highly confidential intelligence. Inform him that a formidable force has intervened in his conflict with Lin Ao, compelling our first manor to withdraw immediately. Additionally, you must caution him that our provision of information must remain a secret. Otherwise, we shall impose sanctions upon him. Yu Yong suddenly comprehended. We are sowing discord between the Four Seas Dragon Palace and Jin Kungfeng. Thus, regardless of the fabrications Jin Kungfeng concocts concerning Lin Ao, Long Xiao will not fully trust him. What other force could provoke such fear in our first manor? Su Fan remarked in the next phase. We must closely monitor Jin Kungfeng and observe how he manipulates Lin Ao. As long as we ascertain the identity of Lin Ao, we can exploit the situation further. Just as Lin Ao seemed to be ensnared in a trap, he abruptly vanished without a trace. The first manor received top-secret intelligence. Due to the intervention of a powerful figure, they could no longer report Lin Ao's movements to Long Xiao. Furthermore, they issued an unprecedentedly severe warning. If Long Xiao divulged the collaboration between the First Manor and the Four Seas Dragon Palace to anyone, he would face brutal retribution from the First Manor. What individual could instill such terror in the exalted First Manor? At that moment, news arrived from the Jin family. They had ensured Lin Ao's complete disappearance, never to reappear in the world again. The Four Seas Dragon Palace could now act freely in pursuit of their desires. Had it not been for the First Manor's intervention, this news would have delighted Long Xiao. However, he was now somewhat perplexed and sought to consult Lu Zhong to assess the veracity of this matter. Lu Zhong maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes flickered, revealing a turmoil beneath his composed facade. What did Jin Kungfeng intend to accomplish by retaining Lin Ao? One remark from Lu Zhong caused a cold sweat to bead upon Long Xiao's forehead. Is he planning to discard us when we are at our weakest? To let Lin Ao reclaim the Four Seas Dragon Palace after we have exhausted ourselves in battle against Qin Yishuan? Or perhaps he intends to sacrifice us as scapegoats and hand over the territory of the Four Seas Dragon Palace to Lin Ao. Long Xiao's hands trembled uncontrollably. Master, what should we do? He exclaimed in a furious roar. Damn Jin Kungfeng. The Four Seas Dragon Palace is not some trifling establishment to be toyed with. Lu Zhong displayed a serene smile. Having grasped our adversary's cards, we can orchestrate our strategy with poise. This misfortune was entirely due to the First Manor. We shall not be the victims here. Present a 10 billion check to the First Manor, and they will surely understand our intentions. Now, let us forge this auspicious bond. In the future, we may collaborate with the First Manor on other grand matters. Young Master Long expressed his astonishment. Master, the First Manor's stance is unpredictable. Why should we squander our resources in vain? Lu Zhong replied with calmness. The First Manor indeed has a position. Otherwise, why would they caution us to be wary of this formidable figure? When two tigers contend, one must inevitably be wounded. The First Manor must have sensed the pressure from the Jin family, prompting them to subtly alert us. If our Sea Dragon Palace were to become a vassal of the Jin family, who would be their next target? Ah, I see now, young Master Long said, feeling a pang of shame. Master, I have been so naive, unable to see through such matters. Lu Zhong reassured him. That is perfectly natural. Who hasn't been young at some point? When I forged my empire with your father, I lacked the sophistication you possess now. If you were already capable of controlling the entire situation, What need would there be for a mentor like me? Young Master Long felt a sense of relief. With his father and such formidable mentors safeguarding the Sea Dragon Palace, any crisis could be weathered with ease. With humility, young Master Long inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Our next step is to march towards the East Sea Dragon Palace." Lu Zhong revealed a slight smirk. From the East Sea Dragon Palace, as reaction, "We shall unveil the truth. If they offer no resistance and willingly submit, it indicates that Lin Ao has already communicated with them, instructing them to lie low and preserve their strength as spies." "These scoundrels!" Young Master Long laughed with anger. "I will send these rascals to the most perilous front lines to fight, allowing them to shed their last drop of blood for the Sea Dragon Palace." "See, isn't this splendid?" Lu Zhong chuckled. Understanding the opponent's hidden cards makes this game far more intriguing. Lin Ao awakened abruptly from the depths of slumber, sensing an unsettling change. He leapt from his bed, raising his slender fingers to inspect his delicate skin, trembling uncontrollably. The large mirror across from him reflected the outline of an extraordinary beauty, tall and athletic with exquisite features. No trace of the former Lin Ao remained. She was entirely transformed into a stunning paragon of beauty. "Old man, what have you done?" Lin Ao bellowed at Mr. Ku, who stood nearby. "You have ruined me." He suddenly realized that even his voice had become high-pitched and delicate, unmistakably feminine. "Miss Meng, to sever ties with your past self, one must possess the courage to make a bold sacrifice." Mr. Ku smiled benignly. "This body of yours is my finest creation. I fear I shall never craft another masterpiece that surpasses you." "You are insane," Lin Ao roared. "Why has my voice changed so drastically?" "To ensure completeness, one must embrace the entire transformation," Mr. Ku replied with a smile. "Your vocal cords have also undergone surgery. Furthermore, your violent and fierce techniques no longer align with your current identity. Thus, I have modified 2 of your meridian pathways. Henceforth, when you employ your powers, a hint of femininity will accompany your formidable presence. Additionally, I have enhanced your strength by approximately 50%. Consider it a gift." "I am in despair, realizing that I can no longer return to the past." Lin Ao feels an overwhelming sense of grievance. "Perhaps the transformation of my identity has altered my character. I find myself sobbing uncontrollably. In the Lin family, I am the last remaining male heir, and now it seems that the lineage is on the verge of extinction under my watch." No, Mr. Ku chuckled, saying, "Look at yourself. Your essence remains that of man. You can still carry on the Lin family legacy. Once you seize control of the Dragon Palace, finding 1,000 women to bear your children will be a trivial matter." Lin Ao glanced downward, and indeed, Mr. Ku's words rang true. "What on earth is happening?" Lin Ao exclaimed in frustration. "I am now a mere shadow of my former self. I trust you can sense that I have extended you my utmost goodwill. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Mr. Ku replied. "This is your identification. Your name is Meng Wuxia, a close aide to the commander. The real Meng Wuxia perished during a covert operation, along with her familiar companions. You will now assume her position, and no one will detect any discrepancies." Lin Ao opened the pouch to reveal a collection of Meng Wuxia's personal effects, including identification and documents. Gazing at the exquisite visage on the credentials, then comparing it to his own reflection, a chill coursed down Lin Ao's spine. A terrifying thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps he had long since caught the eye of Jean Cafu and had become a part of his clandestine scheme. Yet now, he had fallen under the other's control. He had no choice but to comply unconditionally. "Mr. Ku," Lin Ao said, regarding him with a grim smile, "I wish to know if there was any romantic connection between the commander and Meng Wuxia." "Life is but a play. Such matters are inconsequential," Mr. Ku replied vaguely. "Miss Meng, all that has transpired is but a fleeting illusion. You must thoroughly forget it. Remember only that you are an avenger, with the singular goal of ascending to the dragon god's throne. All other actions are merely means to that end." Chapter 31. The new subordinate of Jin San shall have you install the control switch in me, such that with a mere press, I would vanish into thin air. "Miss Meng, if I say no, would you believe me?" Mr. Ku smiled. "You are overthinking. Such thoughts serve you no good." By following the commander's directives, your life will become 100 times more exciting than before. Wise individuals make judicious choices. Miss Ming, you are exceptionally intelligent. I trust you will make the right decision. With her emotions settled, Meng Wuxia donned a fitted outfit and followed Mr. Ku into Jean Kefu's Grand Hall. Commander, Meng Wuxia saluted Jean Kefu, exuding an impressive and dignified demeanor. She bore a striking resemblance to the legendary female general of the Great Xia, Qin Yishuan. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Jean Kefu's eyes as he nodded at Meng Wuxia. Wuxia, it is splendid to have you back. From now on, I will assign you to assist the Jean family. They are far too foolish, and I need you to keep a close watch on them. Please instruct me on how I should proceed, Commander. Dreamless nodded. Should I assist them in some endeavors? You are my observer. Pursue whatever you desire. Jean Kefu remarked. If you are unwilling, no one can command you. Do not offer them counsel. Merely observe their performance and assist them in tasks you find enjoyable. A fierce smile crept across Jean Kefu's face. The foolish perish, while the wise ascend. This principle holds true within the Jean family as well. A formidable lineage can only thrive by nurturing the finest seeds, enabling them to withstand the tempests of fortune. He glanced at Mr. Ku. Let Dreamless accompany Jean Quantian. Although his actions are somewhat chaotic, they are still marginally preferable to those of other fools. Jean Quantian is exceedingly inept. The Wang Group, on the brink of bankruptcy after being defrauded of 10 billion, has yet to face the consequences before he could revel in their downfall. Wang Xueyan unexpectedly secured a 10 billion investment from Longyue Group, striking Jean Quantian like a thunderbolt. He could not fathom why his ally, Long Shao, would assist the Wang family in remedying their financial woes. This was nothing short of treachery. Days later, another blow struck. The Wang Group suddenly received a 30 billion investment from Tianjun. A project grounded in deception inexplicably flourished, becoming a beacon of investment. Thoughts of Su Fan, comfortably seated within the 4 billion valued Tongfu Group, indulging in luxury while he, inexplicably, had squandered the 10 billion he had deceitfully acquired. Facing a scathing reprimand from his family filled him with frustration. A series of profoundly strategic maneuvers had utterly failed to achieve their intended outcomes. The foolish and inept Su family outcast, Su Fan, reveling in both a beautiful wife and wealth, reached the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, he, intelligent, powerful, and well-connected, could only lurk in the shadows, watching his rival thrive. What a cruel world. The phone rang. It was his father, Jean Kelly, the head of the Jean family. Upon ending the call, Jean Quantian wore a peculiar expression. Linning handed him a glass of red wine. Third young master, what transpired? My second uncle has sent someone to assist me, Jean Quantian pondered. Could it be that my actions have displeased him, prompting my second uncle to impose restrictions upon me? Do not overthink it, third young master. It is possible that the assistance is genuine, Linning reassured him. Among the Jean family's young masters, you are the finest. The others are far worse. Even if the elders above are muddled, they wouldn't prioritize picking the ripe fruit first. What do you mean by worse than me? Jean Quantian retorted angrily. My inadequacies stem from the incompetence of my subordinates. Are you referring to me? Linning challenged. Yet I have exerted my utmost. For your sake. I even danced fervently for a wretch like Su Fan. In retrospect, I find it rather degrading. Linning was not just any ordinary woman. The Lin family was a prominent lineage in Yin City. Like the Wang family, the Lin family had fallen prey to Jean Quantian's underhanded tactics, becoming a vassal of the Jean family. Under Jean Quantian's coercion, the Lin family was compelled to assign their eldest daughter to serve him, effectively becoming Jean Quantian's partner. Linning possessed a background of overseas study and experience within multinational corporations. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to effortlessly infiltrate the Wang Group and become Wang Xueyan's most trusted subordinate. However, the once valiant dragon-slaying youth has now transformed into a malevolent dragon. Linning, the victim, has sadly devolved into a conspirator for Jean Quantian, assisting him in malevolent schemes against others. After a brief quarrel, both fell silent. We must swiftly devise a strategy to restore the trust we have lost, Jean Quantian remarked. The Wang family and Su Fan. The larger their enterprises grow, the more succulent the rewards become. Yet, with the Wang family entangled with Tianjun, countering them has become a daunting challenge. Who is Tianjun, after all? In the eyes of our Jin family, he is merely a plump morsel. Jin Quotian chuckled coldly. A couple of years ago, we attempted to deal with him, but he managed to escape by mere luck. If he dares oppose us again, we shall strike once more. Linning interjected. Did not Uncle send someone here? We could inquire if he has any viable solutions. A sleek convertible pulled up in front of Jin Quotian's villa. A tall and strikingly beautiful woman, carrying a small suitcase, strode inside. In the astonished gazes of Jin Quotian and Linning, the woman coolly stated, I am Wang Xueyan, here to assist the third young Master Jin. Uncle has actually sent a stunning beauty. Jin Quotian's eyes roamed over Wang Xueyan, swallowing hard as he said, Miss Meng, I am Jin Quotian. Welcome to assist me. I am Linning, the third young master's girlfriend. Linning stepped forward, positioning herself beside Jin Quotian. Miss Meng, you are truly a rare beauty. Wang Xueyan cast a cold glance at the two, stating, I require a room. From now on, I will be by the third young master's side to see if I can be of assistance. Jin Quotian laughed joyfully. Excellent, excellent. I cannot have wished for more. Observing Jin Quotian's shameless demeanor made Lin Ying feel a wave of nausea, as if she had consumed something repulsive. However, she held no sway over Jin Quotian. Given the Jin family's notorious ruthlessness, angering Jin Quotian could potentially spell catastrophe for the Lin family. Lin Ying forced a smile, saying, Miss Meng, allow me to escort you to your room. My room is off limits to anyone. Wang Xueyan glanced at both Jin Quotian and Lin Ying. Anyone who dares to enter my room without permission will find themselves with broken legs, crawling out. With that, Lin Ying led Wang Xueyan away, leaving Jin Quotian in a state of disarray. This woman is remarkably ruthless, appearing more formidable than even my grandmother. Stealthily retreating to the doorway, Jin Quotian dialed a number. As the call connected, he softened his tone, adopting a syrupy voice. Cousin, it's Quotian. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. I hope it's convenient. The response from the other end was brief, prompting Jin Quotian to lower his voice. Cousin, having been by Uncle's side for so long, do you know of a woman named Wang Xueyan? She has been sent here by Uncle. I wish to understand her background to avoid inadvertently offending anyone. Upon returning from outside, Jin Quotian was already slick with a layer of cold sweat. As Wang Xueyan finished her preparations and descended the stairs behind Lin Ying, he felt a growing sense of unease. His attitude towards Miss Wang Xueyan is even more respectful than that towards his own grandmother. Miss Meng, my conditions here are rather rudimentary. If there is anything that does not meet your expectations, please do not hesitate to bring it to my attention. Jin Quotian said with a smile. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you. With a smile, one should not strike the hand that extends in kindness. Observing Jin Quotian's submissive demeanor, Wang Xueyan felt a faint sense of satisfaction swell within her. The feeling of being respected is one that no human can overlook. Wang Xueyan replied with a gentle expression, You are too courteous, third young master. I am here to assist. If there is anything I can help with, I will do my utmost. Miss Meng, please have a seat. Jin Quotian invited Wang Xueyan to sit down, taking a respectful seat beside her as he continued, I am currently faced with a perplexing situation. A project that was destined for success has been thrown into disarray by a certain waste of space named Su Fan. Su Fan? This name evoked no recognition in Wang Xueyan. The absence of an impression indicated that he was a trivial character. The fact that Jin Quotian could not handle such an insignificant figure was enough to illustrate his own incompetence. A faint smile graced Wang Xueyan's lips as she inquired, What has he done to put you in such a predicament? That is the perplexing part, Jin Quotian stammered. He suddenly realized that Su Fan had done nothing at all to reach his current standing. The only thing Su Fan had accomplished was marrying Wang Xueyan. I had initially planned to coerce Wang Xueyan into marrying, thereby transforming the Wang group into a vassal of the Jin family, Jin Quotian continued. But Su Fan unexpectedly returned and married Wang Xueyan according to their previous engagement. From the moment he returned, nothing has gone right for us. I had orchestrated a fraudulent trust investment that would have led to the bankruptcy of the Wang group. However, Long Shao suddenly invested 10 billion into the Wang group, reviving them. Recently, the Wang Group received a 30 billion investment from the real estate tycoon Tianjun, and Su Fan has now become the president of a 40 billion joint venture. Long Xiao. Meng Wuxiao raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Is he not affiliated with the Four Seas Dragon Palace? Why is he meddling in the affairs between the Jin family and the Wang Group? I find it quite strange as well, Jin Quantian replied. He was unaware that Long Xiao's objective was to assist the Jin family in eliminating Qin Yishuan. His investment in the Wang Group was merely a means to leverage Su Fan, using the 10 billion investment as a bargaining chip. Long Xiao intended to exploit Su Fan's proximity to Qin Yishuan to orchestrate her demise, while simultaneously creating a significant setback for Wang Xueyan. These were all underhanded schemes unworthy of the spotlight. Long Xiao had not divulged his plans to anyone, making it impossible for Jin Quantian to know. He was also oblivious to the fact that Long Xiao had been outmaneuvered by Su Fan, having funneled 20 billion into him without gaining anything in return. Could Su Fan possibly be affiliated with the Four Seas Dragon Palace? Meng Wuxiao pondered. If he were indeed connected to them, it would be entirely reasonable that you cannot contend with him. Impossible. Suddenly, Jin Quantian sprang up and exclaimed, "The Four Seas Dragon Palace is collaborating with our Jin family. They would not dare betray us." Dade? Meng Wuxiao responded with a cold laugh. "Third young master, your naivety is showing. In the world of martial arts, there exists only self-interest, not loyalty. The Four Seas Dragon Palace would not hesitate to eliminate their own for the sake of profit." Dejected, Jin Quantian sank back down. I must confront Long Xiao and discern his true intentions. From the moment Meng Wuxiao proposed this hypothesis, it was as if a window had been flung open. Jin Quantian suddenly grasped many things that had previously eluded him. As long as you haven't captured his hand, he will certainly resort to evasion. Meng Wuxiao stated, "Consider the entire sequence of events. Behind every coincidence lies an inevitability. I cannot believe that an individual devoid of any background can thrive so effortlessly. Is there truly such a thing as a child of destiny in this world?" At the brink of his engagement's expiration, Su Fan miraculously appeared and swiftly married Wang Xueyan. He boldly opposed the Jin family. Did he not comprehend the terrifying might of such a colossal entity? With the Su family's meager status, how could he possibly dare to contend with the Jin family? Just as the Wang Group teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, Long Xiao suddenly intervened, injecting a staggering 10 billion into the venture. Yet the 10 billion I painstakingly acquired mysteriously vanished during a money laundering operation. Is there a connection between these two sums of 10 billion? Jin Quantian fervently pondered, feeling the truth draw ever closer. Meng Wuxiao suddenly inquired, "When you were dealing with the Wang Group and Su Fan, did Long Xiao ever inquire about the relevant details?" Indeed, Jin Quantian's teeth ground together in frustration. Long Xiao not only queried him about this matter, but probed deeply, extracting every detail with precision. Observing Jin Quantian's expression, Meng Wuxiao began to piece everything together. Why would Tianjun invest in the Wang Group? Meng Wuxiao questioned, what qualifications does the Wang Group possess to attract the attention of the real estate tycoon Tianjun? Without substantial backing, how could Tianjun even notice them? Suddenly, Lining, standing nearby, exclaimed in shock, "A few days ago, I came across a piece of business intelligence. The Tongfu Group acquired commercial land valued at 10 billion overnight. I recall those plots were not Tianjun's. They were purchased by Long Xiao." Cursing under his breath, Jin Quantian's face turned pale. He finally confirmed that his true adversary was not Su Fan, but rather Long Xiao and the Four Seas Dragon Palace behind him. Now, everything fell into place, and the mysterious aura surrounding Su Fan dissipated entirely. Su Fan was merely a puppet. The true mastermind was Long Xiao of the Four Seas Dragon Palace. No wonder this impoverished underdog seemed to thrive. It was all in service to Long Xiao. Jin Quantian rose and deeply bowed to Meng Wuxiao. "Thank you, Miss Meng, for illuminating my path. Otherwise, I would remain blissfully unaware." The third young master, too, was caught in the web, overly trusting of his allies. Meng Wuxiao nodded. "As long as you can mitigate your losses, this incident is not insurmountable." Jin Quantian lamented, Since Long Xiao is orchestrating this affair, devouring Wang Xueyan has become an impossible task. Meng Wuxiao replied calmly. There is no need for the third young master to think so. Even in competition, there exists a semblance of order regarding precedence. How dare Long Xiao encroach upon the business of the Jin family? Naturally, the Jin family possesses the right to retaliate. It is merely a matter of employing one's own methods. Indeed, why should I yield to him? Jin Quotien's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Is our Jin family's influence not capable of suppressing the Four Seas Dragon Palace? This is not a matter of violence. In the marketplace, everyone relies on their own abilities. Lining inquired, astonished, Third young master, do you intend to confront Wang Xueyan and Su Fan as well? Certainly, Jean Quatien scoffed. I have never suffered such a loss. Where I fell, I shall rise again. I intend to transform the Wang group into an asset of the Jin family, and also to acquire Su Fan's Tongfu group. I shall compel Su Fan to kneel before me, begging for mercy. I will arrange for Wang Xueyan to marry Jin Wang, turning her into a pitiful figure for all in Yin City to mock. With such resolve from the third young master, I wholeheartedly support you. Meng Wuxiao smiled. However, you must focus on the main issue. Su Fan is but a minor character, insignificant. Long Xiao is your true target. The Jin family is still collaborating with the Four Seas Dragon Palace and cannot afford to sever ties directly. Jean Quotien hesitated. It feels as though we're striking at two ends through Su Fan. I have a strategy that will allow you to easily deal with Long Xiao, swallowing both the Wang family and Su Fan whole. Meng Wuxia declared, consider this a token of my loyalty to you, third young master. Jean Quotien exclaimed in surprise. What is it? You must approach Long Xiao and inform him that a copy of the EC Atlas has fallen into Su Fan's hands. Meng Wuxia explained. This information is of great importance to Long Xiao, representing dozens of rare mineral deposits that have been identified within the vast expanse of the EC. With these resources, the Four Seas Dragon Palace would experience a significant financial boost, elevating its status even further. Upon hearing the name EC Atlas, he will undoubtedly seek out Su Fan for it, but Su Fan will not possess such a treasure. Long Xiao will believe he has been deceived by Su Fan, and naturally, their relationship will shatter. And then, Meng Wuxia chuckled coldly. Then, you will inform Long Xiao that you can assist him in acquiring this information. But he must take action against Su Fan and Wang Xueyan. He will not believe me. Whether he believes or not is irrelevant. As long as the transaction is successful, that is all that matters. Meng Wuxiao asserted confidently. For the sake of profit, Long Xiao will not hesitate to abandon Su Fan. Jean Quotien exclaimed. But I do not possess the EC Atlas. I do. The EC Atlas is in my possession. Chapter 33. Master, you are truly cunning. Miss Ming, are you willing to exchange the East Sea Atlas for Long Xiao's support of me? Precisely. A hint of coldness flickered in Meng Wuxia's eyes. The stronger the Four Seas Dragon Palace becomes, the more powerful they grow, the more pleased I shall be. Long Xiao's estate was filled with jubilation. Leading his team in a battle, without breaking a sweat, Lu Feng had already brought the entirety of the East Sea Dragon Palace to surrender. Upon returning to Yin City, Long Xiao had not yet had the chance to meet with LV Zhong when a convoy entered his estate. Third young master? Long Xiao gazed in surprise at Jean Quotien striding in. What brings you here today? I primarily came to congratulate you on ascending to the throne of the East Sea Dragon King, and I also have some news to relay. As the two took their seats, Jean Quangtian remarked, the individual I have positioned beside Su Fan has provided me with some intelligence. Su Fan seems to have acquired a copy of the EC compendium from an unknown source. He appears to regard it with great significance, as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Long Xiao's expression grew solemn. The East Sea compendium? Where did he come across it? Where is this compendium concealed? Jean Quangtian spread his hands in a gesture of ignorance. His guards are overly vigilant, and my informant cannot approach him. However, this information was indeed relayed to me directly by my operative. He would not dare deceive me. This news must be authentic. Long Xiao nodded quietly. The title of this book cannot possibly be fabricated. I shall seek out Su Fan and see if he is willing to part with it. Third young master, you are quite astute. If Su Fan is foolish enough to withhold this book, I shall handle the matter. Jean Quantian boasted. I will ensure he bows to Long Xiao. In the dead of night, within Long Xiao's living room, he mused, what on earth is that scoundrel Nao up to? Why would he release the East Sea Compendium at this juncture? He expressed his unease. It is impossible for the compendium to reside in Su Fan's possession. Zong interjected. It is a treasure long held in the depths of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, only ever entrusted to the Dragon King of Longhai. Long Xiao nodded. Could it be that Jin Sen Xiao intends to wield me as a weapon against Su Fan? I am aware that Jin San Xiao aims to absorb Wang Xueyan's conglomerate. Yet he has been thwarted by Su Fan. El Zhong inquired. Do you believe Su Fan possesses any special background? Long Xiao replied, I have investigated, and there is none. His only remarkable trait is his charm with women. The eldest daughter of the Wang family is eager to marry him, and unexpectedly, Qin Yishuan holds him in high regard as well. He must have powerful connections, otherwise, the Jin family would have eliminated him long ago. El Zhong pondered. Could it be that Su Fan is in fact aligned with Qin Yishuan, playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Long Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. I am aware that Su Fan knows of my dealings with Qin Yishuan. If he were truly one of her people, I would have met my demise long ago. He may be connected to her, yet he is not wholly devoted to her. He has his own interests at heart. He stands to gain from you. Thus he would not allow you to perish so easily. El Zhong suggested. Consider this. Would Qin Yishuan permit an unrelated individual to reside next door? A mere acquaintance enjoys more privilege than Jin Kefu, able to visit the hospital? This wretched individual is adept at concealing his true nature. In truth, as El Zhong had just posited Su Fan's background, Long Xiao had already begun to embrace this hypothesis. All previous uncertainties regarding Su Fan resurfaced in his mind. By adopting this premise, everything began to fall into place. Clearly, Jin San Xiao remains undeterred in his pursuit of both the Wang family conglomerate and Su Fan. El Zhong smiled. He wishes for you to pave the way for him, assisting in his confrontation with Su Fan. In other words, he has yet to recognize that Su Fan is a formidable hedgehog, one that will inflict wounds if provoked. In the past, we charged in a battle for Jin Kefu, fully committed to opposing Qin Yishuan. Long Xiao remarked, now that Jin Kefu intends to annex us, should we not reconsider our stance? We cannot place all our hopes on a single individual. We must cultivate connections on both sides. El Zhong nodded in agreement. On the surface, we present a united front with the Jin family, but clandestinely, you should leverage Su Fan as a unique pawn to maintain your ties with Qin Yishuan. You have already invested 2 billion in Su Fan. Surely he will grant you some favor? Favor is a fleeting concept. It is only money that commands respect. Long Xiao replied with a wry smile. Only a continuous flow of benefits can sustain my relationship with Su Fan. What a remarkable individual he is. Zong Shukud. You should meet Su Fan and spend money to procure the Eastern Sea Compendium. If he lacks it, simply inform him that this is information provided by Jin Quotian. This way, regardless of any tricks Jin Quotian may employ, he cannot lay the blame at our feet. A brilliant idea suddenly struck me. Long Xiao's interest piqued. I could indeed purchase it. I can persuade Su Fan to obtain the Eastern Sea Compendium for me, as long as the price is right. Su Fan will be invigorated and accomplish anything. The Eastern Sea Compendium in the hands of the Jin family would undoubtedly bring them formidable trouble. Observe, with a little ingenuity, brilliant schemes abound. El Zhong laughed heartily. Your notion is splendid. I am entirely in favor. Seated in the opulent office of Tongfu Group, Su Fan feigned busyness, though he had little to attend to. Upon seeing Yu Yong enter, Su Fan beamed. Excellent. At last, I have something to engage with. Master, I have an important piece of intelligence, Yu Yong reported. The identity of Lin Ao has been largely confirmed. Who is he transformed into? Sufanin Koayir Intriv. Such an exceptional individual, akin to a star in the sky, cannot easily conceal his brilliance. It is utterly unexpected, Yu Yong replied with a peculiar expression. He has apparently become a woman. A woman? Su Fan gasped in disbelief. How is that possible? Would Lin Ao have the audacity to continue living after such a transformation? Becoming a woman is preferable to death, I suppose, Yu Yong remarked. My informant has revealed that Jean Kefu has positioned a woman named Meng Wuxia by Jean Quotien's side. What is the matter with this Meng Wuxia? The original Meng Wuxia has long since perished, Yu Yong explained. Over a year after her death, this deceased has evidently returned, which raises significant concerns. He produced a dossier and presented it to Su Fan. The document bore a striking photograph of Meng Wuxia. This woman is rather appealing, Su Fan noted. Lin Ao transforming into such a rare beauty is not a misfortune. There is another piece of gossip, Yu Yong continued. It is said that during Meng Wuxia's lifetime, she had a unique relationship with Jean Kefu as a secret lover. Good heavens! Su Fan shuddered. Jean Kefu's tastes are truly peculiar. The thought of him sharing a bed with Lin Ao in the guise of a beauty sends chills down my spine. How could he indulge so brazenly? I am quite eager to interview this Miss Meng. What could it be like to be someone else's girlfriend? Master, you are truly incorrigible, Yu Yong remarked with a grimace. Perhaps Jean Kefu merely wishes to preserve a memory. Observing a former lover meandering before me serves as a peculiar form of solace. You are the true embodiment of lewdness. Su Fan retorted loudly. You intentionally regale me with gossip, steering my thoughts towards the sordid, only to mock me thereafter. I did not. Dare you claim that you Haven Tea deliberately led me astray? It is your heart that is tainted, projecting such notions. Would you dare to swear an oath? Why should I swear an oath? As the two continued their spirited exchange, Su Fan's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up, perplexed. What is going on? Young Master Long wishes to pay me a visit. What could he possibly want? Chapter 34. Wealth comes without seeking it. He directed Yu Yong to a nearby lounge, advising him to remain quiet and composed. A quarter of an hour later, young Master Long strode through the door, his countenance illuminated by a warm smile. Fan Shao, your investment group has been established, and I have yet to extend my congratulations. He carefully placed a solid gold statue of the god of wealth, weighing 88 pounds, onto the adjacent table. May it bring you great fortune. Do you like it? Truly. Young Master Long. Chun Fan erupted into joyous laughter. Grasping Long's arm, he enthusiastically invited him to take a seat on the sofa. Young Master Long. Only you possess the audacity to quantify gold by the pound. It is primarily because my regard for you is entirely unique, Fan Shao. Long earnestly stated. I feel no reluctance in investing in you. You are surprisingly infatuated with me? Su Fan gazed at Long in astonishment. I hope your inclinations are not questionable. Your thoughts are truly peculiar. You are certainly not a good person. Long shivered in fright. Fan Shao, I merely wish to engage in a business transaction with you. Hence this gift of passage. Business? I relish it. Su Fan beamed. As long as there is profit to be made, I am willing to undertake any venture. What a mercenary scoundrel. Long silently cursed within, yet maintained a sincere smile. Fan Shao, I wish to purchase a book from you. A book? Su Fan's expression turned to disappointment. How much could that possibly be worth? This is no ordinary book. Long replied earnestly. The tome is titled the East Sea Compendium, kept in the custody of the Dragon King of the East Sea. It catalogs numerous treasures within the vast territories of the East Sea, of utmost significance to me. Treasures? Su Fan's mind began to race. I am most eager to engage in this transaction with you. Alas, I do not possess that book. That is impossible. Long regarded Su Fan with suspicion. Jean Quang Tian contacted me, stating that his undercover agent by your side witnessed you in possession of it. Jean Quang Tian? Su Fan's mind whirled, engulfed in contemplation. That rascal has placed an informant beside me? But aside from Xueyan and Miss Qin, there is no one else. Xueyan would never do such a thing. Could it be that Miss Qin is an agent of Jean Quang Tian? My heavens! Long at a loss for words. Remarked, please temper your imagination. I too harbor doubts regarding this matter. It may well be a diversion orchestrated by Jean Quang Tian. However, this book is exceedingly vital to me. Despite knowing it is a perilous pitfall, I must leap into it. He raised 2 fingers towards Su Fan and said, Young Master Fan, you possess extraordinary connections. I hope you can assist me in acquiring this book. If you manage to procure it for me, I shall offer you this sum. Su Fan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Since you deem this book so vital, are you willing to part with 200 million? Young Master Long shook his head. Be bolder. 2 billion. A greedy expression appeared on Su Fan's face. Young Master Long, you truly have delivered a staggering blow. That scoundrel Jean Quetian, he can earn 2 billion himself. Why would he bestow such a fortune upon me? Young Master Fan, are you suggesting that this book is in Jean Quetian's possession? Young Master Long feigned astonishment. But why would he deceive me and involve you? Su Fan replied apprehensively. Jean Quetian harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. He naturally wishes to use you as a pawn to eliminate me. Thankfully, the bond between us brothers is profound. Otherwise, I might have lost my life at your hands. No, at the hands of Jean Quetian. Young Master Long corrected him. Young Master Fan, your connections are more than sufficient to handle a fool like Jean Quetian. Leave the matter of the book to you. This task is rather formidable. Su Fan contemplated. Jean Quetian is not alone. He is backed by the entire Jean family. How many possess the audacity to confront the Jean family? You, Young Master Long, would not dare undertake such a venture. I cannot persuade my boss merely for 20 billion. This scoundrel is indeed Qin Yishuan's ally. Young Master Long gritted his teeth and inquired, 20 billion? Is your appetite so insatiable? What some would warrant a discussion with your boss. Since you have suggested 2, let be 20%. Su Fan stated decisively. I shall claim 20% of all the profits derived from this book. Young Master Fan, Young Master Long abruptly rose, glaring fiercely at Su Fan. Su Fan met his gaze with unwavering resolve, showing no sign of concession. Young Master Long's finger trembled as he pointed at Su Fan, exclaiming, how can you be so ruthless? 20%. If you were to sever my head and sell it, would it be worth even a fraction of that treasure? Young Master Long, this 20% is not mine alone. Su Fan reminded him, the esteemed individual willing to oppose the Jean family, my respected boss, has a multitude of subordinates, does she not? Do they not require sustenance? Do they not need to support their families? Do they not seek enjoyment in nightclubs? Do they not aspire to live with dignity? The 2% I claim may not even amount to 20 billion. I do this for the sake of friendship. Indeed, you are inflicting quite the wound. Young Master Long displayed a bittersweet smile. However, as long as I can obtain that book, I shall relent. It's a deal. Su Fan pondered for a moment. You may wait at home. I will have Jean Quetian approach you for the transaction, offering the Donghai Illustrated in exchange for your promise of non-support. Young Master Long expressed concern. The Donghai Illustrated is highly valuable. Jean Quetian will not readily part with it for trade. Su Fan chuckled. Fear not. Jean Quetian's greatest hatred is directed towards me. To eliminate me, he will agree to any terms. Young Master Long departed, and Yu Yong emerged from the adjacent room. Inquiring curiously, Master, why does this matter seem so peculiar? Jean Quetian believes I am an ally of Young Master Long. He was fervently intent on devouring the Wang family and my Tongfu group, but first he needed to neutralize Long Xiao. Su Fan chuckled, noting that the East Sea Atlas was given to him by Lin Ao. It is quite possible that this strategy originated from the brilliant mind of Lin Ao himself. If Long Xiao cannot procure the East Sea Atlas from me, Jean Quetian will approach him for negotiations. He would reclaim the East Sea Atlas from me and present it to Long Xiao, who would agree to sever ties with me and not impede his actions against me. This encapsulates Jean Quetian's entire scheme. However, the East Sea Atlas holds value far exceeding that of the Wang family and Tongfu group. In Lin Ao's eyes, the Four Seas Dragon Palace belongs to him. Su Fan remarked, if this is the case, once Long Xiao obtains the East Sea Atlas, it will ultimately return to his possession. Yu Yong's face displayed admiration as he concluded, in a not-so-distant future, Jean Quetian will automatically present the East Sea Atlas to Long Xiao. You will do nothing and yet receive 20% of the East Sea treasure from Long Xiao. Su Fangrin. Long Xiao has already concluded that I am under the influence of Qin Yishuan. He is now diversifying his investments rather than placing all his bets on Jean Kefu. This shift is far more significant for us than the 20% of the East Sea treasure. The East Sea treasure should not be underestimated, Yu Yong reminded. According to my intelligence, the treasures recorded in the East Sea Atlas, if fully excavated, would amount to no less than 20 trillion. 20 trillion? Su Fan was taken aback. 20% of 20 trillion amounts to 4 trillion. Does that mean I've inadvertently secured nearly half of the first estate? Not quite, Yiyong cautioned. This sum is not simply handed over in one go. It requires a steady and gradual extraction. That won't suffice. The uncertainty of a gradual approach is too great. Su Fan pondered, stating, I will not engage in risky ventures. I must devise a strategy to secure this sum firmly. Chapter 35. Hooking a foolish fish. 3 days passed without any developments. When Jean Quotien encountered Long Xiao once more, it was akin to witnessing a volcano on the verge of eruption. Jean Quotien cautiously inquired, Long Xiao, is it possible that Su Fan is simply ungrateful? As he recalled Su Fan's greed and shamelessness, an overwhelming rage surged within Long Xiao. The mere thought of being extorted for 20% of the East Sea treasure sent shivers of anxiety through him. That scoundrel Su Fan, utterly disgraceful. Long Xiao cursed in earnest. If it weren't for his backing with Qin Yishuan, I would have surely taken his head and used it as a football. Observing the success of his plot, Jean Quotien secretly reveled. He looked at Long Xiao, speaking with caution. If Long Xiao entrusts Su Fan entirely to me for resolution, I am willing to assist you in obtaining that book. That scoundrel Su Fan is impervious to persuasion. Long Xiao expressed concern. Third Xiao, you have suffered at Su Fan's hands. He is not to be trifled with. Jean Quotien seethed internally, yet outwardly stated, I will snatch the book from Su Fan. I am committed to a relentless pursuit against him. Everything I do is for your sake, Long Xiao. Third Xiao, proceed without hesitation, Long Xiao declared. As long as you can procure the East Sea Atlas for me, you may proceed as you wish. It would be best if you could eliminate Su Fan, as he is quite an eyesore before me. If Jean Quotien could manage to dispose of Su Fan, Long Xiao would undoubtedly welcome such an outcome. After all, it is merely the vicious feud between the Jin family and Qin Yishuan, and as an observer, this promises to be an entertaining spectacle. However, he is acutely aware that with Jean Quotien's limited capabilities, it is utterly impossible to rid himself of Su Fan. As long as he can acquire the Eastern Sea Compendium, it would still count as a significant achievement. Upon returning to his villa, Jean Quotien gleefully remarked, Miss Meng, you truly possess remarkable foresight. I can see that Long Xiao is currently seething with a desire to eliminate Su Fan. I have always maintained that the individuals from the Four Seas Dragon Palace regard emotions as irrelevant. They only recognize profit. A faint, cold smile graced Meng Wuxia's lips as she tossed a beautifully crafted ancient album to Jean Quotien. In a couple of days, deliver this Eastern Sea Compendium to Long Xiao, and inform him that you have thoroughly offended Su Fan, thereby establishing a mortal enmity between you. You will have rendered him a significant service, and Long Xiao would be disinclined to meddle in your disputes with Su Fan. Should he persist in his folly, the Jin family shall intervene and have a serious discussion with him. As the president of Tongfu Group, Su Fan personally undertook a project. A remote farm on the outskirts of the city, previously a desolate plot exploited by con artists, was transformed into a picturesque recreational experience garden. The once filthy ground, littered with chicken droppings, was cleared to reveal lush green grass. A dozen uniquely styled cottages were scattered across the lawn, interconnected by pebble pathways. Imported miniature horses, goats, black and white dairy cows, and little white pigs roamed leisurely across the verdant expanse, basking in the sunlight. The fish pond that Su Fan had envisioned was renovated into a standard fishing area, complete with several fishing spots. Clad in casual attire and donning a straw hat, Su Fan sat at one of the fishing spots, angling while sipping on soda. Su Gui stood beside him, reporting intelligence. Zhuangzhu, Jin Kefeng has recently been quite active, and many strangers have entered Yin City, seemingly plotting something significant. Have Yong keep an eye on them and investigate their backgrounds thoroughly. Should they dare to take action, let Tanhua deal with them decisively. The director of the National Intelligence Office, Lei Jin, has also been restless lately, accompanied by numerous compatriots from the nation. Monitor them, investigate, and eliminate. They must be concocting a grand operational plan, though it remains unclear whether it targets Qin Yishuan or our first estate. Have Yu Yong uncover the details of this plan. After Su Gue departed, Su Fan sharply lifted his fishing rod, a 7 or 8-pound fish leaping from the water, shimmering in the sunlight. The fishing is quite promising. Su Fan exclaimed joyfully. Call Qin Yishuan and see if she is available to join me for a fishing competition. As the call connected, Su Fan cheerfully declared, Hello. I've caught numerous large fish in the pond. Don't speak of fishing in my presence. I was catching fish with a willow branch at the age of 12. Do you want to come and compete? Su Fan Chalinith. Bring no equipment. I shall provide you with a willow branch, and we shall see who catches the most. It seems you are quite confident. I shall be there shortly. An hour later. Su Fan sat by the pond with a furrowed brow, holding a willow branch that dangled into the water. Not far away, Qin Yishuan was fishing with his rod. Didn't you claim you could fish with a willow branch? Su Fan exclaimed. Why is it that now I must fish with one? Let me take a willow branch and compete with you. Qin Yishuan chuckled. Have you lost your wits, or has water seeped into your brain? I always knew women were unreasonable and adept at using violence. A commotion erupted at the entrance of the leisure park. A fleet of luxury cars raced in, barreling toward the fishing pond. The doors swung open, and Jin Quangtian, surrounded by a throng of underlings, arrogantly approached Su Fan. Jin, San Shao. Su Fan exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. What brings you here on such a fine day? Have you lost your nerve? Jin Quangtian tilted his head, chuckling menacingly. Weren't you quite arrogant? Aren't you the champion of justice? Show me what that looks like now. Truly, disaster struck while one was by the fish pond. Su Fan, feeling helpless, replied, San Shao, I haven't done anything to provoke you. Weren't you quite bold with your words? Don't you have a powerful backer? Jin Quangtian laughed maniacally. Now, your protector has abandoned you. Hasn't he it? You become a stray dog. What do you intend to do? Su Fan asked. Are the Jin family going to bully the common folk? Precisely. Jin Quangtian roared with laughter. But fret not. I shall only target you and will not damage your belongings, including every blade of grass here, because soon, all of this will belong to me, and Wang Xueyan will divorce you and marry Jin Wang. Naturally, I am her true man. Jin Wang will only be left with the scraps after I am done with her. You, a stray dog, can only cower in the corner, watching me do as I please, helplessly shedding tears. His gaze fell upon the elegant silhouette of Qin Yishuan, who was fishing. Ah, so you are pursuing another woman? Jin Quangtian shouted in jealousy. You, a worthless scoundrel, are truly beyond redemption. A beauty like the eldest daughter of the Wang family is not enough for you, and you seek out a fishing girl instead. What wild dog is barking over here? Qin Yishuan retorted coldly, without looking back. What? Jin Quangtian could hardly believe his ears. Woman, you are finished. He called out to Qin Yishuan's retreating figure. How dare you call me a wild dog? Today, I will show you the might of this wild dog. I will leave you unable to stand, crawling out of here. Turn around. Let me see what this audacious woman looks like. Slowly, Qin Yishuan turned, revealing her exquisite face beneath her hat. Jin Quangtian suddenly froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Jin Quangtian's face drained of color, resembling that of a corpse. The calamity he faced now was more devastating than any disaster. This formidable woman could shatter him with a mere breath. Slap yourself until you resemble a pig's head, Qin Yishuan remarked coldly. Chapter 36. He became even more terrifying without a moment's hesitation. Jin Quangtian raised both hands and struck his own face with force, the crisp sound resonating with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. The more arrogant one is, the more they fear death. He was acutely aware of this truth. Even if Qin Yishuan were to sever his head with a single stroke, the Jin family would not dare to claim his corpse. Not even his second uncle, Jin Kafeng, would dare to confront Qin Yishuan directly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics from the shadows. One must not be excessively arrogant, Su Fan mused, as he took out his phone to record the remarkable spectacle of Jin San Shao. The followers standing behind Jin Quangtian were utterly petrified. They could not comprehend why their master had suddenly gone mad, mercilessly slapping himself. Wasn't his purpose today to bully Su Fan and deliver a resounding slap to his face? Why, then, did he turn his ire upon himself? Jin Quangtian's face visibly swelled, becoming a vivid red that stirred the imagination. After exhausting all his strength, he finally bent at the waist, and offered a 90-degree bow to Qin Xuan. With a swollen mouth that made his speech indistinct, he pleaded, "I was blind. For the sake of my uncle, please spare my life." Is this how the Jin family operates? Seizing others' wealth, usurping their wives, and reveling in the sight of the helpless weeping in corners? Who is your backing? Jin Quangtian fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the ground with a sharp sound. After only a few blows, his forehead was bruised and bloodied, a pitiful sight. I was merely boasting and trying to intimidate. I truly did nothing wrong. These matters have no connection to my uncle. Witnessing Jin Quangtian's disgraceful demeanor, Qin Yishuan felt a wave of revulsion. Get lost. You should accumulate some virtue for Jin Kufeng. Do not let him perish by your hand. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, Jin Quangtian bowed several more times before scrambling to his feet. He dared not even sit in his car, stumbling away like a stray dog from Su Fan's leisure garden. Even a fool could surmise Qin Yishuan's identity at this moment. Jin Quangtian's subordinates, like a pack of hounds, followed him in a frantic escape. The once imposing convoy quietly slipped away from the leisure garden, not daring to allow even the slightest roar from the engines. Alas, such a splendid opportunity squandered. Su Fan lamented. If only you had spoken a few harsh words to Jin Quangtian. Would he still dare to walk upright in my presence in the future? I fear you might soar to the heavens. Qin Yishuan scoffed. You, a wild monkey climbing the ranks, could easily become the next Jin Quangtian if the families within the Daxiao military are filled with such debauched scoundrels. Disaster is not far behind. Be honest with me. Were you aware that Jin Quangtian was coming, which is why you summoned me to shield you from his wrath? Great Commander, I did not realize that my image in your eyes was so dismal. So Phoenix Glumph, I am no oracle. How could I possibly know when Jin Quangtian would come to trouble me? It is his own misdeeds that have led him to encounter his fate in broad daylight. The leisure garden was in disarray, chaos reigning supreme. Qin Yishuan chased after Su Fan, striking fiercely. I told you not to crash into a ghost. You are a cursed specter. Jin Quangtian sat on the living room sofa, his head wrapped in white gauze, resembling a mummy. Even now, his mind had yet to recover from the blows he had endured. How could Qin Yishuan appear in Su Fan's leisure garden to fish? Was Su Fan truly Qin Yishuan's? This seemed utterly implausible. Wasn't Su Fan affiliated with the Dragon Lord of the Four Seas? Could he possibly be a double agent? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Meng Wuxia stood by the window, her hands clasped behind her back, deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, she turned to Jin Quangtian and remarked, "There is something amiss here. Perhaps a greater conspiracy lurks beneath the surface. Don't scare me. What other conspiracy could there be?" Jin Quangtian trembled as he spoke. "I need to find my second uncle immediately and report this dreadful news." "What chaos are you creating?" Meng Wuxia retorted coldly. "The commander requires not just a simple fact, but a conclusion grounded in reality. If you rush over there babbling nonsense, it will only lead the commander to perceive you as ineffectual. Have you considered the fate of a useless wastrel?" "Miss Meng, please save me," Jin Quangtian shouted. "I know you are trusted by my second uncle. You are the one he believes the most. He sent you to my side, a clear sign of his high regard for me. Miss Meng, help me rise in status, and I shall never forget your kindness." Meng Wuxia clenched her fists, her heart racing. Damn it, as expected. Jin Kufeng, that wretched pervert. Such words should never cross my path. Her expression turned icy as she said, "Hand over your subordinates to me. I need them to undertake certain tasks." Soon, Jin Quangtian's men were dispatched to gather information. By nightfall, all available information on Su Fan had been laid before Meng Wuxia. The second son of the Su family, cast aside and expelled, had returned 3 years later, marrying the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and within a short span had amassed immense wealth. There must be significant information that had been overlooked. Meng Wuxiao meticulously examined Su Fan's dossier and suddenly noticed the words "beautiful scenery manor." It struck her like a jolt of electricity, causing her to leap in surprise. She recalled having sent individuals from the East Sea Dragon Palace to attack Qin Yishuan's residence, which was located within Beautiful Scenery Manor. Su Fan also resided in Beautiful Scenery Manor. Could it be that he lived near Qin Yishuan, possibly even as a neighbor? 15 minutes later, Su Fan's exact address was confirmed. Meng Wuxia sat down heavily, having unraveled the entire situation. It was still the Dragon Lord. This insufferable man had orchestrated an elaborate scheme, placing his undercover agent right next to Qin Yishuan's residence. Previously, she had heard that the forces of the Four Seas Dragon Palace had once injured Qin Yishuan. With Su Fan, the grand undercover agent, lurking beside Qin Yishuan's abode, this was not a difficult task. As for why Qin Yishuan appeared in Su Fan's leisure garden to fish, interactions between neighbors, such as fishing together, did not imply anything significant. Dream Wuxiao was brimming with confidence as she reaffirmed that Su Fan was still under Long Xiao's influence. Qin Yishuan's sudden appearance was merely an intrusion. Miss Dream, what is the situation? Jin Quangtian leaned in with a comical expression. Third young master, your work is rather clumsy, Dream Wuxiao remarked. Are you aware that Su Fan is Qin Yishuan's neighbor? What? Jin Quangtian exclaimed in astonishment. How could the illustrious war goddess of the Great Xia live next to someone as insignificant as Su Fan? Foolish, Dream Wuxiao retorted. Su Fan's residence was naturally arranged by Long Xiao to utilize Su Fan against Qin Yishuan. Therefore, their relationship is merely that of neighbors, not as serious as you perceive. Damn it, I've been tricked again. Jin Quangtian cursed through gritted teeth, suddenly feeling a pang of doubt. Miss Dream, he hesitantly inquired, do you think Su Fan has managed to stir Qin Yishuan's affections, and now he has become hers? If he truly became Qin Yishuan's, it would be 100 times more terrifying than Long Xiao's East Sea Dragon Palace. With such a formidable ally, he could devour me whole. Chapter 37. The pitiful fate of those who scheme against others. The development of relationships between men and women can often be inscrutable. Dream Wuxiao pondered for a long while. When Qin Yishuan dealt with you, did she instruct you to keep your distance from Su Fan? Not all. Jin Quangtian's eyes brightened. So, their relationship is not sufficient for Qin Yishuan to warn me? Perhaps, but I'm not entirely sure. Dream Wuxiao revealed a complex expression. The most frustrating part is that whenever we wish to act against Su Fan, we must consider Qin Yishuan's involvement. Regardless, I am determined to settle the score with Su Fan. Jin Quangtian cried out resentfully. Look at what I've become. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. If I do not defeat Su Fan, I will never be able to hold my head high. Then let us bring him down, Dream Wuxia smiled. Many powers that appear formidable are, in fact, fragile, especially those reliant on others, akin to shadows, unreliable. As soon as the light source is extinguished, their true form is revealed. What should we do? Jin Quangtian asked. Miss Dream, do you have a brilliant plan? Well, it's quite simple, Dream Wuxia contemplated. If we can find a way for Qin Yishuan to learn that Su Fan is an undercover agent for the Four Seas Dragon Palace, how do you think she would react? She would undoubtedly have him killed. Jin Quangtian shouted excitedly, inadvertently pulling at his facial wound, causing him to cry out in pain. Qin Yishuan despises traitors. Su Fan would have no chance of survival. Let us proceed with this line of thought. Dream Wuxia cast a scornful glance at Jin Quangtian. You should focus on healing first. Our approach to Su Fan should be decisive. There's no need to rush. Let him enjoy a few more days. Long Xiao, having acquired the East Sea Atlas, felt a mix of joy and deep apprehension regarding Su Fan. He had never anticipated that Su Fan possessed such remarkable capabilities. The fact that Su Fan could persuade Jin Quangtian to willingly part with this atlas, which held significant importance to the East Sea Dragon Palace, was truly astonishing. Feigning compliance, Jin Quangtian announced he would no longer engage in the feud between the Jin family and Su Fan. Observing Jin's retreating figure, Long Xiao's face broke into a sinister smile. Go on, let the dogs gnaw at each other, he muttered under his breath. It would be best if Su Fan were eliminated. That way, I could avoid giving him the 2/10 of profit I promised. However, Su Fan was akin to a terrifying nightmare. When one seeks to escape him, he silently entwines himself, clinging ever closer. As Su Fan strode confidently into the hall, Long Xiao was jolted into a standing position, approaching with feigned cordiality. Young Master Fan, you should have signaled your arrival. I would have greeted you at the door. Do not be apprehensive. Even if you have pledged to sever ties with Jin Quangtian, you must at least bid farewell. Taking a seat on the sofa, Su Fan smiled knowingly. If I am not mistaken, that volume of the Eastern Sea Chronicle has already fallen into your hands, Long Xiao. Indeed, Long Xiao replied, forcing the words out. I never anticipated that you, young Master Fan, would rival Zhuge Liang in your ability to foresee your opponent's tactics. It is not foresight, but coercion, Su Fan corrected him. It may appear effortless, but you cannot fathom the extent of my machinations that compelled Jin Quangtian to surrender the tome. The Jin family is not to be underestimated. Long Xiao's eyes narrowed. Young Master Fan, I find it hard to believe you could compel Jin Quangtian to do anything. The master orchestrates the game with but a single thought. Su Fan replied with a smile. Often, no coercion is necessary. Jin Quangtian will act of his own volition. What do you mean? Long Xiao, let me show you something captivating. Su Fan produced his phone, opened a video, and presented it to Long Xiao. Taking the device, Long Xiao gazed at the screen, his smile gradually fading, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The video depicted Jin Quangtian desperately inflicting harm upon himself, striking his own face with fervor. This harrowing footage shattered Long Xiao's psychological defenses. Young Master Fan, he stuttered, slowly turning to Su Fan. How did you accomplish this? You made Jin Quangtian strike himself. Long Xiao, do you now believe in my capabilities? Su Fan chuckled, reclaiming his phone. Sometimes, I am astonished by the extent of my influence. Jin Quangtian came to my leisure garden, humiliating himself before me. How utterly unbelievable. Long Xiao remained ensnared in disbelief. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a thing could occur. He looked at Su Fan, asking, could you enlighten me on what transpired? We are brothers. There should be no secrets between us. In a hushed tone, Su Fan recounted that day. I was enjoying time in the leisure garden with Miss Qin when Jin Quangtian abruptly intruded. Even more absurdly, he mistook Miss Qin for a woman of ill repute and brazenly insulted her. Understanding dawned upon Long Xiao. Jin Quangtian had tragically fallen into Su Fan's trap, inadvertently offending Qin Yishuan, a woman even Jin Kefu would not dare confront openly. He refrained from taking his own life on the spot, and I hold him in high regard for that. Long Xiao murmured, Fan Xiao, it is indeed perilous to provoke you. Well, let us indulge in this gossip briefly, lest it distract us from more pressing matters. Su Fan replied with a cheerful smile. It seems that Jin Quangtian has surrendered the East Sea Atlas to Long Xiao, which truly has no bearing on me. If you are unwilling to fulfill our agreement, Long Xiao, I can completely understand. Not at all, Long Xiao exclaimed, startled. The grim fate of Jin Quangtian had left an indelible impression on him. From Su Fan's words, it appeared that Qin Yishuan had succumbed to his charm, utterly compliant with his wishes. As long as he failed to satisfy Su Fan today, upon leaving this door, this scoundrel would undoubtedly lead to his ruin, rendering him 100 times worse off than Jin Quangtian. All he needed to do was provide Qin Yishuan with his address, and in the next moment, her forces would obliterate him entirely. Fan Xiao, I was just seeking you to discuss how we might fulfill our agreement, Long Xiao quickly stated. If you have any thoughts, I will certainly heed your opinions. Is that so? Then allow me to express my perspective, Su Fan replied with a nod of satisfaction. Long Xiao, I have heard that the treasure of the East Sea is valued at over 2 trillion. That is an extraordinary fortune. Fan Xiao, you are indeed a formidable individual. Even aware of such matters, Long Xiao said, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he regarded Su Fan. In the presence of the truth, I speak no falsehood. The figure you mention is accurate. I believe it would take 4 or 5 decades to fully extract these treasures. Su Fan understood, stating, if we consider a span of 40 years, extracting 500 billion annually should be about right. Wouldn't you agree? Long Xiao gazed at Su Fan. Long Xiao, I cannot possibly monitor you continuously while excavating treasures. Su Fan continued unabashedly. Instead, why don't you provide me with 100 billion each year? And you may keep the remainder. Long Xiao's hands trembled. Fan Xiao, treasure hunting requires tremendous effort and significant investment. How about this? Su Fan proposed a new plan. Since you find it so challenging, allow me to bear this burden. I will take responsibility for finding individuals to excavate the treasure, and I shall deliver 80% of the findings to you. Fan Xiao, you are placing a knife to my throat. Long Xiao certainly could not allow Su Fan to recklessly meddle with the treasures within his domain. If entrusted to Su Fan, he would undoubtedly embezzle greatly, inflicting even greater losses upon him. He gritted his teeth. Very well, I agree to your terms, providing you with 100 billion each year. I knew Long Xiao was a person of his word, absolutely willing to accept my proposal, Su Fan declared, producing a document and presenting it to Long Xiao. This is the 40-year East Sea development contract I have drafted, outlining the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. In essence, you are responsible for the development, while I will receive 100 billion in dividends. If there are no objections, Long Xiao, please sign. Fan Xiao, you devil. Long Xiao's hand shook, and his heart trembled. He longed to draw a blade and pierce Su Fan 1,000 times. Yet reason reminded him that such an action would exact a toll that could doom the entire Four Seas Dragon Palace alongside him. Long Xiao, let us swiftly sign the agreement, Su Fan urged, as if oblivious to Long Xiao's expression. Su Fan continued to chatter incessantly, stating, "The first dividend should be transferred to me within 15 days. It is a reasonable time frame." Chapter 38. Do not deliver the sheep into the tiger's den. Why complicate matters? Fan Xiao. A hearty laugh resonated as Su Fan looked up to see a middle-aged man in white garments entering from outside, approaching him directly. Long Xiao, please prepare a check for Fan Xiao for 100 billion shortly, the middle-aged man said with a smile. At Sihai Longgong, we are most eager to have a partner like Fan Xiao to foster mutual growth. Su Fan had already risen and nodded in acknowledgement. Sir, you possess remarkable ambition. May I inquire who this esteemed gentleman is? Fan Xiao, this is my mentor, Mr. Lu Zhong, Long Xiao replied, rising to introduce him. He has just arrived in Yin City to see whether I, his unremarkable student, am managing my affairs properly. Ah, it is Mr. Lu. Su Fan confessed he had not previously heard this name. Nevertheless, he feigned familiarity. I have long admired your reputation. Observing Long Xiao's intelligence, I can only imagine your prowess is even more exceptional. A hero is often accompanied by 3 helpers, with Long Xiao in Yin City. We shall rely on Fan Xiao's assistance. Mr. Lu chuckled. Since we aim to jointly develop the treasures of the East China Sea, we must not treat this matter lightly. Long Xiao, I suggest establishing a development group in Yin City, with Fan Xiao as the principal shareholder. Given what my teacher suggests, it must be appropriate. Long Xiao nodded. If Fan Xiao is interested, he may also partake in the group's operations to secure greater profits for us. He produced a checkbook and wrote a 100 billion negotiable check for Su Fan. I am not one for serious endeavors. I can manage to muddle through. Su Fan inquired with curiosity, Mr. Lu, is it truly necessary to establish a company in Yin City for the treasure development in the East China Sea? The treasure lies buried underground and possesses no intrinsic value. Mr. Lu chuckled. Only by packaging it into exquisite products and then distributing them can we amplify its worth. Our primary focus will be on the processing and sale of precious ornaments and jewelry. Additionally, we will also engage in the collection and auctioning of antiques and curiosities. We aim to establish a sales network in Yin City to transform our treasures and collectibles into liquid assets. The current market for curiosities and jewelry remains fervently lucrative, with astonishing profits. This is a monumental enterprise. Mr. Lu, you are truly remarkable. You have opened a window to wealth in my mind. Viewed in this light, the valuation of the East China Sea treasures at 20 trillion seems rather undervalued. Fan Xiao, do not be overly greedy. Long Xiao retorted in exasperation. Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? I merely speak in jest. Long Xiao, do not react so strongly, Su Fan replied, carefully examining the check presented by Long Xiao before delicately placing it into his pocket. I wholeheartedly support Mr. Lu's proposal, Su Fan said with joy. I possess an extraordinary sensitivity to wealth. I have come to realize that this forthcoming development group will undoubtedly become a golden goose. He glanced at Mr. Lu and Long Xiao. However, this group does not require my presence as a major shareholder. Shall I invest further? Certainly not. Mr. Lu waved his hand with a smile. According to Fan Xiao's 40-year East Sea development contract, You are inherently the principal shareholder. If Fan Xiao wishes to augment his income, he should engage in the management of the group. According to the operating profits, Fan Xiao could receive an additional 20% in dividends. That sounds splendid. Su Fan exclaimed greedily from now on. I must collaborate with Long Xiao for the long term. Long Xiao, do take good care of your little brother. Long Xiao, however, would not partake in the group's management, for he was burdened with numerous tasks. LV Zhong remarked, we will appoint capable industry elites to manage and develop the group, ensuring it generates profits for us. So fan di partid yoi feli. Long Xiao, puzzled, queried, Master, why must we be entangled with this troublesome Su Fan? Su Fan is but a minor figure. LV Zhong smiled. It is the formidable Qin Yishuan, standing behind him, whom we seek to ally with. What is money? Did not the treasure of Donghai come to us courtesy of Lin Ao? We still retain 80% of the profits, the lion's share. I understand now, Long Xiao nodded. If Jin Kafeng intends to scheme against us, we shall use Qin Yishuan to counterbalance him. In truth, Su Fan could not consume the wealth from the Donghai treasure. LV Zhong asserted, ultimately, this wealth will rest in Qin Yishuan's hands. She recognizes our immense potential and will ally with us in the future rather than seek our destruction. Would she choose a hen that lays golden eggs over a platter of chicken? Master, your foresight is remarkable, Long Xiao expressed with admiration. Who will manage this group? Do you have a candidate, Master? CC will soon return from overseas, LV Zhong replied. She is well versed in the jewelry and antiques industry, possessing both experience and determination. How about entrusting her with this task? You wish for CC to confront Su Fan? Long Xiao exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Master, I must object. Su Fan is akin to a cauldron of sulfuric acid. Any contact could be disastrous. Sending CC to deal with him is tantamount to leading a lamb to the slaughter. What are you afraid of? LV Zhong chuckled. Are you concerned that Su Fan might steal away your fiancé? Who do you think CC would choose between you and him? With CC's discerning eye, she would undoubtedly choose me. Long Xiao gradually sat back down. Yet Su Fan is quite a formidable individual. He has the daughter of the Wang family as a wife, and can even manage to win over Qin Yishuan. He may possess some dreadful methods to ensnare women completely. This too shall serve as a trial for CC, LV Zhong stated calmly. To ascend in the Four Seas Dragon Palace, one must rely on their own merit. Not on me, their father. I trust in CC's capabilities. She will not bring me shame. Long Xiao chuckled wryly. Alas, from today forth, I shall be on edge. Do not be overly anxious, LV Zhong laughed. Before coming here, I conferred with your father. Once she returns, you two shall be together. Your wedding can be arranged after we navigate through the current crisis. A look of unrestrained joy spread across Long Xiao's face as he stood and deeply bowed to LV Zhong. Master, I shall never betray your kindness. Upon returning to the leisure garden, Su Fan found Yu Yong already waiting. Handing a check to Yu Yong, Su Fan instructed, deliver this sum to Qian Duo for deposit. Advise him to tread carefully and ensure that the Four Seas Dragon Palace does not trace this money's whereabouts. Yu Yong put away the check and reported, Master, Jin Kegong and the subordinates of Lei Jian have been frequently active in Yanshi lately. I have studied their movements, and it appears they are preparing to initiate a significant operation in Yanshi. Their targets may be either Qin Yishuan or the First Manor, but it is likely they intend to strike at Lei Dongting. Yu Yong continued, this operation is being launched in the name of the state, with Jin Kegong's men covertly assisting. Lei Dongting. Su Fan's expression turned peculiar as he fell into deep contemplation. The esteemed Lei Dongting was a benefactor to Qin Yishuan, having nurtured her step by step until she became the celebrated female warrior. Although Lei Dongting had since retreated from the forefront, the Lei family continued to wield considerable influence within the military, serving as an essential support for Qin Yishuan. Moreover, there existed an unspoken connection between the Lei family and Su Fan. It was imperative to ensure Lei Dongting's safety. Su Fan declared, we must thwart the conspiracy of the state and Jin Kegong, delivering them a harsh lesson. How dare they conduct such audacious activities on our territory, utterly disregarding our existence? This is an outrageous affront. We need to inform Qin Yishuan about this matter. Yu Yong replied, We cannot penetrate the inner sanctum of the Lei family, making many operations unfeasible. Alas, this is truly vexing. Su Fan's mood soured slightly. He had originally wished to keep their distance, but he anticipated that contact would come so swiftly. Chapter 39. The Rights of a Boyfriend Master. Here is my detailed analysis report on the situation. Yuyong, not comprehending Su Fan's distress, handed a document to him. Give this to Qin Yishuan. She will understand what is transpiring. Su Fan received the report, and Yuyong added, there is one more thing. Jin Kegong has recalled a batch of elite special forces from the southern frontier. Their captain, Lei Jian, is actually a notorious figure in the underworld known as Zhang Wujia. Due to his numerous transgressions, he topped the underworld's most wanted list. Jin Kegong has rebranded him as a special forces hero. Now that he has revealed himself, we cannot allow him to escape easily, Su Fan nodded. While he is within the military's ranks, we are powerless against him. However, since he dares to cause trouble, we will not permit him to flee Yanshi. I will enlist Tan Hua to keep a watchful eye on this individual. Yuyong nodded and withdrew. At 10:30 that evening, Su Fan reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a thrilling palace drama. Qin Yishuan walked in, and Su Fan instructed, by the way, please bring me that pile of sunflower seed from the table. What a peculiar habit, akin to that of an old woman, Qin Yishuan remarked as she placed the seeds on the coffee table. Su Fan began to crack the seeds while watching the scene of the queen tormenting the concubine on television. You currently resemble a maggot, Qin Yishuan said, her gaze sharpening as she noticed a stack of papers beneath the sunflower seeds. What is this? She swiftly picked up the papers and began to scan them, her expression growing serious. You mean that? Su Fan glanced at Qin Yishuan. It's the intelligence report sent to me by the First Manor. I have discovered that the First Manor is not to be trifled with either. I pay them a handsome commission, yet they dare to deceive me with trivialities of no value. Are you blind? Qin Yishuan glanced at the intelligence report and asserted, from now on, any intelligence sent from the First Estate must be presented to me for review. Do you understand? Why should I? I purchased it. It is only fair to receive some recompense for the privilege of your company. I have yet to demand any recompense from you. It appears you are far more delighted than I am. Observing Qin Yishuan's serious demeanor, Su Fan inquired, what is wrong? Is there an issue with the intelligence? The intelligence is not flawed, but it reflects a grave concern. Qin Yishuan furrowed her brow, deep in thought. It seems that Jin Kefu is plotting against old Master Lei. What old Master Lei? Su Fan questioned. Could it be that the intelligence from the First Estate inadvertently aided you? Damn Jin Kefu, how utterly shameless. Qin Yishuan rose to leave. What a wretched scoundrel. I intended to visit you for a leisurely chat, only to encounter such distressing news. Grasping Yuyong's report, Qin Yishuan departed, while Su Fan rolled his eyes and resumed watching television. The following evening, Su Fan returned home after work. Just as he reached the entrance of the villa, before he could step inside, Yujia approached and pulled him into the adjacent villa. Su Fan, something serious has occurred. Without allowing Su Fan to voice any complaints, Qin Yishuan continued, based on the intelligence you provided, I dispatched personnel to verify it. Indeed, someone is scheming against Lei Shuai. I need to meet with him, and you shall accompany me. I am not acquainted with Lei Shuai. Why should I go? Su Fan exclaimed in astonishment. The intelligence was supplied by the First Estate. It has nothing to do with me. You may go alone. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. You will accompany me. No more excuses. Qin Yishuan scrutinized Su Fan. When we arrive at the Lei residence, stand tall. The Lei family detests those who slouch like pathetic worms. How amusing. I do not require anyone's esteem, and I have no intention of going. Su Fan attempted to flee, but Yu Jie, accompanied by the guards, surrounded him completely. Let us go. Qin Yishuan exited the villa, and a host of guards ushered Su Fan into her armored vehicle. You deceitful woman, Su Fan lamented, tears unspilled, as the convoy sped away toward a formidable mansion on the outskirts of the city. As night fell and lights began to twinkle, Su Fan followed closely behind Qin Yishuan, flanked by a battalion of guards as they entered the Lei family estate. Upon crossing the secondary gate, they encountered two tall, muscular young men clad in camouflage, who walked and laughed animatedly, even within the confines of their home. They could not conceal their vigorous demeanor. Yixuan, upon spotting Qin Yixuan approaching, the two young men beamed with delight and rushed over. Gentlemen, Qin Yixuan replied sternly. Do you not recognize the importance of hierarchy? Do you not know to salute upon seeing me? Yixuan, within this home, we are merely friends. Do not impose your status upon us. One of the young men replied cheerfully. I find it hard to believe that when you meet your husband, you will require him to salute as well. Indeed, when the time comes for you to wed, will your husband also have you stand at attention? Chuckled one young man. What nonsense! Qin Yixuan muttered under her breath. You two better watch out. If you cross my path, you'll surely regret it. Who is that rather unsavory fellow? Another young man remarked, noticing Su Fan standing beside Qin Yixuan. He seems rather suspicious, doesn't he? You can't say that. Su Fan managed a wry smile. With such pronounced features as yours, you two could be mistaken for a spy. Oh, this one is quite audacious, remarked another. To suggest that we of the Lei family are spies shows remarkable bravado. Qin Yixuan interjected, clearly annoyed. This is Su Fan, my boyfriend. What? That's impossible. One young man exclaimed as if struck by lightning. Yixuan, how could you choose such a shifty-eyed rogue? Only someone like me deserves to be your boyfriend. The other young man, equally displeased, retorted, what you said is quite offensive. I see no reason why I am less deserving than you to be Yixuan's boyfriend. Are you seeking trouble? Not satisfied? Let's settle this in a boxing ring. The two young men began to tug at each other and left. Su Fan, bewildered, asked, are those two a bit off their rocker? I can't say for certain about their wits, but their fighting skills are undoubtedly impressive, Qin Yixuan replied. You'll have your hands full. They'll be seeking you out to compete for the title of my boyfriend. Are you using me as a target? Su Fan exclaimed in exasperation. What have I done to deserve this? At last, I've resolved a long-standing annoyance. Qin Yixuan said lightly. These Lei family members, relying on Lei Shuai's support, have made it impossible for me to confront them. They cling to me incessantly. Finally, the trouble has been shifted away, but now you've transferred that trouble onto me. Su Fan fumed, his nostrils flaring. I knew following you would lead to no good. I arrive at the Lei family only to be struck with a heavy blow. Did you not say that being utilized at least indicates your value? Qin Yixuan said with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she took hold of Su Fan's arm. Come, let us meet Lei Shuai. You are placing me on the hot seat. Su Fan whispered in distress as Qin Yixuan dragged him into the Lei family's courtyard. Entering a grand, yet simply adorned hall, Yu Jie and the guards remained outside. A burly man, with a countenance as fierce as a lion, rose from a sofa to greet them upon seeing Qin Yixuan. Little Xian, what brings you here today? He boomed with a hearty laugh. General, Qin Yixuan saluted Lei Daunting, who had already noticed Su Fan beside her. He scrutinized Su Fan for a moment and, with surprise, asked, Little Xian, who is this young man? This is Su Fan, my friend, Qin Yixuan replied, her cheeks flushed. He uncovered intelligence detrimental to the general, so I brought him to meet you. Nonsense. You simply wish to provoke those who pursue you and have me take the heat. Su Fan forced a strained smile and nodded toward Lei Daunting. I am Su Fan. It is an honor to meet you, General. Chapter 40. The mysterious dragon-guarding family, quite an impressive young man. Lei Daunting observed Su Fan, nodding with a smile. You are clearly a person of intellect. Su Fan inwardly scoffed, interpreting this as a subtle implication of his own inadequacies. He followed Qin Yixuan to sit beside the sofa. Su Fan, what have you discovered? Lei Daunting inquired as everyone settled down. Su Fan found himself at a loss for words. Uncertain of the intelligence Yu Yong had provided him, he had not even glanced at the analysis report. This information was, in fact, procured from the First Estate. Su Fan admitted awkwardly, the detailed analysis was conducted by Xin Xian. I merely facilitated the process. The First Estate had identified that Jin Kefeng had summoned a group of individuals back to Yanshi. Qin Yixuan shot Su Fan an exasperated glance, then spoke on his behalf. The director of the National Foreign Intelligence Office, Lei Jin, has also been frequently active in Yanshi, analyzing the movements of these individuals. The First Estate believes they are plotting an assassination against you, Commander Lei. Su Fan, you are quite remarkable, Lei Daunting remarked, looking at Su Fan. To have the First Estate assist you, you must possess a commendable relationship with them. Not at all. I simply purchased the information, Su Fan quickly clarified. The First Estate is a business entity. No one would ever turn down an abundance of wealth. Lei Dongting did not press further. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly sighed. Jin Kufeng is indeed a talent, yet he has strayed from the righteous path. Qin Yishuan queried, "Is it that those behind him seek to conspire against you? Or does he feel that I have usurped a position that rightfully belonged to him, prompting him to attempt to remove me? These are trivial matters. There exists a far more profound backdrop." Lei Dongting cast a glance at Su Fan. Su Fan, feeling a sudden urge to extricate himself from the convoluted intricacies, stood up, saying, "The night outside is splendid. I shall step out for a moment to gaze at the moon while you two esteemed commanders continue your discussion." "Sit down," Qin Yishuan insisted. Su Fan is a dependable individual. He poses no issues. "Very well," Lei Dongting chuckled. "If one cannot even trust a single person by their side. How lamentable that would be." He gestured for Su Fan to remain seated. Jin Kufeng's emergence and his fierce confrontation with Wang Xueyan are intertwined with those behind him, as well as with our own affiliations. Qin Yishuan expressed her astonishment, while Su Fan sighed internally. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved in such intricate affairs, yet found himself compelled to listen due to Qin Yishuan's insistence. Above the mundane realm, there exists a cadre of elite individuals steering the fate of humanity. Behind us lies the enigmatic dragon-guarding family, Lei Dongting revealed. They possess formidable strength and have silently safeguarded the righteous path of humanity. Without their protection, I would have perished 1,000 times over from various hidden threats. Qin Yishuan was taken aback. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, "And Jin Kufeng, everything has duality. Behind every light, there lurks darkness," Lei Dongting continued. "There exists a mysterious and malevolent force in the world, codenamed Heavenly Demons. Their objective is to subvert all that is good and plunge humanity into chaos. The relentless struggle between the dragon-guarding family and the Heavenly Demons has persisted for countless years. It is only through the suppression of the Heavenly Demons by the dragon-guarding family that we are able to enjoy our present blissful existence." After a brief moment of shock, Qin Yishuan quickly regained her composure. She pondered aloud. Jin Kufeng is undoubtedly the harbinger of the Demon Lord. His sudden rise, could it be that the Demon Lord's influence has grown, or that the Hulong family is in disarray? Perhaps not. Lei Dongting interjected. There has indeed been a temporary lull in the Hulong family's affairs. However, that is no longer a concern. From the moment I entrusted the command to you, everything has returned to normal. Jin Kufeng's arrogance knows no bounds, Qin Yishuan remarked gravely. His schemes are incessant. He has colluded with the National Intelligence Agency to orchestrate an assassination attempt against me. Now he has escalated his audacity to target Commander Lei. With a sense of urgency, she expressed, "While the enemy attacks, I feel somewhat powerless." "Do not worry, Xueyan, act boldly," Lei Dongting encouraged. "Every commander has the Hulong family to safeguard them, assisting you through these tribulations. With their support, all misfortunes will be transformed into fortuitous outcomes, and our enemies shall surely falter." Suddenly, Qin Yishuan turned to Su Fan. "Do not look at me. I still require protection. The Hulong family's members are elusive, like dragons that reveal their heads but conceal their tails." Lei Dongting chuckled. "They shall not appear directly before you, nor could they possibly be your boyfriend." "He is my friend, not my boyfriend," Qin Yishuan blushed, adding, "That fellow is already married." "A close confidant is also quite admirable," Lei Dongting remarked. "I find Su Fan to be far superior to our own offspring. As a commander, you bear immense responsibilities. It is only natural that your personal life cannot be entirely satisfactory. This is a price you must pay. I made that clear from the very first day I entrusted the command to you." Qin Yishuan nodded silently, steadying her emotions as she said, "Commander Lei, we must remain vigilant against this assassination attempt. If you have any public engagements, it would be wise to cancel them for the time being." "Am I to become a timid turtle?" Lei Dongting laughed. "Of course, I shall not lower my guard. As long as I breathe, those who seek to harm you will have to think twice." "Commander, I believe you should prepare a decoy," Su Fan suggested. "Have him closely follow you. If a dangerous situation arises, let him take your place." Once the crisis is averted, you can reappear. Have you not paid attention to the intelligence? Qin Yishuan responded with dissatisfaction. It is evident that Jing Feng is planning a sudden assault, not merely an assassination. He has assembled dozens of skilled fighters to surround us. What good will a decoy do? At the very least, it could buy time for an escape, Su Fan retorted, falling silent thereafter. Perhaps we could lure the snake from its den, Lei Dongting proposed. I will graciously provide the enemy with an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack, then set a trap to ensnare them all. This weekend, there will be a live military exercise at Donggu Valley, and I intend to observe. Such a setting is difficult to defend, making it the prime opportunity for an assassination attempt. That sounds exceedingly perilous. Qin Yishuan expressed her concern. Even with a well-laid trap, we cannot guarantee absolute safety. That is why I suggested a decoy, yet you thought I was merely speaking nonsense. You are correct. You should take the role of the decoy for Commander Lei. Qin Yishuan exclaimed in anger. I dare not, being an old man myself, to let Su Fan undertake such a perilous venture on my behalf. Lei Dongting chuckled heartily. What if he encounters misfortune? I will be subjected to your reproach for eternity. Commander Lei, Qin Yishuan interjected shyly. It is not that I am concerned for him, but rather that he is utterly inept. He would not even serve well as a substitute. Rest assured, Lei Dongting replied with a grin. At worst, the Dragon Guardian clan will be there to protect me. They would not allow my demise to be in vain. Su Fan cast a mournful glance at Lei Dongting. You are truly setting the Dragon Guardian clan on a treacherous path. You suggest employing a substitute, yet what more do you expect from the Dragon Guardian clan? Commander Lei, I am willing to be your substitute, Su Fan declared earnestly, but only this once. You cannot summon me each time. I'm quite occupied. You would undoubtedly meet your end, Qin Yishuan remarked. Allow me to serve as the substitute instead. My strength is commendable, and I have encountered the world. Even if enemies approach, I could engage them for a few rounds. Do not jest. Lei Dongting waved his hand dismissively. Your status surpasses mine. It will be more fitting for me to serve as your substitute. A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone debated who should take on the role. Su Fan, feeling overwhelmed, suggested, I have a brilliant idea. I know the First Martial Arts Academy possesses formidable strength. Would it not be advantageous to enlist them as substitutes? Chapter 41. Comfort my heart with tenderness, the First Academy? Lei Dongting mused, intrigued by this notion. That is indeed a clever strategy. However, I fear ridicule for suggesting we lack capable personnel. Preserving one's dignity at the cost of life is not acceptable, Su Fan asserted. Should you, Commander Lei, fall victim to Jing Feng, no amount of pride could restore what is lost. Are you speaking in earnest? I speak only from the heart. Enough of your quarrel. Lei Dongting interjected with a smile. Su Fan is correct. If the enemy employs vile tactics to assassinate me, why should I remain passive, awaiting their strike? Su Fan, the task of contacting the First Academy now rests with you. Provide me with the list of personnel who were to accompany you on the inspection. Su Fan responded. If we are to proceed, let us do so comprehensively. Commander Lei, you and all your attendants must be replaced with personnel from the First Academy. This information should remain confidential until the moment of departure. Qin Yishuan and Lei Dongting exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Could it be that Su Fan suspected an enemy infiltrator among Lei Dongting's ranks? If that were true, it would be utterly alarming. We must remain vigilant. Who knows if Jing Feng is merely pretending to be amicable while plotting treachery? Xian, Su Fan continued. Ensure that the participants in the weekend's live military exercises are entirely replaced by your subordinates. Employ the same strategy. Execute the substitution on the eve of the exercises. Seal off the camp of the exercise personnel. No one is permitted to leave or communicate with the outside world. Your people should infiltrate quietly and complete the replacement without a sound. Su Fan, your audacity is truly remarkable. Lei Dongting exclaimed, gazing at Su Fan with admiration. Like a renowned sword concealed within its sheath, it remains unseen until it strikes with lethal precision. Given the gravity of this situation, Su Fan said, his expression one of concern, I must ensure absolute certainty to avoid any potential criticism. When have I ever criticized you? Qin Yishuan retorted, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Furthermore, please refrain from addressing me as Xuan in public. Do I not deserve some dignity? In any case, we must work together seamlessly on this matter, Su Fan continued. Xian, as the intermediary, you must shoulder the primary responsibilities. I cannot frequently visit Commander Lei, nor should you, to prevent raising any suspicions from our adversaries. After some further discussion, the two bid farewell and the convoy returned to the beautiful scenery manor, with Qin Yishuan accompanying Su Fan back to his villa. I will take charge of contacting the First Estate. The remainder of the tasks will be entrusted to you, Su Fan declared nonchalantly. Provide me with the data on Commander Lei and his entourage attending the event, and we must also acquire their uniforms. You are acting rather erratically, Qin Yishuan remarked. When you are rational, one can't help but feel sympathy for you. In your moments of madness, one is tempted to reprimand you. That is excessive. How would you say such a thing? Su Fan responded, visibly displeased. Every word I utter is serious and entirely befitting a rational individual. Whether you are serious or not is something you ought to discern for yourself, Qin Yishuan replied. I will prepare to gather all the intelligence, and then we shall deliberate on the implementation plan. She had much to accomplish. Investigating personnel backgrounds, understanding the terrain, determining the timing for substitutions, and ensuring flawless control at the scene. It sounded straightforward, yet the execution proved to be daunting. With only a few days remaining until the weekend, coordinating such a significant operation was indeed a formidable task. The following afternoon, Su Fan found himself dozing off in the office when the sound of high heels clicking against the floor broke the silence. He opened his eyes to see Wang Xueyan, graceful and elegant, entering the room. Xueyan, Su Fan exclaimed, springing to his feet to greet her and guiding her to the sofa. Are you here for an inspection, boss? He asked, his voice tinged with guilt. I assure you, I have not been sleeping. I have been diligently working. Feel free to rest if you wish. Wang Xueyan said gently, affectionately patting Su Fan's head. You are the boss. Who would dare to reprimand you? You're the great boss, while I am merely the small one. Su Fan chuckled. You direct me east, and I wouldn't dare venture west. You might not dare to go west, but perhaps you would head south or north, Wang Xueyan teased, her gaze softening, causing Su Fan's heart to race unexpectedly. Is something amiss? Su Fan inquired, alert. While you have always been gentle, today your tenderness seems excessive. You're unaware, aren't you? Wang Xueyan grasped Su Fan's hand. Darling, regardless of what transpires, I will stand by your side. You're my wife, after all, Su Fan remarked. Can you now divulge what this is all about? Honestly, it is of little consequence. Wang Xueyan replied. The Su family has gone far enough. If it were me, I would probably be ecstatic. What has the Su family done now? Are they seeking trouble again? Su Fan asked. If they wish to sue, let them. I shall outlast them, he proclaimed. The Su family has completely abandoned all boundaries. Wang Xueyan said with sympathy. They released a statement claiming you are not a member of the Su family. Indeed, I had them dismissed long ago. But that's not all. She finally said through gritted teeth. They assert that you have no blood relation to the Su family, and that you were merely a child found abandoned. What? Have they truly sunk so low? Su Fan was taken aback, his face contorted with anger. This family is utterly despicable. They even provided blood type evidence and test results to prove your lack of connection to the Su family. Wang Xueyan lamented, I never imagined they could be so malicious. Now I understand why they have treated you so poorly. It turns out you were never their kin. Yet, they should still behave like decent human beings. Su Fan replied. Exasperated, the Su family was merely a small grocery store owner. Did they amass their current wealth through their own efforts? They're truly ungrateful. My dear, the Su family deliberately escalated the situation. This news is already spread throughout the business community, Wang Xueyan comforted. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will not leave your side. I can roughly guess their motives. They are eager to sever ties with me, fearing that the Jin family might retaliate against them because of me. Their actions reveal their desperation. This family cannot even be considered human, Wang Xueyan exclaimed in anger. I told you that you are completely different from them. Now I understand. You're not their inferior product. Observing Wang Xueyan's furious expression, Su Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Xueyan, Let me lean on you for a moment. Wang Xueyan embraced Su Fan's head, allowing him to nuzzle against her. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Su Fan's secretary rushed in, inadvertently witnessing this tender moment. She had just intended to retreat, but Su Fan raised his head and beckoned for her to stay. I just received a blow. My wife is comforting me. Su Fan remarked, I feel much better now. Is there something you need? Mr. Su, the Su family has disseminated defamatory information about you in newspapers and online media. The secretary approached, handing Su Fan a newspaper. I would like to seek your guidance on how to handle this urgent public relations matter. We cannot allow the Su family to tarnish my reputation. Su Fan pondered for a moment. Find the most eloquent writer in the company and have them draft a statement. We will claim that the Su family accepted a mysterious wealthy benefactor's orphan, only to usurp the benefactor's assets and cast the child out into the world. Fortunately, a close confidant remained steadfast, providing the orphan with a glimmer of warmth, rekindling their faith in humanity and instilling the courage to continue living. A faint blush appeared on Wang Xueyan's face. Darling, that close confidant you mentioned is me. I assenti it? Who else could it be? Sufandi Blaive. Patting the back of Wang Xueyan's hand. Go and purchase 1 billion clicks. I want tomorrow's headlines to be filled with curses directed at this shameless Su family. I wish for my wife to shine brilliantly through this event, becoming a moral beacon and a paragon of virtue. Chapter 42. The Schemes of Villains Dearest. Have you come to know the truth of your lineage? Wang Xueyan inquired, astonished. Are you truly the heir of a fortune? Not at all. It is merely a fabrication of my own making, Su Fan replied. Only by enhancing the narrative can we incite the public's animosity towards the Su family. Were I merely an ordinary orphan, this would merely be a commonplace familial dispute. If the Su family has usurped the wealth of a magnate and expelled an orphan, their actions epitomize a moral degradation, rendering them lesser than beasts and verging on criminality. My dear, I am not as virtuous as you portray, Wang Xueyan confessed. Her cheeks tinged with shame. I sought your return as a means to deflect the crisis, to have the Su family bear the brunt of the storm. You have done no wrong. After all, we possess a betrothal, Su Fan reassured her. In times of trouble, would you seek another man? Furthermore, your strategy was executed beautifully. I too wish for the misfortune of the Su family. Su Fan accompanied Wang Xueyan home, relishing her tender care. The following day, when Su Fan returned to his office, a tempest of entertainment news had engulfed the entire internet. Fueled by an influx of traffic, the overwhelmingly negative reviews transformed the Su family into a pariah, despised by all. The anticipated mockery and derision directed at Su Fan never materialized. Instead, the public expressed profound sympathy for the orphan unjustly cast out by a malevolent family, extolling the compassion and loyalty of the Wang family's eldest daughter. The Su family had once again shot themselves in the foot. At noon, upon returning to the villa at Meijing Manor, Qin Yishuan entered from outside. Were you last night? I searched high and low for you. My wife summoned me home to mend my wounded spirit, Su Fan replied. You cannot imagine the dreadful events that transpired yesterday. Let's discuss the trivial matters when time permits. Qin Yishuan, engrossed in planning for the weekend's endeavors, remained unaware of the ongoing entertainment gossip. She approached the table, laid out a pile of documents, and began to deliberate the operational specifics with Su Fan. An hour later, all details had been meticulously arranged. One final matter, Su Fan stated. I shall arrange for a skilled protector from the first manor to ensure your safety. Unnecessary, I have ample bodyguards, and their focus is on Lei Shuai. Not me. Better safe than sorry, Su Fan insisted. Should you refuse, I shall disguise myself as your bodyguard to safeguard you. Qin Yishuan shot Su Fan a glance. Then let the first manor send someone. The battlefield is unlike mere skirmishes. It is not as simple as dealing with a special operations team. I do not wish for you to be harmed. Remain at home and fulfill your advisory role, awaiting news of our victory. That evening, Su Fan ventured to the leisure garden to confer with Yu Yong and Tan Hua regarding the weekend's operations. Master, I have received intelligence that Jing Feng and Lei Jin's forces are fully prepared, Yu Yong reported. Their target is Dongwu. This weekend, Lei Dongting will be there to observe a live military exercise. The nation and Jean Cuffing's men will launch a surprise attack from the ridge to eliminate Lei Dongting. We have devised a countermeasure. Su Fan nodded. Tanhua, provide me with 8 skilled individuals. They will assist me in impersonating Lei Dongting and his entourage for the weekend event. Master, are you truly going to take action yourself? Tanhua looked at Su Fan in astonishment. Then I shall disguise myself as your attendant and participate in the event. You have a more pressing task. So Fundi Blaith. You will masquerade as a soldier to protect Qin Yishuan. Ah, Yu Yong and Tanhua exchanged glances, both astonished by the other's expression. Master, Qin Yishuan is not Jean Cuffing's assassination target. Shouldn't we place Tanhua by your side? Yu Yong, are you lacking in judgment? Su Fan expressed his dissatisfaction. After contending with Jean Cuffing for so long, do you still not grasp his insidious cunning? Yu Yong pondered deeply, a hint of alarm crossing his face. Master, are you suggesting that Jean Cuffing has been performing all along? He is using the assassination of Lei Dongting as a pretext to actually target Qin Yishuan. Do you think that with such a grand investigation into Jean Cuffing and Lei Jin, they would remain completely unalerted, with no reaction whatsoever? Su Fan remarked. He is like a wild bull, charging forward without glancing sideways. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yu Yong's forehead. I accompanied Qin Yishuan to the Lei family. This matter did not provoke the slightest movement from Jean Cuffing. Qin Yishuan confirmed the intelligence in the military and mobilized forces. As the vice commander, Jean Cuffing behaved like a corpse. Do you find this normal? Master, I was mistaken, Yu Yong admitted with shame. Fortunately, your keen insight prevented us from being deceived by Jean Cuffing. That mysterious Lei Jian is none other than Zhang Wuji, Su Fan stated. He should be the trump card against Qin Yishuan. If my conjecture is correct, Lei Jian will be summoned by Qin Yishuan to participate in this practical training exercise. Indeed, Yu Yong acknowledged with admiration. Lei Jian has indeed been reassigned by Qin Yishuan to carry out a secret mission. He has just returned from another region, and lacking any faction, he is precisely the person Qin Yishuan needs. Zhang Wuji is a formidable figure in the underworld, possessing exceptional skills, Tanhua remarked. If Qin Yishuan merely regards him as an ordinary special operations elite, she will face significant losses. This operation has 2 objectives, Su Fan explained. The assassination attempt on Lei Dongting is not a ruse. Eliminating either Qin Yishuan or Lei Dongting would yield substantial gains. Master, you truly need not participate personally in this endeavor, Yu Yong advised. As the helmsman, you should simply command from a central tent. How could I miss out on such excitement? Su Fan directed. Tanhua, ensure that formidable individuals are assigned to protect me, so I need not intervene personally. Tanhua nodded. This matter of impersonating Lei Dongting must remain undisclosed to Qin Yishuan. Su Fan cautioned, women are inherently women, even when they hold the rank of commander. Their concern for men can be quite unbearable. Tanhua replied nonchalantly, are you unaware of your fortune, or are you merely showing off to us, Master Fan? I am contemplating which individual you should impersonate beside Qin Yishuan, Tanhua continued. Su Fan gazed at Tanhua, contemplating as he spoke. It is indeed most unexpected for you to impersonate Yu Jia. The effect will surely be extraordinary. Tanhua's expression shifted, his usually placid demeanor revealing a hint of trepidation. To have the esteemed master of the foremost martial arts school play the role of a woman would be akin to inviting his own demise. How quaint! I shall have my way. Su Fan chuckled with pride. Never mind, I recognize your thin skin. Yet what use is modesty? Alas, I am well aware that Qin Yishuan would never acquiesce. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to masquerade as her for a change. In the early hours of Saturday, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Yishuan, accompanied by her guards, entered Su Fan's living room. Upon seeing Lei Dongting, who stood in the hall appearing utterly convincing, Qin Yishuan could scarcely believe her eyes. General, what has befallen you? Lei Dongting erupted into a hearty laugh, sounding just like the true Lei Dongting. Observing the composed demeanor of his entourage, a sense of military gravitas permeated the air, instilling a deep respect. Truly, the first manner was formidable. Qin Yishuan inquired, where is Su Fan? In such a scenario, he ought to be the most exuberant. Ah, Su Fan, came the reply, His wife summoned him last night. It sounded quite urgent. I wonder what pressing matter required his attention. A true henpecked husband, Qin Yishuan scoffed. Su Fan gestured toward the tall, young guard beside him. This is one of our top talents from the first manor. Let him accompany you. The group filed out, and before the villa, 3 armored Mustangs awaited them. Quietly, they boarded the vehicles, not even turning on their headlights, as they ventured into the darkness. Not far from the entrance of Donggu Valley, there lay a treacherous bend. Alongside the bend, several military vehicles stood ready for drills. By 9 in the morning, a massive convoy of vehicles arrived at the narrow entrance of Donggu Valley to observe the live exercises. As Lei Dongting's vehicle reached the bend, it suddenly veered off into the open space. Simultaneously, 3 identical vehicles emerged from the bend, taking the place of Lei Dongting's transport. The entire switch occurred in less than 5 seconds. On the open ground, Su Fan, accompanied by his entourage, strode confidently towards the observation platform. Below, nearly 1,000 participating soldiers saluted their commanding officer in unison, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Children, commence your drills. Lei Dongting laughed et artillery. Let me see if your esteemed General Qin has turned you into wastrels. The red and blue armies dispersed like a tide, taking their respective battle positions. In a concealed hollow far off, Qin Yishuan stood with her hands clasped behind her back on a rock, observing the commotion of the exercises. At 10 o'clock, the drills officially commenced. The valley reverberated with the thunderous sounds of gunfire, plumes of smoke rising, creating a scene of intense excitement. Yu Jie, flanked by her guards in vigilant watch, bore a serious expression. Only Tan Hua, disguised as a guard, maintained an indifferent demeanor, standing unobtrusively near Qin Yishuan, akin to an inconspicuous boulder. The sounds of fierce combat echoed relentlessly. A figure clad in camouflage darted towards them, only to be intercepted by the guards at the perimeter. General, there is military intelligence to report. Qin Yishuan glanced down and instructed the guards to let him through. Lei Jian, what news do you bring? Standing beneath the rock, Lei Jian looked up, a peculiar smile flickering in his eyes. General, my intelligence is that you are about to meet your demise. A black poison-tipped dagger slipped from Lei Jian's sleeve. Chapter 43. The deceiver. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yu Jie and her guards watched in shock as Lei Jian leaped from the ground, the dark dagger aimed straight at Qin Yishuan's abdomen. Meanwhile, on the reviewing stand in the distance, a commotion was also unfolding. The rocky cliffs at either end of the stand, which had appeared to be mere stones, began to tremble. The rocks transformed into shadowy figures clad in gray, who seized ropes and leapt down from the cliffs. In an instant, over a dozen figures landed on the reviewing stand. Each of these individuals wielded a black poison-tipped military dagger, their movements practiced and fierce, clearly elite special forces. No gunfire erupted. No one dared to use firearms. The sound of gunfire would surely attract the soldiers engaged in live drills, and even if these assassins had 100 lives, they would be turned to Swiss cheese. Their strategy relied on the surrounding chaos to swiftly execute their assassination and then vanish amidst the turmoil. This was their only chance for survival. If they missed it, they would perish alongside Lei Dongting. Indeed, they have arrived. Su Fan rose, observing the fierce assassins as he shouted, "You cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. Dare you reveal your names?" Old man, Director Lei Jin, sends his regards. The lead assassin grinned ominously and lunged towards Su Fan. The 8 attendants surrounding Su Fan swiftly drew slender daggers, positioning themselves protectively around him. The assassin leader suddenly sensed something amiss. These attendants of Lei Dongting were renowned military commanders. Why would they come to observe a drill while armed for defense? Could it be, at that moment, the arrow was already knocked and there was no time for hesitation? The assassins leaped into action, charging recklessly towards Su Fan. The 8 masters from the first manor brandished their daggers and surged forth to engage in combat with the assassins. Meanwhile, Lei Jian, who aimed to stab Qin Yishuan, wore a sinister smile. Successfully eliminating Qin Yishuan would be the crowning achievement of his career. After accomplishing this grand task, Jin Cuffing would undoubtedly ascend to power, and he would transform into a carefree figure, basking in glory as a hero. After years of enduring hardship, the moment of reaping his rewards had finally arrived. Qin Yishuan had never anticipated that Lei Jian was a fearsome assassin. She had no time to react, helplessly watching as the dagger drew closer to her body. The poison-tipped dagger, once it tasted blood, would offer no remedy. A blankness enveloped her mind, and the last image etched in her memory was Su Fan's playful grin. That damned individual, was he, at this moment, indulging in leisure with his wife? The thought flickered, and time seemed to freeze. Yet the dagger pressed against his garment remained steadfast, not advancing a single millimeter. Qin Xuan, startled, lifted her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, a wretched sword, akin to a rusted scrap of metal, had been deeply embedded in Lei Jian's throat, with a short blade protruding from the back of his neck. This broken sword was wielded by a guard dispatched by the first manner, Zhang Wuji. The expressionless guard regarded Lei Jian with a chilling demeanor and declared, "Whether in the martial world or the military, your fate is sealed. Today, two sins converge into one, and I shall claim your life." Such swiftness in his strike. Lei Jian's throat emitted a rattling sound. "Who are you? Even in death, allow me the clarity of understanding." The first manner, Tan Hua, came the response as Tan Hua retracted the sword, a faint, icy smile gracing his lips. "Presumptuous fool, your trivial schemes are laughable." Such clumsy designs could never elude the eyes of the first manner. With the black iron blade withdrawn, Lei Jian collapsed. Thus did a once mighty hero perish so pitifully, leaving no trace of his true name behind. Tan Hua. Qin Xuan suddenly turned, her spine cracking audibly. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be masquerading as Lei Shuai, dealing with those assassins?" "The enemy's conspiracy is bifurcated," Tan Hua stated coldly. "I am responsible for this segment, while others attend to the remainder." "Others?" Qin Xuan pondered swiftly before exclaiming, "Su Fan, that scoundrel, is he the one impersonating Lei Shuai?" Tan Hua fell silent. "I knew it was him." Qin Xuan gritted her teeth. No wonder that false Lei Shuai was so convincing. Who else possesses such uncanny skills? Suddenly, she leapt from the rock, charging towards the review platform. A dozen elite operatives, having descended from the cliffs, were swiftly overwhelmed by the first manner's masters. While formidable against ordinary foes, these individuals were mere mice challenging a leopard compared to the superlative experts of the First Martial Academy. "Huh," Su Fan scoffed. "These mere chickens dare to disgrace themselves. If Jin Kefeng possesses only this level of ability, he might as well perish." Before his words could dissipate, a piercing shriek erupted from the side of the mountain. A crossbow bolt, over a meter long and the thickness of a thumb, shot forth from a concealed position, striking towards Su Fan's chest in the blink of an eye. Qin Xuan, racing from afar, beheld the horrifying scene. Witnessing the bolt poised to impale Su Fan's heart and pin him to the ground, her eyes turned crimson as she let out a heart-wrenching wail. This contraption still has some semblance of form." Su Fan's body twisted in an uncanny manner as the dread crossbow bolt seemed to pierce through an illusory void. In the next moment, his arm coiled, and the speeding bolt was grasped firmly in his hand. "An eye for an eye." Su Fan laughed heartily, his right arm swinging with force. The formidable bolt, whistling through the air, returned, piercing through a thick rock face, its momentum unabated. It subsequently impaled the body of the assailant, lurking behind the stone. Fragments of rock cascaded like rain. A lifeless corpse, clutching the crossbow bolt, tumbled amidst the debris. In the next heartbeat, the air once more reverberated with several piercing shrieks. On the cliffs flanking the review platform, a sudden flurry of slender crossbow bolts erupted, aimed directly at Su Fan upon the platform. The bolts flew with astonishing speed, leaving the elite warriors of the First Estate unable to react before the assault reached Su Fan. Unfazed, Su Fan spun his arms like a windmill, enveloping the incoming bolts within his grasp and then hurling them back at an even greater velocity. The air was filled with anguished cries, accompanied by the shattering of rock. The assassins who had plotted against Su Fan were met with their demise, collapsing to the ground, clutching their weapons in defeat. Curse them! As Su Fan found himself surrounded by these despicable assassins, Qin Xuan was consumed by rage. Grabbing a nearby machine gun, she unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate fire towards the cliffs on either side of the review platform. The furious tongues of flame erupted, with hundreds of bullets raining upon the cliff walls. Crumbling rocks cascaded down, and several assassins, still clutching their unlaunched sniper rifles, fell into the dust. By heavens, they have snipers. Su Fan gasped in surprise. He hastily fled the review platform, seeking refuge in a safe crevice. What on earth are they thinking? Armed with such formidable weaponry, why resort to such fruitless measures to attack me? Sniper rifles require calibration and precise aiming, a subordinate murmured. The moment their barrels are exposed, the surrounding guards will detect them and eliminate the threat. They would not employ such tactics unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, why haven't the guards responded? Su Fan wondered, surveying his surroundings. With so many people present, how can our valiant warrior be left to fight alone? The unexpected assault had thrown the vigilant soldiers into disarray. The moment Qin Yishuan began her sweep with a machine gun, realization struck everyone simultaneously. Dozens of firearms discharged in unison, transforming the cliff walls into a battered sieve within a minute. All the hidden assassins were obliterated. Not even a rabbit could have escaped. On the outskirts of the valley, several waiting assassins sensed something was amiss. Before they could flee, a cadre of unidentified masters suddenly emerged from the shadows, mercilessly dismantling them. Thus concluded a meticulously orchestrated and horrifying assassination attempt, marked by such a disreputable end. Qin Yishuan strode forward with purpose. Su Fan adjusted his uniform in a bid to appear composed, though a flicker of anxiety betrayed him in his eyes. Should Qin Yishuan choose to confront him now, it would become the greatest jest of the year for the great Xia nation. You despicable scoundrel, just wait until I return to deal with you. Qin Yishuan hissed, leaning close to Su Fan, her voice low yet filled with venom. She retained a semblance of composure, refraining from an outright explosion of anger. Ah, indeed. Su Fan la farteri. These vermin are incapable of significant deeds. You handle the aftermath here. I shall venture out for a moment and return promptly. Chapter 44. You truly are the disgraced scion of a noble family. With the true Lei Dongting restored, Su Fan quietly slipped away from the battlefield, concealing his achievements and accolades. A tremor continued to reverberate. Jin Cuffing tirelessly endeavors to clear his name, while Qin Yishuan relentlessly pursues the truth, delving deep into the shadows of the mastermind behind it all. The central figure in this operation, Su Fan, has mysteriously vanished from everyone's sight, leaving not a single trace behind. Seizing a rare moment of leisure, Su Fan visits Wang Xueyan's office, causing delightful disruption to her work. Wang Xueyan finds herself both amused and exasperated. Yet upon recalling Su Fan's pitiable past, she resolutely sets aside her daily responsibilities to ensure Su Fan's happiness. As they engage in conversation, their words intertwine with affection, swiftly compensating for 3 years of lost romantic moments. Darling, where shall we dine tonight? So finding Kuayers. Are you all right? It's still morning. How do we leap into evening? I long for a candlelight dinner with you. Silence, you silly. Just then, Wang Xueyan's phone rings at an inopportune moment. She extricates herself from Su Fan's embrace, strides over to her desk, and answers the call. A flurry of rapid chatter erupts from the other end, causing her expression to freeze in shock, rendering her quite amusing to behold. What is it? Su Fan asks, noticing her bewildered gaze. Suddenly, his heart races, sensing something ominous is afoot. All right, we will return immediately. After hanging up, Wang Xueyan turns to Su Fan. My love, you must maintain a calm demeanor. Su Fan nods, aware that regardless of the outcome, nothing will alter their situation. Wang Xueyan begins to prepare him. No matter your true identity, I will always treat you well. Darling, you terrify me, Su Fan stammers. Could you please state the facts plainly, without the emotional embellishments? A group of people has arrived at my home, claiming to be your family, searching for a lost child. Wang Xueyan explains. My parents are frightened. We must return quickly to receive them. My family? Su Fan's head spins. How could I be unaware of this? How do they even know I am their kin? Everything is shrouded in uncertainty. Wang Xueyan, equally perplexed, replies, let us hurry back and see what they have to say. As their vehicle approaches the street before the Wang residence, Su Fan is taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. A convoy of luxury cars stretches along the entire street, accompanied by a throng of young men in sleek black suits standing stoically beside the procession. Their expressions are stern and their physiques formidable, unmistakable signs of elite prowess. At the entrance of the Wang estate, a gathering of individuals clad in black emanates an aura of intimidation. Su Fan cautiously maneuvers the car past the gates, whispering, "Perhaps we should slip away." This atmosphere is rather daunting. "Stop talking nonsense. Find a place to park." Wang Xueyan chides, pinching his arm. "Some matters cannot be evaded. We must face them with fortitude." After parking across the street, Wang Xueyan links her arm with Su Fan's and, under the watchful gazes of many, they step through the grand entrance of the Wang residence, proceeding to the reception room. Upon their entrance, all eyes converge on Su Fan. Wang Xueyan and Lin Fan occupy the main seats, their expressions a blend of confusion and curiosity. They appear to be startled, yet there was a hint of delight in their demeanor. Opposite them sat a woman in her 30s, exuding an air of grace and elegance, her figure resplendent. She donned a bespoke attire that radiated understated luxury. Her raven hair was elegantly pinned back, her complexion as pale as jade, and her elongated visage reflected astuteness. Her jet-black eyes sparkled with a subtle brilliance, embodying the authority of one in a position of power. Behind her stood 7 or 8 distinguished men, varying in stature and physique, each possessing a unique charisma. They all exuded a sense of calm competence. Any one of them could easily be regarded as a formidable individual. However, in such a setting, they dared not assume equality with the woman in front of them. Though merely serving as a backdrop, each one of them appeared content, as if their presence here was a mark of honor. Upon seeing Su Fan enter, Wang Xueyan awkwardly rose with a smile, saying, "Monsieur, this is Su Fan, my son-in-law. The lady beside him is my daughter, Wang Xueyan." As Su Fan stepped inside, the woman seated at the front could no longer restrain herself. She abruptly stood and took several strides forward, scrutinizing Su Fan with fervent intensity, her eyes glistening with a faint redness. "You resemble him so closely, it's uncanny," she exclaimed, grasping Su Fan's arm with a grip that nearly pierced his skin. Her voice trembled as she declared, "Heaven has granted me the chance to find you. Little brother, you have suffered. Big sister are you?" Su Fan stared at the woman in astonishment. "It seems we have never met. I am an orphan, without family. You are of the Xia family, the legitimate heir." The woman asserted passionately, "There can be no mistake. I assure you, had I not seen the announcement from the Su family a few days ago and the rumors circulating online about your lineage, I would have missed this opportunity again." Regret washed over Su Fan. His previous retaliatory actions against the Su family had proven to be excessively vigorous, thus embroiling him in greater complications. "Big sister, please remain calm." Su Fan gently extricated himself from her grasp. "Rumors are unreliable. What circulates online is mere gossip. If we mistakenly identify each other, it could inflict harm upon you as well. How could there be a mistake?" The woman stepped back, gradually regaining her composure. A newfound aura of confidence illuminated her presence. "In the Xia family, we never act recklessly." She smiled at Su Fan. "Before coming here to find you, we have undertaken considerable efforts." Raising her hand, a young man swiftly approached and handed her a document. "I have already contacted the Su family, offering 100 million yuan for a single strand of your hair." The woman stated with a smile, "This is the test result. Your genetic linkage with the late patriarch of the Xia family, our father Xiaobuyan, has a paternity index of 99. 998. Data does not lie. You are indeed one of us. 100 million yuan for a strand of hair?" Su Fan exclaimed in astonishment. "The Su family is quite the businessman. Just ask me for hair directly, at 10,000 per strand, a fair deal for all." Su Fan's peculiar line of reasoning caused beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of many present. 100 million yuan for a single truth. Worth it. The woman smiled. "Of course, there is much more evidence. For instance, the description of you in the Su family's announcement aligns closely with the details of the child lost by the Xia family. Moreover, Su Quan was merely a small grocery store owner. The Su family has only grown to its current scale by leveraging your resources after taking you in. In truth, the Su family was once quite formidable." Su Fan remarked, "It is those 2 useless Su family members who squandered the family fortune." The woman responded, "Such matters are of little consequence now. No matter how lacking the Su family may be, they still raised our heir. Little brother, do you now acknowledge your identity as a member of the Xia family?" This revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Su Fan stammered, "I need to discuss this with my wife." "What is there to discuss, Su Fan?" Lin Fan interjected, unable to contain herself. "The Xiao family's standing in the Daxiao kingdom is unparalleled. If you are indeed the legitimate son of the Xiao family, that honor far surpasses the disgrace of the Su family. Handing over Xueyan to you is already a source of satisfaction for us." "Husband," Wang Xueyan said, tightly grasping Su Fan's arm, "I do not care about your background. If you wish to be a member of the Xiao family, so be it. If you prefer to remain an ordinary person, I will still stand by you forever." Seeing the unwavering determination in Wang Xueyan's expression, Su Fan's heart softened. Chapter 45. The Aggrieved Matriarch Sister-in-Law. "You are truly a remarkable woman." The woman held Wang Xueyan's small hand, gently patting her hands back. "Regardless of a man's status, to remain steadfast is what it means to be a member of the Xia family." She deftly removed a jade bracelet, its vibrant green hue strikingly vivid, from her wrist and placed it on Wang Xueyan's. "Sister, hasn't T given you a proper gift yet? This ancestral bracelet of the Xia family has accompanied me for decades. I bestow it upon you." "It is far too precious," Wang Xueyan protested, but the woman grasped her hand, her expression turning serious. "Sister-in-law, if we were a humble household, I would appreciate your modesty. However, we, the Xia family, are born with the responsibility of our lineage. Our family is not flourishing. My brother is the only legitimate heir of this generation." The woman lamented, "This vast family now relies solely on me, a woman, to sustain it. From dawn till dusk, I toil endlessly, yet progress remains elusive. Do not mock me, sister-in-law. At over 30, I have yet to find a boyfriend. Reflect on this. Does it not evoke sorrow? Shouldn't my little brother, as the rightful heir of the Xia family, bear this responsibility?" As her emotions swelled, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. The Xia family's senior executives, standing nearby, bowed their heads, daring not to reveal any emotion. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. Su Fan observed the woman's expression closely, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This woman is truly a master of performance. Although she expresses herself with great passion, her gaze remains composed, revealing an inner tranquility devoid of turmoil. From her demeanor to her methods, she exhibits extraordinary decisiveness and strength, far removed from the pitiable image she portrays. Observing the row of silent men behind her only underscores her formidable nature. Such a woman may indeed find it challenging to seek a romantic partner, for most men lack even the courage to meet her gaze. It is no wonder she is my sister by blood. Her acting prowess rivals that of a film queen. As he pondered, Wang Xueyan was profoundly moved by the woman's display. She hesitated and glanced at Su Fan, saying, "Darling, if you could lend a hand after all, we are family." "Oh, foolish girl, is it so easy to navigate the treacherous waters of the Xia family?" Su Fan sighed inwardly. Wang Xueyan possesses many admirable qualities, yet her kindness makes her susceptible to being deceived by superficial appearances. The Xia family is a uniquely prominent clan within the Great Xia, often regarded as the foremost family of the present day. They are the leaders among ancient superfamilies, not only possessing formidable strength, but also being supported by other influential families, wielding tremendous power. Centuries ago, they were part of the royal lineage of the Great Xia. Through the vicissitudes of time, they have reached the modern era. Although the Xia family no longer enjoys any privileges, their influence and strength remain fearsome. Moreover, there lies a deeper layer to their legacy. The Xia family is divided into the inner and outer sects, with the outer sect being the current Xia family. The inner sect harbors a mysterious and illustrious identity, that of the legendary dragon protector family. Upon his birth, Su Fan was secretly taken by an elder of the inner sect and placed within the Su family, groomed in secrecy to become the contemporary leader of the dragon protector family. Few are aware of this truth, including Xiao Wan, the current head of the Xia family, who is now weeping and seeking Wang Xueyan's sympathy, oblivious to Su Fan's true lineage. Su Fan wishes to maintain a distance from the Xia family. These powerful clans operate under a flawless set of rules. As long as the clan leader does not act recklessly, the system may function autonomously for a millennium without issue. ensuring their continued prosperity. He has no desire to be a mere nominal head of the Xia family, nor does he wish to burden his already hectic life with additional responsibilities. Regrettably, due to a momentary lapse in judgment and the unscrupulousness of the Su family, his lineage has been exposed by the Xia family. Little brother, watching Su Fan's stoic demeanor, Xiaowan grasped his hand and implored, "Is it true that you won't grant her a dignified identity after the way she has treated you? Do you truly wish for the Wang family to bear the weight of such scorn and ridicule because of your status as an orphan?" "Miss Xia, you are indeed a paragon of virtue," Lin Fan remarked, gazing at Su Fan with disappointment. "As the eldest son of the Xia family, do you not feel any sense of responsibility toward your clan? Can you bear to see your sister sacrifice her happiness for the Xia family, destined to live in solitude?" These two women, one truly wicked, the other genuinely naive, caused Su Fan to smile bitterly within. Given Xia Wan's assertiveness, would she truly relinquish her power completely upon returning to the Xia family? Her eagerness to find him might be driven by a desire to shift burdens onto him, seeking her own liberation. The intricate web of relationships within a prestigious family like the Xia's is far more complex than a spider's silk. If Lin Fan were to enter the Xia family, her survival would be measured in mere days. "Alas, dear sister," Su Fan expressed his dilemma, "I know nothing of these matters. I merely wish to lead a life of ease until the end. Even if I were to return to the Xia family, the household affairs would still fall upon your shoulders, and you would remain without a suitor. You wicked younger brother, how can you curse your sister in such a manner?" Xiaowan gazed at Su Fan, laughing through her tears. "As long as you return home with me, I hold hope of cultivating you into the head of the Xia family, envisioning a day when I can gracefully step back. If you refuse to accompany me, I see no glimmer of hope. Perhaps I should introduce you to a suitable partner. I am certain you would be pleased." "Xia Fan," Xiaowan exclaimed, "if you do not come with me, I shall remain seated here, abstaining from food and drink, until I wither away." "You may continue to call me Su Fan," he quickly replied, "for I am a grateful person. After all, the Su family raised me." Nearby, Wang Xueyan felt a chill run down her spine. She had never anticipated that Su Fan held such deep sentiments for the Su family. Lin Fan remarked in dissatisfaction, "You are truly a fool. The Su family treated you so poorly. Why do you still cling to notions of gratitude? They only raise you out of greed for the wealth you could bring." Though she spoke thus, Su Fan countered, "Yet I cannot allow their malevolence to corrupt my own character. Su Fan, if you return with Miss Xia, at least you will have someone to consult in times of trouble," Wang Xueyan advised. "Xueyan is devoted to you. We no longer concern ourselves with your lineage. With your identity tied to the Xia family, those frivolous distractions would cease to plague you, bringing peace of mind to all. Little brother, is there anyone bold enough to challenge you?" Xiaowan retorted angrily, "Speak their name, and I shall ensure they regret it." "No need. I can handle these trifling matters myself," Su Fan replied wearily. "I once believed I was an orphan, free to live unencumbered, but unexpectedly, troubles have descended upon me." Everyone stared at him in astonishment, perceiving his words as mere posturing. How could a once impoverished individual suddenly rise to be the scion of the foremost family, yet still lament? "Little brother, please return home with me," Xiaowan urged joyfully. "The news of your return will keep many awake at night. Am I truly that detestable?" Su Fan mused inwardly, glancing at Xiaowan. "I do not wish to return home. I prefer to remain in my current residence and continue my previous work. I desire my life to change as little as possible." "No matter," Xiaowan replied cheerfully, "as long as you acknowledge your connection to the Xia family. I shall not impose upon you. If you could spare just a little time for the Xia family's affairs, it would not hinder you from nurturing our family tree alongside your siblings." Sufanvilentiv. Wang Xueyan's cheeks flushed, while Wang Xueyan and Lin Fan beamed with joy. The entourage accompanying Xiaowan also exhaled in relief, filling the living room with a joyous atmosphere. "Come, younger brother, shall we return home together?" Xiaowan inquired cautiously. "You should meet the family and let them know of your return." Chapter 46. The Soul Bloodline Inheritance. "Very well. I shall accompany you," Su Fan acknowledged. Understanding that evasion was not a viable option, he reluctantly accepted Xiaowan's suggestion. However, I will not be staying overnight at the Xia residence. I have a candlelit dinner plan with my wife. Xiaowan chuckled, covering her mouth, and glanced at Wang Xueyan, sister-in-law. Rest assured, I will ensure he returns to you unharmed, without hindering your evening together. Thank you for your concern, sister. Wang Xueyan nodded, casting a worried glance at Su Fan. Darling, the worst-case scenario is that you do not act like a wealthy heir. Please do not overexert yourself. Xiaowan bid farewell to Wang Xueyan and Lin Fun, grasping Su Fan's arm as she led him away. Oh, I am quite anxious, Wang Xueyan expressed her concerns. Wealth that descends upon one unexpectedly. Who can discern if it is a blessing or a curse? Foolish girl, what calamity could possibly arise? Lin Fun replied with a cheerful laugh. I was initially worried about being mocked by relatives for selecting an orphan of dubious origin for our Wang family. I never anticipated that Su Fan, that simpleton, would turn out to be the prince swapped by a raccoon. The convoy sped along, arriving at a sprawling estate located on the outskirts of the city. This was the ancestral land of the Xia family, a site of millennia of lineage, vast in area and grand in architecture, with countless clan members bustling about. The scale of the Xia family alone surpassed that of a small city. The convoy burst through the main gates, racing down the expansive driveway until reaching a magnificent hall at the heart of the estate. Flanking the hall stood nearly 100 core members of the Xia clan, each exuding an imposing presence, their eyes gleaming with intensity, individuals of considerable prowess and high status. Despite the multitude gathered within the hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Even the sound of breathing was imperceptible. Xiaowan entered with Su Fan, head held high, ascending the platform to take her seat upon 2 adjacent chairs. All eyes turned towards Su Fan. A shaft of sunlight streamed through the skylight above, illuminating him with an ethereal glow. Speculation buzzed among the assembly regarding the identity of this unexpectedly reappeared youth. Esteemed guests, I have an announcement to make. Xiaowan appeared unfazed by the unusual atmosphere in the hall. After immense effort, I have located our Xia family's lost heir, taken from us over 20 years ago, my brother, Su Fan. A concealed energy surged like a tempest, rippling through the hall. Expressions of astonishment adorned every face. Had the rightful son of the Xia family, vanished for over 2 decades, truly reemerged? This is the paternity test conducted by a specialized agency, Xiaowan declared, raising a document high in the air. If anyone disputes this result, feel free to voice your concerns. I will request the Family Elder Council to supervise a re-evaluation, providing clarity for all. Xiaowan's steely voice resonated throughout the hall, plunging all into silence. Her meticulous approach left no room for error. Every word she spoke was beyond reproach, devoid of inaccuracies. It is precisely due to this formidable demeanor that Xiaowan is able to wield control over the intricate and vast superfamily, the Xia clan. As a woman, if there are any dissenters, please voice your concerns immediately. Xiaowan repeated her inquiry thrice before declaring, since there are no objections, let us together pay our respects to the young master of the Xia family, the future head of the clan. Descending the steps, she led all the core members of the Xia family in a respectful bow toward Su Fan. Su Fan stood up, a hint of bewilderment gracing his features. Stammering, he remarked, esteemed guests, I find myself at a loss for words. I was cast out from the Su family, believing myself to be an orphan. Yet, in the span of a single night, I discovered that I am, in fact, a child of the Xia clan, surrounded by so many relatives. I am utterly clueless and must rely on my sister for guidance. Please, heed her words and do not provoke her ire. His words were a jumbled mess, yet delivered with perfect poise. It is fortunate that Su Fan possesses the caliber of a master thespian, allowing for such a fluid performance. Any other individual, under the pressure of 100 experts, would likely have succumbed to fear. Xiaowan ascended the platform once more, taking her place beside Su Fan. I shall do my utmost to support my younger brother in managing the family. Once he has gained sufficient authority, I will transfer all power to him and endorse his ascension to the position of family head. Her words were decisive and unequivocal, leaving no room for doubt. Before such a large assembly, she had made her vow, Su Fan's future as the family head was now firmly established and irrevocable. As the meeting concluded, Su Fan followed Xiao Wan out of the grand hall and into an opulent study in the rear courtyard. The two found themselves alone for the first time, both experiencing a peculiar and dreamlike sensation. "Sister, what role are you playing?" Su Fan broke the silence, voicing a question he had long wished to ask. "What role?" Xiao Wan replied, eyes sparkling. "I am facilitating the young master's ascent." "You need not deceive me," Su Fan said, a sly smile gracing his lips. "I too possess the noble blood of the Xia family and have a keen intellect." "What do you mean?" "I do not comprehend," Xiao Wan responded, her expression turning forlorn. "My brother has returned. Should I not be the first to transfer power to him? As a woman presiding over such a vast family, there are already those who harbor secret discontent, unwilling to be governed by a woman. Handing over the family to you would allow me to cast aside this heavy burden and pursue my own happiness. In the pursuit of happiness, you must not use me as a stepping stone," Su Fan retorted with a grin. "Speak the truth to me, and all will be well. I can assist you in managing everything, supporting your endeavors. I can serve as the honorary head of the Xia family, allowing you to wield power and fully realize your potential. Should you attempt to ensnare me, placing me in a perilous position as your mere stepping stone, I shall vanish in an instant, leaving you to search in vain. My younger brother, you are truly mischievous." Xiao Wan's expression shifted, astonished as she regarded Su Fan, as though witnessing a charming cartoon character transform into a fearsome beast. After a long pause, she earnestly remarked, "Little brother, you have misjudged me. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still my little brother, my only kin. While I may have intentions to utilize your abilities, it is far from what you might envision. I do not wish for you to shield me from harm. I trust you and understand that you are in a predicament. So fanadith. It is fortuitous that I have reemerged, akin to a coal delivered amidst the snow. Therefore, let us confront the dilemma together." Xiao Wan gazed at Su Fan and finally acquiesced. "In truth, our Xia family is facing a monumental crisis." Su Fan remained silent. "Our Xia family possesses extraordinary strength." Standing tall and proud, Xiao Wan continued, "Yet our greater power derives from a robust family alliance. The several prominent clans that have journeyed alongside us regard the Xia family as their leader. However, in recent years, the situation has shifted. With the absence of male heirs in the Xia family, it falls upon me, a woman, to manage familial affairs. Some have grown intolerant of this and seek to usurp the Xia family's position. They are openly and covertly pressuring us to clarify our stance." Su Fan suggested tentatively, "Perhaps we could relinquish our position and let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario?" "Absolutely not," Xiao Wan retorted through gritted teeth. "If the alliance crumbles and the Xia family abdicates, I would bear the blame for our downfall. The struggle among noble families has never concluded peacefully. Should we falter, we risk not only our current status, but our very existence. There is immense external pressure, and within the family, treacherous currents are stirring. Some are undermining my authority. Although the Xia family appears tranquil, we are, in fact, beset by peril. Yet, aside from my gender, I find myself lacking in many respects compared to you." Su Fan responded, "Why do you believe I am capable of leading the Xia family, preserving our esteemed position, and restoring the family's former glory? Because you are the man we need," she asserted. "The Xia family possesses a mysterious inheritance that can only be passed down to male descendants of the direct line. This legacy can bestow upon you formidable power overnight, transforming you into an extraordinary master. Strength is paramount. Once you wield unparalleled martial prowess, who would dare challenge us? You would eliminate them without hesitation." "Dear sister, you are indeed a formidable woman," Su Fan exclaimed, astonished. "I comprehend your scheme. You shall be the brain of the family, while I serve as its muscle. Should anyone dare provoke our clan, at your command, I shall spring into action and eliminate them. And what of being merely muscle? I am prepared to appoint you as the family head," Xiao Wan declared. "If you find me displeasing, you could easily snuff out my life, and I would accept it willingly. Why speak so harshly? I'm not a beast," she added. Su Fan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 47. The Xia family's sword of justice. Su Fan's mind whirled as he assessed the situation before him. Although he had severed ties with the Xia family's outer circle, he remained a part of it. If the Xia family were to encounter a crisis, and he was privy to the details, both emotionally and rationally, he could not turn a blind eye. If it merely entailed confronting adversaries without the need for strategy, it did not seem an insurmountable task. Furthermore, the Xia family's legacy beckoned. It seems that an additional layer of disguise could be beneficial for him, enabling him to navigate future endeavors with greater finesse. Observing Su Fan's cunning demeanor, Xiaowan exclaimed in exasperation, "Which scoundrel abducted you to the Su family? Just look at your current disposition. The Su family has transformed you into a rogue. How are you any better than me? Isn't it merely a matter of being deceitful and sly? You're simply more adept at feigning. Regardless, you now find yourself without a path of retreat." Xiaowan cautioned, "Everyone is aware that you are the esteemed heir of the Xia family, the chosen leader. Once the Xia family meets its demise, no matter how far you flee, you shall be relentlessly pursued to your end. Even if you manage to escape, the Wang family will inevitably suffer alongside you. The more you speak, the more I detest you." Su Fan replied in anger, "How can you be so certain that I will successfully inherit the Xia family's legacy and become master? What if I fail in my attempt to inherit and become a mere vegetable? Wouldn't that spell the end for our family? If you truly care about this matter, perhaps you should consider preserving some sperm. I loathe you." The two conversed for a while. Realizing that the current situation had become a perilous predicament from which there was no escape, only a path forward into darkness. "Let us resolve this swiftly," Su Fan declared. "I must complete the inheritance quickly. I have a candlelit dinner with my wife to return to." They both rose, with Su Fan trailing behind Xia Wan as they navigated a labyrinthine path leading to the depths of the estate, arriving at a magnificent golden hall. The entire hall was meticulously crafted from brass. Though it was only a modest two-story structure, the amount of brass utilized exceeded £1,000,000. This hall, a testament to millennia of inheritance, was itself a remarkable marvel. Xiaoan pushed open the door and led Su Fan into the grand hall, which was eerily empty. At the forefront of the hall stood an exquisitely crafted square platform, upon which rested a magnificent long sword, its hilt the only visible part. "It's quite simple," Xiaoan explained. "You ascend the platform, grasp the hilt, and draw the sword. This is the Qing Tian sword, the legacy of the Xia family. If it acknowledges you as its master, you will be immensely fortunate. I can see your dissatisfaction. Have you not longed to draw this sword countless times?" Sufan chuckled, imagining you crouched on the platform, gritting your teeth as you attempted to unsheath the sword brings me a strange sense of joy. Xiaowan maintained a stern expression as she turned to exit the hall, stating, "I shall await you outside. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. And do refrain from peeping through the door crack." With a forceful slam, she closed the hall door and walked away. Su Fan approached the platform, gazing at the sword hilt, lost in contemplation. In the martial world, practitioners of martial arts abound. The realm beyond martial practitioners is that of Taoists. The distinction between martial and Taoist practice is but a single character apart, yet they are worlds apart. Martial practice seeks to maximize one's potential and attain formidable combat prowess. Taoist practice, on the other hand, involves merging with the cosmos, grasping the fundamental truths of a universe, and wielding all things for one's own ends. A martial practitioner, even when reaching the pinnacle of their craft, has merely grazed the threshold of Taoist practice. Perhaps a seasoned martial practitioner could triumph over a novice Taoist. Yet an experienced Taoist could easily crush 1,000 martial practitioners of equal standing. Su Fan cultivated the path of cultivation for over 20 years, achieving a remarkable level of mastery. Even wielding a mere toothpick, he could triumph over martial arts masters armed with sharp blades. Yet, he found himself unable to explain the origins of his formidable strength. Upon returning to Yen City, Su Fan began to attract attention gradually. The need for him to intervene in various situations increased, making the act of feigning weakness increasingly challenging. The legacy of the Xia family served as an excellent guise for him, providing a plausible explanation for his impressive power. Moreover, as the legitimate son of the Xia family, he felt no pressure in possessing this inheritance. After pondering for a moment, Su Fan grasped the exposed hilt of a sword and pulled it outward. A faint current surged from the hilt, coursing through his body in a flash. In less than a second, a complex identity verification was completed. The next moment, a torrent of immense power surged forth from the hilt, racing through his arm and flooding into his body. This force was resplendent and formidable, akin to a golden dragon twisting and turning. It navigated through a complex meridian pathway, ultimately merging into Su Fan's dantian, transforming into his own vital energy. As Su Fan's power exploded, he also found a broad and unobstructed meridian channel within himself. A vast stream of information flooded into his mind, imprinting a formidable and grand sword technique deep within his consciousness. With a soft sound, a short sword, over a foot long and entirely golden, was effortlessly drawn from the platform and held in Su Fan's hand. The hilt of this sword was nearly a foot long, and to everyone's astonishment, its blade was proportionate in length. Was this truly the legendary Qing Tian sword? Su Fan marveled at the peculiar golden sword in his grasp. It resembled a dwarf. Aloham expressed the Qing Tian sword's disdain for Su Fan. In the next moment, the vital energy in Su Fan's dantian suddenly established a mysterious connection with the Qing Tian sword in his hand. A golden sword aura erupted from the tip of a short sword, causing it to seemingly elongate into a standard longsword. The entire blade merged with his vital energy in an incomprehensible manner, exuding an air of mystery and strength beyond that of ordinary divine weapons. With a casual swing, Su Fan unleashed a golden flash, as if a lightning bolt had streaked through the air. The space within the grand hall seemed on the verge of being cleaved apart by the Qing Tian sword. As Su Fan wielded the longsword, he validated the sword technique imprinted in his mind. The fierce swordplay flowed seamlessly with his agile footwork, creating a swirling golden light that danced throughout the hall, enveloping every corner beneath the relentless blade. As Su Fan withdrew, the golden vital energy receded from the Qing Tian sword. Even with his expertise, he found himself deeply enamored by the Qing Tian sword and its associated sword technique. The Sword of Sovereigns. This was Su Fan's immediate impression of the Qing Tian sword. The doors of the grand hall swung open, revealing Xiao Wan, who paced anxiously in the courtyard. She suddenly turned her head as Su Fan emerged from the hall, his sleeves billowing, appearing unchanged from before. "Little brother." Xiao Wan rushed over, seizing Su Fan by the collar. "Where's the Qing Tian sword?" Su Fan drew the Qing Tian sword from his lower back and handed it to Xiao Wan. "Is this it?" Holding the resplendent short sword, Xiao Wan expressed profound disappointment. "Is this the Qing Tian sword that commands the world on behalf of the Xia family? Why is it so diminutive?" In the next moment, Xiao Wan shrieked. The unsatisfied Qing Tian sword quivered slightly, leaving a slender wound on her hand. "I feel as though this Qing Tian sword possesses a feminine temperament," Su Fan remarked, reclaiming the sword and sheathing it at his waist. "It is rather temperamental and cannot endure even the slightest criticism." "Are you not a formidable master now?" Xiao Wan exclaimed, clutching her hand. "Have you not acquired power and swordsmanship?" "I have," he replied. "Then why do you appear even more unseemly than before?" "Who says a master cannot be unseemly? The Qing Tian sword is, after all, the sword of sovereigns." Xiao Wan retorted. "How come it has not altered your demeanor in the slightest?" "Su Fan es mirquedo enigmatically." A true sovereign knows how to feign humility. Sighing, she found him untrustworthy. The siblings returned together, with Xiao Wan scrutinizing Su Fan throughout, harboring a suspicion that the Qing Tian sword he possessed was a counterfeit, primarily due to the absence of a scabbard. Su Fan remarked, "A person is defined by their attire, and a sword by its scabbard. Once paired with an impressive sheath, it can immediately exude an air of grandeur." "That makes sense," she agreed. "Let us procure a long scabbard. After all, no one would know of its diminutive size." Upon returning to the study, the afternoon had already waned. "Little brother, shall I arrange for 2 personal maids for you?" Xiao Wan suggested kindly. "As the eldest son of the Xia family, you cannot be without attendants." She clapped her hands gently, and a fragrant breeze wafted through as 2 charming young maidens entered, their smiles enchanting. "Greetings, miss, greetings, young master," they said in unison. "They are Xia Qing and Xia Lan. Fine children I have personally trained," Xiao Wan introduced. "Their abilities are commendable. You may entrust them with various minor tasks." "Xia Qing, Xia Lan," Su Fan exclaimed, gazing at the two. Which of you is Xiaqing, and which is Xiaolon? The two girls were, astonishingly, identical twins. Chapter 48. Mischief afoot again, hee. One girl covered her mouth, her voice soft and melodious. Young master, let us have a little quiz. Can you guess who is Xiaqing and who is Xiaolon? Such a simplistic question to pose to your esteemed young master. So fun as mirkith. I need not even look to discern who is Xiaqing and who is Xiaolon. This revelation astonished even Xiaolon. The twin sisters were nearly indistinguishable, to the extent that even those who interacted with them daily sometimes struggled to tell them apart. You are boasting, young master. Speak up. You surely cannot guess. The three women looked at him expectantly. Su Fan declared, there is nothing to guess. Xiaolon is beside Xiaqing, and Xiaqing is beside Xiaolon. Am I correct? The two sisters protested in unison, you're cheating. Young master, you're so cunning. Indeed. What kind of answer is that? As Su Fan mingled effortlessly with the two enchanting ladies, Xiaolon let out a deep sigh. Alas, why is it that there isn't a man as amusing as you by my side? She lamented. Even if one possessed merely a fraction of your charm, I would not have endured this solitude until now. Incorrect, Su Fan replied, turning his gaze. There are no uninteresting men in this world. They simply exhibit their charm in different contexts. It's merely in your presence that they appear lackluster. A dangerous glint flickered in Xiaolon's eyes. Are you implying that I am a rather dull woman? Not at all. Su Fan hastily interjected. Their very essence is held in your grasp. Who would dare to be entertaining before you? How dare you? Xiaolon retorted. What essence are you referring to? Your words seem dubious, yet your expression remains utterly serious. Dear lady, you possess great allure. Su Fan chuckled. Your authority is formidable, and you cultivate a commanding presence, which discourages anyone from behaving frivolously in your company. If you find a man appealing and show him a touch of kindness, he would eagerly lay his heart at your feet. The two young ladies gasped and covered their mouths in astonishment. Having grown up in the Xia household, they had never witnessed anyone daring to speak so boldly to the young mistress. To utter such audacious remarks was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, there was no trace of anger on Xiaolon's face. It seemed that Su Fan's words struck a chord, plunging her into contemplation. I shall ponder this matter further, Xiaolon remarked, glancing at her two companions. Shall you take them with you, to keep them by your side? No need. Su Fan swallowed nervously. Though Xueyan is not a conventional person, it is unnecessary to provoke her with a pair of lovely ladies. I am already quite overwhelmed and do not wish to complicate matters. Do you have other women? Xiaolon inquired sensitively. Otherwise, how could you be so occupied? That is a secret, Su Fan grinned. Even if you are my sister, I cannot divulge such information. Men are like playful puppies, frolicking wherever they please. Xiaolon laughed joyfully. How delightful. I have a brother with whom I can converse freely and merrily. You are like ice cream in the sweltering summer, a blazing fire in the frigid winter. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Fan tossed the Qingtian's sword onto the table. Please assist in crafting a sheath. I shall retrieve it once you have completed it. I shall take care of these two young ladies for you. Upon your return, I will have them attend to you, Xiaolon nodded. Share your phone number with me and ensure it remains on 24/7. It would be best not to disturb me while I am enjoying a candlelit dinner with my wife. Oh, so this is a code? After a brief and chaotic exchange, Su Fan clarified the length of the sword sheath to Xiaolon before departing to return to his villa in the city. The living room of the villa was brightly lit. Qin Yixuan sat on the sofa, her cheeks puffed in annoyance as she pressed the remote control, as if the television were her sworn enemy. Upon seeing Su Fan enter, Qin Yixuan emitted a cryptic snicker. What is so amusing? Am I not back now? Su Fan approached and seated himself beside her. I have been exceedingly busy these past few days, while you seem to be idly lounging about, don't you? Qin Yixuan expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, I have yet to settle accounts with you. How dare you conceal from me your role as Lei Shuai? Do you not care for your own well-being? Was it not out of concern for your safety that I took the initiative to manage the situation? Su Fan replied with a smile. If you have the leisure to sit here, does that not imply that matters over there have been resolved? Qin Yixuan leaned back on the sofa, showcasing her graceful figure. It is quite an infuriating outcome. That scoundrel Jean Cuffing has managed to escape once more. Wasn't this anticipated? Su Fan comforted her. He has suffered significant losses. You have already won a round. Jean Cuffing is akin to a cat with 9 lives. To vanquish him requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Indeed, Qin Yishuan nodded. That rascal even orchestrated an assassination attempt against him by the nation. His guard eliminated over a dozen elite operatives, successfully liberating him. Su Fan's expression turned grave as he remarked. This incident has led others to associate his attack with Lei Shuai's, thus enhancing his reputation. He has cleverly turned the tables, using Lei Shuai as a means of publicity, and, astonishingly, he has regained an advantage. It seems that there are indeed formidable individuals around Jean Cuffing who assist him in transforming adversity into opportunity. It is all your fault for not being by my side to offer counsel, allowing Jean Cuffing to exploit the situation. Qin Yishuan exclaimed, You only know how to loiter around your wife, lacking any sense of responsibility, much like a mere animal. Because I knew there was no way to defeat Jean Cuffing this time. Su Fan chuckled. Even if I were by your side, I could do little. In the end, it would only serve to highlight my ineptitude. Are you insinuating that I am inept? Qin Yishuan leaped up and engaged in a playful tussle with Su Fan. After some time, the two sat down, breathless yet ready to continue their conversation. Something pertinent to you has occurred here, Qin Yishuan stated. The intelligence system below has suddenly reported a piece of information, claiming that you are an undercover agent sent by the Four Seas Dragon Palace, infiltrating my side with ulterior motives. What? Su Fan was taken aback. Our interactions are merely those of neighbors. How could they be captured by your subordinate's intelligence system? It is not my intelligence system. It is a public intelligence system, in which Jean Cuffing also participates. Qin Yishuan explained. I must respond to such information received through public channels. Otherwise, the case cannot be concluded. Su Fan pondered for a moment, his realization dawning upon him. I understand now. This is a scheme orchestrated by Jean Quantian. His aim is to sow discord between us, ensuring that neither the Four Seas Dragon Palace nor the Daxia female war god provides me with protection. Weren't you at odds with the Four Seas Dragon Palace? Qin Yishuan inquired, astonished. Why would they still consider you to be associated with Wang Xueyan? It is all due to my excessive greed, Su Fan declared. For the sake of an annual dividend of 10 billion, I am still collaborating with Wang Xueyan on a jewelry chain project. 10 billion a year? How has that not overwhelmed you? Qin Yishuan gasped. I hope that in this partnership, you have not used me as a mere decoy to deceive. Who do you think we are to each other? Su Fan retorted evasively. If I have acquired wealth, would that not bring you joy? Indeed, you are once again utilizing me to amass riches. Xinyon exclaimed, gripping Su Van's neck. You must clarify the entire sequence of events to me. No, I too am a victim who has risen to retaliate, ultimately achieving a reversal. Su Fan recounted how he ensnared Jean Quantian using the Donghai Illustrated Guide, and how Long Xiao came to deliver wealth, allowing him to seamlessly navigate the situation, explaining it all to Qin Yishuan. So it was like this. Qin Yishuan exclaimed in anger. These vile traitors deserve their fate, encountering someone as cunning as you, only to end up losing everything. Long Xiao still had his undergarments. I merely took 20% of the share, Su Fan replied. This money, in Long Xiao's hands, would also be used for nefarious purposes. It is better for me to take it and employ it for the benefit of the people. Qin Yishuan scoffed. What are your intentions? How do you plan to utilize this money? Su Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. As you know, I have initiated a welfare chain project. I will invest this money to expand its scale, enabling more elderly and disabled individuals to enjoy welfare benefits. You shall invest this sum in my name. Qin Yishuan proposed. Let us collaborate on a project specifically for the rehabilitation of the disabled and retired soldiers. This money will be earmarked for that purpose, and I shall oversee its usage. In doing so, I will also help you become a benefactor. Chapter 49. He became agitated instead. 100 billion, just like that, vanished. Su Fan cautiously inquired. Can our collaboration commence next year? No. A man with too much money becomes corrupted, Qin Yishuan resolutely stated. You just said it yourself. Money used for nefarious deeds is better utilized for the benefit of the people. But it is 100 billion. What of it? Qin Yishuan replied with a charming smile. Am I worth 100 billion? How about I sell myself to you for that amount? Goodness, who would dare purchase someone like you? All right, let me offer you a bit of interest to keep you pleased. Qin Yishuan took Su Fan to arrange for the interest. But Su Fan's phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon answering, Wang Xueyan's voice resonated from the other end. Honey, where are you? Are you all right? I've returned. I'll be home shortly to report on today's events, Su Fan replied. Hanging up, he turned to Qin Yishuan. I must take my leave. A significant matter has arisen, and I must explain it to my wife. What major matter? Qin Yishuan expressed her displeasure. We have yet to finish discussing my affairs. You have no idea. Something serious has occurred, Su Fan declared. The Su family has cast me out, even issuing a certificate stating that I have no blood relation to them. What is so remarkable about the Su family? Qin Yishuan retorted. With such relatives, it might be better to be without them, lest they conspire against you daily. I share that sentiment, Su Fan acknowledged, but later. Enough of this trivial matter, Qin Yishuan interrupted. How should I respond to the information they sent me? Su Fan pondered for a moment. It's simple. Just reply with 3 words. Understood. Understood? Qin Yishuan questioned in surprise. What does that mean? It simply tells them to be quiet. Su Fan chuckled. Do you think anyone would dare to come and question you further after that? You truly are a rogue, Qin Yishuan remarked, and at that moment, Su Fan refrained from mentioning the Xia family's attempts to claim kinship with him. Su Fanpa no Heath, hastily rising to leave the villa and return to the Wang family. Has your sister already introduced you to the core members of the Xia family? Wang Xueyan inquired with surprise as she sat in the grand hall of the Wang residence. Why the rush? Is there something amiss? What could possibly be wrong? Lin Fen replied. After 20 years of searching for the missing eldest son, such a momentous occasion must be announced at once. In prestigious families, the most crucial aspect is inheritance. You cannot fathom how much disdain our Wang family has endured over the years for having only you as a girl. There were even suggestions for your father to take a concubine. In response, I swallowed a whole packet of rat poison to show them who dares to mention it again. What are you telling the children these things for? Wang Xueyan remarked, somewhat embarrassed. How do we start discussing Su Fan and end up on my situation? In truth, you are both correct, Su Fan interjected. My sister summoned me back because the family is currently under immense pressure, and she seeks my assistance in alleviating it. In reality, she merely wants people to recognize that the Xia family also has a man. But you must not relinquish everything, Lin Fen cautioned. After all, a girl is an outsider and will eventually marry. The grand estate of the Xia family cannot be handed over to others so easily. Mother, your reasoning is circular. It always seems to favor you. Wang Xueyan remarked. If my sister wishes to monopolize the family fortune, why would she call Su Fan back? I simply do not want my son-in-law to suffer, Lin Fen replied. You can listen, but there is no need to strictly adhere to my words. The family sat together, engaging in conversation and enjoying a warm dinner. Wang Xueyan and Lin Fen had resolved their misunderstandings, their attitudes undergoing a complete transformation. Su Fan quietly chuckled to himself, fulfilling his duties and ensuring the 2 elders were content. Having already obtained their marriage certificate, that night, Su Fan accompanied Wang Xueyan back to her chamber. At last, they could reside together without any obstacles or idle gossip. In the Jin Kuang Tian villa, the response to the intelligence reached Jin Kuang Tian's ears without delay. With the finest external injury ointment, the majority of Jin Kuang Tian's bruises had faded significantly, leaving only 2 patches of bruising at the corners of his mouth. Remnants of the brutal assault he had endured. What does this mean? Jin Kuang Tian asked, bewildered. What does it mean to know? What will be done after knowing? Truly, she is a battle goddess, possessing considerable depth, Meng Wuxiao remarked with a faint smile, her expression as consistently cold as ever. The commander has just played her a trick. Regaining a round, suddenly releasing the information that Su Fan is a spy raises suspicions. Could it be that we are conspiring against Su Fan? Are you suggesting our efforts were in vain? Jin Kuang Tian exclaimed. Will that rascal Su Fan continue to intimidate us with Qin Yishuan? Certainly not. Meng Wuxiao replied with a smile. Even if Qin Yishuan does not confront Su Fan directly, a thorn has been planted in her heart. She will never again support Su Fan and will gradually distance herself from him. In truth, I anticipated this outcome when I undertook this action. If the battle goddess of the Xia were so easily swayed, then surely anyone could occupy that position. Miss Meng, you truly possess great wisdom. Jean Quotien rejoiced. Long Xiao has already pledged not to be Su Fan's supporter, and Qini Xuan will no longer involve herself in Su Fan's affairs. Even the Su family has distanced themselves from Su Fan, exposing his status as an abandoned child. This fellow is utterly forsaken, waiting for me to deal with him. Meng Wuxiao remained silent, for Jean Quotien's assessment was indisputable. Among the competing factions, the conniving Su Fan has now lost his stage. His fate has been sealed. Everything he possesses will be stripped away. The hard-earned assets and the fortunate companionship of women will vanish like smoke. As for himself, it will be fortunate to merely retain his life. A lowly being, aspiring to ascend beyond his station, can only meet with tragic ends unless graced by extraordinary fortune. What remains now is to ruthlessly shatter his pride and force him to crawl out of high society like a dog. Jean Quotien revealed a cold smile. I shall ponder how to toy with him. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of delight crossed Jean Quotien's face. I've got it. Tomorrow afternoon, the business magnate Ho Yongfeng will host his daughter's engagement banquet. I will make arrangements with Ho Yongfeng to send an invitation to Wang Xueyan and Su Fan. They dare not refuse Ho Yongfeng's goodwill. At his banquet, I shall ensure that Su Fan loses all face in Yen City as high society, vanishing forever. You handle the arrangements. Meng Wuxia suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. Third young master, I wish to accompany you to the banquet. Su Fan has been our adversary for so long. I want to see him one last time and behold what he truly looks like. No problem. Jean Quotien chuckled. This man is unremarkable in appearance, clearly a shameless loser. Receiving the invitation from Ho Yongfeng, Wang Xueyan was somewhat astonished. She knew Ho Yongfeng, but they had no business dealings, only a nodding acquaintance. Why would he suddenly send her an invitation, specifically noting that she and Su Fan should attend together? What is he really up to? Su Fan's mind raced like lightning, already deducing the truth behind it. Jean Quotien had surmised that he was now without support and wished to use the occasion hosted by the Ho family to humiliate him. If that is the case, then he shall receive another devastating blow. Xueyan, we must honor the Ho family's invitation. Su Fan remarked, this will be my first grand appearance in Yen City. Please, do not dress too extravagantly. Remember to highlight my princely demeanor. What prince? More like a frog prince, Wang Xueyan retorted, both amused and exasperated. Are you sure there is nothing to worry about? I can't shake the feeling that something is about to happen. Su Fan reassured her. Do not fret. Nothing will transpire. Anyone who dares to confront me will find themselves crushed. Those who underestimate me will pay a painful price. At 2 in the afternoon, under the bright sun, the expansive lawn of Ho Yongfeng's mansion was alive with gentlemen and ladies leisurely mingling and conversing. The children of the Ho family scampered about like a flock of little angels, creating an atmosphere filled with harmony and joy. Jean Quotien and Meng Wuxia had arrived at the venue early. 2 individuals stood beneath a lush, sprawling tree, their gazes fixed upon the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Su Fan and Wang Xueyan. Meng Wuxia, feeling a sense of ennui, idly scanned the surroundings when she suddenly noticed Jean Quotien's expression freeze. As he stared blankly toward the entrance, turning to look, she beheld a striking pair of individuals entering the Ho family's estate. A serene and beautiful woman, clad in a modest long dress, exuded an air of tranquility and elegance. Beside her stood a young man, adorned in an ostentatious and lavish suit, his demeanor radiating a unique and self-satisfied charm. The extravagant tailcoat worn by Su Fan had been procured for him by Tianjun, with the sole occasion of wearing it being at the Wang family's engagement banquet. This attire had once shone brilliantly at the Wang family feast, and now, in a bid to impress, he donned this impressive ensemble yet again. Curse be this scoundrel. Jean Quotien trembled with indignation. Let us proceed. Today, I shall make this insignificant wretch grovel before me. Meanwhile, a luxurious convoy was slowly departing from the Xia family estate. Xia Yuan, the head of the Xia family, was en route to an unavoidable social gathering. Little did she anticipate a remarkable encounter with Su Fan that awaited her this day. Wait a moment, Meng Wuxia interjected, grasping Jean Quotien. who is poised to dash forward. He has merely just arrived. Why not savor the moment and torment him slowly? Ah, Jean Quotian halted. Miss Ming, how do you suggest we proceed? Are you well acquainted with Ho Yongfeng? Indeed, many of the Ho family's businesses rely on the support of my Jean family. Jean Quotian affirmed. Moreover, I am quite familiar with the groom today. He is from the Xia family. What? Meng Wuxiao exclaimed in surprise. Which Xia family? Which other Xia family could it possibly be? Jean Quotian chuckled. Xia Yun. Although he belongs to a branch of the Xia family, one cannot write the surname Xia in two different ways. Ho Yongfeng agreed to marry his daughter to him solely because of the Xia family's esteemed reputation. Go find Xia Yun and have him confront Su Fan, Meng Wuxiao suggested. Look at Su Fan's arrogance. He is overshadowing the groom. Those unaware might think he himself is the groom. Ah, I see, Jean Quotian acknowledged, admiration illuminating his countenance. Miss Meng is indeed a sagacious strategist. Just a casual remark from you, and I can already envision Xia Yun's furious expression. The two departed from their shaded refuge and made their way to the center of the lawn. At the heart of the gathering stood the betrothed couple, along with the groom's relatives. Ho Yongfeng, a portly man with a shrewd demeanor, turned to Xia Yun and remarked with a smile, Xia Yun, when will your family arrive? Once they do, we can commence the ceremony. Rest assured, I have already confirmed via phone, Xia Yun replied with a smile. The family head's convoy has set out and will be here shortly. Excellent. Ho Yongfeng beamed. The presence of the Xia family head certainly enhances our Ho family stature. Ensure you all get along well and quickly expand our family lineage. I have but this one daughter, and this vast estate will eventually belong to you. Ho Yongfeng was accompanied by his daughter as they mingled with other distinguished guests. Xia Yunji, brimming with self-satisfaction, wore a triumphant smile on his face. Although he was merely a branch of the Xia family, the support from the Ho family endowed him with a certain degree of influence within the clan. It was a flawless win-win scenario. Young Master Yin, a voice called from nearby. Xia Yin turned to see Jean Quotian approaching, accompanied by a statuesque beauty. Third young master. Xia Yun warmly embraced Jean Quotian's shoulders, joyfully exclaiming, Where have you been? I didn't see you earlier. Just wandering around. Jean Quotian replied with a serious expression, pulling Xia Yun aside. Young master, I have spotted someone attempting to undermine you. What do you mean? Xia Yun asked, momentarily taken aback. Look at that scoundrel over there, dressed like a peacock. Jean Quotian pointed towards Su Fan, who stood at a distance. Just look at his ridiculous demeanor. One would think he is the groom. Xia Yun glanced over, his expression darkening instantly. Su Fan's appearance was not particularly striking. However, his outfit today was undeniably flamboyant. Perhaps even more impressive than that of the groom himself. Which family does he belong to? Xia Yun inquired cautiously. In the circles of the affluent, discernment was paramount. If Su Fan hailed from a prominent family, he would be an adversary Xia Yun could not afford to provoke, no matter how ostentatious he appeared. Even if he were to confront Xia Yun, the latter would have to endure the humiliation without retaliating. He's just a fraud, a penniless loser, Jean Quotian asserted. A worthless individual who relies on women to elevate his status. Perhaps he is hoping to deceive a few women at the engagement banquet. Damn. Xia Yun's gaze drifted to Wang Xueyan, who stood beside Su Fan, his eyes igniting with interest. That woman next to him is quite my type. You wouldn't mind if I pursued her, would you, third young master? Xia Yun whispered. Not at all. Jean Quotian gritted his teeth. But once you're done, you must hand her over to me. Her family has some assets, and I've already made my claim. Oh, I see. Xia Yun quickly understood. Rest assured. Third young master, I am quite the romantic. I won't linger on one woman for too long. Go for it. Make him leave the banquet today, Jean Quotian encouraged. If he dares to play tricks, I'll help you deal with him. With time still on their side, Xia Yun nodded and strode confidently toward Su Fan. Su Fan, entwined with Wang Xueyan and holding a glass of red wine, was scanning the room when suddenly a woman's voice rang out behind them. Young Master Fan. It's been a while. Turning around, Su Fan was met by a tall, vibrant beauty standing before him. She donned an elegant business suit, complete with a meticulously tied bow tie, and an exquisite brooch adorned her chest. Apart from a necklace of blue natural deep-sea pearls and matching pearl earrings, she wore no other jewelry. Her sun-kissed skin hinted at a love for outdoor activities. Her almond-shaped eyes elevated her entire demeanor, exuding an air of authority that was hard to ignore. "Miss, have we met before?" Su Fan pondered swiftly, yet could not recall any information about the girl before him. "My name is LCC," the girl replied with a smile. "My father sent me to discuss a collaboration regarding the jewelry group." "Oh," Su Fan exclaimed in surprise, gazing at her. "I see. Your father is Mr. Eljon." "Indeed." LCC beamed. "In fact, I have another identity. Long Xiao is my fiancé." "Ah, so you possess such a distinguished background. So finally marked, estanis." As Wang Xueyan beside him interjected, "Do you understand? Miss L's intention is to discuss business exclusively. Do not let your thoughts wander into chaos." "When have I ever entertained chaotic thoughts?" Su Fan retorted. "Am I to be perceived as a villain who falls for every woman? Men are but little creatures that require careful handling." Wang Xueyan responded, "The world is so intricate now. One misstep could lead a husband astray, consumed by larger fish." "Miss Wang," LCC said, shaking hands with Wang Xueyan, "you possess remarkable skills in managing your man. I wish to learn from you." As the three conversed, a cold voice interrupted from nearby. "You." Su Fan turned in astonishment to see a man clad in formal attire, pointing a finger at him with an expression brimming with malice. In the distance, Jean Quatien wore a sly grin, observing the scene, accompanied by a graceful woman, whose faint smile indicated she was scrutinizing him intently. "What are you staring at with those thieving eyes?" Summer Yun sneered, increasingly repulsed by Su Fan's demeanor. He coldly remarked, "You arrive at my gathering dressed like the blooming flower, seeking to deceive other women, much like you have with this young lady." He directed his gaze at Wang Xueyan. "Miss, do not be swayed by his sweet words and charming facade. This man is a scoundrel, a fraud. And who might you be?" Wang Xueyan asked icily, linking her arm with Su Fan's. "To casually label someone a scoundrel or a fraud, do you have any sense of decorum?" Another woman ensnared in her own plight, in need of a hero like me to rescue her. Summer Yun declared proudly, "I am Summer Yun of the Summer family." "Beautiful lady, have you heard of the illustrious Summer family? The foremost clan of the great Xia kingdom." Wang Xueyan gasped, casting a glance at Su Fan. So you are the Summer family." Su Fan displayed a look of astonishment. "Have you seen me before? Have you heard of me? You are nothing." Summer Yun retorted angrily, "Why would I have heard of you?" "Oh, it appears you're a branch of the Summer family," Su Fan said kindly. "Even if one belongs to the Summer lineage, one should maintain humility and modesty. It is essential to bring honor to the family name rather than exploit it for deceit. You insufferable wretch, I shall have you torn to pieces." Summer Yun fumed. He loathed being referred to as a mere branch of the Summer family. And Su Fan's words had struck a nerve, clearly delivering a slap to his face. That damned Xia Yun suddenly charged forward, ready to strike. "So finding Detective Jun Sao, I'm a guest invited by the whole family. One must consider the master even when chastising a dog, especially when it is a distinguished guest your father-in-law has invited. What do you consider yourself? A distinguished guest." A cold laugh echoed from the side. "Who do you think you are?" Jean Quantien stepped out from the crowd, approaching Su Fan with a triumphant grin. "Su Fan, let me assure you, I am the one who invited you here today, and my intention is to disgrace you in the upper echelons of Yin City. I will ensure that everyone knows you are a fraud, a scoundrel, trash, a clown." "It seems your hatred runs deep." Su Fan observed Jean Quantien closely. TSK, your injury has yet to heal completely. I advise you to recuperate at home for a while to avoid exacerbating your condition." "Bastard!" Jean Quantien shouted in anger, causing the scar on his mouth to throb. He instinctively covered his mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "Oh, San Shao, why are you so moved to tears?" Su Fan queried in surprise. "Have my words touched your soul?" "Damn it!" Jean Quantien spun in place, roaring, "Your deception cannot continue. Do you think Miss Jean will still believe you and support you? Dream on." "Oh, you mean that matter," Su Fan nodded. "I am already aware of it." As Su Fan elongated the pronunciation of the phrase "I know," Meng Wuxia, standing behind Jean Quantien, suddenly swayed as if struck in the face. That scoundrel. Is he implying that he knows about Qin Yishuan's response to that intelligence? This means that even such confidential internal information was not concealed from Su Fan. To what extent have these two developed their relationship? Meng Wuxia suddenly felt that this seemingly inconspicuous, unremarkable young man was far more formidable than she had imagined. Chapter 51. A series of strikes blinded by fury. Jean Quantian failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Su Fan's words. He glared at Su Fan, emitting a series of derisive laughs. You don't honestly believe that Long Xiao will still cover for you, do you? Aren't you adept at playing both sides? Even if I were to eliminate you now, Long Xiao would relish the outcome. Miss L. Su Fan glanced at LCC, who stood not far away. Shall we take this opportunity to announce our collaboration? LCC pondered for a moment. It wouldn't hurt to mention it. I'm LCC, Long Xiao's fiancé. I have been authorized to co-establish a jewelry group with Xiao Fan, jointly developing the Yin City and surrounding markets. What? Jean Quantian could hardly believe his ears. He shouted at LCC, you lie. Long Xiao would never be so shameless. He cannot speak without sounding foolish. San Xiao, please maintain your dignity, LCC replied calmly. Long Xiao is Long Xiao, and the Long Palace is the Long Palace. Although I am Long Xiao's woman, I am acting under the command of the Long Palace. After all, Long Xiao has yet to ascend to that position and is not qualified to represent the Long Palace. You are all frauds. In a fit of fury, Jean Quantian bellowed. One of you plays the villain while the other plays the hero, conspiring to deceive me. Have you considered the repercussions of deceiving the Jean family? He then added a critical detail for the third young master, as Su Fan grinned and discreetly cast a glance at the figure of Meng Wuxia standing behind him. Our recent collaboration with the jewelry group is fundamentally rooted in the treasures of the East Sea. I must extend my deepest gratitude to the third young master for his generous gift, which has granted me a 20% share of the treasure's dividends. What did you say? Meng Wuxia, unable to contain her indignation, let out an enraged shriek from her position in the back. Hand over the East Sea compendium to young Master Long. She harbors no good intentions. Even if young Master Long toils tirelessly in exploration, it merely serves to furnish her with a fine garment for her own future. When he eventually reclaims the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, he will have spared himself the labor of unearthing the treasures. She had even meticulously planned young Master Long's future, intending to keep him alive solely to oversee the excavation of the East Sea treasures, forcing him to toil in the abyss of the mines for eternity, extracting wealth for her benefit. Yet, what right does he possess to allocate 20% of the East Sea treasures to Su Fan? Those precious riches that rightfully belong to her should not fall into the hands of a fraud like Su Fan. Such is the situation, Su Fan lamented. Due to my remarkable contributions to young Master Long, he has generously bestowed upon me a modest fortune. I generally do not refuse the kindness of friends. To those who wish to witness my downfall, I can only express my disappointment. Third young master, this is merely a standard commercial investment. Lu Cece interjected courteously. We adhere to business protocols and do not lavish unnecessary fund upon our partners. Young Master Long insists that we conduct ourselves by the rules. We are neither anyone's crutch nor their backing. Nonsense, Jean Quantian retorted vehemently. Your words are untrustworthy. Not even a dog would believe them, whether you believe it or not. I do, Su Fan replied, glancing at Xiaoyan. Young master, you cannot let my superior appearance and more extravagant attire breed your disdain for me. Today is a momentous occasion for you, and it holds significance for me as well. Were you? How dare you compare yourself to me? Xiaoyan shouted. Remove that ridiculous attire at once and kneel to apologize. Despite Jean Quantian's humiliation, Xiaoyan remained unfazed, for he hailed from the Xia family, the foremost lineage of the great Xia that had endured for millennia. Deep within, he regarded the Jean family, a mere nouveau riche, with utter contempt. Here they come, the esteemed guests. As they argued, they remained oblivious to the arrival of a luxurious convoy, which had quietly entered the grand estate of the Ho family. Ho Yongfeng rushed to the most opulent vehicle in the procession, personally opening the door. A pair of elegant black, high-heeled shoes touched the ground, revealing a statuesque and poised mature beauty who gracefully emerged from the car, nodding demurely at Ho Yongfeng. Patriarch, your presence elevates the Ho family to new heights. Ho Yongfeng bowed to Xia Yuan, resembling a loyal subject paying homage to his sovereign. Mr. Ho, you're being too courteous. From now on, we are indeed considered family, and we must support each other, remarked Xia Yuan politely, glancing around. Where has Xia Yun gone? Oh, he is over there handling a matter, replied Ho Yongfeng with a smile. An inexplicable ruffian has crashed the banquet and seems intent on causing trouble. Really? Xia Yuan's gaze suddenly stiffened as she caught sight of a small cluster of people gathered on the lawn in the distance. Dressed in opulent attire, Su Fan stood out like a star, capturing Xia Yuan's attention. What is he doing here? Xia Yuan muttered as she strode purposefully towards Su Fan. Master, you need not concern yourself with such trivialities, Ho Yongfeng interjected, running alongside with a forced smile. Let us retire to the hall. The ceremony will commence shortly. Xia Yuan waved her hand dismissively and swiftly approached the group embroiled in conflict. Master, Xia Yun leaned in and whispered, you should sit down for a moment. I have a small matter to attend to. Once I have dealt with this wild dog, I shall join you. Xia Yuan shot Xia Yun a look of shock before turning to Su Fan. What are you doing here? I, of course, belong where wild dogs roam, Su Fan lamented. Xia Yun bellowed. How dare you? Do you not know how to write the character for death? Before the head of the Xia family, you still dare to speak recklessly. Xia Yun, enough. Xia Yuan's icy gaze fell upon Xia Yun, her eyes glinting with cold fury. With her intellect, she instantly discerned that Su Fan was toying with Xia Yun. Flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. Clearly, Xia Yun had engaged in some unscrupulous behavior to provoke Su Fan. This fool has no idea what he has brought upon himself by antagonizing such a formidable character. Standing nearby, Wang Xueyan, noticing Xia Yuan's gaze upon her, could only manage a smile. Sister, you have arrived. Indeed, Xia Yuan replied with a smile. Is this rascal once again bullying the children? What right does a wild dog have to bully someone of high standing? You, too, should silence yourself. Xia Yuan retorted, displeased. Is it amusing to bully one's own kin? Sister, it is not I who bullies. Rather, I am the one being bullied. Su Fan protested. Ask the spectators around us who is truly bullying whom. The dialogue among Xia Yuan, Wang Xueyan, and Su Fan resonated clearly in the ears of those nearby, leaving them momentarily petrified. They were uncertain of the relationships between Su Fan, Wang Xueyan, and the head of the Xia family. However, it was evident that they were acquainted and seemed to be good friends. Xia Yun had certainly met his match this time. Master, what on earth is happening? Xia Yun exclaimed in astonishment, feeling somewhat dazed. From this moment until the conclusion of the banquet, you are forbidden from uttering another word, Xia Yuan commanded, linking her arm with Su Fan's. This is fortuitous. I can seize this opportunity to introduce you to my friends in Yanshi. Am I to be regarded as a mere wild dog and let it go just like that? Can we not discuss this matter when we return home? It is not my intention to criticize you, but you are dressed as if preparing to play the Frog Prince, while your sister-in-law is left as mere embellishment. I sought to make a grand entrance to bring glory to the Xia family, yet I am mistaken for a wild dog. You, too, should silence yourself. A multitude of people surrounded Xia Yuan as she gracefully entered the ceremonial hall. Jin Quangtian stood motionless, his mind rendered vacant by a series of shocking blows. How could Su Fan possibly know the esteemed head of the Xia family and display such an intimate rapport? Was it conceivable that he had charmed the illustrious patriarch of the Xia clan? This scoundrel, could he truly be the bane of high society women? Let us go. Meng Wuxia, equally reeling from the revelations, was the first to awaken from her stupor. She abruptly tugged at Jin Quangtian and rushed into the ceremonial hall, trailing behind the crowd. Xia Yuan, arm in arm with Su Fan, ascended the opulent ceremonial platform. Although this act was profoundly disrespectful to the Ho family, no one dared to voice dissent. For the perpetrator was none other than the revered head of the Xia family, a figure admired by all. Dear friends, I seize this opportunity presented by the engagement between the Ho and Xia families to announce an important matter, Xia Yuan proclaimed, her smile directed at the esteemed guests below. I wonder if anyone harbors objections? A chorus of enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall. I would like to formally introduce a remarkable individual. Xia Yuan elegantly raised her arm, directing the spotlight onto Su Fan. This gentleman, Su Fan, is the very child lost to our Xia family over 2 decades ago. Her gentle words bore staggering implications. He is the only male heir of our esteemed lineage, the eldest son of the Xia family, and the future patriarch. A profound silence enveloped the room, the faintest sound of a pin dropping echoing through the stillness. Everyone was petrified. Xia Yun trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the revelation. Su Fan, the child abducted from the Xia family over 20 years ago, the person he had derisively referred to as a stray dog, was, in fact, the esteemed heir of the Xia lineage. It was over. He was doomed, with no hope of a proper burial. Standing at the center of attention, Su Fan exuded an air of confidence, entirely unfazed and at ease. A sophisticated smile graced his face, his demeanor regal and composed, akin to a radiant star. Observing his extraordinary charisma, men admired him while women were utterly captivated. Truly, he embodied the elegance of the foremost noble family. Jin Quangtian's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. He had presumed that Su Fan, cast out by the Su family, had become a lost soul. Little did he know that Su Fan had transformed into a formidable force. Having allied himself with the prestigious Ya family, how could he ever confront him again? Third young master, remain calm. Meng Wuxia's soft voice whispered in his ear, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The game has only just begun. With such a rival, the challenge becomes all the more exhilarating. Once the event concludes, we shall promptly meet with the general to relay this news. Unbeknownst to them, Su Fan's gaze had subtly swept in their direction from the stage. Did these two still harbor any illusions? Chapter 52. The grand strategy of Jin Kefeng. Su Fan scanned the audience, noticing Xia Yun trembling, almost too fearful to meet his eyes. The audacity of this little brat to call me a wild dog provoked a cold smile within Su Fan. Had it not been for my sister's intervention today, I would have relished the opportunity to crush you into submission. Jin Quangtian cowered in a corner, his gaze filled with resentment and helplessness. Following today's ostentatious appearance, the arrogant Jin Sanshao would likely ponder for quite some time before devising a strategy to deal with me. After all, he is the eldest heir of the prestigious Xia family. Even as a mere puppet, he remains beyond the reach of Jin Quangtian. Meng Wuxia's venomous glare was fixated upon me. This psychologically and physically warped individual would undoubtedly not relent easily. With her by Jin Quangtian's side, it would seem his demise would be even more tragic. In but a fleeting moment, Su Fan contemplated a multitude of thoughts. Yet, his expression remained serene and affable, radiating an air of unparalleled nobility. Esteemed elders and friends, Su Fan said with a smile, as we all seek our fortunes in Yen City, let us grow closer together. As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the customs here, so I hope you will kindly guide me. A wave of benevolent laughter resonated from the crowd. This recently returned scion of a noble family exhibited few of the typical vices associated with the affluent. Rather, he appeared to be a potential friend. On this occasion, I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. Su Fan continued with a smile. Shall we invite our newlyweds to the stage to receive our heartfelt blessings? A resounding applause erupted once more. Elder sister, would you kindly take the helm? Su Fan turned to Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan replied with a smile, your status surpasses mine. Being the legitimate heir of the Xia family, it is only fitting that you preside over this wedding. The applause grew even more vigorous. Su Fan, with a resigned expression, watched as Ho Yongfeng took the stage, warmly shaking his hand. The joy on Ho Yongfeng's face was palpable. As the first collaborator following Su Fan's restoration of identity, he would undoubtedly harbor a lasting impression of this encounter. When future collaborations arise, he would already be a step ahead of others. Xia Yun approached the stage with trepidation, trembling like a mouse before a cat. As he made his way to Su Fan greeted him with a smile, extending a warm embrace. Leaning in close, he whispered into Xia Yun's ear, inaudible to others, after the ceremony, kneel in a family shrine for 24 hours to reflect on your transgressions. Yes, yes. Xia Yun's face brightened, and he straightened his previously hunched back. For the honor of the Xia family, Su Fan temporarily spared him. Libby said, kneeling for 24 hours is a mere trifle. Even 48 hours would be justly deserved. A deep sense of envy and resentment flickered within him as he thought of the ugly duckling, once picked up from the streets, now occupying a lofty position. Meanwhile, the legitimate heir of the Xia family, faced humiliation simply because he was not of the direct line, a mere beggar of the family, even upon returning. The head of the family would never entrust you with power. Xia Yun's heart screamed in fury. When you lose your usefulness and become a puppet destined to languish, we shall see how I will orchestrate your downfall. In the Jin Kufeng manor, in the rear hall, Jin Tian and Meng Wuxia stood side by side in the center of the hall, reporting to Jin Kufeng. Sufan? Jin Kufeng fell into deep contemplation. How could an inconsequential figure suddenly transform from a mouse into a tiger? This individual wields considerable destructive power. Meng Wuxia remarked. In his absence of status, we have repeatedly suffered setbacks. Now that he has suddenly transformed into the eldest son of the Xia family, confronting him has become even more challenging. Su Fan remains inconsequential. Jin Tian and Meng Wuxia simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Jin Kufeng, their faces betraying astonishment. Xia Yuan is a formidable woman. Jin Kufeng stated. She has retrieved Su Fan. Do you truly believe she will entrust all the power of the Xia family to him? Even if she does, can he bear such a responsibility? A head of a super wealthy family does not ascend to power overnight. If Xia Yuan insists on compelling him, the stability of the Xia family will be jeopardized. Jin Tian and Meng Wuxia fell into deep contemplation, their expressions shifting from somber to cloudy. Has Su Fan encountered some fortuitous event, causing a surge in his personal abilities? Jin Tian shook his head. Su Fan possesses no true talent. He relies solely on his deceptive tongue. Does Su Fan have any capable allies within the Xia family to assist him in rising to prominence? Only Xia Yuan, Meng Wuxia replied. Xia Yuan's urgency in retrieving Su Fan and hastily announcing his identity raises suspicions, don't you think? Indeed, Jin Tian and Meng Wuxia exchanged glances, both recognizing the introspective expressions on each other's faces. The Xia family now finds itself in a precarious situation. Jin Kufeng remarked. Do not be deceived by the Xia family's imposing stature. They are currently beset by both internal and external strife, riddled with vulnerabilities. Their allies, citing the absence of male heirs, seek to usurp the leadership position. The Xia family's members are restless, many already forming factions, eager to seize opportunities. Thus, Xia Yuan's decision to bring Su Fan back serves to stabilize their allies by presenting him as a figurehead. Meng Wuxia realized the great leader is indeed wise. Your insights provide a coherent explanation for all the anomalies surrounding Su Fan. Perhaps Su Fan is not even the legitimate son of the Xia family. Perhaps she has fabricated this scenario, choosing Su Fan, an unwanted orphan, to execute her plans for stability. With Xia Yuan's prestige, she can surely navigate the complexities of the Xia family with Su Fan by her side. However, will the other allies of the Xia family acknowledge the legitimacy of the eldest son they claim? Might someone emerge to question Su Fan's authenticity? It is conceivable that someone may secretly eliminate Su Fan, extinguishing his dreams in an instant. Thus, it appears that Su Fan remains a pitiable jester, perhaps merely lost in a haze of delusion. Jin Tian displayed an expression of unbridled joy. This scoundrel's fortunate days are numbered. Let us refrain from concerning ourselves with Su Fan for the time being, Jin Kufeng advised. We must lay low for a while, lest any misfortune befall Su Fan, leading to accusations against our Jin family. Jin Tian lamented. It is a pity I cannot personally rid myself of him and cleanse the humiliation I have endured. Emotion is a futile entity. It only clouds reason and incites foolish actions. Jin Kufeng declared, Tian, you should return. I have matters to discuss with Miss Meng. Jin Tian bowed to Jin Kufeng before departing, casting a furtive glance at Meng Wuxia as he left. Meng Wuxia's fists clenched tightly. suddenly engulfed by a chilling sense of vulnerability amidst the tempest. In the hall, only Jing Feng and Meng Wuxia remained. You have done remarkably well. The gold mine has matured significantly since before. Jing Feng stood and approached Meng Wuxia, scrutinizing her closely, as if besieged by 1,000 ants. Just as despair began to engulf Meng Wuxia, Jing Feng suddenly declared, "I have an important mission that requires your assistance. Please issue your command, my lord." Meng Wuxia responded loudly, retreating a step without betraying any emotion. "This matter is of utmost secrecy." Jing Feng spoke coldly. "If you succeed, it will lead to boundless wealth and power. Failure, however, will result in your eternal demise. I am willing to plunge into fire and water for you, my lord." Meng Wuxia replied with unwavering resolve. "Here, I have a dossier." Jing Feng handed her a thick folder. "You must thoroughly study the individual detailed within as soon as possible. Soon, you will walk the world in her guise." Meng Wuxia unfastened the dossier and extracted the topmost photograph. Her hand trembled violently, her previously rosy complexion drained of color. "My lord, you want me to impersonate Meng Wuxia?" The terrifying implications of this information struck her with force. "Qin Yishuan? This plan has been in the works for quite some time," Jing Feng explained. Regrettably, Meng Wuxia perished during a mission, leaving this plan indefinitely shelved. Now, having assumed her identity, you must undertake her mission. All the peculiarities had found their explanation. A wave of shame washed over Meng Wuxia. She had previously suspected Jing Feng of harboring some abnormal obsession with her. It turned out she had misjudged him. Stunned by the gravity of the plan, Meng Wuxia asked, "By replacing Qin Yishuan, do you intend to eliminate her?" Jing Feng shook his head, a flicker of fervor crossing his face. "My collection is missing a woman of sufficient caliber. I have been eyeing Qin Yishuan for quite some time. I intend to have her kneel at my feet, obediently becoming my little woman." "This is a bold and grandiose scheme," Meng Wuxia remarked. "However, its execution poses significant challenges. Qin Yishuan is not easily dealt with, and there are aspects of her that I cannot grasp fully." "Do not rush. I will gradually create opportunities," Jing Feng replied. "This plan may take a month, 2 months, perhaps even a year or 2. I will seize the perfect moment for a decisive strike. Your primary task now is to assist in the gold mine operations. Keep a close watch on Su Fan. If the opportunity arises, he may also be eliminated, as long as the Jin family remains unscathed. Many critical endeavors falter due to the machinations of petty individuals. I do not wish for my grand plan to be undermined by a mere rat." Chapter 53. I will cause a stir. Jing Feng's iron-fisted methods left a profound impression on Meng Wuxia. She refrained from inquiring further about the details of the entire plan, such as how long her impersonation of Qin Yishuan would last, or how to ultimately resolve this intricate web. Her objective was to thoroughly analyze Qin Yishuan. When that day arrived, she would possess a greater chance of success. To work alongside the formidable, one must fulfill their needs to the utmost extent. Should they discover one's incompetence, the only fate that awaits is a silent disappearance. How infuriating it is that my second uncle forbids me from dealing with Su Fan. Sitting in the living room, Jin Quangtian gritted his teeth in frustration. As long as Su Fan remains alive, my resentment cannot be quelled. "Third young master, you are being simple-minded," Meng Wuxia replied with a faint smile. "The commander does not permit you to confront Su Fan directly. Yet he has not hindered you from dealing with him indirectly. You can still devise a plan to bring about his downfall from another angle." "How so?" Jin Quangtian sat up abruptly, intrigued. "Miss Meng, what should I do?" Su Fan, seemingly enjoying the status of a wealthy heir, had, in truth, become ensnared in a vortex. Meng Wuxia continued, "In the next stage, we shall orchestrate a digital storm, transforming Su Fan into a pariah, a target for public disdain." Jin Quangtian was ecstatic. "If we can bring about Su Fan's demise, that would be splendid. Regarding the Xia family, you have heard the commander's stance." Meng Wuxia elaborated. "We need only to seize one point, Su Fan's illegitimate status. We will utilize various media strategies to challenge the Xia family. Why they propped up a discarded child like Su Fan? What is their true intent? The Xia family has undoubtedly prepared extensively." Jin Quangtian hesitated. "They can provide explanations." The truth is inconsequential. What matters is that someone requires our reasonable suspicions. Meng Wuxia smiled, even with concrete evidence proving Su Fan is indeed the Xia family's child. The family cannot respond to every public doubt individually. Moreover, with the Xia family's methods, fabricating evidence would be effortless. I understand. Jin Guangtian pondered deeply, admiring Meng Wuxia. As long as we sensationalize Su Fan's identity, the Xia family will have already lost. Precisely, Meng Wuxia nodded. We will mobilize all media tools for this operation, but we must remain in the shadows, ensuring that our involvement remains concealed. This way, the Xia family will begin to suspect their allies, accelerating the collapse of their coalition. Su Fan made his appearance as the Xia family's legitimate heir solely at Ho Yongfeng's banquet. Initially, there were only whispers and photographs circulating within high society. Yet, inexplicably, news about Su Fan suddenly surged in popularity. Extensive entertainment gossip portrayed Su Fan as a prime source of public intrigue, with an incessant stream of bizarre theories saturating the entertainment headlines. Following the previous scandal regarding Su Fan as the Xia family's castaway, he reignited the entertainment industry with tenfold fervor. Among the myriad of gossip articles, a few exuded a venomous undertone. They subtly suggested that Su Fan had eluded the Xia family for over 20 years in Yen City. Now, with his sudden high-profile reappearance, one must question the ulterior motives behind it. Some even brazenly claimed that Su Fan was a mere counterfeit, a puppet utilized by the Xia family for publicity. Some assert that the very purpose of Su Fan's existence is to ensure that the Xia family continues to hold the position of the leader of the family alliance. In the Xia family study, Xiaowan slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "Who are those bastards orchestrating this chaos from the shadows? Once I uncover their identity, they will surely regret it. If I am provoked, I shall reveal your test results and see who dares to speak further." How could one act in such a manner? Su Fan, sipping tea, waved his hand dismissively, saying, if a tiger were to respond to a mouse's provocation, it would only serve to demonstrate that it has descended to the mouse's level. Should you reveal the test results, there will immediately be skepticism regarding their authenticity. People will question why the esteemed Xia family is so concerned with trivial rumors. Are they perhaps hiding something? Curse it, Xiaowan exclaimed in frustration. What shall we do then? We cannot simply allow these rumors to proliferate. Otherwise, they will claim that the Xia family has something to hide and is afraid to defend itself. My dear sister, your intellect has once again regained its prominence, Su Fan replied with a smile. Leave this matter to me. I have ample time on my hands and will engage them thoroughly to dispel these disgraceful rumors. Xiaowan fixed her gaze upon Su Fan and asked, what are your intentions? Do you require my assistance? There are some details I have yet to finalize, Su Fan said. In any case, you should remain a silent observer and refrain from making any declarations. At this delicate juncture, our allies are likely watching the unfolding drama, and none will approach us to inquire about it. This is the alliance we, the Xia family, are striving to uphold. Xiaowan lamented, the morale is dwindling, and it has become challenging to lead the team. Thankfully, you have stepped in. I truly feel overwhelmed in this situation. Women, by nature, tend to be more emotional. Su Fan remarked, an alliance is not merely to be maintained, it must be led. You must inspire everyone to willingly follow you rather than resorting to coaxing them along. The more you try to placate them, the more you risk being ensnared by such a mindset, making it increasingly difficult to lead the team. Upon departing the Xia residence, Su Fan returned to his office at Tongfu Group. The invited Yu Yong was already waiting there. Observing Su Fan's countenance, Yu Yong cautiously said, Master, you have been quite the sensation lately. Is it that wretched Jin Guangtian behind this? Indeed, Su Fan affirmed. Yu Yong nodded. My network specialists have traced the puppeteer behind the scenes to be Jin Guangtian. I have not acted upon your directive. Hence, no measures have been taken. This matter is rather distasteful. Su Fan replied, if we respond directly, we will be led by our adversaries. We must take action subtly without confronting Jin Guangtian head-on. We shall turn the tables and encourage the public to engage in profound contemplation. What insidious motives does this mastermind harbor in tarnishing my reputation? Using minimal force to achieve a significant outcome, Yeon contemplated deeply before nodding, I understand. by exposing the motivations behind their rampant sensationalism aimed at discrediting the Xia family. All rumors targeting you will collapse under their own weight. Merely defending ourselves is insufficient. I am no saint. Su Fan chuckled coldly. Let us unearth the secrets of those mining for gold, including the intimate details of the allies of the Xia family, who are so vociferous. Let's reveal them all. This is truly a masterstroke. Yuyong displayed a flicker of delight. Once these secrets are disclosed, everyone will realize that these individuals are the hidden adversaries orchestrating attacks against the Xia family. Look, the Xia family is beginning to retaliate. It's a chaotic dogfight. However, those allies of the Xia family are entirely ensnared in this trap. They deserve it. Su Fan sneered, as allies of the Xia family. When the time comes to uphold its authority, they all cower like turtles, peering from the sidelines. If they wish to spectate, let them become part of the spectacle. Yuyong departed. Su Fan retrieved Lu Cici's phone number and dialed. CEO Lu, he said as the call connected. Lu Cici's voice resonated. I was just about to reach out to you to discuss the grand opening of our group. What a coincidence. Su Fan replied with a smile. I too wish to confer about the opening. Our endeavor is sales, and we must maximize our visibility. I plan to make the grand opening a splendid affair, providing our group with free advertising. CEO Su, you are a social media sensation, a traffic magnet. I wholeheartedly agree with your vision, Lu Cici remarked. I will expedite the design for the opening ceremony and then come to discuss it with you. After hanging up, Long Xiao, sitting nearby, inquired. What is that rascal Su Fan up to now? He intends to hype our grand opening celebration. Lu Cici responded with a smile. This is a positive sign. It indicates his genuine interest in our collaboration. You are mistaken, countered Lu Zhong, seated across from her. Su Fan is an exceptional strategist. His actions always conceal deeper motives. You must think a layer deeper when collaborating with him. What do you mean? Lu Cici asked, astonished. Father, is Su Fan attempting to deceive us? No. This is a scenario that benefits both parties, Lu Zhong chuckled. You are all aware of the rumors circulating about Su Fan online, right? Such a character deserves to be ensnared. Long Xiao, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, a mere underachiever suddenly transformed into a scion of a prestigious family will undoubtedly attract envy and hostility. Thus, Su Fan is preparing to strike back. Lu Zhong added with a grin. Astute tactics do not involve mere bickering, but rather a strategic assault from higher ground. Su Fan will boldly showcase his achievements, declaring to all that he is no weakling, but a formidable elite. This is a fierce battle devoid of gunfire. There are many lessons to be gleaned from it. Upon returning to his villa, Su Fan found Qin Yixuan engrossed in entertainment news on the sofa. I never anticipated you would be so engrossed, she exclaimed upon his entrance. Transforming from the discarded son of the Su family to the castaway of the Xia family. How impressive. Su Fan, at a loss for words, replied, Is there truly nothing else to occupy your time but gossip? As it happens, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. What is it? She inquired. I intend to stir up some trouble. Chapter 54. The Rise of Su Fan. Let us first settle our accounts, and then we shall discuss the significant matters. Qin Yixuan seized Su Fan's ear and dragged him upstairs. An hour later, Su Fan inquired, What exactly are you accounting for? Why did you not inform me about the news regarding the Xia family? Qin Yixuan responded, I learned of this information through gossip news. If I were to rank the order in which I received the news, I would have surpassed 5 million by now. I intended to discuss it with you, but you interrupted me. Su Fan retorted, Consider this. That afternoon when we were conversing, my wife happened to call. It was indeed an incident from that day. Qin Yixuan pondered. You didn't even spare a moment to say a word to me before hastily leaving? You are quite the devoted husband. It wasn't even a significant matter. Su Fan replied, Title and identity are mere illusions. I believe you do not care for such things. Qin Yixuan languidly stated, Never mind. Just remember to inform me of matters in the future, including the last incident where you impersonated Commander Lei. Do you know how worried I was at that time? Do not think that just because you possess some strength, you can do as you please. Can you dodge a bullet with such speed? Su Fan said. Can we now discuss important matters? Go ahead. Do you remember our collaboration on the welfare project? Su Fan asserted. If we are to pursue this matter, we must do so with great fanfare. I plan to promote this vigorously. I want everyone to know how much the female war goddess cares for her subordinates and the soldiers who have sacrificed for the nation. Are we doing good deeds merely for publicity? Qin Yishuan questioned. I prefer a low-key and substantial approach, allowing the soldiers to benefit. You cannot afford to think that way. Sufang Koshchen. Public opinion is the most vital resource. Look at the likes of Jin Kefeng. Even he goes to great lengths to promote himself. The female war goddess of Daxia must consistently maintain her prominence and stand at the apex of public discourse. What exactly do you want to accomplish? Qin Yishuan asked. Do not tell me you're doing this without your own ulterior motives. First and foremost, I need to promote myself, Su Fan replied. As a businessman, I naturally seek both fame and fortune. Since I am willing to invest 100 billion, you should at least give me some acknowledgement in return. Moreover, being associated with the female war goddess will make those villains think twice before attempting to target me. Fine, do as you wish, Qin Yishuan contemplated. However, I will not make public appearances on your behalf. If everyone knows what I look like, I might as well never go outside again. No problem. Just have one of your subordinates represent you, Su Fan suggested, his mind racing. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. Do you think we could invite Commander Lei to attend the Project S ribbon-cutting ceremony to show support? Qin Yishuan shot him a glance. You're quite the schemer. I will give it a try. This matter bears immense merit, and Commander Lei is a warm-hearted individual. There is a high likelihood he will support you. That would be splendid, Su Fan exclaimed, only to hear Qin Yishuan add. However, if this escalates, it must be executed properly. The 100 billion required each year must be delivered as promised. Do not make me chase after you. With Qin Yishuan's authorization secured, Su Fan embarked on a fervent preparation spree. As Lu Zhong speculated, Su Fan was indeed walking on two legs. On one front, he launched a fervent counterattack in the arena of public opinion. On the other, he was determined to achieve sufficient accomplishments outside the Xia family. He aimed to make it known that the Xia family took pride in Su Fan, rather than the reverse. As long as he ascended to great heights, all of his adversaries' maneuvers would appear as laughable as those of a jester. Before long, Lu Cixi presented the promotional plan for the grand opening of the jewelry group. It must be noted that Lu Cixi was a marketing prodigy. In her design, a marketing cycle spanning an entire month commenced with a build-up, culminating in a grand opening celebration, followed by a series of store openings to conclude the event. Every action would be prominently displayed in the public eye. Su Fan was to be the primary catalyst of this extraordinary popularity. He intended to leverage the hype generated by his opponents to bolster his own financial gains. Lu Cixi had mastered the art of commercial marketing to perfection. Unbeknownst to many, news of the establishment of the Donghai Jewelry Group had already captured a significant portion of the entertainment sector's headlines. All the headlines proclaimed the story of the once-discarded heir, Su Fan, making a profound entry into the jewelry industry, carving out a new realm. The newly founded jewelry group boasted a registered capital of 100 billion. They possessed formidable strength, abundant resources, and rare gemstones, along with extensive sales and auction channels, making them a rising star on the horizon. Accompanied by the promotional efforts, a frenzy of acquisition actions commenced. In the span of a mere fortnight, the Donghai Jewelry Group had acquired dozens of stores and invested in all major shopping malls, initiating their sales strategy. Each day brought significant news regarding the Donghai Jewelry Group, and each day, the public could see Su Fan's amiable smile gracing the promotional images. Suddenly, another major announcement emerged. Su Fan's Tongfu Group, under the impetus of the legendary warrior Qin Yishuan, had established a monumental welfare plan lasting 40 years. With an annual investment of 100 billion, this initiative aimed to create a series of nursing homes and welfare institutions, even a welfare fund, targeting retired and disabled soldiers to provide them with essential services and care. This annual funding of 100 billion was said to be generously provided by a mysterious family. Yet, discerning eyes recognized that only the foremost family of the Xia lineage possessed the capacity to offer such resources without expectation of return. Reflecting on Su Fan's relationship with the Xia family, everyone was filled with admiration. The young master of the Xia family indeed showcased remarkable prowess and unparalleled ambition. Having just returned to the Xia family, he had already facilitated such a grand project. It appeared that the resurgence of the Xia family was imminent. Half a month later, before the magnificent Donghai Jewelry Group building, a towering observation platform welcomed all the illustrious singers and actors from Yen City, who gathered to celebrate the establishment of the group with song and dance. Each performing guest received a jewelry set valued at over 1 million, graciously bestowed by the Donghai Jewelry Group. When these celebrities adorned with exquisite jewelry graced various stages, they inadvertently became ambassadors for the Donghai Jewelry Group. Thousands of jubilant spectators reveled in the festivities, each receiving a splendid gift. The lottery segment offered an abundance of generous prizes, with the total investment for this single celebratory event exceeding 10 million. As Su Fan and LVCC ascended the stage to inaugurate the group, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Nearly 100 journalists and hundreds of prominent media figures were broadcasting the live proceedings. On the day of the ceremony, Su Fan's individual online presence surpassed 10% of the overall internet traffic. Just a day after the grand opening, a more formidable ceremony commenced. The Tongfu Group's monumental welfare initiative, 400 billion United in Heart, unfolded on the vacant grounds in front of the Tongfu Group building. Although devoid of song and dance performances and a massive audience, the mainstream media present was tenfold that of the previous day. The invited guests numbered only in the hundreds. Yet their combined wealth exceeded 50% of all personal fortunes in Yen City. When a Mustang vehicle arrived on site, the esteemed Lei Dongting approached Su Fan, igniting a fervent atmosphere. Everyone erupted in applause, paying homage to the venerable Lei Dongting. Su Fan, grasping Su Fan's hand, Lei Dongting expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I must thank you. Conceiving such a grand project has alleviated the concerns of our frontline warriors. Your name will surely be etched in history. Great leader, it is our Valkyrie, General Qin Yishuan, who has ardently championed this endeavor." "I have merely contributed in a trivial capacity," Su Fan replied, somewhat taken aback. In truth, this project was coerced upon him by Qin Yishuan, and he felt quite reluctant to part with the substantial sum of 400 billion. Their dialogue resonated through the sound system, clearly reaching every ear present. Moreover, the media's live coverage disseminated it to every corner of the Great Xia. At this moment, Qin Yishuan's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. This rascal truly knows how to perform. Sitting in her living room watching the live broadcast, Qin Yishuan chuckled, scolding Su Fan for his earnest display. Having accomplished such a significant feat, he deserves a proper reward upon his return. Chapter 55. The unreliability of a pretty-faced Su Fan, through his investment in vast projects, significantly expanded his influence. The online skirmishes intensified with fervor. Suddenly, a new wave of rumors regarding Su Fan's origins emerged, skillfully manipulated by those with ulterior motives, resulting in these perspectives sharing the limelight with previous gossip. The frenzied speculation surrounding Su Fan's identity. What hidden agenda lies behind it? A shocking conspiracy, the first noble family, the Xia clan, finds itself in dire straits. The paradox of how the Xia family can prove its innocence amidst a sea of allegations. The entanglements of high society, when do allies become adversaries? A discourse on the reshuffling and distribution of power following the decline of the Xia family. A series of sensational headlines captivated countless netizens, leading them to a startling realization. The rumors about Su Fan were concocted by those intent on bringing ruin to the Xia family. The identities of these individuals likely comprised the so-called allies who relied on the Xia family for protection, betraying kindness devoid of shame. Simultaneously, a multitude of heinous deeds by the allies of the Xia family and the unscrupulous signs of the Jin family have been revealed in abundance. As the public pries into the secrets of the affluent, a visceral hatred for these villains emerges from the depths of their hearts. These scoundrels, having committed countless misdeeds, are not content. They seek to ascend by stepping over the corpses of others. The illustrious reputation of the Daxia as a foremost noble family has indeed been tarnished by these shadowy puppeteers. Su Fan, the innocent and benevolent scion of the Su family, is truly pitiable. After a long struggle, He has finally found his family. Yet, scarcely has he settled into his position as the heir. He is already besieged by these rascals. They fear the emergence of a virtuous individual within their ranks, one who would overshadow their villainy. The tides of public opinion are shifting. The previous flickers of doubt regarding Xu Fan's identity have morphed into a fervent animosity towards the malign forces orchestrating these slanders. Xu Fan's two significant business ventures have crafted a splendid image of him as both a capable individual and a good-hearted philanthropist, a diligent and self-reliant youth, dedicated to serving the populace, has made his grand entrance. Not only has Xu Fan garnered countless admirers, but he has also effortlessly extricated the Xia family from the quagmire of public scrutiny. Xu Fan, truly remarkable. Tossing the newspaper onto the table, LV Zhong remarked, "Can you believe he has turned the massive sum extorted from us into a charitable project? Is he out his mind?" Long Xiao, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "To carelessly squander such pristine wealth is to harm others while benefiting none. A complete folly. His audacity is indeed extraordinary." LVCC added, 400 billion. Even if he is not in need of money, such wastefulness is unacceptable. What is even more infuriating is that everyone claims this sum is from the Xia family. Long Xiao fumed. "We have foolishly contributed 400 billion, only to remain unsung heroes. It matters not if others are unaware of our contribution, as long as Xu Fan knows." LV Zhong chuckled. "A project of this magnitude requires consistent and stable investment. Our relationship with Xu Fan and the Four Seas Dragon Palace has thus entered a phase of steady development. Without our annual funding, Xu Fan's initiatives would face difficulties. Therefore, should we falter, it falls upon Xu Fan and his supporters to shoulder the burden." LVCC, astonished, exclaimed, "With our Four Seas Dragon Palace, might, do we truly need to rely on others for protection? In the eyes of the elite, we are but a minor organization." LV Zhong replied, "Since Jin Kefeng has set his sights on us, we must find a formidable ally of equal standing to the Jin family. This ally is Xu Fan, the Xia family, and Qin Yishuan. The revelation that Xu Fan is the heir of the Xia family is utterly astonishing." Long Xiao's face displayed a complex expression, judging by his previous demeanor. He seemed merely a greedy fool, a charlatan engaged in deceit. Perhaps he is a sage feigning ignorance, a wolf in sheep-esque clothing? LV Zhong laughed. "In any case, our investment in Xu Fan has not been in vain. Fortunately, we pivoted in time to maintain equilibrium amid the clash of these two formidable factions. You have performed admirably this time. This will undoubtedly enhance your standing in the future." Long Xiao, caught between laughter and tears, realized he had been continuously deceived and toyed with by Xu Fan while unwittingly funneling benefits to him. However, in the end, all the hardships endured by oneself surprisingly culminated in a positive appraisal. Perhaps this is the extraordinary fortune of Xu Fan, the chosen one. He has the ability to bring you to despair and, ultimately, to rescue you from the abyss. Xu Fan arrived at the Xia residence to report to Xia Wan. As he stepped into the study, he immediately noticed Xia Wan seated on a chair, engaging in light-hearted conversation with a remarkably refined young man. Upon seeing Xu Fan enter, Xia Wan rose with a smile, saying, "Little brother, allow me to introduce a friend. This is Meng Qi's second son, Meng Fengxiang. The Meng family is a close ally of the Xia family, and we have always maintained a strong relationship." Meng Fengxiang politely nodded towards Xu Fan. Young Master Fan has already accomplished two extraordinary feats at such a tender age, truly impressive. "Mr. Meng is being too kind," Xu Fan replied with a smile. "The Xia family's progress to this day is entirely thanks to the support of our allies. I hope to rely on Mr. Meng's continued assistance." "We are all delighted to have young Master Fan back," Meng Fengxiang remarked. "The eldest lady has been working tirelessly. If young Master Fan can take charge, the eldest lady can finally take a well-deserved break and focus on her own matters." "Oh," Xu Fan nodded. "Are you referring to those young, elite gentlemen who wish to pursue my elder sister?" "Xu Fan," Xiaowan exclaimed. "Is that any way to speak? How rude. Can you not leave some room for imagination? Must you be so direct?" "But I speak the truth," Xu Fan retorted. "However, I must assert that anyone wishing to pursue my elder sister must first pass my scrutiny. Without my consent, dreaming of marrying her is simply folly. Enough, 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 Xiaowan said angrily. Fengxiang, you may leave now. I need to properly educate my brother, so he understands the hierarchy of respect. Meng Fengxiang departed. The siblings sat at the table, and Xiaowan said, Do not overthink it. My relationship with Meng Qi is merely that of ordinary friends. Do not try to deceive me. I am quite perceptive, Su Fan replied with a smile. I noticed the distance between you and Meng Fengxiang was less than a meter. That has long surpassed the social distance of mere friends. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for him? Oh, you mischievous one, Xiaowan replied, her eyes twinkling. Truth be told, I do have a slight fondness for Meng Qi. He speaks charmingly and is gentle towards me, and his status and power within the Meng family are certainly adequate to pursue someone of my caliber. I simply find that a pretty face is often unreliable. Lacking in sincerity, Su Fan stated. In my eyes, I cannot imagine him as my brother-in-law. He lacks the heroic spirit, as if wearing a false facade. How could a woman from the Xia family marry a mere mediocre? Even if you were to wed him, it would merely be a compromise, unlikely to yield lasting happiness. Then you shall help me discern who is suitable to be your brother-in-law, Xiaowan laughed. If there are none, I shall remain at the Xia residence for a lifetime, relying on you to support me. The two shared laughter, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Little brother, you are truly a talent, Xiaowan exclaimed. Your brilliant maneuvers have completely turned around the Xia family's passive situation, especially regarding that welfare project. Where did you procure such substantial funds? It is money I extorted from other sources, Su Fan remarked. However, everyone believes it was the Xia family that provided this sum. If anyone inquires about this matter, do not affirm nor deny it. Let them speculate freely. Attributing this credit to the Xia family poses no detriment to us. During this period, our allies have been in an uproar. Xiaowan sneered. They have been investigating everywhere, attempting to uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. In the end, they gained nothing and had no choice but to come to me, seeking justice. These individuals are quite adept at employing the strategy of turning the tables on their adversaries. Aren't they? Su Fan asked in astonishment. The conspirators, upon realizing their scheme has been exposed, masquerade as victims? You are quite impressive, little brother. To grasp the art of war so well, Xiaowan joyfully replied. They buzz around me like flies. You must quickly devise a solution to resolve this matter. Halting the cyber attacks is merely a matter of uttering a single phrase. Su Fan's eyes gleamed. However, I intend to leverage this situation to maximize our benefits. Chapter 56. The deceptive young master of the Xia family. What is the true nature of this cyberstorm? Xiaowan pondered. The events that transpired afterward were certainly orchestrated by you. So, who is the one causing us harm? It is none other than the third young master of the Jin family. Su Fan replied. Speaking of which, the Xia family has also suffered collateral damage due to my actions. The third young master of the Jin family sought to undermine my wife's inheritance, and his plans were thwarted by my unforeseen arrival, filling him with animosity toward me. Later, targeting me became his obsession, even if it meant incurring losses. He was determined to bring me down. I see now, Xiaowan contemplated. The third young master of the Jin family is targeting you, while the Xia family suffers collateral damage. You retaliate against him, and the allies of the Xia family endure repercussions from the Jin family's actions. It cannot be entirely characterized as collateral damage, though. Su Fan stated, as allies, should they not bear some responsibility for failing to support their leader? Since when did being an ally of the Xia family become a high-risk profession? Xiaowan chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. It feels quite gratifying. However, our allies have been thoroughly humiliated. What benefits can we possibly maximize from this? I have always harbored a question. Su Fan said, how could the third young master of the Jin family pinpoint the vulnerabilities of the Xia family and launch such precise attacks? Is it not peculiar that he possesses such intimate knowledge of the Xia families and the alliance's affairs? What do you mean? Xiaowan stared at Su Fan, her complexion paling. Are you suggesting that among the allies of the Xia family, someone has clandestine ties to the Jin family? Whether there is such a connection, we must conduct an investigation. Su Fan replied. The background of the Jin family is exceedingly intricate, They are likely part of some enigmatic organization. If any of our allies are colluding with the Jin family, it would signify a horrifying reality. Our allies have been infiltrated by a mysterious entity. Xiaowan's expression turned severe as she coldly declared, "We must uncover it. The most terrifying predicament for an organization is to be compromised from within. The thought of harboring potential enemies among us sends chills down my spine. If this lurking enemy, with the assistance of malevolent individuals, were to topple the Xia family and assume the role of the new leader of the alliance, then I would be the center of the Xia family," Su Fan remarked. "Consider the ultimate outcome." Xiaowan declared vehemently, "Su Fan, find the enemy for me. I wish to dismember them. There is no need for haste." "The situation has not deteriorated to that extent," Su Fan reassured. "What I aim to do is validate our suspicions. If indeed there are wrongdoers, we shall confront them gradually. Indeed, I can guarantee that the majority of our alliance consists of friends," Xiaowan affirmed. "What do you intend to do?" "I will support you wholeheartedly. Let us invite representatives from various families for a small meeting," Su Fan proposed. "The purpose of this gathering is to introduce myself, the eldest son of the Xia family, to everyone. Given the prior events, I believe no one will dare question my identity as the eldest son of the Xia family." Xiaowan nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. This is something that should have been done long ago, but it was delayed by the disgraceful Jin San Shao. At the gathering, there will surely be those who will call for us to take a stand against the online harassment." Su Fan chuckled. "At that point, we can turn the tables. We will assert that we have anticipated that those who are targeting the Xia family are concealed among our allies." Xiaowan exclaimed, "But we lack evidence. Wouldn't this provoke the snake in the grass?" "This is known as probing for the serpent," Su Fan replied. "You should express hope that those hidden among our allies will cease their attacks on the Xia family. You will also speak to their online adversaries, urging them to halt their assaults on our allies." Xiaowan protested, "By saying this, I am essentially revealing that I am the puppet master behind their troubles. As long as they possess no evidence, they cannot act against us," Su Fan countered. "In the current situation, one party must take a step back to provide the opponent with a graceful exit, thus ending this cycle of mutual harm." Xiaowan responded, "But we already know that Jin San Shao is the one instigating." Su Fan smiled. "Exactly. If, after our conversation, Jin San Shao suddenly withdraws, what would that indicate?" Xiaowan gazed at Su Fan in astonishment. She then comprehended the intricate core of Su Fan's remarkable plan. If there is someone within the Xia family alliance colluding with Jin San Shao, they will inform him to cease his attacks. This would confirm the existence of a mole within the Xia family's alliance. A simple maneuver could bring an end to the tumultuous online conflict while simultaneously verifying the presence of the traitor. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. The siblings meticulously discussed and finalized every detail. The following evening, when Su Fan arrived at the Xia family as scheduled, the reception hall was already filled with representatives from the allied families. Most of those sent to attend were family elites under middle age. Some were current heads of families, while others were heirs, and, at the very least, they were the most influential core members of their clans. Although the Xia family's alliance had begun to show signs of fragmentation, the recent intense online confrontations had, paradoxically, bolstered the alliance's cohesion. Xiaowan made a radiant entrance alongside Su Fan, formally introducing him as the esteemed heir of the Xia family. The representatives of their allies greeted Su Fan with polite gestures, each harboring various thoughts. Would this young scion, who had recently stirred significant waves in the business circles of Yen City, be able to resurrect the Xia family alliance and restore its former glory? What role would he play in the future of the alliance? Would the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xiaowan, relinquish power to Su Fan and wholeheartedly support his ascension? Could this young man, who had been cast aside for over 20 years and possessed little skill, truly navigate the complexities of such a vast alliance? Would his emergence lead to greater discord within the coalition? Su Fan greeted everyone with a cheerful smile and sensed an aura of sincerity and warmth from about half of the allies present. Approximately 30% of the allies displayed a somewhat distant politeness towards him, while around 20% exhibited an intriguing demeanor. Su Fan committed the identities, attitudes, and personalities of each individual to memory, having gained profound insight into the current state of the alliance. These individuals would undoubtedly become his primary contacts for a considerable time to come. The gathering was filled with cheerful conversations. The Qi family stood as a significant ally of the Xia family. Their ancestors were fierce generals from the Xia dynasty, renowned for their martial prowess over 600 years ago. They have consistently supported the Xia family, serving as one of the pillars of the alliance. The representative from the Qi family, the charming and vivacious Miss Qi Meishin, addressed Xia Yuan, saying, "Sister Yuan, the incidents circulating online have become utterly outrageous. Though our Qi family has no vulnerabilities for others to exploit, if this continues, our alliance will be ridiculed publicly. You must stand up for us and resolve this matter. After all, we are respected figures. We cannot allow ourselves to be the subject of mockery without taking action." The assembly erupted into a chorus of grievances, creating a tumultuous scene. Once silence fell, Xiao Wan gazed at the crowd, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Esteemed guests, I have been investigating this matter for quite some time," she announced. "The information I have gathered indicates that the individuals responsible for instigating the online turmoil against our Xia family are concealed within our very alliance." A palpable silence enveloped the room as the atmosphere grew tense. Though Xiao Wan refrained from naming anyone specifically, her words clearly targeted someone within the alliance. No one dared to speak, nor did anyone attempt to clear their name. In such moments, uttering another word would be foolish. "I have not sought to identify this individual," Xiao Wan continued. "It is not that I cannot find you. Rather, as allies, I wish to spare you some dignity. Let me make this clear. Should this person cease their defamatory attacks against the Xia family, I will approach the opposing party and urge them to halt their assaults on our allies as well. I hope this individual can find it within themselves to stop this self-destructive behavior for the sake of our alliance." Strange expressions spread across the faces of those present. Each individual seated at the core of their families possessed a keen intellect. Xiao Wan's words had, in essence, conveyed a clear message to all. The individual who attacked the allies of the Xia family is now firmly in their grasp. Perhaps this person is none other than the Xia family themselves. Several pairs of eyes have already scrutinized Su Fan. The devious scheme to betray their allies might well be the handiwork of this young master of the Xia family. The allies of the Xia family have been conducting a thorough investigation into Su Fan behind the scenes. Not long ago, he had engaged in a fierce online battle of words with the Su family. Recently returned to his clan, Su Fan harbors no affection for the Xia family, let alone for their allies. He could easily manipulate them as pawns in his conflict with adversaries. What a wretched little scoundrel, though everyone cursed inwardly. None dared to voice their thoughts directly. Su Fan's actions evidently have the backing of Xiao Wan. Otherwise, how could he possibly be privy to such intimate details about the allies? Perhaps they were all provided by Xia Wan herself. She had remarked that she would spare everyone's dignity. If a confrontation with the Xia family were to erupt at this moment, it might very well lead to Xiao Wan's swift retaliation. Many silently prayed for that accursed ally who dared to provoke the Xia family to cease their actions. If this continues, everyone might find themselves in dire straits. In the midst of this tense yet silent atmosphere, a cool, melodious female voice suddenly resonated. The speaker was a statuesque beauty, her grace and appearance capable of overshadowing even the most popular star. Fixing her gaze on Su Fan, she declared with unwavering conviction, "Our He family wholeheartedly supports the legitimacy of your position. Should anyone attempt to exploit this to fracture the Xia family alliance, we shall not acquiesce." All eyes turned towards the unexpectedly vocal beauty, and many sighed deeply within. At this pivotal juncture, Missy Uni once again stepped forward on behalf of the He family, choosing the irreversible path of allegiance to the Xia family. What peculiarities beset the women of this clan? Why do they find themselves so easily entranced by the men of the Xia family, voluntarily offering their loyalty? Has some enchantment been cast upon the He family by the Xia? With the He family's shift in allegiance, the Xia family standing within the alliance is unlikely to be shaken. "Miss He, I am grateful for your trust," Su Fan responded, standing to smile at He Uni. "Let us foster closer ties in the future, ensuring our alliance remains unbreakable." A faint blush graced He Yuni's cheeks as she gracefully inclined her head in acknowledgement. Su Fan, do visit the He family when you can. I have many important matters to discuss with the head of the Xia family. This woman openly acknowledged Su Fan's position as the head of the Xia family. Some were infuriated, their teeth grinding. Yet they could only seethe in silence while covertly observing Xia Wan's expression. Her countenance remained as serene as still water, seemingly indifferent to the exchange between Su Fan and He Yuni. It was unexpected for such a meeting to conclude in this manner. Xia Wan had clearly established her stance. No one could compel her to act against her will. Should she be provoked, the traitor within the alliance could be exposed, igniting a tempestuous upheaval. Although everyone harbors their own intentions, none wish for the alliance to descend into chaos. No matter how precious the treasure, once shattered, it loses all value. The same holds true for the Xia family alliance. Should the alliance disband, it would not bode well for anyone seeking to inherit such a formidable power. After sending the guests away, returning to the study, Xia Wan gleefully declared, "Little brother, the first benefit of your return to the family has finally manifested. The He family has joined our ranks." Her delight was palpable, akin to that of a mischievous child. I knew it all along. The moment a man from the Xia family appears, the women of the He family will inevitably be drawn to him like moths to a flame, offering everything they possess. What kind of words are these? Is this fitting for you, the eldest sister and head of the family, to utter? Su Fan remarked. It sounds rather conspiratorial. The He family and the Xia family are entwined in a complex relationship of love and hate. Xia Wan continued. When they behave well, they practically adore you. When they falter, they would wish to see you dead. The pivotal factor determining their behavior lies in whether the Xia family possesses a strong man capable of commanding their submission. Throughout the long history of the great Xia dynasty, the He family and the Xia family have intermarried multiple times, standing as steadfast allies. The He family is renowned for its wisdom, extensive connections, and formidable martial prowess. Their sole weakness, however, is that the women of the He family are consistently captivated by the men of the Xia family. The men of the Xia family possess an innate ability to restrain the delicate daughters of the He family. Historically, the Xia family has managed to dominate the formidable He family through strategic marriages, wielding them as their sharpest weapons. In this generation, only Xia Wan manages the family affairs. The He family has begun to drift from their control, presenting significant challenges for Xia Wan and serving as a crucial factor in the fragmentation of the alliance. Just then, Su Fan made a sudden and impactful entrance. The spell proved effective once more. The moment he appeared, he captured the fluttering heart of the He family's eldest daughter. Today, she publicly pledged her loyalty to Su Fan. One of the greatest hidden dangers of the alliance has thus been alleviated. This is quite a challenge. Su Fan furrowed his brow after listening to Xia Wan's introduction. I already have a wife, so I cannot possibly take the eldest daughter of the He family as a second wife. Flirting is an option, Xia Wan irresponsibly suggested. Once the women of the He family fall in love, they will unconditionally devote themselves to the young master of the Xia family, seeking nothing in return. Her words carried a tone suggesting she was a rather wicked woman. I may be bad, but the He family is far worse. Xia Wan exclaimed loudly. You have no idea how they have duped me over the years. Had you not been here today, who knows what kind of trouble they might have stirred up? Could it be that the eldest daughter of the He family was captivated by my handsome appearance and charming demeanor? Did I truly earn her unconditional trust and loyalty upon my first appearance? The women of the He family epitomize the archetype of being demure yet passionate. Xia Wan gossiped, outwardly aloof, yet harboring a fiery spirit within. As long as you beckon her, she will undoubtedly rush to your side tonight. Eldest sister, you are quite the troublemaker. Su Fan responded, speechless. Why are those affluent young masters so wicked? I have come to understand the reason. It is all due to their sister's misguided influence. It is essential to cultivate a good relationship with her, for the women of the He family are indeed treasures. After being criticized by Su Fan, Xia Wan resolutely decided to embrace her darker side. During the reign of the great Xia dynasty, the women of the He family were favored for reasons not without merit. They would go to great lengths for the men they loved. The following morning, Su Fan sat in his office when Yu Yong entered. Master, something peculiar has occurred. Yu Yong reported. At 1 o'clock this morning, the attacks on you and the Xia family on the internet suddenly ceased. I suspect something has transpired beyond our control. I conducted a little experiment, Su Fan replied with a smile. The results have left me both satisfied and discontent. He recounted his design from the previous day. It turned out that the master was behind the scenes, orchestrating events. Yu Yong suddenly understood. So, there must be someone within the Xia family alliance in contact with the Jin family. We just cannot ascertain who that individual is. Su Fan sighed. The hidden pawn within the alliance may yet bring us unforeseen troubles. My informant within the Jin family provided me with a piece of news, though I am uncertain of its significance. After 11 last night, Jin Kafar received a phone call and retreated into a secret chamber. From his expression, it seems he holds this person in high regard. Su Fan pondered swiftly. This mysterious figure has halted Jin Kafar from continuing his assault on us. This implies that this person holds a higher status within the demonic ranks than Jin Kafar. Yu Yong inquired, Master, should we continue our cyber assaults? No need to persist. Su Fan replied with a smile. The Xia family should not monopolize the entertainment headlines. It is time for others to rise. Starting tonight, we will gradually reduce our online attacks, concluding entirely by dawn. We must allow for a buffer period to avoid alarming our adversaries. Your meticulous attention to detail is truly admirable, Yu Yong remarked. Additionally, I have another piece of intelligence. The eldest son of the Xia family, Xueyan, who has just become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Ho family, seems to be under surveillance. Recently, he has been seen indulging in extravagant revelries, with expenditures surpassing his own worth. It appears someone intends to undermine you by using Xueyan as an entry point into the Xia family. Xueyan is indeed a source of concern, Su Fan sighed. We must ascertain his movements and uncover who is attempting to sway him. And once we identify this person, naturally, we must proceed with caution to avoid alarming our quarry, Su Fan retorted with a cold smile. I intend to unravel this matter thread by thread, exposing the entire tapestry behind it. If they wish to ensnare me, they should be prepared for the consequences. Chapter 58. I do not wish for you to misunderstand me. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the Zhao family's nightclub reached its zenith of activity. Zhao Yaozu sat in the surveillance room, thoroughly engrossed in the chaotic scene unfolding within a private room, emitting sounds of admiration and delight. Just as he was enjoying the spectacle, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Ah! Zhao Yaozu let out a terrified scream. In this surveillance room, within the entire nightclub, he was the only one brave enough to enter. Suddenly turning around, Su Fan appeared before Zhao Yaozu like a specter, his expression grave. Zhao Young Master, are you aware of your transgressions? Su Fan coldly inquired. Young Master Fan, Zhao Yaozu's legs trembled, nearly causing him to kneel before Su Fan. A forced, unpleasant smile crept across his lips. Is it because I failed to present you with a congratulatory gift for your ascension as the young master of the Xia family? I did attempt to find you, but you were preoccupied with your esteemed affairs. Oomph. Su Fan took a seat on Zhao Yaozu's chair. Since you mentioned it, do remember to send me a proper gift later. He gestured toward the large screen displaying a scene. What do you deserve for lurking here daily, invading others' privacy? Young Master Fan. So you were referring to moral depravity? Zhao Yaozu exclaimed, astonished, then suddenly burst into laughter. Young Master Fan, you remain the same as ever. You have not forgotten our humble friendship. With the head of the foremost noble family backing me, I, Zhao Yaozu, am on the rise. Young Master Fan, let us celebrate. I shall summon the club's top escort to accompany you. Let us set aside the matter of the escort for later. I wish to ask you something, Su Fan stated. Is Xueyan at your nightclub tonight? Xueyan? Indeed, Zhao Yaozu replied. He has been here for quite some time, reveling in a private room. Su Fan pointed at the screen. Zhao Yaozu suddenly understood. As he manipulated the video feed, he admired, I see now, young Master Fan. You intend to rectify the family's morals. These debauched young masters are truly beyond redemption. You cannot imagine the wildness of their revelries. In the private room, a row of premium foreign liquors adorned the coffee table, each bottle priced at no less than 6 figures. Several ladies giggled as Xueyan downed glass after glass of liquor, already quite inebriated. Across from him, A distinguished young master bantered with Xueyan while matching him drink for drink. Yet, unlike Xueyan, a glimmer of composure still sparkled in his eyes. "Young Master Yun, how does the new heir of your Xia family treat you?" The young master inquired, noticing Xueyan's complete lack of vigilance. "With an heir in the Xia family, your future prospects are bound to flourish. Remember your brothers when fortune smiles upon you." The words of the young master ignited a surge of unnameable anger within Xueyan. It was this damned Su Fan, a family outcast who had emerged from nowhere, delivering a crushing blow to him. The day after the engagement ceremony, Xueyan, who should have been basking in success, was instead forced to kneel in the ancestral hall for 24 hours. In the interim, Xueyan had stormed over, berating him mercilessly. The carefully crafted momentum of his rise had been shattered by this sudden assault. Now, whenever the Xia family members saw him, they wore peculiar expressions, making him feel like a fool. "Damn it!" Xueyan downed his drink and smashed the glass on the ground, eliciting screams from several women. What a farcical heir! Merely a scapegoat summoned by the family head. Xueyan declared coldly, "He has ruined me, and I shall not forgive him." "Yin Xiao, you mustn't speak so recklessly," the young master opposite hurriedly exclaimed. "If this reaches Su Fan's ears, how many lives do you think you have?" "Hua Xiao, I am well aware that the He family is not inferior to the Xia family in terms of strength," Xueyan declared. "Your young lady has long harbored intentions to overthrow the Xia family. As long as your He family dares to act, I will assist you in ascending to power." "Oh my heavens!" Zhao Yaozu, seated in the surveillance room, exclaimed loudly, "This scoundrel intends to betray the Xia family." He looked at Su Fan with admiration. "Fan Xiao, you are simply a deity. To uncover such a clandestine meeting, and even catch them in the act." Su Fan cast a cheerful glance at Zhao Yaozu. "Knowing such confidential matters, are you not afraid I might silence you?" "Fan Xiao, please do not frighten me," Zhao Yaozu chuckled. "I am your loyal subordinate. A rather useful one at that. Would you prefer a good subordinate or a dead one? The He family dares to target the Xia family. I shall demand an explanation from her," Su Fan stated as he retrieved his phone and dialed He Yuni's number. Upon connection, He Yuni's sweet voice resonated from the other end. "Fan Xiao, calling me so late. Do you wish for me to come discuss matters with you?" Su Fan replied with a smile. "Miss He, there is something I suspect may not be your intention, and I would like to confirm it with you." "What is it?" "One of your family's young masters is currently enticing Xueyan from our Xia family," Su Fan remarked. "Let him act as a mole for the He family. Working against me, this fake young master." After 20 seconds of silence, Su Fan could almost envision the expression on He Yuni's face. "Fan Xiao, tell me where they are." He Yuni's voice seemed calm, yet this tranquility instilled a hint of fear in Su Fan. After relaying the room number of Xueyan and the He family's young master, Su Fan hung up. "Fan Xiao, you truly are a remarkable presence." Zhao Yaozu gave Su Fan a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. "A true hero. You have compelled the head of the opposing family to confront you." "Miss He and I share a good rapport. I trust this is not her intention," Su Fan remarked. "If someone is scheming behind the scenes to undermine the relationship between our families, Miss He should be grateful to me." 20 minutes later, a fleet of cars screeched to a halt in front of the nightclub, the ground emitting acrid smoke. Clad in a black suit, with a fierce demeanor, He Yuni stormed through the entrance of the nightclub. Behind her, more than 20 experts from the He family bore cold expressions, exuding a terrifying aura of power. The crowd in the hall suddenly parted to either side, faces pale with fear as they huddled against the walls, uncertain of the dreadful events unfolding. He Yuni led the charge to the door of a private room, kicking it open with a forceful kick. Inside, Xueyan and the He family's young master were shoulder to shoulder, engaged in a hushed discussion. Upon hearing the explosive sound at the entrance, the He family's young master looked up, his expression instantly freezing, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. "Miss He," seeing the fearsome countenance of He Yuni, Xueyan instinctively jumped up and retreated hastily. "He and Hua." He Yuni approached He Jia's eldest son step by step, articulating his name syllable by syllable. He and Hua suddenly leaped up. Before he could utter a word, He Yuni delivered a sharp slap. With a resounding crack, He and Hua collapsed onto the sofa, half of his face swelling like a steamed bun. "Miss," he mumbled, attempting to explain himself to He Yuani. In the next moment, she seized the heavy marble coffee table before her and brought it crashing down upon He Yunhua. In the surveillance room, Su Fan and Zhao Yaozu simultaneously covered their eyes, both taken aback by the sight of the seemingly exquisite He family heiress revealing herself as a terrifying, violent tyrant. Inside the private room, the assault on He Yunhua continued unabated. A dozen elite members of the He family stood around, all standing rigidly still, none daring to utter a single word in defense of He Yunhua. The authority of the He family's eldest daughter was formidable indeed. 5 minutes later, He Yunhua was rendered almost unrecognizable. He Yuani waved her hand, and two subordinates dragged He Yunhua away. Upon meeting He Yuani's gaze, Xia Yun trembled all over, frightened as if he were a lost soul adrift. Return to the Xia family and seek out Xia Wan, demanding an explanation. He Yuani sneered at Xia Yun, saying, "Let her clarify why the Xia family would nurture a traitor like you." As He Yuani stepped out of the room, the corridor had already been cleared by the He family subordinates. She took out her phone and dialed Su Fan's number, anxiously stating, "Fan Xiao, I need to see you immediately. I must explain." The other end fell silent before hanging up. Despair washed over He Yuani. If Su Fan misunderstood her intentions, she would never again be able to enter his heart. With a bewildered gaze, He Yuani lifted her head and spotted a familiar figure at the end of the corridor. Su Fan stood there quietly, offering her a faint smile. Despair was replaced by an overwhelming joy. Her mind blank. She did not even comprehend how she had arrived before Su Fan. He Yuani grasped Su Fan's arm tightly, exclaiming in panic, "Fan Xiao, I do not wish for you to misunderstand me. Please allow me to explain." "Come, take your time," Su Fan replied gently, smiling as he led He Yuani into a nearby private room. Chapter 59. Accompany me, and acting inside the private room, they sat down on the sofa, and Su Fan remarked with a smile, "Miss He, you have truly surprised me today." "Fan Xiao." He Yuani turned, gripping Su Fan's hands tightly. Her face filled with urgency as she leaned closer to him. "I had no knowledge of this matter. If I harbored even the slightest intention to harm you, may I never find peace." Inhaling the faint fragrance of the beautiful woman before him, Su Fan reflected on her anxious expression as she knelt before him to explain. Indeed, the women of the He family were single-minded. Once they committed to their chosen man, they held nothing back and devoted themselves wholeheartedly. This was a strange fate born from countless generations of entanglements between the Xia and He families, a peculiar gift left to him by the ancestors of the Xia family. "Xiao Yi, I understand that this matter has nothing to do with you." Su Fan assisted He Yuani in sitting beside him, stating, "I harbor no doubts about you now, and I shall never question your sincerity towards me in the future." He Yuani gazed at Su Fan, her expression a blend of ecstasy and disbelief, rendering her already stunning visage even more exquisite. "You may simply call me Su Fan," he added with a smile. "There is no need for such formality between us." "Is there? Then I shall refer to you as Brother Fan," He Yuani replied bashfully, entwining her arm with his. "Do you know, when you called me earlier, I was nearly driven to madness and fear. I was terrified that you might misunderstand me and lose faith in me forever." Su Fan's expression turned serious as he remarked, "If you are entirely unaware of He Yunhua's situation, it could pose a serious threat. It appears that your family has been infiltrated," Su Fan continued. "Before your return, I did harbor some animosity towards the Xia family." He Yuani, with a hint of shame, responded, "The Xia family leads our alliance due to their illustrious bloodline. Women cannot inherit the lineage. Without the support of Xia Wan, the entire alliance would falter. The chaos within the alliance stems from her lack of resolve." Su Fan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, women may manage household affairs, but they cannot engage in fierce confrontations on behalf of the alliance." "I knew you would think that," He Yuani exclaimed with delight. "I do not wish to assume the role of alliance leader, yet I cannot allow Xia Wan to lead the alliance to ruin. However, since your return, I have relinquished such ambitions. The men of the Xia family are formidable heroes. Our He family is willing to support you in solidifying your position as leader, ready to brave any danger for you." She gazed at Su Fan's face, blushing as she said, "I wish to be your woman, accompanying you in your endeavors. Yet," she added, "I cannot promise more." With a hint of regret, Su Fan replied, "You are aware that I am already married. I would never pressure you. You need not make any promises to me." A flicker of melancholy crossed Hiyuni's face. "It is fate that I did not meet you sooner. Even if we are destined to be apart, I will not relinquish my feelings. This is our family's fate, and I cannot defy it." Not wishing to delve into such a heavy topic or corner the man she admired, Hiyuni shifted the conversation. "What are your thoughts on Hiyunhua? He has always seemed decent within the family. I never imagined he could be such a treacherous villain. If he conspired against Xia Yun for the benefit of the He family, I would find solace in that," Su Fan remarked. "What I fear is that he might be a spy for another faction, engaging in treachery that could endanger both the Xia and He families." "That is likely the case," Hiyuni said, her expression darkening. "I had previously sent people to create division within the alliance. However, since your return, I have ceased those actions. The most dreadful scenario would be if someone committed foul deeds and then pinned the blame on me, inciting conflict between the Xia and He families." She turned to Su Fan, asking, "Brother Fan, how did you come to focus on Xia Yun?" "My subordinate mentioned that someone has been in contact with him." Su Fan replied, "Fortresses are often breached from within. I shall not permit any traitors to exist within the Xia family." "Truly, you are astute, Brother Fan. Having just returned to the Xia family, you have already identified the internal flaws." He scoffed. "Even if you gave Xiaoan a few more brains, she would still fail to uncover such confidential intelligence." "Xiao Yi, from now on, we shall all be one family," Su Fan reminded. "Regarding my elder sister, let us not harbor such animosity. We are all in the same boat. Betrayal within our ranks is unacceptable. Brother Fan, I will heed your words." The sharp-tongued head of the He family, the fierce female tyrant, appeared as docile as a lamb in Su Fan's presence. She turned her head upward to inquire, "How shall we conclude this matter? Should I sever He Yunhua's head to light a lantern?" "I have a plan that requires your cooperation," Su Fan replied. "He Yunhua is merely a pawn. The shadowy figure behind him intends to exploit his identity to implicate your family in future misdeeds. I aim to follow this thread to uncover the mastermind behind him. The one who dares to meddle with the Xia and He families is not to be trifled with." Hiyuni, gentle as water yet sharp in her intellect, remained resolute when discussing serious matters. Exercise caution when dealing with them. "I wish the outside world to believe I have misunderstood your intentions towards me, thus fostering a sense of wariness," Su Fan stated. "Our true sentiments will remain known only to the two of us." Hiyuni asked, "Will you not even confide in Xiaoan?" "Of course not," Su Fan chuckled. "Women are not born actors. If they falter, they will rely on me to bear the brunt." "I am a woman too," Hiyuni retorted with a smile. "Are you not afraid I might ruin your affairs?" "If you do, you shall face the consequences," she teased. "Well, I might just want to sabotage things to see how you intend to punish me." Hiyuni leaned closer to Su Fan, pouting. As the atmosphere in the private room grew subtly charged. "Calm down. There are cameras here," Su Fan whispered in her ear. "Let us discuss serious matters. We can address punishments later." "Damn it," Hiyuni murmured, tossing her hair. "The thought of you misunderstanding me is infuriating. Even though I know it's false, it still feels like a stone pressing on my chest. You will confront He Yunhua, but he will surely deny everything. You will have no leverage over him." Su Fan noted, "You find me, and I will feign ignorance. This way, any misunderstandings between us will be evident to those with ulterior motives. Indeed, I am curious to see who will plead on He Yunhua's behalf," Hiyuni remarked coldly. "Anyone coming to his defense is likely entangled in this affair." "He Yunhua is a pivotal figure," Su Fan nodded. "Spare him. Do not take any action against him. I will delegate the tracking and investigation of He Yunhua to my subordinates. Ensure you keep me informed of any new intelligence." Hiyuni wrapped her arms around Su Fan's neck and kissed him lightly on the cheek, disregarding the surveillance. "Who knows how long it will be before we can be alone again. Maintain a fierce demeanor. Do not allow outsiders to suspect our meeting," Su Fan instructed as he escorted her to the door, watching her depart. He then raised a middle finger towards the camera in the private room and quietly slipped out through the back door. That night, the He family descended into chaos. Just as Su Fan had anticipated, He Yunhua steadfastly refused to confess, merely acknowledging that her relationship with Xia Yun was normal. Yet she found herself wrongfully accused by the family head, becoming a victim of circumstance. He Yinhua's status was markedly different from that of Xia Yun, as she belonged to a branch of the He family closely aligned with the direct lineage. That very evening, numerous individuals arrived to inquire and plead on her behalf, with some even demanding a reasonable explanation from He. Unyielding and ruthless, He vehemently chastised all those who came to intercede, thereby quelling this wave of misguided sentiment. At dawn the following day, He sought an audience with the Xia family, only to be met with a cold reception. In the study of the inner hall, Xiaowan buzzed around Su Fan like a fly, desperately seeking tidbits of gossip, yet regrettably gleaning no information at all. Xiaowan was nearly driven to madness. What transpired between you and that girl from the He family? Is her skill unsatisfactory? Or has she provoked you in some other manner? What is going on with Xia Yun, that he went directly to the ancestral hall to kneel upon returning home? Have you uncovered some illicit affair between Xia Yun and He? Su Fan helplessly replied, "There is something I must disclose. I have discovered that Xia Yun has been secretly in contact with individuals from the He family, seemingly with ill intentions." What? The He family is reaching into ours? Xiaowan was momentarily stunned before her anger surged. Grasping the towering sword from its stand, she exclaimed, "Damn it, I shall slay that scoundrel Xia Yun." Chapter 60. Capture him, do not let him escape. Stop. Su Fan urgently called out to Xiaowan. A troublesome little brother is more useful than a dead one. Should we leave him to conspire against you? Xiaowan looked at Su Fan. Do not indulge in misplaced compassion. We must extinguish danger at its inception to prevent future calamity. That is not the point, Su Fan insisted, pulling Xiaowan into a chair. A troublesome little brother can be utilized against the true villains. Even if he is slain by them, his soul may find redemption, and he may become a better person. If you kill him, he shall have no chance to improve. What kind of reasoning is that? It is utterly nonsensical. Xiaowan tossed the towering sword aside. Then what do you propose we do about Xia Yun? I want to give the external villains an opportunity to enact their schemes. Su Fan's eyes darted thoughtfully to outsiders. Your bringing me back certainly appears to be for your own advantage. A younger brother you haven't seen in decades is likely to be a mere imitation and will not hold much value in your eyes. Xiaowan stared blankly at Su Fan, absorbing his absurdity. This is a splendid opportunity to make others see the discord between us siblings. Su Fan continued eloquently. You should confront Xia Yun. He will undoubtedly deny any betrayal of the Xia family. Simply feign a few words of reproach and let him go. So you wish for me to play the villain? Xiaowan realized, a cold smile forming. Should I also encourage him to incite further conflict with you? Indeed, sister. Your foresight is impressive. Sufamprast. If so, Xia Yun will grow even more arrogant and be more susceptible to manipulation by the wicked. Are you suggesting that I should take the moral high ground to garner sympathy from others? Xia Yun questioned suspiciously. Do you aim to unite the rest of the family and wrest power from the hands of that foolish old woman? Regardless, He is utterly devoted to you, and you both complement each other perfectly. Suddenly, she cried out, Are you merely pretending with He? Have you two truly conspired together? How could you make such an accusation against your honest and naive brother? Su Fan wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Did we not already delineate our roles? I showcase martial prowess while you engage your intellect. Yet I have come to realize that your cunning surpasses mine. Though my martial strength pales in comparison to even a single hair on your head, I had no intention of returning. Yet you insisted on weeping and wailing until I acquiesced. Truly, a man of the Xia family is indeed both crafty and wicked, occupying the moral high ground. Now that the Qing Tian's sword has been drawn, I shall withdraw gracefully. Su Fan proposed. Just claim it was you who drew it, and no one will dare to confront you. What if someone challenges me to a duel? Xia Yuan inquired. Even a mere child could slay me. If you expect me to shield you, that is out of the question. Su Fan raised his hands in resignation. I have exhausted all my tactics. Do you possess any clever strategies left? After contemplating, Xia Yuan responded. Upon reflection, your earlier assertion holds merit. If we allow Xia Yun to fully expose himself, we can attract the hidden puppeteer to utilize him, thereby revealing their identity. Su Fan gazed at her and asked, Since you share this perspective, why have you entangled me for so long, wasting my breath? Are you not aware that women often create trouble for no reason? Xia Yuan replied with pride. Allow me to play the villain. Must I even refrain from uttering a few words? What a formidable woman! Su Fan lamented. Then the matter concerning Xia Yun shall be entrusted to you. Do not overact, lest Xia Yun realize you are deceiving him. I'm not a fool. I was merely jesting with you earlier. Xia Yuan returned to her usual demeanor. I shall also speak a few words to him, advising him against provoking you. I have always been strict with others. To let him off is already a demonstration of my stance. On the He family's side, it is likely that He Yunhua will deny everything, leaving He Yuni powerless against him. Su Fan remarked, I will have my associates monitor He Yunhua from the outside, to ascertain who prompted him to approach Xia Yun and sow discord within our Xia family. Have you truly severed ties with He Yuni? Xia Yuan queried. I know He Yuni. She is cold and merciless to others, yet not towards you. It is not a complete rupture, but reconciliation cannot occur immediately. Su Fan stated, let us maintain some distance for a few days. This way, when she is called upon for future tasks, she will be more eager to cooperate. Xia Yuan shook her head. What a terrifying man. The plight of women in the Xia family is indeed dismal, for they are all scoundrels. After being met with indifference from Su Fan, He Yuni returned to vent her frustrations on He Yunhua. Though severely beaten, He Yunhua staunchly denied any collusion with Xia Yun, claiming they were merely ordinary friends. News soon surfaced that the Xia family had not excessively targeted Xia Yun. Now Xia Yun has been released and is roaming the streets. He Yuni, feeling helpless, decided to let He Yunhua go. She issued a stern warning. If she discovers him consorting with anyone from the Xia family again, regardless of evidence, she would strike him down without hesitation. Thus, this bizarre affair concluded. The only true victim in the entire episode was the bewildered He Yunhua, who suffered an unmerited beating. Fortunately, He Yunhua is also a skilled individual, though appearing to have been severely beaten after a brief respite of merely 2 days. Aside from the deliberately exaggerated superficial wounds intended to evoke sympathy, his injuries had fully healed. This day marked the 90th birthday celebration of the venerable patriarch of the Meng family. Representatives from various branches of the Xia family alliance, comprising young individuals of note, gathered in the expansive hall of the Meng residence to pay their respects to the elder. Such a grand assembly serves as a platform for social engagement and the deepening of familial bonds among the allied clans. The heads of all the families convened at the main table in the hall, sharing laughter and conversation with the Meng patriarch. The younger generation frolicked about, engaging in lively banter, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Xia Yuan, accompanied by Su Fan, occupied a prominent position at the main table beside the patriarch, signifying her esteemed status as the alliance leader. On the opposite side sat the head of the Meng family, Meng Qi, the eldest son of the patriarch. He was a formidable figure among the middle generation, possessing both exceptional strength and intellect, guiding the Meng family to remarkable success and serving as a vital pillar within the Xia family alliance. He Yuni sat at a more distant spot, a gentle smile gracing her face, occasionally casting a glance at Su Fan, her eyes harboring a hint of melancholy. Su Fan maintained a calm demeanor, appearing content yet somewhat bewildered. He relinquished all opportunities to shine, allowing Xia Yuan to take center stage, which inevitably provoked peculiar reflections on the power dynamics within the Xia family. Although it was evident that Su Fan was destined to become the head of the Xia family, the question of who truly held authority in the family remained uncertain, given Xia Yuan's formidable presence. Following the splendid banquet, a time of relaxation and merriment ensued. In the spacious hall, a grand ball commenced, where the young members of the family alliance danced joyously, reaching a crescendo of exhilaration. Xia Yuan and several influential figures from various families sought out a place to discuss serious matters. Su Fan, however, chose not to engage in the complexities of their affairs, instead sitting alone in a corner of the dance hall, observing others as they danced, resembling an individual marginalized from the festivities. How serene it is, came a bright voice. Would you like me to accompany you for a dance? Su Fan turned to find a radiant girl standing before him. Miss Qi, Su Fan exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. Actually, I do not wish to dance, especially in such a lively setting. I prefer to be an observer. If Miss Chi desires to dance, I am certain many handsome gentlemen would be willing to accompany you. To his astonishment, it was none other than the eldest daughter of the Chi family, Chi Meishin, who approached him. Then let us engage in conversation. I, too, do not particularly relish overly boisterous gatherings. Chi Meishin seated herself beside Su Fan. Fan Xiao, how do you feel about returning to the Xia family? Not too shabby, Su Fan replied with a smile. My elder sister has managed quite well. If I were to intervene, it would only complicate matters. To govern without action is a sign of great wisdom. Chi Meishin chuckled. But have you considered, if your elder sister were to marry, would you be able to maintain your current arrangement? Is it not prudent for Fan Xiao to make some plans in advance? Miss Chi, you are a kind person. Su Fan regarded Chi Meishin for a moment, leaning closer to her ear. Then I shall share with you my intentions. I plan to find a suitable man among our Xia family subordinates to serve as a husband for my elder sister. In doing so, they will be even more devoted to serving the Xia family. Fan Xiao, Chi Meishin gazed at Su Fan in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with captivating brilliance. She placed a hand on the back of Su Fan's hand and remarked with heartfelt sentiment, I thought I had already elevated my expectations of you. Little did I realize you would surpass them all the more. At that moment, a woman's voice interjected, Oh? Su Fan and Chi Meishin turned to find He Yuni's eyes fixed intently on their interlaced hands. When did you two come to hold hands with tearful eyes, resembling a pair of tragic lovers? Hearing the slightly envious tone in He Yuni's voice, Chi Meishin chuckled. Why the jealousy? You could simply sit beside Mr. Fan and grasp his other hand. That way, he won't be able to escape and will have no choice but to stay here and chat with us. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to insert myself between you two? He Yuni said playfully as she slid into the other side of Su Fan, firmly clutching his hand. Her eyes, brimming with affection, expressed a wistful longing. Mr. Fan, why do you evade me? Without seeing you, my heart feels as though it might shatter. Su Fan exchanged a silent glance with He Yuni, conveying the message not to appear so melancholic, as they were merely pretending. He Yuni's eyes sparkled with mischief as she retorted, No, I intend to be sorrowful. I have been thinking of you, while you were here flirting with Chi Meishin. I merely wish to maintain a low profile, Su Fan explained. If we flaunt our relationship, I fear the eldest sister may feel uncomfortable and think I am gathering a faction against her. You could discreetly seek me out. We could also engage in lengthy conversations over the phone, He Yuni suggested. Brother Fan, could you not display a bit more assertiveness? You are the only man of the Xia family, He Yuni teased. After all, you're the head of the Xia family. Our He family recognizes only you as the esteemed young master. We acknowledge no one else. Xiao Yi, don't extend your hand too far. Chi Meishin whispered as she leaned in. There are many ambitious individuals in the alliance, and the Xia family is not at peace. Respect the young master of the Xia family and allow him to handle these matters. Let us witness his capabilities and willingly choose him as our leader. If you involve yourself in these affairs, the situation will only become more complicated. Be careful, Xiao Xian. Do you harbor feelings for Su Fan? He Yuni cautioned. You are well aware of the relationship between the Xia and He families. Do not meddle. Why not? A handsome gentleman and a beautiful lady make a perfect pair. Chi Meishin replied with a smile. Perhaps Su Fan favors me a little more. Such matters cannot be forced. Are you not concerned that your admirers might challenge Mr. Fan to a duel? A duel? Let them come. Su Fan will defeat them all, and then I shall belong to him. You audacious little thing. The three engaged in lively conversation, while from a distant corner of the hall, a pair of envious eyes fixated on Su Fan, who was being animatedly drawn into conversation by the two girls, simmering with indignation. This wretched fellow, just because he is fortunate enough to possess the Xia family's pure bloodline, he can act with impunity, making all the young ladies bend to his will. Yin Xiao, come with me. A hand reached out from the side, pulling Xia Yun away. What are you doing hiding here? Fuming won't resolve anything. Xia Yun turned in shock to see it was Yin Hua who had grasped him, and he let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. He followed Yin Hua through the corridor into the Meng family's rear courtyard, stepping into a serene and elegant sitting room. Hua Xiao, Yin Xiao, you have arrived. A young master greeted them warmly, leading the two to sit on the sofa. It was none other than Wang Xueyan, the second young master of the Meng family. Gentlemen, I presume these past days have been somewhat unsatisfactory? Meng Feng Xiang chuckled, no witties. United as brothers, we shall eventually compel that pretender to kneel before us, begging for mercy like a dog. Xia Yun stared at Meng Fengxiang in astonishment. While He Yinhua interjected with a smile, Yin Xiao, Brother Xiang is our ally, a good brother, one who aids us. Xia Yun, perplexed, inquired, but aren't you pursuing Yuan Jie? How can we share the same cause? We are all men. How can we allow women to dominate us indefinitely? Meng Fengxiang replied with a proud smile. If I were Mary Xia Yuan, I would certainly restore the family-s authority, governing the Xia family, allowing you, Yin Xiao, to hold your head high within the Xia clan. So that's your intention, Xia Yun realized with clarity. But the Xia family is no longer what it once was. Su Fan has returned to the Xia family. He is destined to be the future head. Even if you control Yuan Jie, it is still Su Fan who holds the reins. Yin Xiao, you must think more critically. Meng Fengxiang replied with a composed smile. In the future, I wish to have your assistance in managing the Xia family. You need to look beyond the present. Do you not sense that the relationship between Su Fan and Xia Yuan is not as intimate as the outside world perceives? Su Fan is merely a pawn brought in by Xia Yuan to deflect trouble. She does not intend to rely on him. Xia Yun was taken aback by this startling revelation, his eyes glimmering as he fell into contemplation. Yin Xiao, I have heard much about your family's affairs. He Yinhua remarked. This time we've stirred up trouble. I nearly faced the wrath of the young lady. Yet you seem unscathed, do you not? Xia Yun's eyes brightened as he suddenly grasped certain truths. He fixed his gaze on He Yinhua, saying, Are you suggesting that the family head regards us of the Xia family even more favorably than Su Fan? I have long concluded that Su Fan is not the true young master of the Xia family, but merely an impostor. Meng Fengxiang scoffed. We previously pointed out the discrepancies in Su Fan's identity, yet they dared not confront it directly, instead diverting attention with vague arguments. From that moment, I saw through Xia Yuan's entire scheme. Xia Yun gazed at Meng Fengxiang in shock, exclaiming, I understand now. The rumors online regarding Su Fan's origins were orchestrated by you. Not just me, but us, Meng Fengxiang replied with a smile. We represent a formidable force. We shall revive the momentum of the Xia family alliance, restoring it to the pinnacle of power. Yin Xiao, if Su Fan becomes the family head, what chance do you have to ascend? He Yinhua interjected, inciting. Why not join Brother Xiang in causing a stir, claiming the rights that are rightfully yours? I would relish watching that scoundrel Su Fan meet his demise. Xia Yun expressed his doubts, but Su Fan's position as the family head is virtually unshakable. Su Fan is merely a puppet of Xia Yuan. Meng Fengxiang smiled. I intend to bring Su Fan under my control, turning him into my puppet to serve our interests. If I can marry Xia Yuan, both siblings would be in my grasp, and the Xia family would be mine for the taking. Xia Yin shook his head, asserting that Sister Yuan was astute and capable, and could never be under someone else's control. As long as he held the identity of a son-in-law of the Xia family, he could wield authority over everything. Meng Fengxiang scoffed, remarking that without any martial prowess, Xia Yuan was merely at his mercy. He further elaborated that should anything happen to Xia Yuan, he could easily usurp control over Su Fan and the Xia family. You would harm Sister Yuan, Xia Yin exclaimed, drenched in sweat, suddenly standing up, intent on leaving. Once you step beyond this door, consider how long you can survive, Meng Fengxiang chuckled. You are privy to our secret, and your choices are limited. Join us or face death. Xia Yin stood frozen at the door, engulfed in confusion. He could not fathom that the usually amiable Meng Fengxiang, the second son of the Meng family, was in fact a formidable tyrant. If he refused to join them today, only doom awaited him. Even if he managed to return to warn Xia Yuan, what could he possibly gain? He was merely a neglected branch of the Xia family, and Xia Yuan might even suspect him of colluding with the Meng family, potentially punishing him instead. Yet, Meng Fengxiang was merely an ordinary scion of the Meng family. If he were to exploit Xia Yun against the Xia family, he could hardly offer any assurances. Was he not then caught in a quandary, ultimately achieving nothing? Young Master Yun, what are you doing standing there? A cheerful voice suddenly broke through his turmoil. A middle-aged man entered the corridor and made his way into the living room. Father, the head of the Meng family. Xia Yun was taken aback. The person who entered was none other than Meng Qi, the patriarch of the Meng family. Meng Qi strode confidently into the room, taking a seat in the center. He gestured for Xia Yun to sit. Young Master Yun, we, the Meng family, never force anyone against their will. Even if you are unwilling to cooperate with us, we can still be friends, and we will not make things difficult for you. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Xia Yun's head. The true puppet master behind the plot against the Xia family was none other than Meng Qi, the head of the Meng family, within the Xia family's alliance. Meng Qi was a remarkable figure, renowned for both his martial prowess and intellect, ranking among the elite of the alliance. Even if he openly contested the position of alliance leader against the Xia family, the odds would be evenly matched. Xia Yun stammered, Meng family head. You would have a considerable chance of success even if you directly proposed to assume the role of leader. Why still? Meng Qi smiled, young Master Yun. Although you are a member of the Xia family, there are certain matters you are unaware of. The Xia family is not as simple as they appear. We can manipulate the Xia family from the shadows, but we cannot replace their position within the alliance, for there are formidable individuals behind them. If we provoke them, it would spell our doom. Chapter 62. True allies, how can this be possible? Xia Yun slowly sat down, bewildered. If there are indeed powerful figures backing the Xia family, how could they allow it to decline to this extent? We, as ancient clans, possess our own foundations. Meng Qi chuckled. Ordinary domestic affairs of the Xia family are beneath their notice. However, when a family and the alliance face a moment of life and death, they will step forward to provide support, effortlessly eliminating all opposing forces. Xia Yun suddenly changed color, recalling some enchanting legends the elder had recounted to him. Could it be the elder council of the Xia family? Xia Yun murmured, I have heard from the older generation that the Xia family possesses a mysterious elder council, which never reveals itself, yet wields formidable power. Indeed, Meng Qi nodded. In any case, to rise within the Xia family, one must exercise intellect and have reliable allies. Feng Xiang represents me in this matter. What he has promised you is by no means an empty statement. Very well. As long as it does not lead me to my demise, I shall join. Xia Yun finally resolved. I do not aspire to be a core figure within the Xia family, but I must secure a position among its upper echelons. Agreed. Meng Qi smiled, rising. You may converse at your leisure. This world will ultimately belong to you young people. I have never underestimated the strength of youth. I respect your value. With that, Meng Qi departed, leaving the three young individuals to grow increasingly intimate with one another. Yin Xiao, should there be any significant developments within the Xia family, do remember to keep me informed. Meng Fengxiang remarked, the same applies to Hua Xiao. Your family situation is even more dire. If Missy insists on aligning herself with Su Fan, we cannot be blamed for our ruthlessness. Tianhua's gaze turned fierce as she nodded decisively. After He Yuni had humiliated him, he had indeed begun to harbor murderous thoughts towards her. Xia Yun stated, just now, I noticed Qi Meixin appearing quite close to Su Fan. This indeed was promising news. Meng Fengxiang chuckled. Many young individuals within the alliance are pursuing Qi Meixin. If they see her flirting with Su Fan, trouble will surely arise for him. As evening approached, Su Fan returned to the Xia family alongside Xia Yuan. The two strolled within the inner courtyard, relishing the warmth of solitude, until they inadvertently arrived before a vast courtyard. Little brother, let us take a look inside. Xia Yuan suddenly smiled. Did you not inherit the Xia family's martial legacy? Allow me to witness your prowess. What nonsense! Martial skills are not meant for showboating. Once one's trump card is revealed, it loses its significance. You aren't pretending to have inherited any martial prowess, are you? Xia Yuan eyed Su Fan with suspicion. Did you use a small saw to shorten the Qin Tian sword and deceive me? The ability to shorten the Qin Tian sword is also a testament to my skill, Su Fan replied with a smile, after guarding the Qin Tian sword for so many years. How did you not think of such a clever method? Do not fear. The people here are truly our own. Xia Yuan pulled Su Fan and pushed open the courtyard door, stepping inside. The one station here are our Xia family's Iron Blood Guard. They descend from the blood-soaked camps of the great Xia dynasty, and each one is the most loyal guardian of the Xia family. The expansive courtyard was connected by two broad cross-shaped corridors, divided into 100 identically sized residences. At the center of the courtyard lay a vast training arena. Typically, all the Iron Blood guards diligently practiced within their respective quarters. Only when they need to practice formations and coordinate offensive and defensive strategies do they converge in the central training arena for joint exercises. The entire courtyard is enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it were devoid of inhabitants. Yet within each small courtyard, a remarkable energy pulsates, akin to that of martial arts masters from the Wandering Realms. Approaching the nearest abode to the training ground, Xia Yuan gently pushed the door open. As she stepped into the courtyard, a tall man emerged from the room, greeting Xia Yuan and Su Fan, head of the family. The man bowed respectfully to Xia Yuan. His piercing gaze swept across Su Fan's face, leaving him with a fleeting sensation akin to the sting of a blade. This man was undoubtedly a formidable expert. He possessed a robust physique, with dark skin and an unremarkable, somewhat plain face that fell below the ordinary standards of attractiveness. However, he exuded a palpable aura of might, restrained yet reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. This individual's prowess was on par with Tanhua's. Su Fan, with a mere flicker of perception, gauged the depths of the man's strength. Like Tanhua and this unsightly man before him, their skills approached the pinnacle of martial arts. Given the right opportunity, they stood a significant chance of transcending the martial realm and embarking upon the arduous journey into the path of cultivation. Yet such opportunities were rare. Even the most exceptional martial artists found it challenging to elevate their realm solely through personal insight. Only a fortunate 1 in 100 might encounter the chance to shatter the glass ceiling and glimpse a more wondrous world. Xiaoho, this is my younger brother, Su Fan. Xia Yuan instructed. He is the rightful heir of the Xia family, the future head of the Xia household, to whom you owe your loyalty. A flicker of surprise and confusion crossed Xiaoho's gaze. He scrutinized Su Fan intently before bowing deeply. Leader of the Battle Blood Camp, Xiaoho, pays his respects to the head of the family. So you are Xiaoho, Su Fan remarked, studying him closely. Do you possess the bloodline of the Xia family? It seems we share no familial connection. The warriors of the Battle Blood Camp have no blood ties to our Xia family, Xia Yuan explained. They are the descendants of the most loyal soldiers of the great Xia dynasty, having protected our family through generations. We regard these warriors as brothers, and I hope you will show them the respect they deserve. No blood ties? That is splendid, Su Fan exclaimed with a grin. I have great admiration for this leader Xiaoho. He is a true man. What do you mean? Xia Yuan regarded Su Fan with suspicion. What do you mean by saying that no blood relation is splendid? Were you scheming? I'm not scheming at all. Women tend to overthink, Su Fan chuckled. You truly are my esteemed elder sister. I thought you would wield a formidable power to supervise me. Nonsense, Xia Yuan retorted. The Xia family belongs to you. Even if you squander it, it remains your family's concern. Why would I become a bothersome supervisor? TSK, what do you mean by your family as concern? Su Fan exclaimed in surprise. Let me make this clear. You can forget about escaping the Xia family to marry someone else. My bottom line is that you must marry a man from the Xia family and not some pretty boy from outside. What merits do the pretty boys possess? They resemble nothing more than freeloaders. Who are you to dictate my actions? Summer Garden retorted. And what makes you any better? Aren't you just another pretty boy? Su Fan replied with pride. This pretty boy thrives on the hard stuff. Stop boasting. Before you became the young master of the Xia family, weren't you living off the wealth of the Wang family's daughter? That was hard-earned soft food. Their quarrel reached a crescendo, leaving Xiaoho astonished, his body trembling involuntarily. After years in the Xia household, he had never encountered such unabashed dialogue. The two siblings were relentlessly exposing their boundaries, making him yearn to escape this place, especially since the content of their conversation was excessively sensitive, seemingly involving him, an outsider. Though Xiaoho appeared rough and boisterous, his mind was astute. What could the heated debate over marriage between these siblings possibly signify? A man in his 30s, a master of the martial arts, could not possibly be a fool. In truth, he held Summer Garden, the resolute and decisive matriarch, in high regard. However, given his status and demeanor, he would never openly express such admiration. Enough of your nonsense. What are we here to accomplish today? As the argument between the siblings peaked, Summer Garden suddenly exclaimed, "After you defeat Xiaoho, then we can debate." "Oh really?" Su Fan sneered. "If I conquer Xiaoho, will you let me decide your marriage? Just based on you?" Summer Garden laughed coldly. "Fine. Defeat Xiaoho, and then we shall converse." "Xiaoho." Su Fan turned to Xiaoho, wearing an unusual smile. "Shall we have a match?" Chapter 63. "You must keep this confidential." Xiaoho looked at Su Fan, astonished. "Your strength is quite impressive?" "That question wounds my pride," Su Fan replied, dissatisfied. "Do you believe that in the Xia family, you are the strongest?" "Indeed," Summer Garden interjected. "It's not just him. We all believe it." "Well, let us pretend I didn't say anything." Su Fan cleared his throat, but one shouldn't be overly proud. "Is there truly no one in this world who can rival you? You too, do not conspire to trick me." Summer Garden pointed at Xiaoho. "If you dare to lose to him, I will marry you and berate you from dawn till dusk." Beads of sweat formed on Xiaoho's forehead. He realized he was faced with the most challenging and complex choice of his life. Were these siblings trying to drive him to his demise? After a moment of silence, Xiaoho said, "Then let us fight, keep it controlled, and settle this matter." The three of them exited and arrived at the expansive training ground. Su Fan and Xiaoho retrieved two hefty wooden swords from the rack. Su Fan stated, "Let us compare techniques. Using inner strength might cause unintentional harm, thus losing the essence of the contest." "No problem," Xiaoho nodded, gripping the wooden sword and demonstrating a starting stance. Once the sword was in hand, any trace of disorder vanished, and he entered a state of serene composure. "Indeed, a master of the sword." Su Fan nodded. "Let us begin." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoho stepped forward, his sword point aimed directly at Su Fan's shoulder, exhibiting not a trace of courtesy or deference. "What a fierce individual, completely devoid of adaptability," Su Fan mused, evading Xiaoho's lightning strike by sidestepping, his sword piercing upward beneath his ribs, targeting Xiaoho's dantian. "A fine blade," Xiaoho exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. As the foremost swordsman of the Xia family, he seldom encountered challengers. Today, Su Fan had presented himself willingly. Xiaoho, filled with excitement, momentarily forgot Su Fan's identity, perceiving only a worthy adversary. Su Fan's swordplay was enigmatic, at times resplendent like the blazing sun, at others delicate as the gentle spring breeze. Despite the myriad transformations in his technique, each move flowed seamlessly into the next, devoid of any hint of rigidity or abruptness. In contrast, Xiaoho's swordsmanship was robust and meticulous. While his strikes were bold and infused with the ferocity of battle, he adeptly handled the finer details with a steady grace, embodying the demeanor of a true master. The two, both adept swordsmen, found themselves engulfed in a whirlwind of combat, exchanging 100 blows within mere minutes. This fellow, with his playful demeanor, was remarkably formidable. Xia Yuan observed from the sidelines, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes darting with intrigue. In Su Fan's techniques, she discerned the shadow of the Qing Tian sword, yet many of his moves belonged to entirely different styles. It dawned on her that this individual must possess considerable prowess. It appeared he had feigned ignorance while mingling with the Su family, all the while concealing his true strength. As the battle intensified, their swords met with a soft clash, producing a dull thud. In an instant, a sharp crack resounded, and Su Fan's wooden sword shattered into two pieces. The two combatants momentarily separated, and Xia Yuan rushed forward, joyfully exclaiming, "Stinky brother, your sword is broken. Xiaoho has the upper hand." "Nay, it is I who have lost," Xiaoho replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. "We agreed to spar without the use of internal energy, yet in the heat of battle, I could not help but infuse a modicum of internal force into my blade, resulting in the breakage of the young master's sword. I have lost." Xia Yuan looked at Su Fan and Xiaoho in astonishment. "Did you conspire to deceive me?" "Su Fan, how could you possibly defeat Xiaoho? He has been practicing swordsmanship since the age of 8, amassing over 20 years of experience. I tell you, I began practicing from the age of 2. Do you believe me?" Su Fan replied, somewhat disgruntled. "A wager is a wager. Accept the consequences without excuse. Would Xiaoho deceive anyone? He is not the type to forsake his principles for the sake of a woman, is he? How amusing." Xia Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. What woman? Did you set a wager before your match? Are you planning to give a uni to Xiaoho? You, at least, are the head of the family. You cannot be so shameless. Su Fan retorted. Since I have lost, I shall take responsibility for the consequences. Do not attempt to deceive me with grandiose words. I have lived longer than you. Xia Yuan sneered. Xiaoho, tell Su Fan whether you heed my words or his. The expression on Xiaoho's face darkened. Whether from embarrassment or anger, it was unclear. He hesitated for a moment before softly uttering, I believe losing is simply losing. If one can bear the loss, then one must endure it. You are truly a great fool, or perhaps a great villain. Xia Yuan pointed at Xiaoho's head, exhaling in exasperation before finally saying, Never mind. You lack malice, merely resembling a large papaya. Well, the moment has finally arrived to fulfill our promise. Su Fan nodded then, Dear sister. We agreed that if I triumph over Xiaoho. Indeed, Xia Yuan replied, gazing at Su Fan with a sudden glint of cunning in her eyes. What did I say? Su Fan grinned with pride. If I conquer Xiaoho, then your marriage will be under my discretion. That was your assertion, not mine, Xia Yuan retorted. Xiaoho, please repeat my exact words. Xiaoho pondered for a moment and responded, Miss, you said that if you defeat Xiaoho, you would speak with me. The smile on Su Fan's face gradually froze. Xia Yuan nodded earnestly. Correct, that is precisely what I said. Su Fan, if you defeat Xiaoho, you may converse with me. Women can be truly fearsome. After grinding his teeth for a while, Su Fan finally sighed. You even deceive your own brother. It seems you have grown arrogant, seeking to meddle in my marriage. Xia Yuan chuckled triumphantly. Even if you become the head of the Xia family, my affairs are not for you to decide. If you wish, you may remain alone. Su Fan retorted. Regardless, the Xia family does not lack for your presence. My dear brother, how naive you are, Xia Yuan laughed. It is not that I cannot find a husband. Rather, it is you, Xia family, who hinders me. Whenever I desire, I could marry tonight. Go ahead and boast. I will swiftly prove whether you're merely bragging. Xia Yuan looked at Xiaoho. Xiaoho, would you be willing to marry me? Xiaoho was taken aback, his usually steadfast demeanor trembling slightly. Honestly, I know you do not lie, Xia Yuan warned. If you dare to deceive, I shall ensure you never marry in your lifetime. Lowering his gaze, Xiaoho finally managed to utter two words, willing. See? I told you I wasn't boasting, Xia Yuan declared triumphantly. Indeed, we have reached a mutual understanding. Su Fan stared at Xia Yuan for a long while before saying, Since there is mutual affection, then silence, Xia Yuan interjected, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. Xiaoho, since you admire me, you should work diligently to win my favor. If you can move my heart, marrying you may not be impossible. Xiaoho suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He gazed deeply at Xia Yuan, nodded in acknowledgement, and quickly averted his gaze. You're playing with fire, Su Fan thought, gaining a deeper understanding of Xia Yuan's formidable nature. Xiaoho is no ordinary individual. He is a fearsome super expert, a strategic asset of the family. If she offers Xiaoho hope but fails to deliver, it could destabilize their family as foundation. Daring to toy with a strategic asset like Xiaoho, Xia Yuan is indeed extraordinary. Xiaoho, do not speak of my strength to anyone, Su Fan cautioned. Many believe I am weak. I intend to leverage this misconception to manipulate several matters. Do not jeopardize my plan. Xiaoho bowed deeply to Su Fan, refraining from uttering any further words. Upon returning to the study, Su Fan turned to Xia Yuan and inquired, Have you long held an affection for Xiaoho? What nonsense! Xia Yuan retorted. How could I possibly like someone so unattractive? Indeed, certain individuals possess tastes that diverge significantly from a norm. Su Fan chuckled slightly. I believe I have come to understand. Women are the most cunning creatures in existence. You harbor feelings for him, yet insist that I ignite the spark, all while feigning a sense of being coerced. Alas, Xia Yuan's gaze grew distant, revealing a hint of melancholy. Enough of this charade. I genuinely think Xiaoho is commendable, responsible, and reliable, which is why I introduced you to him. I know that upon seeing him, you would deem him the ideal match for me. However, he lacks a sense of romance. He is simply not entertaining. This is my sole grievance. But you seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit, Su Fan remarked with a laugh. I advise you to be cautious, lest you drive Xia Ho to the brink of madness. As they exchanged banter, the conversation shifted to more serious matters. Su Fan stated, today at the Meng residence, I noticed Xia Yin lurking in a corner, surveilling me. Subsequently, He Yinhua summoned him away. I am uncertain of their clandestine discussions aimed at undermining me. These two have ventured to the Meng family to conspire? Xia Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Su Fan, do you think the Meng family might pose a threat? Without a doubt. The Meng family is questionable, Su Fan replied. Out of respect, shouldn't the eldest son pursue you? To have the eldest son preside over the Meng family while the second son takes charge of the Xia family is a blatant affront to us. If you wed into the Meng family, will you not be subject to your sister-in-law's whims? Furthermore, will you be at the mercy of a host of relatives who might seek to reprimand you? Such a scenario is utterly preposterous. Xia Yuan clenched her fists tightly. Meng Fengxiang, does he believe that by courting me, he can dictate the affairs of the Xia family? We Xia are not to be trifled with. Should you find yourself in a wheelchair shortly after marriage, or worse, in a vegetative state, perish the thought. How could you utter such a curse against me? A teacup came hurtling towards her. Even if I were rendered a mere shell of my former self, you, the esteemed young master of the Xia family, would still be there to manage affairs. My presence was an unforeseen circumstance. The Meng family may already be devising strategies, Su Fan continued. We must feign discord as siblings. I shall portray myself as a weakling, all to ensnare the nefarious individuals. If my conjecture holds true, the Meng family shall soon make their move. If they can easily eliminate me, it will be all the simpler for them to target you. Did you suspect the Meng family all along? Xia Yuan fixed her gaze on Su Fan. When did your doubts regarding the Meng family first arise? From the very moment I laid eyes on Meng Fengxiang. His countenance is inherently displeasing, Su Fan thought, though he could not disclose this to Xia Yuan. In truth, his understanding of the Xia family's alliances and the secrets of their allies far surpassed her imagination. The Xia family's inner circle, the Guardian Dragon clan, held dominion over the rules. They stood outside the fray, possessing knowledge that far exceeded that of someone like Xia Yuan, who was ensnared within the game. Su Fan had already discerned the Meng family's ambitions long before. If they cause a ruckus, Su Fan will naturally teach them a lesson, instilling in them the essence of humanity. The Meng family is hardly worthy of being Su Fan's rival. His true adversary lurks behind the Meng family, a shadow from the celestial demon clan. Within the inner sanctum of the Meng family, several core members conspired with insidious intent. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the situation with the Xia family is quite evident. Meng Qi remarked, Xia Yuan has brought in an impostor, attempting to alleviate their crisis. With a direct descendant now in place, the Xia family can no longer be challenged regarding the succession of the alliance leader. Father, why don't we expose their scheme? The eldest of the Meng family, Meng Feng Tung, inquired perplexedly. Allowing an impostor to flaunt himself is quite displeasing. What benefit would revealing his identity bring us? What loss would it inflict upon the Xia family? Meng Qi chuckled. If we can control Su Fan, he would become our pawn. If we cannot, it will not be too late to unveil his identity later. Once he is intertwined with the Xia family, exposing him will cause them to suffer as well. Xia Yuan, though clever, made a blunder. Meng Fengxiang sneered. Originally, the Xia family had no vulnerabilities, but now they have provided us a target for our attack. Second brother, how do you intend to control Su Fan? Meng Qi asked. The matters concerning the Xia family are under your purview. You must ensure they are handled flawlessly. Father, I have a request. Meng Fengxiang stated. I have meticulously analyzed Su Fan. He is a dilettante who rose through the Wang family's influence and is now clinging to the Xia family. His greatest flaw is his insatiable greed and lust. He is currently not in need of money, so he will indulge in his desires. I propose that my younger sister take action to ensnare him. Meng Yao, the eldest daughter of the Meng family, sitting in a corner of the hall, looked up in surprise at Meng Fengxiang. I refuse. Allowing such a weakling to take advantage is simply too much of a loss. Though he may be feeble, his position is of great significance. Meng Fengxiang urged, do you not see? He is closely attached to him, and Shi Meixen even rushed in seeking to benefit. Regardless of his authenticity, if everyone believes him to be genuine, he may ultimately turn falsehood into reality. Meng Yao retorted, an impostor is still an impostor. When the truth is revealed, I shall be the one ridiculed. Su Fan is destined to be the future head of the Xia family. Meng Fengxiang replied, the position of the head of the Xia family's mistress is also quite illustrious, is it not? Even as a puppet, it surpasses that of 99% of others. Do not deceive me. Su Fan has a wife. Meng Yao scoffed. Being a mistress is amusing, is it? Whether he has a wife or not is merely a matter of our words. A cold smile crept across Meng Qi's face. A mere minor noble from Yin City can be extinguished with the flick of our finger. The eldest daughter of the Wang family won't last long. You need not worry. Father, you also concur with second brother's strategy? Meng Yao's eyes darted. Very well. I shall endure the discomfort and approach that insufferable impostor. I trust that with my abilities, I can easily ensnare him. I will create an opportunity for you to become acquainted. Meng Fengxiang pondered for a moment. Our Tianhai Mansion project features an exclusive promotional event. I have invited Su Fan to attend. When you make your stunning entrance, I am certain Su Fan will be instantly captivated. Isn't that a bit too deliberate? Meng Fengting frowned. If someone with ulterior motives observes, they might become suspicious. I am pursuing Xia Yuan, and this feels like I'm leveraging my brother-in-law to speak in my favor. Meng Fengxiang chuckled. Surely, that rationale is reasonable enough? In the study of the Xia family, Xia Yuan leaned over her desk, repeatedly gazing at the exquisite crimson invitation in her hand. Stop flipping through it. You've been at it for an hour, Su Fan interjected. It's just an invitation. How much can you glean from it? Indeed, it has arrived, Xia Yuan mused. What scheme does Meng Laonyo intend to employ to win you over? Is he perhaps planning to gift you a villa? Am I someone who could be swayed by a mere villa? Su Fan laughed. Unless, of course, that villa is filled with 100 beautiful women. What on earth would you do with 100 beauties? Host a nightclub. Xia Yuan rolled her eyes. I still can't decipher Meng Laonyo's intentions. Whatever it is, I suppose I'll find out when I attend. Su Fan smiled. He wishes to become my brother-in-law. For now, he dares not confront me. If there are benefits to be gained, I shall take them, as ultimately I will not assist him. Be cautious. The Meng family is ruthless and employs every tactic imaginable, Xia Yuan warned. You don't want to find yourself in a precarious situation. She took out her phone and began dialing. I need to do something to ensure your safety. Once the call connected, Xia Yuan cheerfully inquired, Xiao Yi, do you have a moment to chat? Su Fan sat nearby, astonished as he listened to Xia Yuan converse with He Yuni for a quarter of an hour. Finally, he heard Xia Yuan say, Meng Fengxiang has suddenly invited Su Fan to some Tianhai Mansion promotional event. Did you receive an invitation? No. How odd, He Yuni replied. What is the Meng family up to? Do they wish for Su Fan to purchase their villa? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely speculating. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Xia Yuan smiled triumphantly. This is splendid. Given He Yuni's concern for you, she will undoubtedly make an appearance at that promotional event, ensuring your safety. Women can indeed be quite cunning. The following evening, in the opulent banquet hall of Tianhai Mansion, the ambience was dazzling and lively. As Su Fan parked his car and entered the hall, many distinguished guests had already gathered, engaged in animated conversations. In the expansive hall, a striking pair of tall individuals with golden hair and blue eyes performed a graceful folk dance to melodious music. A jester-like magician entertained the crowd with tricks, his comical expressions and antics eliciting peals of laughter from onlookers. The atmosphere brimmed with joy, uplifting Su Fan's spirits as well. Within moments of standing at the entrance, a tall figure swiftly approached, grasping Su Fan's arm. Young Master Fan, welcome. Xiang Xiao. Su Fan exclaimed with a smile, the ambience is fantastic. You truly are a professional. You've misjudged, this is not my doing. Meng Fengxiang chuckled. Come, allow me to introduce you to the masterminds behind the scenes. The two individuals made their way to one side of the hall, approaching a small circle. A group of affluent young men gathered around a strikingly tall beauty engaged in conversation. This enchanting woman stood at approximately 175 centimeters, her commanding presence overshadowing the men beside her. clad in a tailored blue suit and black ankle-strap heels. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back. With a slender face, eyes resembling black jewels, and exquisitely refined features, she exuded an air of delicate elegance that belied her towering stature. "Io, allow me to introduce a friend," Meng Fengxiang said with a smile. "This is Su Fan, the young master of the Xia family. Need I say more?" The beauty extended her long, fair hand, gazing alluringly at the captivated Su Fan. "Young Master Fan, it has been a while. I am Meng Yao. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chapter 65. A disrupted affair. Meng Yao's height left a profound impact on Su Fan. Standing at 175 centimeters, coupled with her heels, she nearly matched his own height of 180 centimeters. The visual astonishment brought forth by such a stunning beauty made Su Fan's heart flutter. He reached out to shake Meng Yao's hand, managing a shy smile. "Miss Meng is truly remarkable, both in talent and beauty, a most impressive presence." Meng Yao smiled seductively and linked her arm with Su Fan's. "It's rather noisy here. Let us find a quieter place to converse." Like a bewildered child, Su Fan allowed himself to be led away by Meng Yao. Meanwhile, several pairs of envious eyes fixated on his retreating figure, their glares filled with malice. If looks could kill, Su Fan would have been thoroughly vanquished. That insufferable fool dares to court all the young ladies of the Alliance, and everyone is bowing to his status. One young master muttered under his breath. "I cannot tolerate this any longer. If I don't make him pay today, I shall suffocate." "I'll join you in this," another chimed in. "We'll settle both old and new scores with him. Count me in." While the young masters schemed behind him, Su Fan remained blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. Standing beside Meng Yao at a serene bar counter, they engaged in light-hearted banter. Meng Yao's charming laughter ensnared Su Fan like a spider weaving its web, drawing them closer until they stood no more than 10 centimeters apart. The sound of footsteps approached. A suited attendant hurried over, speaking softly, "Miss, the ceremony requires your address. You also need to socialize with several esteemed guests from the embassy." "Oh, how disappointing," Meng Yao replied with dissatisfaction. "We were enjoying ourselves so much, and now I must attend to such tiresome matters." She grasped Su Fan's arm, saying, "Wait for me. Don't run off. Once I've completed my duties, we shall share a drink together. I will take you to the highest viewpoint of Tianhai Mansion to gaze upon the starry river." With a graceful departure, Meng Yao left. Su Fan settled at the bar, now fully aware of the Meng family's scheming. It became clear that the Meng family intended to use Meng Yao's charm to completely control him, the future master of the Xia family. In time, he would be ensnared by Meng Yao, while Xiaowan would fall under the influence of Meng Fengxiang. The vast estate of the Xia family would ultimately rest in the hands of the Meng family, subject to their whims. However, they have underestimated the strength of the Xia family. Given Xiaowan's cunning nature, even without her presence, it would be an insurmountable task for the Meng family to seize control of Xia Garden. Meng Yao's meticulous calculations are destined to end in failure. While he was swiftly contemplating countermeasures, a servant approached with a respectful bow, saying, "Young Master Fan, Miss Meng requests your presence in the grove behind the banquet hall." Su Fan drained his cup and rose from the banquet hall, making his way through the corridor to the back entrance. In stark contrast to the vibrant festivities of the banquet hall, the expansive grove behind exuded an unusual tranquility. Upon arriving at the square in the center of the grove, before he could settle onto a bench, he was met with a piercing, disdainful laugh. Several imposing figures emerged before Su Fan, cornering him in one section of the grove. "What is happening?" Su Fan expressed his surprise. "Do you gentlemen require something from me?" "Indeed," replied a tall young man at the forefront. A cruel smile etched across his face. "We are here to express our gratitude." "But I do not know you," Su Fan responded. "Though you may not be acquainted with us, you have certainly done us a great service," the young man retorted venomously. "I orchestrated a scandal involving a pair of sisters, leading them to pregnancy only to abandon them. And it was you who spread the tale, was it not?" Another voice chimed in. "The Yunhai group rejected my acquisition proposal, so I had their property dismantled. Do you recall that incident? I slandered Tian Sheng Pharmaceuticals for producing counterfeit drugs, resulting in fatalities and the ruin of a century-old establishment. You were the one who leaked that information, weren't you? One by one, the young masters voiced their grievances, each brimming with anger, eager to exact vengeance upon Su Fan. Suddenly enlightened, Su Fan realized the identity of these individuals. Some time ago, he had asked Yu Yong to expose dirt on those from the Xia family alliance. And these were the victims of his machinations. Wait, gentlemen, you must be mistaken, Su Fan exclaimed in astonishment. I had no knowledge of these matters until today, and I am equally shocked to hear them. Do not feign innocence. Who else could commit such heinous acts? One young master shouted. Everyone else in our alliance is well aware of their secrets, with each holding leverage over the others, and we would never turn against one another. But I have just arrived at the Xia family, and am unaware of your private affairs. Su Fan protested. The misdeeds you speak of are news to me as well. You claim ignorance, yet does your elder sister share your lack of awareness? A young master bellowed. You dig up dirt while others expose it, playing both sides, utterly despicable. Exposing the vile has become a crime in itself. Su Fan murmured under his breath. Having committed countless misdeeds, they take pride in their infamy. Silence. And what of your own character? Another young master retorted. In just a few days at the Xia family, which young lady of any merit has escaped your grasp? You are equally vile, just as much a scoundrel as we are. How could a paragon like Miss Ming ever be within your reach? A young master sneered. Today, we shall teach you a lesson and rid the alliance of its filth. Strike him, render him incapable of self-sufficiency, break his limbs, ensuring he can never commit misdeeds again. A group of affluent young men suddenly surrounded Su Fan, preparing to unleash a ferocious beating upon him. Su Fan, in a state of disarray, deftly evaded their blows, his heart brimming with delight, just when he was pondering how to extricate himself from the trap set by the Meng family. These valiant young men unexpectedly took it upon themselves to confront the challenge. If only Yuni would appear just in time to rescue him, the narrative would reach a splendid resolution. One young man thrust his fist towards Su Fan's chest. Mere inches from impact, a delicate hand reached out from the side and firmly grasped the assailant's wrist. Release him. Which scoundrel dares to meddle in our affairs? The young man, infuriated, turned his head to find a frosty, exquisite visage and a rapidly approaching fist. Yuni had miraculously materialized beside Su Fan, her left hand seizing the young man's fist while her right delivered a punishing blow to his nose. Blood spurted forth, accompanied by a cacophony of emotions that caused the young man to emit a piercing scream. In the next moment, Yuni had seized his belt with one hand and his neck with the other. The unfortunate young man was hoisted into the air before being forcefully slammed to the ground. Yuni, the other youths, gripped by fear, were paralyzed. Yuni was notorious within the alliance as a formidable femme fatale, decisive and unyielding. She never held back in a confrontation. Those who engaged in nefarious deeds and fell into her clutches were invariably subjected to a relentless thrashing. From childhood, the sight of Yuni had rendered them quaking in trepidation. Witnessing her heroic arrival to defend Su Fan, the others exhibited a complete lack of loyalty, turning on their heels and fleeing wildly, wishing they had been born with 2 additional legs. Escape? In your dreams. Yuni, like a specter, darted through the scene. One by one, she apprehended the young men and lifted them into the air, slamming them down to the ground as if they were mere sandbags. The young men lay in a heap, their anguished cries echoing through the air. As the commotion ensued, onlookers spilled out from the banquet hall. First came Meng Fengxiang, accompanied by his minions. It wasn't long before Meng Yao appeared, her expression grim, at the scene of the brawl. Miss He, I demand an explanation, he bellowed, surveying the writhing young man on the ground and the coldly resolute Yuni at their side. The He family is audacious, coming to our Meng family's territory to wreak havoc. I too seek an explanation from you, Yuni retorted with a sardonic smile. You lured Fan Shao here with the intent of having these scoundrels assault him? Fan Shao is not only the head of the Xia family, but also the leader of the alliance. If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. Fan Shao, Meng Yao stepped forward, gazing at Su Fan with concern. What on earth transpired? Weren't you in the banquet hall? How did you end up here? A servant summoned me, claiming you wanted me to wait here, Su Fan replied, feeling aggrieved. Yet, As soon as I arrived, these young men suddenly encircled me, intent on attacking. I have never encountered them before, and am completely unaware of who they are. It's all your fault. This is the consequence of your lecherous ways. Yuni approached Su Fan, adjusting his collar. A beautiful woman beckons, and you scamper over like a tail-wagging puppy, only to get beaten senseless. Had I not arrived in time, today would have sealed your fate. Chapter 66. The dawn of a high-stakes confrontation. Not at all. It was young Master Xiang who invited me to the banquet, Su Fan replied. I had no inkling that I would encounter Miss Meng Yao Yao today. What about you? At such a late hour, what brings you here? Had you not come to my rescue, I might have found myself in dire straits. Yuni's eyes sparkled mischievously. I had no plans for the evening, so I called Sister Yuan for a chat. She mentioned that you were attending a banquet here, and I happened to be idly wandering in the nearby mall, so I thought I would come and join you for some fun. Since the Meng family's real estate is opening, as an ally, I decided to show my support, as long as they don't consider me an enemy. What a fortunate coincidence that you were wandering the mall. Meng Yao smirked coldly as she approached a young master, helping him to his feet. Brother, did you come here specifically to make a fool of me? She inquired. Can you explain what transpired? Miss Meng, the young master bowed his head in shame. We simply found that loser intolerable and intended to teach him a lesson. He has slandered us online and has been flirting with the young ladies of the Alliance. We couldn't stand by and let it happen. Damn it. Meng Yao seethed with rage. She instantly deduced the cause of this conflict. It was merely a group of young masters embroiled in jealousy. They had witnessed her deliberate attempts to befriend Su Fan, coupled with a long-standing feud with the Xia family, which had culminated in this absurd scene. They sought revenge, yet Meng Yao was wholly indifferent. However, they should not have interfered with her plans to win over Su Fan, risking her carefully laid strategies. You chose a splendid time and place for your petty revenge. Meng Yao delivered a swift kick, sending the young master she was holding sprawling. Turning to Su Fan, she forced a smile despite her displeasure. Young Master Fan, I apologize for not safeguarding you better today. That was never my intention. Well, I trust you, Su Fan nodded. I believe young Master Xiang did not invite me merely to assault me. If he wished to beat me up, he could do so anywhere, without needing to bring me to his own territory. Standing nearby, Meng Fengxiang clenched his fist tightly. This scoundrel speaks in such a roundabout manner. He truly deserves a beating. Young master, allow me to escort you back, Yuni said thoughtfully. Given the current dangers lurking everywhere, it's unwise for you to wander alone. Let us go, Su Fan agreed, glancing at Meng Fengxiang. Young Master Xiang, since today's incident occurred within the Meng family, I would appreciate your assistance in investigating it thoroughly. Later, please discuss this matter with my elder sister from the Xia family to clarify the situation. We cannot allow someone's attempt on my life to tarnish the relationship between our families. Certainly, Meng Fengxiang suppressed the urge to give Su Fan a sound thrashing as he watched him leave with Yuni. Xiaowan was even more formidable than Su Fan. The Meng family would have to bear considerable costs to quell Xiaowan's fury. As they reached the main road outside Tianhai Mansion, Su Fan asked, Where are you planning to take me for protection? Earlier, I was wandering in the nearby mall when Yuni, with a cunning smile, suggested, Since there's nothing else for you to do here, how about accompanying me for a stroll in the mall? However, the external world is fraught with peril. This was merely a statement made for Meng Yao's ears. With me around, what danger could you possibly face? Yuni insisted, pulling Su Fan away. Unless, of course, you would rather accompany that tall and robust woman, Meng Yao. That is hardly the case. I too am a victim here. In the depths of night, within the grand hall of the Meng family, a seemingly simple matter had spiraled into chaos. Meng Qi furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the situation with those young masters? Why was Yuni present at the banquet? Meng Yao gritted her teeth and remarked, When fate turns against you, even a sip of cool water can be a hindrance. That is not the point, Meng Fengxiang interjected. What appears simple often conceals a complex backdrop. Those young masters were indeed an unwelcome intrusion. Yuni must have had ulterior motives. She has been quietly safeguarding Su Fan. In other words, regardless of the presence of those young masters, she would have disrupted our plans. Meng Yao fumed. That woman is truly relentless. The He family stands as a staunch supporter of the Xia family, making them a target we must eliminate. Meng Qi asserted, as long as the He family opposes us, we cannot fully control the Xia family. Then let us eliminate her. Meng Fengxiang suggested. The He family possesses He Yunhua, a valuable pawn who can assist us. Currently, many within the He family do not align with He Yuni's ideals. If He Yuni were to suddenly perish, the He family could become our allies. However, if we directly kill her, others may suspect us. Meng Qi pondered, we must devise a strategy that achieves two objectives with a single action. If we refrain from taking action against her, Su Fan will not spare her either. The three siblings of the Meng family gazed at Meng Qi in astonishment. It's quite simple. We can impersonate He Yuni and eliminate someone who should never have entered this game. Meng Qi sneered, such a sophisticated scheme. Lowly individuals should not be part of it, and they will inevitably be cast aside. I have an idea, Meng Fengxiang suddenly exclaimed, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Wang Xueyan. We can send someone to impersonate He Yuni and kill Wang Xueyan. This would eliminate the threat she poses, and Su Fan would seek vengeance for Wang Xueyan, thus dealing with He Yuni. He Yuni harbors feelings for Su Fan, while Wang Xueyan serves as an obstacle on her path to him. Meng Yao gazed at Meng Qi with admiration. Father, you truly excel in strategy. This is a case of using a light touch to achieve a mighty effect. Subduing the enemy without conflict. He Yuni possesses both the motive and the capability to eliminate Wang Xueyan. The critical question remains, who shall we assign to execute this task? Meng Fengxiang contemplated. He Yuni's unique skills and formidable strength are difficult to replicate. I shall handle this matter. A mysterious smile appeared on Meng Qi's face. For certain tasks, it is better to enlist the help of friends. They can execute their duties with finesse and distance us from any suspicion. As the night deepened, the world succumbed to tranquility. A fleeting shadow, clad in black, glided over the tall walls of the Wang family estate, landing gracefully in the expansive courtyard. It was a slender woman, robed in black, with hair cascading to her waist and features as exquisite as a painting. Her footsteps glided across the ground, akin to a specter floating through the air. Her feet hovered an inch above the earth, never making contact with the surface. At her waist, she bore two intricately designed anime daggers. The exquisite filigreed handles emitted a faint, haunting glow, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld them. The woman floated through the courtyard, gliding past the silent corridor, eventually appearing before a delicate two-story building. This was the private chamber of Wang Xueyan, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. As she approached, just as she reached to push open the slightly ajar courtyard door, her movement suddenly froze. She whirled around, her eyes flashing with an unsettling crimson light. A shuffling sound echoed from afar. An old man, stooped and clad in tattered garments, emerged from the shadows, dragging a broom behind him. His expression was vacant, resembling that of a somnambulant servant, up early to tidy the courtyard. In the next instant, the enigmatic woman stood before the old man. She drew one of her anime daggers, aiming for the old man's heart, just before the dagger could strike. A peculiar smile flickered across the old man's face. The next moment, a colossal fist crashed into the woman's chest. The force of the blow was so immense. It seemed to transcend the limitations of this realm. Her chest caved in dramatically, the outline of the fist visible on her back. In the blink of an eye, the woman's formidable physique disintegrated. Yet, oddly, no blood flowed from her chest. Instead, a pitch-black void gaped open. Even more bizarrely, the woman, despite the gaping wound, did not perish. Her body defied the laws of physics, as if bound by an invisible tether, soaring into the inky night sky, vanishing from sight. The demon had emerged, casting a shadow over the world of martial arts. The old man shook his head in resignation, dragging his broom back into the darkness. Inside the villa, Su Fan was deep in slumber. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, awakening from his profound sleep. Silently rising, he descended to the first floor, arriving at the living room. Upon seeing the old man seated on the sofa, legs crossed, Su Fan leaped forward, enveloping the old man in an exuberant embrace and laughing heartily. "Old man, how could you bear to come and see me?" Chapter 67. He overstepped boundaries. Come down quickly. How old are you to be pouncing on someone? The old man struggled to extricate Su Fan from his grasp. I came to attend to some matters and thought I would check on you. I have some unfortunate news. The demons have infiltrated the city. Are they courting death? Su Fan's expression darkened. Should I mobilize 1,000 cannons to obliterate their lair? They sneaked in, likely summoned for a covert mission, the old man replied. It just so happens that it is my turn to monitor the demon lair. I noticed something emerge and followed it here. What did the demon do upon entering? So finding Kuwait. Where is it now? Have you eliminated it? Otherwise, how could we be so leisurely chatting here? Su Fan serves as the agent of the Dragon Guardian clan in the mortal realm. With the remnants of the celestial demon infiltrating his territory, he must unravel the intricacies of the situation and respond accordingly. I have inflicted a grievous wound upon that demon, ensuring it cannot wreak havoc for at least a century. The old man grinned. However, it has disguised itself as a member of the Xia clan alliance, leading me to suspect it is enacting a sinister plot. Su Fan inquired with astonishment, which family's identity is it assuming? During this period, I have been at the Xia residence. The young lady summoned me back to inherit the position of clan leader. You bear the weight of duty and familial ties alike. The old man remarked with a hint of malice. Ah, the vigor of youth. I, on the other hand, have no desire to move an inch. By the way, I have gotten married. Suddenly, Su Fan recalled a significant matter. The engagement arranged years ago by the Su family had been brought to light by the bride's family. Unable to evade it, I had no choice but to obtain a marriage certificate. Marriage is indeed a joyous occasion, the old man chuckled. Hurry and strive to have 10 or 8 children to bolster our reserves. Do not even think of absconding with my children for training. Su Fan retorted, his tone cautious. Do not shear one sheep bare. Nurturing the next generation is your responsibility. Must I be relied upon in my old age? The old man continued. The celestial demon is impersonating a woman from a He family within the alliance. Its weapon of choice is a pair of Amei daggers, the ancestral arms of the He clan. The celestial demon is masquerading as a member of the He family? Su Fan's expression turned grave. It is highly likely it is posing as the He family's eldest daughter, He Yuni. What could its intentions be? It seems intent on assassination, the old man replied. Its target is a prominent family residing in a grand estate adjacent to a commercial district. The attack is aimed at a small courtyard, which contains a 2-story building. I intercepted it at the gate and dealt it a harsh blow. Regardless of whom it intended to kill, it has already breached our threshold. Su Fan gradually rose, his expression peculiar. Is that courtyard situated in the southwestern corner of the estate? Is there a vast open space in front of it? The old man gazed at Su Fan in astonishment. How do you know this? Do you have acquaintances there? Too familiar. Su Fan's eyes glinted coldly. Damn that celestial demon. It seeks to impersonate He Yuni to assassinate my wife, Wang Xueyan. Even the old man, with his profound cultivation, could not suppress a bead of cold sweat. Had he not happened to follow and severely injure the demon, Su Fan would have faced a tragic calamity, and the alliance would have endured a tempestuous upheaval. Curse that wretched thing, the old man muttered angrily. Is it possible that someone within the alliance is once again unwilling to let matters rest? The Meng family must already be infiltrated by the celestial demon. Su Fan's mind raced. The Meng family seeks to control me, and He Yuni stands as their obstacle. They have devised this treacherous scheme to force my wife to vacate her position, allowing the Meng family's eldest daughter to ascend while simultaneously placing the blame for the murder on He Yuni. The greatest issue facing humanity is the abundance of spies. The old man stated coldly, this matter must be handled with utmost care, delivering the harshest warnings to the opposing party. Otherwise, today he would dare to kill your wife. Tomorrow, he would have the audacity to slay your elder sister or any person close to you. Meng Qi has overstepped his bounds. Su Fan took a seat, having regained his composure. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Some individuals, if not kept in check, would soar to unimaginable heights. A family devoid of reverence stands perilously close to an abyss. The elder, intrigued, inquired, what do you intend to do? Offense is the best form of defense. Su Fan replied, with the celestial demons already summoned, how could an ordinary person hope to defend against them. They must receive a modest lesson to understand that some matters require serious and careful consideration before acting impulsively. The elder vanished, resuming his surveillance of the concealed entrance to the celestial demon's lair. This was a tedious yet noble endeavor, consuming the precious lives of many elites from the Hulong family. Should the lurking celestial demons infiltrate the human realm, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Su Fan ascended the stairs to change into a black outfit, discreetly departing the villa. In matters concerning celestial demons, he could not delegate. He must personally intervene. At the Meng residence, Meng Qi emerged from the secret chamber, his face ashen. His expression was peculiar, a blend of confusion tinged with a faint trace of fear. Such a visage on someone accustomed to wielding control signified the emergence of a dreadful crisis. Moments later, Meng Fengxiang and Meng Yao appeared in Meng Qi's living room. Noticing the grim countenance of Meng Qi, Meng Fengxiang cautiously asked, "Father, what has transpired?" "The assassination attempt on Wang Xueyan has failed," Meng Qi rasped, his voice hoarse. "Our operatives were injured by a mysterious expert. Could it be that Su Fan anticipated an attack on Wang Xueyan and preemptively dispatched bodyguards?" Meng Fengxiang reassured him. "Let us send more people to deal with her. One failure does not signify defeat. She may evade the initial strike, but she cannot escape the final blow. It is not as simple as you envision." Meng Qi retorted with agitation. "We must locate that enigmatic expert. Otherwise, we shall find no peace. Where's the eldest?" He glanced at his son and daughter. His expression icy. "Is he still asleep? That incompetent fool. With such procrastination and ineptitude, how can I trust him to inherit the family legacy?" Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed from the depths of the estate. The wail was so piercing that it sent chills down the spines of the Meng family trio in the quiet of the night. Something has happened. The three leapt from the sofa in unison, rushing toward the source of the scream. In Meng Fengting's residence, the front door stood ajar. In the dim light, Meng Fengting's towering figure was rigidly poised at the threshold, frozen mid-step. Yet he would never take another step beyond that door. A line of blood faintly appeared on Meng Fengting's neck. A sharp blade had severed his throat. This weapon was so swift and precise that it truly achieved a killing without the sight of blood. Meng Fengting, the eldest son of the Meng family, the designated heir of the clan, in the realm of the Meng family, where the top 5 martial artists are recognized as superlative masters and acknowledged as future luminaries of the alliance, an unfathomable tragedy has unfolded. One of their own, Meng Fengting, was slain at the threshold of his own home. Despite the multitude of experts and the stringent defenses surrounding the Meng family, they were rendered inconsequential in the eyes of a terrifying assassin. Witnessing the wide-eyed terror etched upon Meng Fengting's face, Meng Qi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling involuntarily. Su Fan's vengeance was crude and direct, descending upon him with the mercilessness of divine retribution. Striking without forewarning, this wretched villain had extinguished his hopes and aspirations, shattering his ever-rising ambitions. The harsh reality bore down on Meng Qi, should he disregard the rules. Su Fan would dispatch him as easily as one would a mere dog. Indeed, the Meng family had the backing of the celestial demon. Yet the assassin sent to execute the task had been nearly vanquished. This was the celestial demon, exalted and seemingly invincible. How deep were the roots of the Xia family? Today, it was Meng Fengting who fell. Who will be the next victim? Chapter 68. Who is the mastermind? A minute passed, pale and interminable. True to his reputation as a formidable figure, Meng Qi quickly regained his composure after a moment of shock. He darted to the lifeless body of Meng Fengting, lifting it and carrying it into the inner chamber. Upon returning to the hall, he found Meng Fengting's siblings, Meng Xiang and Meng Yao, standing in a stupor, their faces ashen as death itself. "Awaken!" Meng Qi exclaimed as he struck the faces of Meng Xiang and Meng Yao, rousing them to the urgency of their situation. "You must regain your senses at once and respond appropriately. Otherwise, the next to perish may be one of you. What kind of person could be so deranged?" Meng Xiang, like a wounded beast, howled, "I shall avenge my elder brother. Come, let us confer at my place," Meng Qi replied, turning away with resolute steps and a composed demeanor. He was the family's beacon of hope. He could not afford to show weakness. Seated in the parlor, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The truth of the elder brother's murder must not be divulged to anyone. Meng Qi spoke with a hint of exhaustion. Tomorrow morning, we shall announce that he succumbed to a sudden illness. The impact on our reputation is too severe. But elder brother was a formidable expert. How could he suddenly fall ill? Wang Xueyan countered. Even if others remain silent, they will surely suspect that something unusual transpired. Let them speculate. That is their affair. Meng Qi responded. What is paramount now is to uncover the truth behind this incident. Could it be that Su Fan is playing the role of a fool while concealing his true intentions? Meng Xueyan pondered. If anyone could decipher our plans, it would be Su Fan, who is deeply entangled in this, Meng Xueyan replied. Moreover, his bond with Wang Xueyan runs deep. He is undoubtedly concerned for her safety. He cannot possess such strength, Meng Yao interjected. I have been in close proximity to him, and he exudes no aura of martial prowess. Having been raised by the Su family for over 20 years, could such a mercantile household possibly cultivate him into a master? He has been at the Xia family for merely a few days. How could he possibly deduce that the assassination of Wang Xueyan was orchestrated by us? In the alliance, every young lady harbors intentions towards him, including Hiyuni. They would all rejoice and celebrate if anything were to befall Wang Xueyan. After a prolonged silence, Meng Qi finally reached a conclusion. Su Fan is an intruder. He spoke slowly. We all understand that he is merely a symbol, devoid of his own soul. He is merely a commodity, one that everyone strives to possess, to hold firmly in their grasp. If he truly has issues, then our eyes must be blind. Meng Fengxiang and Meng Yao nodded in agreement. If their suspicions were correct, the one orchestrating the mischief was none other than Xiaowan. Meng Qi remarked coldly. She is a woman with an overwhelming desire for control, capable of discreetly monitoring Wang Xueyan. Such a thing is within her capacity. What I fail to comprehend is why she would send such formidable experts to shadow Wang Xueyan. He gazed at his children. The assassin I commissioned to eliminate Wang Xueyan, however, is from a sect. Collaborating with the celestial demons is the utmost secrecy. Within the Meng family, aside from myself, no one else is privy to this. The mention of the sect elicited expressions of shock from Meng Fengxiang and Meng Yao. The term sect signifies a revered assembly of cultivators. They exist beyond the confines of the martial world, pursuing the elusive path of the heavenly Tao, though they seldom concern themselves with worldly matters. Their power is sufficient to easily crush top-tier warriors. Father, we're actually backed by the power of the sect. Meng Fengxiang's face lit up with excitement. He finally understood why his father dared to challenge the lofty Xia family. With the support of the sect, the Meng family feared no one. Meng Yao, with her keen intellect, looked at Meng Qi in astonishment and exclaimed, the individuals sent by the sect were actually severely injured by Wang Xueyan's bodyguards? Wang Xueyan is an inconsequential, ordinary person. Why would Xiaowan invest so much in her? Unless Wang Xueyan possesses some unique value. Wang Xueyan must have a reason for her survival. Meng Qi seemed to have pieced together a revelation. She is the leverage Xiaowan uses to control Su Fan. As long as Wang Xueyan remains under Xiaowan's influence, Su Fan will be compelled to act according to her demands. From this perspective, Wang Xueyan is even more crucial than Su Fan. Yet this remains terrifying, Meng Yao remarked. Xiaowan's subordinates were able to severely injure the experts we dispatched from the sect. Just how many such individuals does the Xia family possess? I have long asserted that the Xia family is not to be underestimated. Meng Qi spoke slowly. The Xia family has a legacy spanning thousands of years, backed by a mysterious council of elders. In essence, the council of elders is a super sect. Everything suddenly made sense. Meng Fengxiang exclaimed. Xiaowan dispatched expert from the Xia family to avenge our attack on Wang Xueyan, leading to the death of our elder brother. Only the experts of the Xia family could infiltrate our heavily guarded inner residence undetected. I have underestimated this woman. Meng Qi gradually clenched his fists. So she has been playing us for fools all along, while secretly being a ruthless tyrant. Meng Fengxiang felt a chill run down his neck. He realized with horror that he had been striving to marry Xiaowan all this time. In the event that Xiaowan suddenly turns hostile, my life would be in jeopardy. Fear not, for once we ascertain the opponent's weaknesses, we shall stand invincible. Noticing the tension on the faces of the young couple, Meng Qi reassured them. Since I dare to challenge the Xia family, I possess the confidence to do so. Let me assure you, the sect I represent holds power comparable to that of the Xia family. Otherwise, Xiaowan would have already led the elders of the Xia clan to our doorstep. Our backing is fundamentally equal, and neither party wishes to escalate matters to mutual destruction. Thus, our battlefield remains within the mundane world. He sighed deeply. In this round, we have lost. There is plenty of time ahead. I shall ensure that the Xia family pays back the enmity tenfold. In the morning, Su Fan was roused from his slumber by the jarring ringtone of his phone. Reaching for the device, he answered, only to hear Xia Wan's frantic voice. Su Fan, Meng Feng Tung is dead. What? This is so sudden, Su Fan muttered. But Xia Wan continued excitedly. Meng Qi's eldest son, the heir of the Meng family. Meng Feng Tung passed away last night due to a sudden illness. Oh dear, truly. The heavens are unpredictable, Su Fan sighed. Just a few days ago, I attended the birthday celebration of the Meng family's elder. It's shocking how swiftly one can transition from life to death. Enough of your lamentations. A deceased friend does not prevent the living from thriving. Xiaowan exclaimed. Come over immediately. We need to discuss this matter. Why such fervor? Su Fan replied. Women and their gossip. Someone dies, and you're so exhilarated. Xiaowan retorted. How can you be so insensitive? Meng Feng Tung was as strong as an ox. Would he truly succumb to a sudden illness? There must be more to this story. Perhaps there's internal strife within the Meng family. You are destined to be the future leader of the alliance. You must learn to navigate such affairs. With reluctance, Su Fan eventually got out of bed, completed his morning routine, and drove away from the villa towards the Xia family estate. Alas, what a thunderbolt out of the blue. In the Xia family study, Xiaowan rested her chin on her hand, her mind clearly elsewhere. Let us not dwell on the trivial. We must fulfill our obligations as allies, Su Fan remarked. Observe, I have even changed into my black suit. Should we not pay our respects? By the way, could you fetch me a pair of sunglasses? Perhaps you should bring your wife along as well. Such a solemn occasion presents a fine opportunity for her to make an appearance. Do not jest, Su Fan replied, casting a peculiar glance at Xiaowan. Such grim news might frighten my wife. What is there to fear? Do you know something I do not? Xiaowan looked at Su Fan with suspicion. I know you are cunning and have your own sources of information. What nonsense! How could I possibly know about the Meng family's affairs? At that moment, Su Fan's phone rang again. Answering the call, he heard Qi Meishin's voice. Young Master Fan, are you aware of the situation with the Meng family? I am. I am preparing to accompany my sister to express our condolences at the Meng residence. Wait for me. I will go to the Xia family to meet you, and we will go to the Meng family together. Qi Meishin continued. This joint visit will signify the close relationship between the Qi and Xia families. A death has occurred in the Meng family. Should they go mad and lash out, we will be able to look out for one another. Just as the call ended, He Yanni's voice came through. Fangu, I will arrive at the Xia residence in 5 minutes. The eldest of the Meng family has passed away. Let's go pay our respects together. Chapter 69. A lesson in flattery. As Su Fan hung up the phone, Xiao Wanyan remarked with envy, you truly possess remarkable skills. In just a few days back at the Xia residence, you have managed to rally the young ladies of the alliance to your side. Although it feels as if you're mocking me, I still take pride in it, Su Fan replied. The young ladies are an integral part of the alliance. Moreover, their grasp of the prevailing winds is far more astute than that of many self-important men. Even a fierce character like Meng Yao desires a piece of my coveted reputation. The atmosphere in the Meng family was solemn and grave. A long procession of cars slowly entered the expansive parking lot of the Meng residence. The core members of the Xia, He, and Qi families, leading other family members, formed a neat line as they entered the somber morning hall. Xiaowan walked at the forefront of the procession, with Su Fan following closely behind. He Yuni and Qi Meishin flanked Su Fan, each grasping one of his arms. All clad in black attire and wearing sunglasses, the large contingent of over 100 individuals made their way into the morning hall, bowing in respect before the imposing black and white portrait of Meng Fengting. Among the Meng family members, Meng Fengxiang and Meng Yao stood to one side, bowing in acknowledgement of the guests. Meng Qi and his wife sat on a side chair, their faces haggard, as if they had aged a decade in an instant. Approaching Meng Qi, Xiaowan expressed her concern. Head of the Meng family, this has all come so unexpectedly. If there is anything the alliance can assist with, please do not hesitate to let us know. We will do our utmost. Thank you, alliance leader, Meng Qi replied, rising to shake Xiaowan's hand and nodding in acknowledgement towards Su Fan and the others. My son has suddenly passed away due to an old ailment resurfacing. I am utterly at a loss, he said, scrutinizing Xiaowan's expression. If there has been any oversight in hospitality, I pray for your understanding. Xiaowan's face bore a heavy expression, revealing no signs of abnormality. Behind her, Su Fan, He Yuni, and Qi Meixin wore expressions of comfort and regret. What excellent actors they are, Meng Qi inwardly cursed, watching the backs of Xiaowan and her companions depart, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. This matter would not simply be left unresolved. While he could not act against the Xia family for the time being, those allies who flattered the Xia family would not escape unscathed. He needed to orchestrate something to make Xiaowan aware. Having taken his son, they would pay a price beyond measure. As the group exited the morning hall and made their way to the parking lot, Su Fan, seated opposite Xiaowan, queried, "Where has Xia Yin gone? I did not see him leaving." "Perhaps he is engaged in conversation with acquaintances," Xiaowan replied, glancing at Su Fan. "How observant you are. I had not even noticed Xia Yun's absence." "You, my dear, are as oblivious as a man," Su Fan retorted. "What of Yinhua?" He continued. "He was following closely behind Yuni when we entered. I seem to have missed him on the way out. Have the evildoers regrouped?" Xiaowan furrowed her brows in contemplation. "Little brother, if you have nothing else to do, please keep an eye on things. These matters are precarious. If they engage in malevolent activities, we would be utterly defenseless." Upon returning to his office at the company, Yu Yong awaited his arrival. Su Fan addressed Yu Yong, stating, "There are two matters I need you to attend to immediately." Yu Yong nodded, and Su Fan continued, "Last night, a nefarious individual attempted to harm my wife, but I intercepted him before he could succeed. Master, this is absolutely unforgivable." Yu Yong's face displayed remorse. "It is entirely my fault for not being vigilant enough, allowing the lady to face such a grave threat. Rest assured, this will never happen again." Su Fan added, "There is another matter. Within the Xia family alliance, keep a close watch on He Yunhua from the He family and Xia Yun from the Xia family. These two are entwined with the Meng family, which poses a significant concern. I will keep a sharp eye on the Meng family." Yu Yong nodded affirmatively. "I will ensure their movements are closely monitored." Su Fan questioned. "The Meng family is not to be underestimated. Their background is quite intricate. While conducting surveillance, it is preferable to gather no information than to risk being detected." Yu Yong departed, swiftly mobilizing the formidable intelligence apparatus at his disposal. The extensive network of detection loomed over He Yunhua and others like a vast net. By Wang Xueyan's side, subtle figures emerged, elite operatives from Tan Hua's command, who, unbeknownst to Wang Xueyan, had formed a tight protective perimeter around her. The following evening, Yu Yong arrived at Su Fan's villa. "Master, it appears that He Yunhua is plotting something sinister," he reported. Today, he stealthily ventured to a tungsten mine on the outskirts of the city, where he lingered for an extended period. A tungsten mine? What would he possibly intend to do? Su Fan pondered aloud. Is he planning to instigate some form of sabotage? During He Yunhua's time at the mine, a service vehicle delivered supplies to the site. Yu Yong informed him, "I have already investigated that vehicle. It belongs to a subsidiary of the Meng family that specializes in safety blasting. This is rather ominous." Su Fan mused. "Although I am uncertain of his intentions, an unsettling feeling grows within me, as if something catastrophic is imminent." He turned to Yu Yong, instructing, "Send personnel to infiltrate the tungsten mine and familiarize themselves with all the passages. Prepare an escape route, should any trouble arise. The individuals within the mine must ensure their safety." "I have already dispatched personnel to investigate the mine," Yu Yong confirmed. "I will arrange for your directives immediately." The following afternoon, Su Fan received an urgent phone call from Yu Yong. "Master, there has been an accident at the He family's tungsten mine," Yu Yong reported, his voice tense. "A passage has collapsed, trapping over a dozen workers underground. Our surveillance team has also been caught in the collapse, though they should be secure. After ending the call, Su Fan fell into deep thought. This was undoubtedly not a natural incident. It was intrinsically linked to He Yunhua's actions the previous day. Yet, why would He Yunhua orchestrate an accident at the mine? Suddenly struck by an idea, Su Fan seized his phone and dialed He Yuni's number. The line was busy. After a few minutes, he attempted to call again, only to find the phone turned off. Damn it! He intended to set a trap for He Yuni. Su Fan suddenly leaped up and rushed out of the corporate building. Just as he started the car, he received a call from Yu Yong. Master Zhu. Yu Yong's voice was tinged with urgency. Miss He Yuni is at the mine organizing a rescue. While she was surveying the site, an explosion occurred, and she's now trapped beneath the rubble. After hanging up, Su Fan dialed Xiao Wan's number. Sister, have Xiao Ho lead the blood war camp to surround He family's tungsten mine immediately. Su Fan stated coldly. He Yuni has been ambushed and is buried within the mine. I have no idea what the adversary's next move will be. We must control the scene at once. Damn it, Xiao Wan cursed through gritted teeth. I will arrange it right away. You must get to He family's tungsten mine immediately. No matter what, we must ensure He Yuni's safe rescue. 45 minutes later, Su Fan's car sped into He family's mine. The entrance to the underground site emitted wisps of faint blue smoke. 100 fierce warriors from the Blood War camp surrounded the entire mine, leaving no escape. At the mine entrance, He Yunhua, accompanied by a large contingent of He family personnel, was confronting Xiao Ho. Upon seeing Su Fan approach, a gleam of triumph flickered in He Yunhua's eyes. He pointed at Su Fan and shouted, Su Fan, you crossed the line. What do you intend to do, trespassing into our He family's mine? I have received news that Miss He is trapped beneath the mine, Su Fan replied, fixing his gaze on He Yunhua. What exactly is happening here? Why are you present? How do you plan to effect a rescue? A barrage of questions left He Yunhua momentarily speechless. Staring at Su Fan, he suddenly exclaimed, the mining disaster just occurred. And you arrived here so quickly. I now deeply suspect that your Xia family orchestrated this disaster to harm our family's eldest daughter. Enough with the nonsense. Su Fan retorted impatiently, step aside, I need to save her. Once we rescue Miss He, the truth will come to light. How dare you? He Yunhua abruptly blocked Su Fan's path. This is He family's territory. Your Xia family is not permitted to act recklessly. Bringing so many people here, do you intend to destroy the evidence? We shall discuss this only after our family's elders convene. Get out of the way. Su Fan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across He Yunhua's face. The forceful strike sent He Yunhua spinning twice before he soared through the air, crashing into a pile of debris several meters away. Chapter 70. Let them fully perform. Su Fan's sudden outburst astonished everyone present, particularly those aligned with He Yunhua, including spies from the Meng family hidden among the crowd, who were left dumbfounded by Su Fan's ferocity and strength. Was this truly the counterfeit heir that the Xia family had brought back? After all, He Yunhua was a prominent figure from the illustrious He family. It had been struck down by Su Fan as if he were a mere child. Control the scene. Su Fan kemandiv coldly. Anyone who dares to obstruct us with malicious intent will have their limbs broken and be cast aside. I will personally address each of them later. The Blood War camp surged forward, apprehending all He family members blocking the mine entrance. Amidst the chaos, Su Fan caught sight of Yu Yong mingling within the crowd, gently waving at him. As he approached, Yu Yong's voice reached him like a whisper. Miss He is safe. I just communicated via the intercom. Our people have already escorted Miss He into a secure passage. Before nightfall, we will have the safety route cleared, and she will be liberated. The tension in Su Fan's heart finally dissipated, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Since everything was under control, he thought it prudent to observe how the He family would maneuver in this situation. He approached a nearby mound of debris and helped the bloodied He Yunhua to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. What do you intend to do? He Yunhua exclaimed sharply. Do not bully us with your power. We have our rights. Young Master He, I share your concern for Miss He, Su Fan reassured him. Our petty grievances are trivial now. What matters most is how to rescue your esteemed lady. This is a mining disaster. If we do not act swiftly, her fate may be dire. Your people have taken control of the mine. How can I rescue her? He Yunhua retorted. If her rescue is delayed, The Xia family will bear full responsibility. Incorrect. Su Fan replied sternly. I am here today representing the Xia Alliance, overseeing your family's efforts to rescue Miss He. We believe that this incident is a deliberate act of sabotage. I will document every action you take, he continued, and we shall settle this matter later. I suspect you are the one behind this. He Yanhua spat bitterly. You arrived here immediately after the incident. I find it highly suspicious. Would you like to know how I became aware of the situation at the mine? Su Fan said with a cryptic smile. Some matters are best left unsaid. In any case, I will remain here to observe your every move. I advise you not to falter, lest you end up slapping your own face. He snapped his fingers at the distant Xiaoho. Retreat to the periphery. Do not obstruct the He family's efforts to save their lady. Remember to document everything you observe and report back to the leader. Xiaoho gestured, and 100 battle-hardened warriors swiftly withdrew to 100 meters away. Although they had retreated to the edge of the mine, the weight of their presence pressed heavily on the hearts of the He family members. Su Fan's words struck He Yunhua like a thunderclap, awakening him to a harsh realization. The affairs of the He family were not solely in their hands. They were overshadowed by the Xia Alliance. A grave concern suddenly gripped him. He Yuni had just been buried beneath the mine. How could Su Fan have arrived so swiftly? Was the Xia family monitoring their allies all along? Would the despicable scheme he had orchestrated be discovered by the Xia family? Impossible. He Yanhua pondered deeply, ensuring he had left no traces behind. Having embarked on this irreversible path, even if the Xia family intervened forcefully, he was determined to confront them to the bitter end. Moreover, he possesses a formidable ally within the alliance. Even if he were to sever ties, it is unlikely that he would be vanquished by Su Fan. He Yunhua suddenly became invigorated, springing into action. He dashed to the center of the mine, vociferously calling out to the workers above, initiating a rescue operation. One by one, rescue machinery surged into the open spaces of the mine. Well-equipped professionals, armed with various excavation tools and detection devices, accompanied by search dogs, plunged into the scene of the calamity, embarking on a vital search and rescue mission during this golden hour. As dusk slowly descended, an array of luxury vehicles rolled into the mining site. The elder members of the He family arrived at the scene of the incident, standing amidst the mine, quietly discussing the aftermath of the situation. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Fan, who had been observing the commotion from the periphery, had discreetly vanished. At the rear hills of the mine, dozens of skilled individuals under the command of the first manor were taking turns excavating deeper into the hill. They alternated rushing into a profound cavern, exerting all their strength as they wielded their shovels in a fervent frenzy. When one group grew weary, another would swiftly take their place. Like an incessant, highly efficient perpetual motion machine, a downward passage rapidly extended, continuously advancing towards the collapsed mine. Yu Yong stood within the cave, clutching a walkie-talkie as he maintained contact with his buried comrades, adjusting the direction of their excavation. When Su Fan delved into the cave, reaching the deepest recesses, the final barrier was just breached. An opening, tall enough for a person to pass through, was carved out, and a voice responded from the other side before emerging from the depths. Fangirl, a girl covered in dirt and grime, burst from the cave, leaping into Su Fan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Fangirl, I was so frightened. I thought I would never see you again. Hiyuni sobbed, wrapping her arms around Su Fan's neck. It's all right. Those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Su Fan reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, I have long had someone keeping an eye on that scoundrel from your family. I simply did not anticipate his audacity, which led to your distress. Damn Hiyunhua! Hiyuni exclaimed furiously. He called me to say that workers were buried underground. As I entered the mine to investigate, Hiyunhua suddenly vanished. The rear of the mine was blasted and collapsed. It was all his doing. Behind this incident, the Meng family is scheming. Su Fan stated. He Yanhua has already been bribed by the Meng family, serving as a treacherous mole within the He clan. With the death of their eldest son, the Meng family is hell-bent on revenge. Unable to target the Xia family directly, they have begun to undermine the Xia family's allies. I shall witness how that scoundrel He Yunhua explains himself. He Yuni seethed. That traitorous wretch. I will cleanse our ranks today. Do not rush. Let them perform to their full extent, Su Fan advised. He Yanhua is not acting alone. He has support behind him. For now, remain hidden, and we shall see what spectacle they present. He beckoned Yu Yong over. Assist Miss He with her makeup, so she may stand by my side. Soon, we shall visit the He family and observe how they intend to address this matter. As night enveloped the scene, the rescue efforts at the site of the collapse were declared a failure. The rescue captain led his team away from the scene as heavy excavation machinery rolled into the mine, commencing the descent into the depths below. By this time, those trapped within the underground cavern had long since relinquished any hope of survival. Su Fan emerged from the shadows, accompanied by the Blood War Battalion, and approached the gathered members of the He family. Have you truly given up? Su Fan inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on them. Your family head lies beneath. Perhaps she is currently in the depths, yearning for your rescue. It's easy to speak when you're not the one suffering, an elder from the He family scoffed. How we handle our affairs is not for others to meddle in. In the daylight, the family head was a leader of their alliance, yet by nightfall, she had been treacherously slain. You, the He family, must provide an explanation to the alliance regarding this matter. Sufan assertif. The alliance is the alliance, and the He family is the He family. The elder retorted with an icy demeanor. The affairs of our family are not for anyone to comment upon. What are your next steps? Su Fan pressed. Naturally, we must select a successor to lead the He family onward. He continued, but what if your family head was murdered? Su Fan's laughter was cold. Why did Miss He find herself in this desolate mine? And why was she buried beneath it upon her arrival? Hua Xiao, you must answer to the alliance. He declared, our Xia family, as the leaders of the alliance, will not permit anyone to harm our allies. The elder shouted in response. What do you intend to do, young one? Do you wish to interfere in our family matters? If everything were above board and could withstand scrutiny, we would have no objections. Su Fan's laughter rang out once more. If your family seeks to shield the perpetrator of your head's murder, then the He family has no reason to exist. The surrounding Blood War soldiers remained silent, yet took a step forward, an overwhelming aura of menace bearing down upon the He family members. Chapter 71. His fury is terrifying. The faces of the He family turned pale in unison. The Xia family's alliance had always treated its allies with kindness. Yet, suddenly, Su Fan, this unruly rogue, emerged, threatening violence at the slightest provocation. The Blood War Battalion remained steadfastly loyal to his command, executing his directives without question. The Blood War Battalion stood as the strongest force within the alliance, a stabilizing pillar for the Xia family's governance of the coalition. Even a handful of Blood War soldiers would suffice to annihilate the He family's experts. Su Fan, you intend to slaughter allies and impose your will upon them. The stubborn elder declared. From the moment our family head was harmed to our response, there has been no issue. If you wish to slander us, present your evidence. Otherwise, I shall never concede. I propose we convene a family meeting immediately to discuss this matter. He Yanhua suddenly interjected. Decisions made collectively by the family shall be borne by all of us in the He family. Others in the alliance wishing to participate may do so as observers. Let us go, the arrogant elder declared, striding away to enter his car, departing in a huff. The expressions of the other He family members were grim as they followed suit, driving away. Su Fan, we shall meet again. He Yanhua exchanged a few hurried words with Su Fan before swiftly departing. Su Fan scoffed. Isn't it merely a ploy to lure the Meng family out for a duel? I'm eager to see whether the Meng family is preoccupied with mourning or meddling in affairs that don't concern them. In the conference hall of the He family, the atmosphere was tense. All direct descendants of the He family were seated on either side of the hall. The direct descendants of He Yui were reduced to a handful of elderly members and several women, who sat in the middle of the hall with ashen faces. The tears of the women had left their eyes swollen and red, rendering them almost speechless. A steady stream of allied families arrived at the He residence, each sending significant representatives to the meeting. The unexpected death of a family head was a grave matter within the alliance. Nearly all allies dispatched key members of their families to attend. As the allies traversed the courtyard and entered the hall, they were met with the sight of the vigilant blood warriors stationed throughout the yard, which stirred unease in their hearts. Upon entering the hall, they spotted Su Fan seated on one side, flanked by several attendants. A palpable tension hung in the air, reminiscent of an impending storm. Why had the Xia family deployed blood warriors? Their presence indicated that a severe incident had occurred within the alliance, necessitating the Blood Warriors to take control of the situation. The members of the He family appeared pale and anxious, awaiting the arrival of Elder Meng Da from the Meng family, accompanied by a contingent of skilled fighters. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Although the Meng family was subordinate to the Xia family within the alliance, their strength had surged in recent years, now rivaling the Xia family as prominence. After a brief exchange with He Hua, Meng Da positioned himself opposite Su Fan, adopting a stance as if ready for a challenge. Should Su Fan make any egregious moves, Meng Da was prepared to intervene on behalf of the He family. Before long, the hall was distinctly divided. Su Fan as supporters included Qi Meixin, representing the Qi family, and several other families closely allied with the Xia family, all rallying around him. Though the specifics of the situation remained unclear, they stood resolutely by Su Fan during this critical juncture for the alliance. Conversely, a few families chose to sit closer to the Meng family, their ambiguous positioning betraying a hint of indecision. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. He Hua addressed the elder opposing Su Fan, uncle, as the highest-ranking member of the He family. We invite you to lead the proceedings. The elder nodded solemnly and announced, I must inform everyone of some grave news. Our family head, the esteemed eldest daughter He Yui, has tragically perished in a mining accident today. What? Many, unaware of the truth, sprang to their feet, shock evident on their faces. How could such a lofty heiress find herself at a mine? And what could have led to such a disaster? This incident was undoubtedly fraught with complications. A family cannot be without a leader for even a day. Ignoring the uproar in the hall, the elder continued, I propose that He Hua assume the position of family head and lead the He family forward. I oppose this. An elder member of the He family abruptly rose and exclaimed, What on earth is happening with Uni? She has vanished without a trace, and yet nothing has been clarified. You all are hastily moving to elect a successor to the family head. Do you not possess even a shred of humanity? The reason for the late family head's demise will naturally be further investigated by the new head. The elder scoffed, the He family belongs to everyone, not merely to your direct lineage. With He Uni deceased, what candidates do you have to inherit the position of family head? No, we must await the resolution of Uni's matter before proceeding with the election of a new head. He Uni's second aunt stood up and declared loudly, Even if we were to elect a family head, it should not be He Hua. What has he done for the family? What is his standing within our ranks? What qualifications does he possess to succeed as head? We all support him for his noble character. The elder retorted coldly, I understand your dissatisfaction. Let's vote as a group. He surveyed the gathered members of the He family. All present are core members with voting rights. Those in favor of He Hua succeeding as family head, please raise your hands. Upon finishing, he himself lifted his arm high. Before long, a considerable majority had raised their arms in agreement. The direct line of the He family had dwindled, and most family affairs were now entrusted to the collateral branches. He Uni, in her well-meaning endeavors, had inadvertently caused turmoil. Now these individuals were uniting to exclude the direct lineage and usurp the position of family head. You see the consensus, do you not? The elder smirked with satisfaction. Esteemed allies, you may serve as witnesses. Our heir to the He family has been elected through a fair process, standing up to scrutiny. Wait a moment. Su Fan stood and addressed the elder. Your election process, indeed, holds no flaws. That is good to know. The elder sneered. If your Xia family can maintain their position, our He family will remain within the alliance. Otherwise, we shall not be manipulated. This old fool truly does not comprehend the meaning of death, Su Fan thought to himself with a cold smile. He strolled to the center of the hall and said with a smile, Do not attempt to interrupt me. I know you lack worldly experience and do not understand how to handle the He family and the alliance. However, just that one sentence was enough to cost you dearly. What do you mean by remaining in the alliance? Do you think the alliance is a marketplace where you can simply stroll in at your leisure? You. The elder glared at Su Fan, his lips quivering. You young pup, do you think I was raised in ignorance? Do not intimidate me with talks of the alliance. Silence. Qi Meixin stood up and coldly addressed the elder. Mind your tongue. Do not presume that young Master Fan is easy to bully just because he has recently joined the alliance. He is our future leader, the one we collectively support. If you dare to utter another word, I shall sever your head and see who dares to speak ill of me. Miss Qi, let us remain civil, Mengda, seated across from her, said with a forced smile, our alliance values reason. If intimidation is required, we are not easily frightened. Let us all remain calm. Su Fan smiled and gestured for Qi Meishin to take a seat. Am I not merely presenting reason? He remarked. However, by the end of this discourse, I fear some may find themselves rather restless. He turned to glare at the arrogant elder. I oppose the nominee you have put forth for the head of the family. Who do you think you are? The elder suddenly sprang to his feet, ready to shout, but Su Fan interjected, mind your tongue. Should you choose to act recklessly, I shall summon the blood warriors outside to eradicate all dissenters from the He family. Is that clear? You dare, the elder retorted. You cannot silence public opinion. What public opinion is there? Su Fan surveyed the crowd in the hall. I represent the alliance and am voicing my objection to the He family's nominee. Do I not possess that right? As the eldest son of the Xia family and the future head of the alliance, I speak on behalf of the Xia family and my elder sister. Am I not entitled to express my thoughts? Not only do I represent myself, but I also speak for Miss He, who has been wronged by certain individuals. Do you all believe that Miss He has been buried beneath the mine and that, even in death, her voice remains unheard? He smirked at the arrogant elder. When a young lady was alive, did you dare to utter such nonsense in the He family hall? What are you? What qualification do you have to preside over the He family meeting? What right do you have to nominate candidates for the family? He Yanhua supports you, and you support He Yanhua. Do you think the He family is merely your two-person stage? Young Master Fan, Mengda attempted to speak, but Su Fan raised a finger to silence him. A member of the Meng family, is it? You have said far too much. Su Fan's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Even if Meng Qi were here, would he dare to stand so defiantly? If I utter a word, he would retort without hesitation. Do you believe I would hesitate to end you now, knowing the Meng family would not dare to seek justice for you? Mengda's face turned ashen, yet he could not utter another word. Witnessing Su Fan's formidable demeanor and ruthless disposition, he understood that with a mere command from Su Fan, blood would flow freely in the He family hall. He, a mere pawn of the Meng family, was truly insignificant in Su Fan's eyes. In moments of utmost significance, matters often necessitate resolution through force. Today, the 100 blood warriors outside were more than sufficient to sway the tide of events. Su Fan felt no allegiance to the alliance. Even if he were to trample it underfoot, it would not cause him to flinch. A person unafraid to flip the table cannot be contained by anyone. Chapter 72. A dramatic scene. The atmosphere fell into silence, with no one knowing how to break the impasse. Young Master Fan, He Yanhua cleared her parched throat and spoke hoarsely. I know not what grievances lie between us. I'm also a member of the He family and consider myself among the elite of the younger generation. Why am I not qualified to inherit the position of family head? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, the He family shall not comply. First, I assure you, I will make you comply. Su Fan smiled. Secondly, you too have the right to speak on behalf of the He family. With so many clansmen and elders within the He family, how is it that you alone have been chosen? What contributions have you made to the He family? What distinguishes you within the He family? You, an inconsequential figure, have been granted the role of patriarch. Do you truly regard us, your allies, as fools? Speak. Why am I unworthy? He Yunhua's expression darkened. You have just returned to the He family. How much do you truly know about the alliance? Those clan members who raised their hands in agreement for my succession as patriarch, are they all fools? They are not fools. In fact, they possess remarkable intelligence. Su Fan returned to his seat, remarking, they wish to elevate their own to power, and now is an opportune moment for investment. However, once they discover that you are the culprit responsible for He Xiaojia's demise, I fear they will cease to support you. Nonsense. Do not spout such absurdities. You speak recklessly. Yanhua is certainly not that sort of person. The side branch members of the He family cried out in outrage. If Su Fan could present evidence of He Yunhua's involvement in He Yuni's death, then today's vote would be rendered a farce. Young Master Fan, present the evidence you have gathered. An elder from the direct line of the He family suddenly stood, bowing slightly to Su Fan. Thank you, young Master Fan, for standing up to uphold justice for our He family. Our young lady was perfectly well until she suddenly perished, buried within the mine. He glared at the side branch members, and then some sought to usurp the position of patriarch. Do you believe that sheer numbers will allow you to overshadow our young lady? Within the Xia family alliance, our leader and allies are present. They will certainly ensure justice is served. The atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly. Over 80% of the Xia family alliance members fell into contemplation. For the events of the day were indeed perplexing. Young Master Fan, please present your evidence. Mengda, seated opposite, stated expressionlessly, concrete evidence outweighs 1,000 words. I wish to inquire of He Yanhua. Su Fan turned to He Yanhua and asked, Hua Xiao, why were you at the mine when the incident occurred? A flicker of panic crossed He Yanhua's face. He had intended to seize control of the He family amidst the chaos of He Yun's burial. But he did not anticipate that Su Fan and the Xia family's blood warriors would promptly infiltrate the mine, thoroughly disrupting his plans. It was the young lady who called me to the mine. He Yanhua stiffened, asserting, when I arrived, I had not yet seen the young lady. The mine had already collapsed. Why would the young lady come to the mine? Who summoned her? How should I know? He Yanhua exclaimed. I was suddenly called to the mine. I know nothing. Su Fan pressed. You have never participated in the management of the mine before. Why would a young lady seek you out? Did you request the young lady to come to the mine, or did she request you? He Yanhua shouted, It was not me. Do not presume I lack evidence. Su Fan replied, Once the young lady buried beneath the mine is excavated, her phone records will reveal all. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on He Yanhua's forehead. This is all conjecture, mere fabrication. He Yanhua's expression grew fierce, clearly prepared to abandon all restraint, ready to face the dire consequences. The Xia family has long been scheming to annex the He family. He Yanhua exclaimed, I'm deeply suspicious that this is merely a trap you have set. You intend to eliminate the young lady, frame me, and subsequently reduce the He family to a vassal of the Xia family. Explain to me why you appeared at the mine site immediately after the disaster struck. Accompanied by your Xia family's bloodthirsty guards, it seems you have been plotting our downfall for quite some time, haven't you? Indeed, we of the He family are not easily intimidated. The Xia family harbors treacherous ambitions. Withdraw from the Xia alliance at once. We of the He family shall establish our own independence, without the need for anyone to conspire against us. The collateral members of the He family began to shout in unison. Now, let's take our positions, Su Fan said. Those who believe He Yanhua is significantly suspect, yet still wish to support him as the head of the He family, please raise your hands. The hall fell into a profound silence. Initially, the elderly man who had nominated He Yanhua stubbornly raised his arm, seemingly challenging Su Fan with a mocking expression that seemed to shout, Come on, kill me. If you do, the Xia family shall bear the infamy of murdering an ally. Let us see who would dare to side with you thereafter. Soon, others began to raise their arms as well. However, following this commotion, nearly 30% of those who had initially supported He Yanhua hesitated and ultimately refrained from raising their hands. Have you all lost your conscience? The obstinate old man bellowed. From this day forth, those who do not raise their hands shall no longer be considered part of the collateral branch of the He family. If you wish to support the direct line of the He family, do not stand with us collateral members. What does it matter if one is from the direct line or the collateral? Should we not stand on the side of righteousness? Sufan Smaïd, knowing full well that a person is flawed, yet still supporting him for the sake of a few personal gains. I believe it is your conscience that has been devoured by dogs. The care and affection shown to you by the young lady of the He family has been met with your treachery and ingratitude. Your words are futile, He Yanhua sneered. The family members present here still stand with me, and they exceed half in number. Su Fan, you wouldn't dare oppose the will of the majority, would you? From this moment on, the affairs of the He family are no longer my concern. Su Fan suddenly wore a peculiar smile. What I have done is merely assist in identifying the ungrateful individuals within the He family. I trust that the future head of the He family will determine, based on today's vote, who among you should not be entrusted with significant roles. You are meddling too much. The obstinate old man scoffed. We of the He family shall make our own decisions. Indeed, the leader has already done enough. A cold voice emerged from among Su Fan's followers. Now it is time for the He family to settle our own accounts. Hearing that familiar voice, He Yanhua involuntarily trembled. Many in the hall displayed expressions of shock. They recognized the voice all too well. It unmistakably belonged to the young lady of the He family, He Yuni. Indeed, it is I. A figure stepped forward, removing the hat from her head, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade over her shoulders. Though she donned masculine attire, her face smeared with grime as if she had just emerged from the earth, everyone recognized her as the genuine young lady of the He family. Yu. The obstinate elder suddenly rose, his trembling arm pointing accusatorily at Hiyuni. Are you human or a ghost? What do you think? Hiyuni replied with a smile. Uncle, I suppose you wish I were a ghost. Unfortunately, today, your desires cannot be fulfilled. She approached the elder, lowering her head to say, Shall I take this seat for a moment? The elder's complexion turned pale, realizing that all he had previously done had dissipated like a mirage. As long as Hiyuni, the young lady of the He family, remained, none in the He family could challenge her authority. You have such means. The elder staggered back and seated himself in a nearby chair. His legs felt weak, and he could no longer stand on his own. Dear family, I apologize for causing you concern. Hiyuni took her place at the center and bowed to three sides. Thank you, allies, for coming to assist the He family. Your profound friendship will surely be repaid by the He family in due course. Young lady, what on earth are you up to? Su Meishin rose, exclaiming loudly. You nearly frightened us to death. I, too, am on the verge of being scared to death. Hiyuni gazed at He Yanhua, who stood in the hall, dumbfounded. Hua Xiao, are you not surprised? He Yanhua, as if awakening from a dream, forced a stiff smile. Young lady, you have managed to escape. This is indeed a blessing for our He family. A blessing for the He family, yet a death knell for certain individuals. Hiyuni scoffed. Would you care to explain what exactly transpired? Young lady, I am at a loss. He Yanhua exclaimed. I was walking through the mine when suddenly a collapse occurred. By sheer luck, I managed to escape. Did I not call you? Hiyuni inquired. Shall we check my phone records to see who called whom? Young lady. He Yanhua turned and abruptly knelt before Hiyuni. Indeed, I lied. But it was out of fear. You saw the demeanor of Fan Xiao earlier. He would not rest until he had eliminated me. If I revealed the truth, he would surely take my life and eliminate your left and right arms. So, you were coerced? Hiyuni looked down at He Yanhua, astonished. You are innocent. This matter has nothing to do with you? Yes, He Yanhua declared loudly. If Fan Xiao truly possesses evidence of my wrongdoing against the young lady, I would naturally confess. However, to be condemned based solely on speculation and conjecture is unacceptable. Now that the young lady is unharmed, I implore you to seek justice for me. Fan Xiao, Hiyuni's expression turned peculiar. He Yanhua wishes for me to advocate for him. Do you think he's unjustly accused? Young lady, Su Fan smiled. I am willing to confront Hua Xiao directly to ensure he is convinced. Fan Xiao, please proceed. Hiyuni smiled. Though she appeared like a piece of charred coal, she still radiated an undeniable allure. Su Fan rose and approached He Yanhua. I wish to understand why you suddenly appeared at the mine, he inquired. Are you the representative of the He family overseeing the mining operations? He Yanhua replied, Recently, I've heard that the tungsten market is thriving, so I decided to visit the mine for an inspection. As a member of the He family, I am entitled to conduct such research. Why did the mine experience an accident so abruptly? Su Fan continued, Is it merely a coincidence? Or is it not a coincidence at all? Do you imply that I caused the collapse? He Yanhua retorted, Do I possess such extraordinary powers? Or do you think I have supernatural abilities? After the incident, why did you contact the young lady? Sufang Wuidith, in such a large family as the He's, is there not someone responsible for these matters? Shouldn't this situation be handled by more qualified individuals? You speak as if you are woefully uninformed, He Yanhua scoffed. Our young lady holds life in the highest regard and cares deeply for the employees of the He family. She has stated that any incident posing a threat to life must be reported to her immediately. One meticulously crafted plan, Su Fan nodded. Yet, when a young lady encountered the collapse, how did you manage to escape unscathed? I was slightly behind, assessing the safety conditions along the route, He Yanhua explained. By the time I realized something was amiss, it was too late to warn the young lady. However, I rushed to the surface at the first opportunity to organize a rescue. He regarded Su Fan with a cold smile. May I pose a question to you, Fan Xiao? Why did you so suddenly arrive at the mine accompanied by the Blood Warriors? Did you possess prior knowledge of something? Or did you already foresee the impending collapse? Well said. The stubborn old man suddenly regained his vigor, casting an appreciative glance at He Yanhua. We, the He family, appear at our own mine, and yet you nitpick. You came to our mine, and then an accident befell the young lady. How do you explain that? Here is the situation, Su Fan replied slowly. Yesterday, I was enjoying tea in my office when a friend unexpectedly visited. Let us focus on the matter at hand and refrain from diverting the topic. Do not rush me. Su Fan continued. This friend happens to know Hua Xiao. He mentioned seeing Hua Xiao at the He family mine, where he stayed for nearly half a day. He Yanhua's complexion suddenly turned pale. He abruptly pointed at Su Fan and shouted, "Scoundrel, you sent someone to follow me." Not at all. It was merely a friend who informed me, Su Fan clarified. So Hua Xiao, does this imply you acknowledge that you spent a significant amount of time at the mine yesterday? Was your purpose there to assess the market prospects of the tungsten mine? What of it? He Yanhua retorted sharply. That does not prove anything. Su Fan nodded. My friend also mentioned that during Hua Xiao's time at the mine, a tightly wrapped cargo truck entered the premises. He Yanhua gazed at Su Fan, his body suddenly swaying. What was contained within that truck? Su Fan, like an inquisitive child, responded, I heard that the truck's license plate seemed to belong to a company specializing in safety blasting. The hall was enveloped in silence, as everyone was stunned by Su Fan's incessant revelations. I have also heard that the demolition company is affiliated with one of the powerful families within our hall. Many gazes flitted across the expressionless Mengda. Hua Xiao, what did you send with the demolition company's vehicle? Su Fan asked curiously. Have you suddenly developed an interest in mining operations, experimenting with ways to enhance mineral yield? You're talking nonsense. He Yanhua retorted through gritted teeth. I didn't do anything. Let us not pretend nothing happened, Su Fan reminded. Some things are just too coincidental. What if my friend inadvertently captured a scenic shot that happened to include Hua Xiao conversing with the demolition company's driver? What exactly are you trying to say? I want to say, Su Fan continued, once the mining site is excavated and cleared, Missy will surely hire professionals for an evaluation. It's important to understand that the distinction between a natural landslide and a demolition collapse is quite significant. Suddenly, Mengda, seated across from him, stood up. I take my leave. He bowed slightly to Miss He, uttering 2 words before striding out with his subordinates. Ah, Mr. Meng, take care. Su Fan waved at Mengda's retreating figure. The most thrilling moment of the unraveling is about to arrive. Why leave now? This was all my doing. He Yunhua's complexion turned ashen, realizing that there was no chance for redemption today. He believed he had orchestrated everything flawlessly, unaware that all his actions were under Su Fan's surveillance. It was evident that Su Fan had arranged personnel beneath the mining site to rescue the seemingly doomed He Yuni. At this point, he could only bear all the blame himself, and then take his own life as an act of atonement. He shouldered all the guilt to protect the lives of other family members. Simultaneously, his allies would then have the opportunity to seek revenge on the detestable Su Fan in the future. I only sought to ascend to power to become the family head, which led me to Heir. He Yanhua confessed, I acted alone. My kin were deceived by me. I hope the family head does not hold others accountable for my actions. No sooner had he spoken than he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged it toward his throat. Want to die? It won't be so easy. He Yuni, who had already sensed the impending danger, revealed a cold smile. Like a wisp of smoke, she darted to He Yanhua's side. With a swift motion, she drew an immense dagger and deftly flicked it. A soft clink echoed as the dagger was sent flying from He Yunhua's grasp, landing several meters away. With a mere touch, several of He Yunhua's acupoints were sealed by He Yuni. Seize him and interrogate him about his accomplices. He Yuni returned to her seat as several fierce bodyguards from the He family rushed in to apprehend He Yunhua. An earth-shattering transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone regained their composure, the confrontation had concluded. Miss He, truly impressive. I am in awe, Su Fan commended, raising his thumb in admiration before returning to his seat. He has fulfilled his mission, and now it is the time for He Yuni. In the hall, The atmosphere is eerie. Several direct descendants of the He family wear expressions of unrestrained joy, having long since swept away their previous sorrow. Among the collateral relatives, some wear faces of deep shame, while others appear ashen. The ashamed ones had previously been deceived by He Yunhua's falsehoods, misguidedly supporting her bid for leadership. Fortunately, they had a moment of clarity and, during the second alignment, stood on the side of righteousness. Those with ashen faces are the collateral relatives who had followed He Yunhua down a dark path. At this moment, they have come to a realization. Missy has returned, and He Yunhua has been subdued. The family privileges that He Yuni had once granted them are now ripe for reclamation. Even a fool would not allow a pack of treacherous individuals to remain by their side, for who knows when they might turn and bite back, endangering their own life. Indeed, He Yuni remarked, those who supported He Yunhua as the head of the family have gravely erred. What have I taught you? Have you abandoned even the most basic decorum? Even if I were to perish beneath the mines, at least my body should be unearthed and my funeral arrangements completed before selecting a new head. Do you not think you are being a tad too hasty? Head, we were wrong. All the collateral relatives stood in shame, bowing an apology to He Yuni. You will relinquish your power and return to reflect, He Yuni stated calmly. Come to me for a conversation when you have come to a realization. She rose and clasped her hands in gratitude towards the allies of the Xia family alliance. Thank you all for coming to assist us. I should have invited everyone to sit down for a drink, but Miss He, Su Fan interjected, the He family is bound to be busy tonight. We shall not impose. Shall we leave some personnel to assist Miss He? No need, He Yuni replied with a gentle smile. As long as I'm seated here, I cannot overturn the situation. Please return. After I have tidied up the household matters, I will host a banquet to express my gratitude for your kindness. In the late hours of the night, within the Meng family's rear hall, the atmosphere is tense. Father, I did not expect Su Fan to be so cunning, constantly surveilling He Yunhua. Meng Fengxiang spat out bitterly. Our plan has failed, and we have lost He Yunhua's life in the process. He Yunhua must not die, Meng Qi said. He is now at his wit's end, facing certain death. If we save him, he will become our loyal subordinate. He knows the He family best. He is aware of all their weaknesses and possesses great utility. Meng Fengxiang pondered, but the He family's guards are undoubtedly vigilant. Rescuing him would be akin to scaling the heavens. I have a way to save him, Meng Qi replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have cultivated a group of formidable experts using the secret techniques bestowed upon me by the sect. These individuals possess skills that far surpass those of ordinary aristocratic experts. Tonight, I will send them in. With foresight and cunning, rescuing He Yunhua will be a mere trifling matter. At midnight, outside the He family estate, several shadowy figures drifted in, gracefully leaping over the towering walls of the He residence. On the rooftop of a distant high-rise, Yu Yong and Tan Hua sat in a shadowy corner, seemingly merging with the darkness of the night. The master of the estate truly possessed an astute foresight. Anticipating that someone would come to rescue He Yunhua this evening, Yu Yong whispered, "What do you think of their skills?" Tan Hua replied coolly, "With you as a burden, I cannot eliminate them." Yu Yong chuckled softly. Is there truly something that even the head of the first martial arts academy cannot accomplish? No problem. The task assigned by the master tonight is not to impede their rescue. These malevolent individuals, though appearing formidable, were, in truth, as insubstantial as floating weeds. Dan Hua is Mirkiv. If given the chance to unleash the Kunlun sword formation, none of them shall escape. Indeed, you are formidable, Yu Yong grinned. However, your task today is to protect me and uncover the lair of these ambushers. Once we locate their stronghold, exterminating them will be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. While the two conversed, the intruders had already infiltrated the He residence, swaying with an ethereal grace as they commenced their search. There were 6 of them, possessing an extraordinarily unique lightness of foot, barely touching the ground as they moved. They glided through the air for 100 meters before gently tapping the ground to regain momentum, continuing to soar effortlessly. Arranged in a line, they traversed the He residence like a comb brushing through hair. Soon, they found their quarry in a secluded corner of the back courtyard. In the tranquil living room, He Yunhua sat at the table, his face etched with despair. He was acutely aware of the grave sins he had committed. Soon, Heine would exact punishment upon him, setting an example for the restless clan members. Yet, even an ant strives to survive. Moreover, Heine harbored lofty aspirations, dreaming of establishing a great enterprise. He could not resign himself to such a cowardly demise. A faint rustling sound pierced the air as the living room door swung open. Heine turned, rising abruptly, his face contorted with shock. Several figures clad in black, their bodies enveloped in dark fabric, appeared before him like phantoms. Heine gasped in astonishment. "Who are you?" "We are here to rescue you." One of the dark figures approached, grasping Heine's arm. "Come with us." Heine attempted to resist, but an insidious internal force coursed through him, completely seizing control of his meridians. He felt like a mere puppet, manipulated at will. With terror-stricken eyes, he could not utter a sound as he was dragged from the living room. In the courtyard, several guards lay sprawled in disarray. These guards were also skilled fighters from the He family. Yet, they had no time to sound the alarm before the ambushers subdued them. Having accomplished their mission, the assailants did not linger at the He residence. They leapt onto the rooftops, bounding away like projectiles, swiftly vacating the premises. Although they had acquired the burden of Heine, it did not hinder their remarkable speed in the slightest. In the distance, Yu Yong and Tan Hua soared through the night, like two indistinct shadows closely trailing behind the intruders. Half an hour later, the assailants arrived at the outskirts of the city and stealthily infiltrated the depths of the majestic mountains. Concealed within an exceedingly secretive hollow lay a clandestine camp. Surrounding the camp, within 100 meters, there was a substantial contingent of patrolling guards, ceaselessly searching for any trace of intrusion without leaving a single blind spot. Upon reaching the edge of the camp, the fortifications were even more formidable. Numerous tall watchtowers loomed, each manned by several skilled sentinels, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Inside the camp, rows of orderly structures stood, and at the very center, a spacious courtyard was surrounded by soldiers, representing the core of this facility. 6 ethereal figures descended onto the open ground outside the barracks. A few guards swiftly approached to verify their identities, then cleared a passage, allowing the 6 individuals, along with Heine, to enter the camp. Yu Yong and Tan Hua lay in ambush behind a distant hill, observing the 6 vanish from sight. Tan Hua glanced at Yu Yong, who smiled and retrieved a walnut-sized device from his waist, tossing it into the air. This device turned out to be an exquisitely crafted unmanned aerial vehicle. Yu Yong then produced his mobile phone and activated the control program. The drone circled in the air, then silently glided in, tracking the 6 individuals who had entered the camp. The screen of Yu Yong's phone displayed a clear infrared image captured by the drone. His tracking device was the latest in stealth technology. Although the area surrounding the camp was rife with scanning apparatuses, none detected the drone's presence. Under the drone's surveillance, Yu Yong and Tan Hua watched as the 6 infiltrators traversed the broad corridor within the barracks, entering the courtyard at the center. The back hall of the courtyard was brightly lit. Heine stepped into the living room, where a figure rose from a chair and approached him. Heine rubbed his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. It was Meng Qi, the head of the Meng family, smiling as he stood before him. "Head of the Meng family? How could it be you?" Heine exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this place? We never forsake any ally," Meng Qi replied with a smile. "Yinhua, although you can no longer remain with the He family, there is still a place for you within the Meng family." "Head of the family?" Yinhua's eyes glistened with emotion, gratitude radiating from his face. He choked out, "I am unwilling. That despicable Su Fan, I loathe him. Do not be anxious. Preserve your usefulness, and there will be opportunities for a turnaround in the future," Meng Qi reassured him. "Yinhua, as long as you heed my arrangements, the position of head of the He family will eventually be entrusted to you. All shall heed your arrangements." Yinhua bowed deeply to Meng Qi. He understood that from this moment onward, his fate was no longer his own, but lay in the hands of another. Fortunately, this individual was powerful enough to make him willingly follow. "Stay here for now. I will coordinate your subsequent actions," Meng Qi instructed. "In short, I shall not neglect anyone who is loyal to me." Heine was led away by a servant to the rear courtyard to rest. Meng Qi exited the hall, soaring away from the camp, vanishing into the profound mountains. Yu Yang's drone lingered in the courtyard, capturing everything within its vicinity. This is evidently a significant base for Meng Qi. Seizing the opportunity to infiltrate, he can capture the entire camp and store it in his intelligence database. The aircraft glides like a phantom, weaving through the courtyards. It stealthily slips into a secluded yard, hovering at a half-closed window to peer inside. The room is an elegant female boudoir, simply and neatly arranged without any superfluous items. At a writing desk, a statuesque woman sits under the light, engrossed in a thick dossier. Her features are strikingly beautiful, exuding a blend of delicacy and a steely, martial spirit, unmistakably a battle-hardened warrior. The documents before her contain a variety of images and text. After a long moment of contemplation, she adopts a fierce expression. She glances at a mirror resting on the desk, seemingly assessing her own expression for the appropriate intensity. Outside the camp, Yu Yong suddenly shivers. He fixates on the woman displayed on his phone screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. For someone of his intelligent stature, there are few things that can evoke such shock. Standing beside him, Tan Hua bears an expression of iron resolve. He pats Yu Yong's shoulder, urging, "Capture the image and send it to the master." Realizing the urgency, Yu Yong hastily screenshots the captured image and sends it off. Meanwhile, in the villa, Su Fan is lying beside Qin Yishuan, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, his phone emits a notification sound, indicating a new message. What is happening at this hour? Su Fan grumbles. Can't a person get some rest? What if I'm occupied attending to the general, and this startles me into a mishap? Mind your words, or I'll smash your mouth, Qin Yishuan retorts. Su Fan picks up his phone to check the message, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. He turns to Qin Yishuan and inquires, "May I ask you something? Do you have a twin sister?" Chapter 75. They resort to deceptive tricks. What is this nonsense? Qin Yishuan glances at Su Fan, snatching his phone to inspect the screen. In the next moment, she springs up like a fish, frozen in shock. What's going on? After a moment of stunned silence, she turns to Su Fan, her neck emitting faint cracking sounds. Where did this image come from? The people from the First Estate are investigating something, Su Fan reflects. This is a real-time image captured from a secret base, and it appears another you is imitating you. It's not merely imitation, Qin Yishuan replies. Her room, the furnishings and layout, are identical to my current bedroom. Goodness, do you have an undercover agent nearby? Su Fan sighs. I don't even know what your bedroom looks like. How dull can you be? Qin Yishuan exclaims, you must tell me where this is. I need to confront her and demand to know her intentions. You cannot act recklessly, Su Fan asserts seriously. The people from the First Estate have just obtained a fragment of a clue. There is undoubtedly a more terrifying background behind this matter. We cannot alert the enemy. We must leverage this clue to thoroughly unravel their conspiracy. It was terrifying. Qin Yishuan sat down in despair, exclaiming, Do you comprehend the consequences if that scoundrel escapes and impersonates me? If we uncover the truth, we shall remain invincible. Su Fan hastily replied, I will immediately inform those at the First Manor to ensure they thoroughly investigate this person's identity. Moreover, we must uncover who is behind this individual. We need to apprehend all conspirators. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Qin Yishuan declared. If she leads to my demise, I will take you down with me. Su Fan, perplexed, responded, Why should I be implicated in her treachery? Rest assured, he continued, even if the First Manor demands more funds from me, I will pursue this task to the very end. Are you suggesting that I should finance you? Qin Yishuan retorted, pushing Su Fan aside. I will not part with a single cent. My fury demands an outlet. An hour and a half later, a drone meticulously surveyed the enemy's entire camp before returning to Yu Yong. A team of shadows swiftly converged with Yu Yong, as he had summoned his most capable subordinates to establish surveillance on the camp. The group hastily began to install high-definition infrared recording devices at strategic vantage points around the camp. All monitoring equipment was concealed amidst dense foliage, towering treetops, and deep crevices in the rocks. These individuals were experts in disguise. The devices they installed would remain undetectable, even if one were to walk right beside them. The cover of night facilitated their operations, and by dawn, The entire mountainous region would be under the enemy's watchful eye. If anyone were to discover the surveillance near the camp, it would alert the enemy and sever this invaluable lead. In the darkest hour before dawn, Yu Yong and his subordinates quietly departed. Although no agents from the first intelligence remained around the camp, every movement within the camp would not escape the device's scrutiny. Several essential access points leading to the city were ambushed by operatives from the first intelligence, who hid in camouflage caves and dense thickets. Anyone entering or exiting the camp would not evade their pursuit. Just as the setup was completed, a figure slipped away from the camp and stealthily entered the mountains. He swiftly reached the mountain's edge, retrieved a car hidden in a secluded corner, and silently returned to the city. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted before a villa in an upscale community. The figure disembarked and hurried into the villa. It was he. Inside the spacious hall, the walls were adorned with hundreds of surveillance points, creating a striking scene. Yu Yong gazed at an enlarged image on the main screen, a cold smile creeping across his face. No wonder it looked so familiar. It is Miss Meng. Returning from the camp to the villa of Jin Sanshao was none other than Meng Wuxia. Connecting the dots from everything observed at the camp, the entire conspiracy became crystal clear. The mastermind behind it all was, of course, Jin Kefeng. He had orchestrated an identity for Meng Wuxia, intending for her to impersonate Qin Yishuan and turn the legendary female warrior of the Great Xia into his own pawn. The following afternoon, within the secluded mountain camp, a distinguished guest made an unexpected appearance. Mr. Ku, the trusted chief advisor to King Kefeng, mysteriously emerged in the depths of the camp. Observing the boxes being unloaded from the vehicle and transported to the courtyard where He Yunhua resided, Su Fan, who was sharing surveillance screens with Yu Yong in the office, fell into contemplation. Was King Kefeng devising yet another sinister plot? Su Fan pondered quietly. What on earth did this wretched man intend to transform He Yunhua into? The entire process of transformation took 2 days and nights. Mr. Ku departed, weary yet accomplished, having fulfilled his mission. Silence enveloped the camp for another 2 days. On the evening of the third day, a car entered the camp. He Yunhua, swathed like a mummy, quietly departed in the vehicle, heading toward King Kefeng's estate. 2 hours later, the car exited the estate and halted at the entrance of Jin Sanshao's villa. A tall, impeccably dressed young man alighted from the vehicle and entered the living room of King Kefeng. Meanwhile, Yu Yong, seated in the surveillance hall, was simultaneously petrified as he tracked Su Fan through his mobile screen. This was utterly unacceptable. Su Fan exclaimed in disbelief. This scoundrel. He actually intends to impersonate. How dare he presume to pose as the master? Yu Yong shouted in indignation. The young man who stepped out of the car bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Fan, both in stature and appearance. Meng Qi and King Kefeng, these treacherous villains, had transformed He Yunhua to resemble Su Fan, intending to exploit him for their nefarious schemes. In the living room of Jin Kuang Tian's villa, Jin Kuang Tian circled around Su Fan like a frantic hound, his face a mask of terror. Third young master, this is a gift from the commander, Mr. Ku remarked with a smile, standing nearby. Soon, he will replace the real Su Fan, making Su Fan one of us. You are truly not Su Fan? Jin Kuang Tian approached He Yunhua, scrutinizing him closely, and finally let out a sigh of relief. You are indeed not him. Jin Kuang Tian stated bitterly. You lack a certain cunning and that shameless quality that makes one want to slap him. Third young master. He Yunhua replied with a wry smile. The time was too short, and my contact with Su Fan has been limited. I cannot fully mimic his essence. That is sufficient. After all, Su Fan has not returned to Yin City for long. Jin Kuang Tian mused. However, those most familiar with him may not be easily deceived. For instance, Wang Xueyan might have already been intimate with Su Fan. Certain nuances of a close companion cannot be easily replicated. Wang Xueyan, third young master. You may need to deal with her, Mr. Ku suggested. The Xia family, and even those allied with them, will not be well acquainted with Su Fan. Even Qin Yishuan may not possess extensive knowledge of him. As long as Wang Xueyan is eliminated, no one will recognize Hua Xiao. Then Wang Xueyan must perish. Jin Kuang Tian lamented. I had initially planned to enjoy her company, but now I must regretfully abandon that thought. The plan is as follows, Mr. Ku outlined. On a certain night, 3 days hence, A contingent will infiltrate Su Fan's villa and discreetly dispose of him. Hua Xiao followed suit, assuming the identity of Su Fan. From that moment forth, he would operate under Su Fan's guise, seeking to seize control of the Xia family. Should all go as planned, the Xia alliance would also fall under Hua Xiao's dominion. He gazed at He Yinhua and remarked with a smile, at that time, "How to deal with the He family will be but a word from Hua Xiao. I shall make that wretched He Yuni kneel before me, pleading for mercy." A hint of severity crossed He Yunhua's face as she declared, "I will turn the entire Xia alliance into my personal domain. All the young ladies within the alliance shall be mine. As you act, I will also move to confront Wang Xueyan." Jin Kuang nodded in agreement. "We shall strike simultaneously, extinguishing all threats in their infancy." Once their plans were finalized, Mr. Ku brought He Yinhua away. The car ventured into a secluded estate on the outskirts of Yen City, delivering He Yinhua to a villa heavily guarded by security. The following morning, hidden pursuers emerged behind Wang Xueyan. Unfortunately for them, they were quickly detected by the foremost martial artist assigned to protect her. That evening, in Su Fan's villa, Yu Yong reported intelligence to Su Fan. "According to our analysis, the Jin family intends to execute a treacherous plot, replacing the master with He Yinhua." Yu Yong continued, "Suspicious individuals have also appeared around the master's wife. They may be planning to eliminate her, as she is most familiar with the master." What has transpired? Qini Xuan emerged from the corridor, appearing before Su Fan and Yu Yong. "I wish to overhear any new intelligence," she remarked. "We are like two halves of the same fruit, bound by a single vine." Su Fan handed Qini Xuan a photograph, stating, "Jin Kefu has fabricated a false Su Fan, intent on eliminating me to take my place." Chapter 76. Do you understand the meaning of trust? Qini Xuan examined the photograph with an odd expression. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, "How do you plan to deal with this individual?" "Naturally, he must be eliminated for daring to impersonate me," Su Fan replied. "However, an intriguing strategy has suddenly occurred to me. I intend to impersonate the false Su Fan, playing the role of Su Fan." "What do you mean?" Qini Xuan, with her sharp intellect, found it challenging to grasp Su Fan's explanation. "Before they initiate their plan to swap me out, I will first switch places with the false Su Fan," Su Fan elucidated. "I will follow those who intend to eliminate me to this villa, dispatch the false Su Fan, and then assume my own identity." "You wish to portray yourself?" After considerable thought, Qini Xuan finally comprehended Su Fan's intention. Su Fan beamed with pride. "This is quite ingenious. Both sides will perceive me as one of their own. Thus, I shall infiltrate the enemy's ranks and gather intelligence." "Fan Xiao, your idea is remarkably creative," Yu Yong admired. "But how will we handle those plotting against your wife?" "You need only act and eliminate them," Su Fan replied. "They lack the capability to harm my wife. It is solely through my own prowess that I shall subdue them. Once I secure my wife's loyalty, their respect for my abilities will surely increase." "What a mess." Qin Yishuan frowned and remarked, "How are the investigations on the imposter going?" "We have him under close surveillance," Yu Yong assured. "Rest assured, we will manage this situation and will not allow him to wreak further havoc. Should matters spiral out of control, we will eliminate him at the first opportunity to prevent any greater calamity." Suddenly, a more formidable possibility struck me. Su Fan chuckled. "Why don't you employ the same tactic and infiltrate behind enemy lines? Disguise yourself as the false commander impersonating you and penetrate deep into Jingfeng? Do you think I have the luxury of time like you?" Qin Yishuan retorted sharply, "If I am not located within 4 hours, the system will trigger an emergency protocol. Chaos will ensue, and I won't have the luxury to lie low." All right, Su Fan conceded. "Let's leave this matter to the capable hands of the First Manor. I trust that with their strength, dealing with a mere imposter will be effortless." 2 swift days passed, and an atmosphere of tension brewed in secrecy. On the 3rd day at dawn, 2 ethereal figures emerged at the heavily guarded estate on the city outskirts, silently landing on the rooftop of a villa. In a tranquil bedroom, He Yinhua was abruptly awakened from his slumber. A figure stood less than a meter away, grinning at him with a devilish smile. Gazing upon that indistinct yet familiar face, He Yinhua's heart felt as though it had been struck fiercely, just as he opened his mouth to scream. A hand reached from behind, gripping his throat. The room fell silent, save for the sound of He Yinhua's teeth chattering in terror. "In my next life, I shall be a good person. Su Fan leaned in closer and whispered, "Fear not. I will embody you faithfully. I shall deliver your accomplices one by one to your side, providing you companionship on the road to the underworld." Tianhua clutched He Yunhua's neck, dragging him away from the villa. Su Fan nestled into He Yunhua's bed, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. A day passed in a flash, and midnight arrived, the time for action. A cadre of cloaked figures guarded Su Fan as they stealthily approached the periphery of Meijing Manor. They swiftly reached Su Fan's villa, prying open the main door and flooding inside. Several cloaked figures ascended to Su Fan's bedroom, cutting off the life from his slumbering form. They wrapped Su Fan's lifeless body in a blanket and bore it down to the living room. A faint beam from a flashlight illuminated Su Fan's pallid face, marked with a hint of terror. "This is indeed him," the leader of the cloaked figures instructed quietly. "Take him outside the city and dissolve him in quicklime." He turned a glance at Su Fan. "Young Master Fan, the time for your performance is nigh. Best of luck." Su Fan nodded slightly, watching as the cloaked figures hoisted his body and silently vanished into the night. Life resembles a play, and it all hinges on one's performance. Su Fan sighed softly, returning upstairs to his own bedroom, diving back into slumber. Almost simultaneously, a group of formidable individuals appeared at the periphery of the Wang family estate. They leaped over the high walls and navigated effortlessly to the plaza outside Wang Xueyan's residence. Before they could approach the courtyard, a group of enigmatic masters suddenly appeared around the square. A frenzied battle ensued, marked by an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sounds of blades striking flesh. 10 minutes later, the conflict concluded with the assailants in black who had attacked the Wang family estate, all slain upon the square. Those lying in ambush at the square hoisted the bodies of the intruders and quietly departed. Some individuals began to clear the aftermath, erasing the bloodstains and remnants of the fierce struggle left on the square. Half an hour later, everything returned to its original state. The square in front of Wang Xueyan's courtyard was impeccably clean, so much so that one could search with a magnifying glass and find not a trace of difference from its former appearance. In the morning, Su Fan awoke from his slumber, and the phone belonging to He Yunhua beside him began to ring incessantly. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Jin Quitian, sounding as if he had been battered by 10 burly men. "Fan Xiao, an unexpected situation has arisen," Jin Quitian said bitterly. "None of the men I dispatched to assassinate Wang Xueyan have returned. This morning, she went to work as if nothing had happened." "Oh," Su Fan suddenly realized. "I understand now. Someone must be secretly protecting Wang Xueyan, and your men were eliminated by them. What should we do?" Jin Quitian exclaimed. "You might expose yourself with Wang Xueyan. It's crucial that such matters are entrusted to those with the capability to handle them. Su Fan checked. It seems I must rely on my charm to win over Miss Wang. Third young master, be patient and await my triumphant news." After hanging up, an unusual expression crossed Jin Quitian's face. "What's wrong?" asked Meng Wuxia, sitting nearby. "Why do I feel that He Yunhua has suddenly become quite agitated?" Jin Quitian replied. Puzzled, he seems to have gained an unusual confidence, as if he is assured of his ability to deal with Wang Xueyan. "Power inflates one's ego," Meng Wuxia scoffed. "Consider this. Su Fan, despite being seemingly inept, has seen his status soar like a rocket. He has flourished in the business world and now wields significant power within the Xia family. It is hardly surprising that He Yunhua has become a bit conceited. However, third young master need not worry. The more inflated he becomes, the more closely his demeanor aligns with Su Fan's. No matter how exuberantly he leaps, he cannot escape our grasp." In the afternoon, Su Fan departed the villa and arrived at the Xia family estate. Alone, he sat quietly in the back hall when Xia Yun suddenly sneaked in and approached him. "Young Master Yun," Su Fan greeted politely. "Do you require something from me?" Xia Yun's expression was peculiar as he scrutinized Su Fan up and down. "Why do you look at me like that? Su Fan inquired. Do you sense some kind of regal aura about me? How astonishing." Xia Yun hesitated. "If not for someone informing me, I would not have discerned any difference between you and Fan Xiao." "That hardly seems ideal." Su Fan's expression shifted as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, he asked, "Xiang Xiao, have you revealed my identity to Xia Yun?" "Indeed," Meng Fengxiang remarked. "Please, don't misunderstand. We aim for Xia Yun to cooperate with you, assisting you in establishing a solid foothold within the Xia family. Do you comprehend the essence of trust? Su Fan, visibly dissatisfied, retorted, if I wish to expose my identity, wouldn't I inform Xia Yun myself? Your theatrics seem to serve as a warning that someone is watching me, advising me to tread carefully. Su Fan, you're misinterpreting. Wang Xueyan replied, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. We truly did not intend any such implications. We merely feared you might find yourself isolated within the Xia family. Then, who holds authority in the Xia family? Xia Yun commanding me, or I commanding Xia Yun? Su Fan inquired, seeking clarity on their hierarchical relationship to avoid any accusations of ignorance regarding social standings. Su Fan, you're overthinking this. Wang Xueyan exclaimed, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing that Yun Hua had become quite formidable. It's unequivocal that you hold the reins within the Xia family. Xia Yun will unconditionally cooperate with you. Did you hear that? Su Fan raised his phone before Xia Yun, stating, young Master Xiang mentioned that matters of the Xia family are not for you to decide. I never intended to take charge, Xia Yun lamented, nearly in tears. I merely wish to greet you, to ensure we look out for one another in the future. Excellent. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, addressing the phone. Then everything is settled. Young Master Xiang, please carry on with your business. Xia Yun and I shall engage in a few words. After ending the call, Su Fan asked, young Master Yun, how do you propose we approach the situation with Xia Yuan moving forward? My heavens! Xia Yun exclaimed, almost rushing forward to cover Su Fan's mouth. This is the hall of the rear courtyard. Such a delicate matter should be deliberated in a private chamber. If overheard, we would both be doomed. Fear not. I am the head of the Xia family, Su Fan replied, gazing at Xia Yun. Should anyone discover this, I shall assert that I was merely testing you. Why would I complicate my succession to the family head when it could be achieved effortlessly? Indeed, Xia Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It is reassuring that you can perceive it this way, young Master Fan. You need not do anything to inherit the position of the Xia family head. Any actions you wish to take should follow after your succession. Su Fan pondered for a moment. True, I have been rather confused. It appears that having someone assist in strategizing is far more advantageous than shouldering alone. You are magnanimous. I shall seize this opportunity to develop within the Xia family, allowing you to reap some benefits as well. Thank you, young Master Fan. Xia Yun exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply to Su Fan. I will certainly serve you faithfully in the future. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Xia Yuan emerged from behind, her face displaying surprise upon seeing Su Fan engaged in conversation with Xia Yun. Su Fan, has Xia Yun angered you again? Xia Yuan inquired. Has he committed some wrongdoing that you apprehended him for? Head of the family, I have not. Xia Yun cried out. I have been exceedingly cautious, striving to amend my ways. Xia Yun speaks the truth, Su Fan nodded. Recently, I find myself increasingly fond of Xia Yun. In fact, among the younger generation of our Xia family, he possesses a modicum of wisdom. I believe it prudent to assign him some responsibilities moving forward. If such an experience can be cultivated, it would indeed be a blessing for our Xia family. Thank you, young Master Xia, head of the Xia family. Xia Yun's face radiated joy as he quietly withdrew. Xia Yuan settled beside Su Fan, her brow furrowed in suspicion as she glanced at him. Today feels quite peculiar. You, who typically harbors a deep-seated disdain for others, have suddenly altered your attitude towards Xia Yun. Is it not permissible for me to transform into a magnanimous and kind-hearted individual? Su Fan replied, I too am on a continuous journey of improvement. After all, as someone destined to become the head of the family, it is essential to exhibit a certain grace and poise. Xia Yuan's expression deepened in confusion. She regarded Su Fan and suddenly inquired, how long is the Qing Tian sword? Su Fan extended his hand to indicate a length. My heavens! Xia Yuan exclaimed, placing her hand on her chest. I almost thought you had been replaced. You seem like an entirely different person. While the exterior has changed, the golden heart remains unaltered, Su Fan jested, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from outside. He Yui, adorned in an ethereal long dress, entered gracefully, presenting herself before Xia Yuan and Su Fan. As they were all familiar with one another, there was no need for formalities. Yui took a seat beside Su Fan, pouting as she said, I am infuriated. That wretched He Yinhua was actually rescued by someone. He may not stir up much trouble himself, but those behind him could wield his influence to pose a significant threat to our alliance. Do not worry about He Yinhua, Su Fan chuckled. Let me share a confidential piece of information. He Yinhua has already been eliminated. Xia Yuan gasped in astonishment. Su Fan, you scoundrel. Such vital news. And you choose not to share it with your elder sister, instead divulging it to an outsider. Yuan Jia, you cannot fault Fan Gu for this, He Yui interjected, her face aglow with happiness. As the head of the He family, it is only fitting that I be informed first about He Yunhua's whereabouts. She turned to Su Fan, astonished. How do you know about He Yunhua? Did you orchestrate his demise? Certainly not, Su Fan replied with a smirk. I typically do not meddle in the punishment of traitors. Regardless, since there are no outsiders present, I shall share this secret with you. You must pledge not to disclose it to a fourth party. Under the expectant gazes of the two women, Su Fan recounted all he knew about He Yinhua, albeit omitting his own remarkable role in orchestrating the entire event. In his narrative, he portrayed it as merely an informant who had stumbled upon valuable information. His informant had discovered that He Yinhua had undergone cosmetic surgery to assume his appearance, intending to infiltrate the Xia family and engage in nefarious deeds. Su Fan had cleverly swapped identities with He Yinhua, leading to the tragic demise of the impostor. Meanwhile, the real Su Fan remained unharmed, comfortably conversing in the Xia residence. Why does your undertaking seem so convoluted? Xia Yuan and He Yui's faces were etched with concern for Su Fan. He Yui grasped Su Fan's arm and declared, that treacherous rogue truly deserves his fate, and his backers, the Meng family, are equally deserving of 100 curses. Without the informant's warning, wouldn't you have fallen victim to He Yinhua's treachery? The one seated here now is indeed that treacherous He Yinhua. Meng Qi, you truly underestimate others. Xia Yuan let out a cold laugh. Do you take me, Sister Xia, for a fool? How could I not recognize my own brother? After exchanging just a few words with him, I could discern whether he is human or ghost. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to Su Fan, asking, You were just whispering with Xia Yun, weren't you? Indeed, Su Fan nodded. The Meng family remains somewhat distrustful of me. They have sent Xia Yun to be by my side, ostensibly to assist me, but in reality, to monitor my actions. That despicable creature is betraying us from within. Xia Yuan furiously exclaimed, I shall sever his head and offer it to the heavens. There's no rush. Xia Yun still serves a purpose, Su Fan replied. With him as my witness, the Meng family will place their complete trust in me. By infiltrating their ranks, I shall acquire more intelligence and learn of their plans to undermine our alliance. You are treading a fine line. Iyuni expressed her concern. If they uncover your intentions, they will certainly eliminate you. It's not that simple. You need not worry, Su Fan reassured her. In terms of intellect and strength, the Meng family is no match for me. They are merely more unscrupulous than we are. Now that I have penetrated the enemy's inner circle, their demise is imminent. Xia Yuan inquired, what are your next plans? To seize control of the Xia family's power, Su Fan contemplated. I must alter my low-profile demeanor and assert myself. Once they witness my transformation, they will perceive me not as Su Fan, but as a Yinhua. I shall support whatever you wish to do, He Yuni declared. Let us strive together to defeat the wretched Meng family. You must not appear too conspicuous, Su Fan cautioned. The villains believe I am He Yinhua, who belongs to your family and is your relative. If I grow too close to you, they will become suspicious. I don't care. You cannot shake me off, He Yuni resolutely stated. Perhaps He Yinhua has sinister intentions toward me? Regardless, I shall remain by your side. Even if you try to evade me, I will relentlessly pursue you. Xia Yuan remarked, when women become fervent, they can be quite irrational. However, if Missy is in pursuit, the Meng family shall not suspect a thing. Very well, Su Fan conceded. In any case, I shall adopt a more ostentatious demeanor. Sister, please assign me 20 formidable bodyguards and prepare an escort convoy. When I venture out as the eldest scion of the Xia family, I must embody the grandeur befitting my status. You should have done this long ago. Xia Yuan responded with delight. Previously, you were too low-key. I feared you lacked recognition of your identity as the eldest son of the Xia family. Our eldest should exude an imposing presence when stepping out. Perhaps you should stir up some trouble, engage in a brawl or two. Our Xia family's strength demands that you project a bit more audacity. Otherwise, others will surely underestimate us. What an extraordinary line of thought. Su Fan gazed in astonishment at Xia Yuan, exclaiming, I had no idea your mind was so peculiar. Xia Yuan, with a tinge of regret, responded, if only I were a man, the daughters of Yin City would find no escape from my clutches. In unison, Su Fan and He Yuni raised their middle fingers towards Xia Yuan. As the lights began to twinkle, the entertainment industry reached its zenith. A lavish convoy sped towards the Zhao family's nightclub, halting at its entrance. Bodyguards rushed out, opening the car doors. Dressed in a pristine white suit, Su Fan swaggered out, accompanied by several formidable bodyguards, striding confidently into the nightclub's grand hall. Due to his recent high-profile appearances, Su Fan had become the darling of the social scene. As he sauntered in, acquaintances and those who had crossed paths with him flocked to greet him, filling the atmosphere with exuberance. Amidst the raucous celebration, a group emerged from a side corridor, coincidentally crossing paths with Su Fan, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than Jin Quangtian, the scion of the Jin family. Everyone knew of the long-standing enmity between Jin Quangtian and Su Fan. Their previous altercation at the nightclub had caused quite a commotion. Now, as fate would have it, the two were destined to encounter each other once more, leaving all to wonder what sparks would fly this time. Chapter 78. Give him some work. Su Fan and Jin Quangtian exchanged glances, both feeling an overwhelming awkwardness. These sworn enemies were now acutely aware that they had become reluctant allies. However, in such a public setting, transforming their relationship from adversaries to friends posed a formidable challenge that would undoubtedly test their wit. Jin Quangtian felt a flicker of regret for choosing to visit the nightclub at such a moment, leaving no room for a buffer. Yet, Su Fan, ever the clever one, offered a sardonic smile. This is a place for revelry. I trust no one would wish to engage in a brawl here, would they? Jin Quangtian retorted coldly. Even in a fight, there are those who are at fault first. Indeed, that person is Su Tian, a petty instigator. Su Fan chuckled derisively, nevertheless. We cannot simply let this matter slide. Third young master, today we must determine our victor. Jin Quangtian looked at Su Fan in surprise. Set the terms, for I, Jin Sanshao, am not one to shy away from challenges. Let us drink, Su Fan proposed. Whosoever succumbs first shall be deemed the loser, and the victor shall cover the tab. From tomorrow onward, regardless of the outcome, our grievances shall be forgiven, and we shall remain good friends. You are indeed ruthless. But I, Jin Sanshao, am not one to cower. Jin Quangtian nodded. Today, we shall drink to our limits. I intend to hold my ground. Su Fan shouted. As long as we remain standing, let us drink to excess. To the battlefield. The two parted the crowd and entered the most opulent private room in the nightclub. Following Jin Quangtian were his companions, each bearing expressions of bewilderment and disbelief as they surged into the room, encircling Su Fan and Jin Quangtian. A dramatic turn of events unfolded, leaving them utterly bewildered. Jin Sanshao and Su Fan. How could they suddenly find themselves sharing drinks, laughing away past grievances? The finest foreign liquor from the nightclub was delivered in bundles. Su Fan and Jin Quangtian resembled two fierce roosters, downing bottle after bottle of liquor, casting the empty bottles aside as they continued their spirited contest. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Soon, their drinking duel transformed into a raucous celebration involving a multitude of onlookers. All the prominent figures present, along with other wealthy guests who had rushed in to witness the spectacle, raised their glasses in jubilation. It was an extraordinary night. One private room consumed a third of the nightclub's entire stock of liquor. All the notable figures in the entertainment circle participated in this bewildering revelry. Jin Sanshao, of course, was no match for Su Fan. By the time they reached the 12th bottle of foreign liquor, Jin Sanshao tragically succumbed to the floor, unable to continue the contest. Everyone stay put. I shall return shortly. Su Fan laughed heartily, shouldering Jin Quangtian and navigating through the bustling hall to escort him to his vehicle. Watching Jin Quangtian's convoy depart, Su Fan swaggered back into the nightclub. greeted by thunderous applause. Let us keep the festivities going. I shall cover all expenses tonight, Su Fan exclaimed, re-entering the private room to continue drinking with the remaining spirited elite. One by one, the wealthy guests were carried out by their subordinates, leaving the fierce battlefield. At midnight, only Su Fan remained in the private room. Crowned as the last victor, Zhao Yaozu slithered in like a large worm, rushing to Su Fan's side, exclaiming, "Fan Xiao, what is going on? What do you think?" "Naturally, it's about boosting the nightclub's popularity," Su Fan replied with a smile. "Fear not. All expenses tonight will be covered by the Xia family. My subordinates will handle everything." "That is not what I meant," Zhao Yaozu shouted. "Fan Xiao, have you allied with Jin San Xiao? This unexpected twist nearly caught me off guard." "It's merely a charade," Su Fan chuckled. "There are no permanent enemies, only enduring interests. It is advantageous for Jin San Xiao to refrain from undermining me. However, keep in mind, he is not our friend. It still feels rather strange," Zhao Yaozu said, perplexed. "Even if you aim to ease tensions, Jin San Xiao should not let you off the hook." He scrutinized Su Fan and cautiously inquired, "Did you strike a deal with Jin San Xiao?" "That is unlikely. Jin San Xiao is insatiable. He desires your downfall and covets the Wang family's fortune." "You are quite insightful," Su Fan observed. "But he realizes my current status and understands that his previous ambitions are unattainable. Therefore, why provoke an enemy?" "Perhaps." Zhao Yaozu remained unconvinced. "Fan Xiao, you must exercise caution. You know better than I what sort of person Jin San Xiao is. If he betrays you, I would lose my best friend and supporter." "Zhao Xiao, you truly move me." Su Fan gazed at Zhao Yaozu in astonishment and assured him, "Rest assured, I am not so easily deceived. Quite the contrary, I have tricked many." The following morning, Jin Kuang Tian resembled a frostbitten eggplant, his demeanor weary as he sat in the living room. "Damn Su Fan," he cursed through gritted teeth. Although his maneuver perfectly resolved all our grievances, he nearly drank me to death. How could this person be so ludicrous? Meng Wuxiao looked at Jin Kuang Tian in surprise. I never anticipated he possessed such a character. "Third young master, do you find him suspicious?" "Not particularly," Jin Kuang Tian pondered deeply. "His demeanor is entirely different from the Su Fan of yours. He is evidently not the same